Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are the little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, you'll hear Edward Arnold as Mr. President. But first, are you familiar with the powers and duties of the President of the United States? Have you ever stopped to think how many and varied are the things the President must do and know in this, the most important job in the world today? Surely this year, when the choice of a president is placed before the American people, a better understanding of the position and its history are of tremendous importance. This, in warm, human, personal fashion, is the background of Mr. President. For here on this weekly radio program, you'll listen to the inside stories of the men who have been called Mr. President. Here you learn of their likes and dislikes, their disappointments and triumphs, both personal and official. Listen now to this story and see if you can name the president upon whose career this story is based. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors, under the presidential seal, across the foyer, and down the long hall to the president's study.
Come in. Sit down, won't you? Many of you know, I'm sure, that today is the first anniversary of Mr. President. We felt we'd like to do a story of special significance today, and we thought of this one. It's a very special story indeed, because it was told to me last year by President Truman himself in the White House. The president told me it's his favorite story, and I hope he may have found time in the midst of the president's pressure of his high office to listen to us today. Remember that great command, he that is without sin among you, let him cast the first stone. Well, those words occurred to me many times while I was president, although there was some who thought I had a pretty quick temper. The job I had keeping my temper is just what this story is about. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president held on to himself up to a point. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. The morning it all began, the government was having money troubles as usual. I was more grumpy than usual, which was pretty grumpy, I assure you, and Miss Sarah was fussing and clucking as women always do, it seems, when a man has a problem on his mind.
Now, Mr. President, I wish you wouldn't excite yourself this way. It isn't good for you at your age.
What's my age got to do with it? I'm as sound as a silver dollar, and you know it.
You mustn't upset yourself. You know what the doctor said.
Doctors have to say something. That's what they're paid for. And no doctor can cure my trouble.
Did you take your pill after breakfast?
No, I didn't take my pill after breakfast.
I'm sorry, sir. You always forget, and I'm only thinking of your own good.
There, Miss Sarah. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings.
That's all right, Mr. President.
Now, if you'd really like to do something good for me, find an answer to this mess over the United States Bank.
But you warned the directors, Mr. President.
And they promptly defied me. Look at this report from New Orleans at the height of the season. When the businessmen down there need every bit of cash available, these bankers are calling loans, refusing extensions, running down the prices on the markets, and they've had the unmitigated nerve to transfer more than $1 million in specie up north to use for personal gambling and foreign exchange.
It sounds very bad, Mr. President.
Bad? It's worse than that. They're trying to discredit me because they don't like my financial policies. But that won't save them, not for a minute.
I wish I had a suggestion to offer.
So do I, Miss Sarah, so do I. I've got to take the pressure off the local banks somehow, and if they force me to, I'll withdraw every deposit of government funds from the United States Bank and put that money in the local banks.
Mr. President.
Yes, it sounds drastic, doesn't it? Even to you.
Oh.
Well, we'll see. You know, sometimes the threat of action can accomplish as much as the action itself. We shall see. Now then, is anybody outside? As if the presidential waiting room was ever empty.
There's one visitor from Mississippi. Mr. Paul,
Dexter?
Yes.
Paul Dexter? Well, have the rascal in at once.
I'll fetch him, Mr. President. Just a moment.
Paul, you old devil, come on in here. Come on in.
Well, Mr. President, you haven't changed, I see. Or rather here, still shouting at Miss Sarah.
Yes, I'm afraid I am. And that everybody in sight aren't within hearing.
Must be a strain on you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, I'm getting used to it. And if it gets too much, I can always stuff some of your Mississippi cotton in my ears. Will you need me, Mr. President?
Well, in the larger sense, always, Miss Sarah, but for the moment, no.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Paul, it's good to see you.
Bad penny always turns up.
Oh, no. In trouble again?
Well, not exactly. I wouldn't have bothered you about this.
Well, there's never any bother where an old friend is concerned. I'll bet you 3-1 I can tell you what's on your mind.
You'd never bet at such odds unless you were sure. No bet, but go ahead.
Well, let's see. You've come up from Mississippi for a reason, a good reason. You didn't just come up for the funeral of old Senator Clark, did you? You know, I think I see the senatorial gleam in your eye. You want the appointment to the vacancy he left.
Sharp as ever, Mr. President.
Well, I see no reason why you shouldn't have it, Paul.
Well, there's some folks back home who seem to think there are reasons.
No, is that so? What, for instance?
Well, for one, I killed a man once.
Oh. Well, so did I, Paul. You know that. And in a fair fight, just as you did.
Some people think my fight wasn't fair.
Ah, Paul, unfortunate things sometimes happen in a man's life. He shouldn't be punished for them forever.
Thank you, sir. Then there's the matter of my having been married twice. You know how they are in Mississippi about things like that.
Oh, that's more nonsense. My Rachel of blessed memory had a husband before she met me. People talked about that, too. So you just forget it.
Again, thank you, sir.
Well, it's of much more importance, Paul, that when you were in the House, you made that wonderful speech supporting my military decisions, and I know I can count on your support in the Senate as well.
Trouble ahead, sir?
No, not ahead, Paul. It's here, the bank, as usual.
Up to tricks, are they?
Well, frankly, Paul, I wouldn't mind merely financial shenanigans, as I've come to expect those. But when they dare to influence senators to turn down my appointments to the board of directors of the bank, well, that's strong, Paul. A little too strong for me to take.
You know you can count on me, sir.
I'm sure of that, Paul. And you may be sure that I shall exert every bit of influence I have to get the governor of Mississippi to appoint Paul Dexter to that vacancy in the Senate.
May I break in, Mr. President?
Yes, it's perfectly all right, Miss Sarah. It's perfectly all right.
Just two items, sir. A dinner invitation by messenger from Senator Dexter.
Mm-hmm.
He says that now that he's a senator, he must do things properly. And that nice young man, and Sam Gwynn, is waiting.
Oh, you like him too, eh? Well, don't set your cap for him, Miss Sarah. He's married and has children. 2.
Isn't that always the way when they're nice? Will you see him, Mr. President?
Why, of course. And since you like his looks so much, you may stay for the interview.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Gwynn, the president will see you now.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. How do you do, sir?
Oh, I'm just fine, young man, fine. You know, Sam, every time I see you, you get to look more like your father.
Well, I take that as a compliment, Mr. President.
Well, you should. Tell me, how are things at home?
About the same, sir. No improvement.
Ah, that's too bad. And your own health?
No change, sir. That fever I picked up during the war still recurs like clockwork.
Yeah, it's nasty business, that fever. Now, look here, Sam. If you could live in a warmer climate, would it help?
Well, it would help my wife, sir. The doctor says that's the only thing that will help her. But you know how it is. Times aren't too good. When I might have been getting a start, I was in the Army. Oh, not that I'm complaining about that, sir. Don't misunderstand me.
Oh, I've never misunderstood you, Sam. You know, I think I have the answer to your problem, or at least part of the answer. You know, there's a job open. Registrar in the land office at Mount Salus, Mississippi.
Oh, dear.
What is it, Miss Sarah?
Nothing, sir.
If I may, sir, I think I know what's upset Miss Sarah.
Oh, you do you?
Yes, sir. After all, I'm a resident of the District of Columbia. Don't the people of Mississippi expect a native of their own state in that job?
No, don't be foolish, my boy. Just because you don't vote here doesn't mean you haven't the right to serve your country any place, anywhere, in time of peace as well as in war. Now, just forget all this nonsense and run along. As soon as the Senate gets through confirming you, you'll be on your way. And good luck to you.
Oh, how can I thank you, sir?
Don't thank me, just do a good job.
I promise to do my best, sir.
I know you will.
Thank you.
Go ahead, don't mention it. Well, Miss Sarah?
I think I stand your tantrums, Mr. President, because you're always using your power to help somebody somewhere.
Mm-hmm. You know, that's a pretty good adage for the president, Miss Sarah. Use your power to help someone somewhere every day, or something like that.
Yes, sir, but this time, are you sure you've done right?
You mean you're doubting Sam Gwynn after what you said before he came in here?
Oh, no, sir, not young Mr. Gwynn, but Senator Dexter. He may feel that he ought to have been consulted.
Paul? Oh, no, that sort of nonsense, Miss Sarah. Whatever I do is all right with him. Now, you send a messenger back to Paul with word that I'll be delighted to come to his dinner party. And I'll tell him what's up when I'm there, and you'll see, Miss Sarah. Paul will be as delighted to help Sam Gwynn as I am. Now, see here, Blair, you know I don't believe a word you're telling me.
Mr. President, I'm positive. Once I get my hands on documentary
Which you
proof...
never will. Now, look here. You're a pretty good printer and a publisher. But I'm beginning to think some of those romances and novels you've been getting out have affected your thinking. Poor Dexter turn against me? Why, it's ridiculous. I'm having dinner at his house tonight.
Very well, sir. We'll see.
You bet your life we'll see. Now, what about the new directors for the bank?
Johnson and Tiemans will serve, sir, and Connors can be talked into it. Representing the government on the board, they can block some of the actions of the others at any rate.
You sound doubtful.
It's not the men I'm doubting, Mr. President. I still don't think they'll be confirmed in the Senate.
With Paul Dexter to lead the way?
Against them. They won't have a chance.
Oh, what am I going to do with you, Blair? You still insist that...
I know how you feel about the gentleman from Mississippi, sir. I appreciate your old and warm friendship for him. All I can do is warn you.
Which you have already done at least 6 times.
And I shall continue to do so.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, but this seemed important.
Excuse me, Blair. What is it, Miss Sarah?
A message from young Sam Gwynn, sir. I read it. I thought you'd better see it at once.
What does it say?
He's had word, sir, that Senator Dexter has had his appointment referred back to committee.
He what?
Yes, sir.
Now will you believe me, sir?
Well, I'm having dinner with Paul tonight. We'll see.
Mr. President, I'm honored. Careless of Joseph not to take your hat and cane. May I...
Just a moment, Paul. Are you or are you not opposing my nominees for director of the United States Bank?
Oh, I'm afraid I cannot say. I have yet to see the list of your nominees.
And this business of young Sam Gwynn.
That milks up. Pleading for a job as if his wife's life depended on it. He's not worthy to be a protege of yours.
I'll be the judge of that. Now, Sam Gwynn gets that job.
That job belongs to a citizen of Mississippi.
That job belongs to a citizen of the United States who's qualified for it. Preferably a veteran. Now, Sam Gwynn fills all those qualifications.
I do not think so.
I do. And I shall expect immediate confirmation of both Gwynn and my slate for the bank's directors tomorrow. With you, sir, showing the rest of the Senate the way.
Not tomorrow, Mr. President. No, any other day.
What do you say? You're my friend, Paul.
I place country above friendship.
Implying that I do not?
If you want to take it that way.
Well, there seems to be no other way to take it.
Very well.
A little power can make a large head, it seems to me.
That cuts both ways, I think, Mr. President. I know you thought I'd be your man when you helped me to this appointment. Well, you've been fooled, Mr. President. I may have supported you once, but never again.
A ring for your servant, Senator. I'm leaving here.
Not before I tell you once and for all, Mr. President, that you've gone over my head once too often. I'll not run to your beck and call ever again. I'm on the way up. You're on the way down. You have a job without a future, Mr. President. And one way or another, I shall see to it that your future is short indeed.
That sounds like a threat, Dexter.
Call it what you will.
I'll not forget this, Dexter. I think one day you will find out that while I'm a good friend, I'm also a hard enemy. Good evening, Senator Dexter.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
More and more, people are realizing that accidents can happen to them and not always to someone else. But too many people are still not fully conscious of this fact. In 1947, 1,100,000 Americans were injured and 32,000 killed on our highways. Perhaps the most distressing thought on the subject is that most of these accidents can be avoided. For safety's sake, each of us, pedestrian or driver, must constantly remember, be careful. the life you save may be your own. For the pedestrian, the most dangerous act is crossing between intersections. For the motorist, speeding is the factor most commonly reported as contributing to traffic accidents. You can't afford to be careless. And remember that an accident can happen to you. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed who the president was in this story. In any case, later on, I'll tell you his name. The weeks went by. Matters over the United States Bank went from bad to worse. I had been elected on a platform pledged to wipe out the almost illegal operations of the bank and certain of its directors. But every move I made was blocked by a group of senators led by Paul Dexter. He used the Senate as a rostrum from which to attack me. Newspapers published his speeches. The country began to rumble with discontent over what he was doing. Still, I hesitated to make any overt move against him. I couldn't condemn him on his past, and I wanted evidence, real, solid, factual evidence of his sudden change, his sudden violent smashing of our friendship. Things stood in that position this spring. One night when I remember I went to bed early after a trying day. I fell asleep almost at once. Who is it? Is somebody there? Who's there? What do you want? God! God, stop that man! Stop him! Hit that man! Stop him! Stop him!
Mr. President, are you all right? What happened? You frightened me. I heard you shout all the way down the hall.
Well, someone was in this room. I scared him off.
Did you see him?
Only a shadow against the window.
Could it have been the curtain in the breeze, Mr. President?
Curtains don't laugh, Miss Sarah. And curtains don't slam doors and run downstairs.
You must have a regular guard on your door from now on, Mr. President.
Not me, Miss Sarah. I won't have the country believing I'm a coward. But if that gentleman returns ever again, he'll get a warm reception. From now on, I sleep with a gun under my pillow.
Mr. Frank Blair to see you, Mr. President.
Oh, Blair, come in. Stay here, Miss Sarah.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
You look as healthy as ever, sir.
Mr. Blair, he takes such chances. After last night, he still refuses a guard at his door.
That's one of the things I came to see you about. With feeling running as high as it is around the country, thanks to your so-called friend Dexter, you were very wise to keep this attempt out of the papers. But it will be tried again. Dexter won't stop at one try.
Do you mean to suggest that Paul Dexter...
Himself, no, but there are many guns for hire in Washington.
Oh, ridiculous.
Oh, Mr. President, if you'd only...
Listen to me, both of you. Paul Dexter always was a rascal. Married, divorced, married again, yes.
He let his son die in a poorhouse.
Him and his conscience.
He killed a man. You said so yourself, Mr. President.
In a fair fight, as I did. But he's not capable of assassination, not that.
He was accused of cowardice on the battlefield. A coward will do anything, Mr. President.
Paul Dexter is not a coward, and I'm sure of it.
Oh, Mr. President.
How can we convince you that this man is dangerous?
Show me evidence. I'll not accept a man's past as evidence. Not one of us but can remember something in his past that he's not proud of.
There's one thing you have evidence on.
And that is?
Dexter supported your enemies in the United States Bank.
I find nothing evil there. A man may change his opinion.
Yes, he may. Mr. President, the second matter I came to see you about is this. Dexter's up for re-election. The term he was appointed to fill out is over this year. Do you intend to support him for re-election?
Well, I shall have to think about that. And while you're speaking of the bank, Miss Sarah, hand me that pen, please.
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you. There. That order removes the deposits of the government funds from the United States Bank and directs the Secretary of the Treasury to place them in the state banks. Now, that takes the control of the economic life of this country out of the hands of a single bank and orders a complete and thorough investigation of all books and files of the United States Bank.
Do you really think it's safe to see him, Mr. President?
Well, confidentially, Miss Sarah, I have 2 hospitals in the right-hand drawer of my desk. And if it'll make you feel any better, you can stay here while he's in the office. Now, be a good girl and send him in.
Oh, yes, sir. Come in, Senator Dexter.
Well, Dexter?
Thank you for seeing me so promptly.
Not at all, Dexter. What's on your mind?
You have ordered an investigation of the United States Bank.
I have.
Why?
I've had word of malpractice in the profession of banking, to put it mildly.
For instance?
Use of government-deposited funds to gamble in foreign currencies.
Ridiculous charge.
We shall see, Dexter. Is that all?
Far from all, sir. This matter of removing government money from the United States Bank and placing it on deposit in various state banks.
What of it?
Just this, sir. Tread lightly, Mr. President, or there may be charges against you.
Such as?
Such as depositing federal funds in banks in your own state. Banks which owe you much and are ready and willing to pay their moral debts to you in any way you desire.
That'll be enough. It's more than enough. Now use that door behind you, Dexter, and use it quickly, or my cane may find a better use than assisting my passage through the White House.
You wouldn't dare.
Get out!
Mr. President.
Oh, I'm all right, Miss Sarah. I'm all right.
Well, there's a letter from Sam Gwynn from Mount Salus. He loves his job, and his wife is improving already.
Oh, that's wonderful, Miss Sarah. You know, some good comes out of things, doesn't it? How does the calendar look for tomorrow?
It's light, Mr. President. A cabinet meeting in the morning, and then over to the Capitol for the funeral of Congressman Davis.
Oh, yes. You know, I'm almost 20 years older than Warren Davis was, Miss Sarah. It's a strange business, isn't it? I'm still alive and fighting, and tomorrow I'm going to his funeral.
A fine eulogy, Mr. President.
Yes, wasn't it? It's rather pointed, though, don't you think?
Pointed?
Yes, the uncertainty of life, particularly for the aged. Look, Blair, do I look aged to you?
I think you look wonderful.
Oh, for my age.
Look out, the fellow with the beard, he has a gun.
Back, everybody, back. I'll take care of this. Not on man, will you?
Stop it! I'm sorry I missed. You are the roots of this country's trouble. You are, and I'll try again.
Well, the man's mad. Take him away.
Mr. President, are you hurt?
No. Both his guns missed fire. Thank heaven. Where's my cane? Where is it?
Oh, here, sir. He won't forget that beating in a hurry.
I guess not. You know, there's good hickory in this steak. Well, good morning, both of you. You're up early, aren't you?
Good morning, Mr. President.
Well, from that frown, Blair, you've something portentous to discuss.
I believe I have. These letters, sir. Absolute proof that our Senator Dexter has been thinking in terms of assassination.
Not ours, Senator. No longer ours, Blair.
Mr. President, then you see the danger.
There is no danger, except insofar as his irresponsible utterances and publications are affecting unstable minds, like that fellow Lawrence's who tried to kill me.
For heaven's sake, sir, what more do you want? Certainly you can't turn the other cheek more than you have.
You have your letters, Blair. I have mine. They were turned up by the government investigators in files of the United States Bank. For instance, from Sam Carson, member of Congress, North Carolina, to Paul Dexter. And I quote, Mr. B, that's the president of the bank, called on me yesterday and said that he promised you a statement of the arrangements, etc., which will be evidence in your possession of the nature of the arrangement. And in this one, from Mr. B himself to Dexter, you apprise me of your wish to substitute the name of J.S. Johnson for that of Colonel Towson on the bill discarded for you. The necessary instructions have been forwarded to our cashier in Washington.
Why, that's bribery.
How can he?
Apparently he did, Miss Sarah. And those two are only a sample. It seems all this was in Paul Dexter's mind when he came here to ask me to help him make him a senator.
Are you going to let him get away with this, too, Mr. President?
I think not, Blair. I think not.
We can break him with these, sir.
And smear the United States Senate while we're doing so? This man is an exception, I'm sure. We may have mistaken senators, Blair, honestly mistaken men with whom we at least disagree. But I will not have them tarred with this brush. Oh, no. We have another means, and we shall take it.
The election.
Why, of course. Without my support as head of the party in Mississippi, Dexter will never be reelected. Need I say more?
No more, Mr. President. May I say it's about time?
Yes, you may say it. In fact, you have.
And may I say, Mr. President, that your forbearance with this man has been almost unbelievable.
Well, Miss Sari, it's quite simple. I'm no longer a young man. If I have one more ambition, it is to go home and end my days in peace. And you see, I read my Bible regularly, which may seem strange in someone with my so-called temper. However, I have two principles. A man is presumed innocent until the evidence proves him guilty. And the second is found in the words of the Apostle John, 8, verse 7. Let him that is without sin among you cast the first stone. Well, you've probably guessed by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen to know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Have you heard about the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park, London? Well, you will when you hear I Love Adventure every Sunday night over most of these ABC stations. The 21 old men are from every part of the universe, and they've banded together for one purpose, to help make the world a better place to live. To achieve this goal, they hire Detective Jack Packard and two of his friends to go out on missions that are filled with mystery and adventure. They may go to Singapore or to South America. So remember, don't miss I Love Adventure tonight and every Sunday night when 30 minutes of adventure comes your way over many of these same ABC stations. I Love Adventure tonight on ABC. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
The time of our story was 1833, during the second term of President Andrew Jackson. The stormy old general, you will remember, lost his beloved wife, Rachel, just before he came to the White House. What is not such common knowledge is that Andrew Jackson married her after he had divorced her first husband and later fought a duel over her in which he killed his opponent and was severely wounded himself. The president's false friend in this series of events, whom we call Paul Dexter, was a gentleman from Mississippi named George Poindexter, who likewise killed a man in a duel in those salty days, and who was a close friend of Jackson's until the events we told you about today. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Irving Berlin's Easter Parade, starring Judy Garland and Fred Astaire. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Joan Alexander. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Andrew Jackson. Music was composed and conducted by Glenn Osser.
Be sure to listen again next week on the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold in another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor.
These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, I want to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country. Generation after generation of American men and women have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their former chief executives. Here is the program that presents human, intimate anecdotes and incidents in the careers of our presidents, woven into the rich tapestry that is the American heritage. So test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House by listening now to today's fascinating Mr. President story. And now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, come in, won't you? And sit down. There's rather a familiar saying, something to the effect that one picture is worth 10,000 words. Now, if that is true, think how many words the sight of an event actually taking place will be worth. That was proved to me, and how it happened is the plot of this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It was wartime, and Washington in wartime. Well, you've heard 1,000 times what Washington is like during a war. Swarming with government workers in uniform and out, and buzzing with rumors and jealousy, both real and imagined. We were doing rather well at the front at this time. I had finally found a commander for our army who knew his business. But in Washington, well, you should have heard Ed Stanley, my Secretary of War, one morning in my office.
Mr. President, this can't go on, I tell you. It simply can't go on.
Then what do you suggest, Ed?
One or the other must go.
Oh, that's ridiculous on the face of it, Ed. Halleck is the smartest chief of staff the United States Army ever had. Knows his business from A to Z. And as for the little master out there in the field, if we had him in command 3 years ago, this war would have been over and done with in half the time it has taken us to get this far.
That's just it, Mr. President. We're too close to victory now to throw it away.
Nothing is being thrown away. Look here, Ed. What's the root of the trouble?
Well, Halleck feels, with some reason on his part, that you bypassed him when you made the little fellow general-in-chief, as you call him.
And as he is. The man who carries the responsibility in the field has every right to give the orders.
If he would show a little tact, then, or better, if you would issue an order or two with General Halleck's counter-signature, that would save old Halleck's face.
Ed, are we fighting this war to save the nation or a general's face?
Obviously the nation, sir.
Sometimes I wonder, Ed. Sometimes
There's another thing, Mr. President. There are rumors flying around Washington that...
Mr. President, please forgive my bursting in like this.
Oh, you're forgiven, Miss Sarah, in advance. What's the trouble?
This, Mr. President.
Well, War Department communique. You know anything about this, Ed?
No, sir, I don't, sir.
It was received at the War Department less than half an hour ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, not very good. Not very good at all.
Have we been thrown back, sir?
Worse than that, Ed. Read it for yourself.
Enemy has made long enveloping movement, our right flank passing through Frederick City with force of 20,000 men, after extracting $200,000 from citizens of Frederick under threat of destruction of city.
Go on. Read the rest of it, Ed.
Striking force, mostly light cavalry and infantry. Not known yet whether the objective of the thrust is Baltimore or Washington.
Mr. President, what are we to do?
Nothing very much at the moment, Miss Sarah, except to send Ed here right over to the War Department and see if General Halleck is so anxious to save his skin as his face.
More wires, Mr. President.
Where from, Miss Sarah?
I didn't take time to open them, sir.
Open the others, Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Baltimore in great peril. We demand adequate military protection at once. Mayor's Committee for the Defense of Baltimore.
This one, sir, from Philadelphia.
Population on verge of hysteria. Strongly urge and request assuring announcement from the White House to counteract rising tide of fear. What am I going to say to him? What am I going to say to him?
This one, Mr. President.
Reports in this sector that enemy is loose behind our lines with 100,000 men causing a panic.
And this one. Enemy scouts rumored observed within 5 miles, Silver Spring, Maryland.
If there was just one reliable report. Rumors!
We had your message, Mr. President. The door was open.
Yes, I'm glad you came over it. How are you, Halleck?
Worried, Mr. President. Looks bad. Very bad.
General, how do you propose to defend Washington?
I defend Washington? Mr. President, I am a desk general. You've made another officer general-in-chief.
He's at the front, Halleck.
Surely, General Halleck, you don't expect the President to call the General-in-Chief away from the front when you're in command here in Washington.
I command very little, Mr. Secretary. Field orders come from field headquarters. Executive Order number 4053, signed by the President. And the defense of Washington
has become action in the field. We know that, General.
Yes, sir.
Now, see here, General. Miss Sarah, there's someone at the outer office door.
Yes, sir. I'll see who it is at once.
General, you must realize
Mr. Secretary, I realize only that without a direct order from the President, I cannot and will not move.
And I, General, will not issue any order that will take one tiny bit of authority away from my field commander. And it seems to me, General, that your position as Chief of Staff and Commander of the Military District of Washington gives you every authority under the General-in-Chief to direct the defense of this city and of Baltimore.
General Wallace will defend Baltimore adequately, I trust, sir.
Another special message, Mr. President.
Let me have it.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Gentlemen, listen. Sergeant Davis, 15th Infantry, captured by enemy, escaped and brought word. First objective enemy column is Point Lookout, where 17,000 prisoners are to be released and armed. Then move on to Washington.
if they ever reach Point Lookout.
Exactly, Ed. Well, General, will you act now or go on down in history as the man who saved his face but lost the nation's capital?
I shall do my duty, Mr. President. I shall issue orders at once for every able-bodied man in uniform, trained or untrained, and the convalescents in the hospitals who can carry a rifle, to be sent into the defense of the city at once.
Very well. That at least is action.
Good day, Mr. President.
I hope it will be. Good day.
Mr. President, that is a frightened man.
But he's acting, Ed, at last. Miss Sarah, a wire to the Mayor's Committee of Baltimore.
Yes, sir.
I have not a single soldier but whom is being disposed by the military for the best protection of all. By latest accounts, the enemy is moving on Washington. They cannot fly to either place. Let us be vigilant, but keep cool. I hope neither Baltimore nor Washington will be sacked. End of wire.
I have it, sir.
And your plans, Mr. President?
Oh, I shall continue as usual. Work here until this evening. Then I believe I'm to have dinner and sleep tonight at the Soldiers' Home on 7th Street Road. Is that right, Miss Sarah?
Exactly right.
Very well, very well. Then we shall proceed as planned. You'll know where to find me if you need me, Ed. Just in case General Halleck falls back on his dignity once again.
How'd you do, Miss Sarah? Where's the president?
Why, Mr. Brown, he's right inside. We haven't seen you for a long time.
That's right, Miss Sarah. I thought seeing I was in Washington, I'd drop by. You mean to tell me the president's staying here at the Soldiers' Home with the soldiers when he could be staying at the White House?
You know how he is, Mr. Brown. He knows the men like to see him, and he feels closer to the war this way.
Can I see him for a few minutes?
Well, he's pretty busy and tired, Mr. Brown. Perhaps I can make an appointment for later in the week.
No, ma'am. I reckon that ain't necessary. Maybe for those who want to run a post office it is, but for the president's old friends, you know better than that, Miss Sarah.
Oh, Miss Sarah, where have you got... Well, Billy Brown. I'm not glad to see you. You come along with me.
Mr. President. Do you see, Miss Sarah?
I see, Mr. Brown.
What's going on here, you two?
Nothing important, Mr. President.
Well, then, come along.
Where are you going, Mr. President?
Out on the back steps for a little talk. You coming, Billy?
Yes, sir. I'm coming fast.
But, Mr. President, there are all of those dispatches.
You know, Miss Sarah's a wonderful woman, Billy. But there are times when a man's got to have some private talk and some laughs.
I know what you mean, Mr. President.
Tell me what's happening back home, Billy.
Well, what with the war and all, we don't get much time to do much of anything. But say, you remember little Miss Marston?
Who, the little schoolma'am? With those side curls always bobbing? You bet I do.
Well, she's gone and done it.
What, cut off her curls?
No, sirree. She's finally married old Sam Jennings.
No, Sam Jennings. Say, isn't he the fellow with the sideburns?
That's right. And you should see the two of them coming down the aisle in church on Sunday, with the sideburns nodding alongside, the side curls bobbing. That's a sight to see. A sight to see.
It was half as funny seeing it. Just listening to it is funny. Oh, well. You know, that's the first laugh I've had in months.
I'm glad I brought it to you, Mr. President.
Billy, you'll never know the good you've done me. I'm homesick, Billy. Just plain homesick. Sometimes it seems as if this war will never be over. And now you come along. Billy, I think tonight I'm going to have the first real night's rest I've had in a long time. And thanks for coming, Billy. Really, thanks.
Mr. President, for heaven's sake, wake up, sir.
Who's there? Who's there?
Stanley, Mr. President. Let me in, please.
Well, hold your horses. I'm coming, Ed. Hold your horses. What in thunderation brings you out here this time of the night? Or is it morning?
It's 2:15, sir. Get dressed, Mr. President. You've got to get back to Washington at once.
You're panicked, aren't you, Ed?
Am I? With Early and Breckenridge 2 miles from here up 7th Street Road. Panicked, am I?
Well, what happened to Lew Wallace?
His army was cut to pieces at Monocacy. If they hadn't stood their ground and fought a delaying action, you'd be a prisoner this minute. Now, for heaven's sake, Mr. President, get dressed. The enemy won't wait your pleasure, sir.
There's a mighty fine body of men. Splendid. Miss Sarah? Miss Sarah?
Yes, Mr. President. Oh, there you are.
Come here. I'll look through these field glasses.
Like this, sir?
Yes, correct. Now, what do you see there?
Soldiers, sir, in full field equipment getting off some ships down there.
2 whole divisions, Miss Sarah. 2 divisions. Right from the front. Veterans.
But how? Where, sir?
Oh, well, General-in-Chief hasn't forgotten us, Miss Sarah. He can't leave Washington unprotected while he's fighting a decisive action.
Yes, sir, I think I know what you mean.
Come in.
Mr. President, I've had word from Fort Stevens, sir.
I'll take time to catch your breath, Ed. Miss Sarah and I have just been watching 2 divisions of reinforcements debarking along the Potomac here.
They're probably too late, Mr. President.
What?
The enemy stands before Fort Stevens, sir, squarely on the road to our arsenals, as you know.
No.
Mr. President, there's a boat in readiness for you.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Ed. You're too fast for me. A boat ready?
Yes, sir. You will be evacuating Washington, of course.
Oh, will I?
Mr. President, they're at Fort Stevens. How long before the fort surrenders?
You owe it to the nation, sir, to save yourself.
Ed, I'd like to decide for myself what I owe to the nation. Frankly, I don't think running away is one of the actions I owe to the nation.
Please, Mr. President.
You know the kind of troops in Fort Stevens. Those reinforcements are too late to do any good.
Just a minute now, both of you. Let me ask you this. If I run away now, won't it be telling everyone that I have no faith in my troops?
Everyone will understand, sir. You can be sure.
You know, Ed, I have an idea. I've had too much of this war behind my desk. I think I'd like to see Fort Stevens.
For heaven's sake, Mr. President.
Don't worry, Miss Sarah. I'll be perfectly safe. But I do think I ought to take this opportunity to observe war at first hand. Don't you think so, Miss Sarah?
Mr. President.
You see, Ed, she agrees with me. But I think that when the men are risking their lives to protect me, the least I can do is to go out there and watch them do it.
Mr. President, I don't see...
Get your hat, Ed. It's been almost 20 years since I heard a bullet sing. I was just a private myself in those days, Miss Sarah. Come along, Ed. Let's have a look at this army of ours in action.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
As we all know, America and Americans are providing a lot of help for Germany and Austria in their process of rebuilding. But what are we doing about the minds of the people in Europe? It's up to us to provide proper nourishment for those minds by giving them the truth. And the best place to begin with is the children of Germany, the adults of tomorrow. Now, we can reach those children through radios. That's why your help is needed now to buy those radios. It won't take much time or money, just the change you have in your pocket. A dime, a quarter, or a $50. Send your silver change to Silver Shower, Post Office Box 7810, Washington, D.C. We'll repeat that. Silver Shower, Post Office Box 7810, Washington, D.C. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably already guessed who the president was in this story, but if you haven't, later on I'll tell you which one it was. Of course, Ed Stanley, my Secretary of War, and I had visited field headquarters from time to time during the war, but neither Ed nor I had seen any of the current actions. So we were more than interested when we reached Fort Stevens. There, within sound of firing, we were taken on a tour of inspection of the fort with a young man, a Captain Holmes, detailed to guide us.
The magazine where we store our artillery ammunition is beneath the center of this courtyard, Mr. President.
I understand. I don't hear any cannon at the moment.
No, sir. It's mostly sniper action. We're conserving ammunition, sir. The enemy doesn't seem to be preparing a mass attack.
Well, thank heaven for that. Have you seen enough, Mr. President?
No, Ed, and stop clucking like a wet hen. We're perfectly safe here.
Are we, Captain Holmes?
Yes, sir. Only heavy artillery could reach us here, and as the enemy seems to be merely a raiding force, they have only light field guns with them.
Satisfied, Ed?
No, sir. Mr. President, I wish...
Captain Holmes.
Yes, sir?
Are there any outer defenses to Fort Stevens?
You mean the parapets up there, sir?
No, Captain. I mean beyond the walls.
Well, there are some rifle pits and 2 lines of trenches, Mr. President.
Fully occupied, I assume?
Of course, sir. And well within enemy rifle range.
Now, Mr. President, if you're thinking
going to visit the trenches? Of course, I'm not only thinking of it, I'm on my way.
Oh, Mr. President, you can't do that.
But I am, Ed.
Mr. President, if I may add my word.
You may, Captain.
I know how you feel, sir. But I'm sure that the Army would not be, well, very happy, sir, to assume the responsibility for your safety up front, sir.
I appreciate the Army's feelings, Captain Holmes. But I intend to go up there. And I herewith officially absolve the Army from any responsibility for my safety. Up front, as you call it, please, Captain Holmes. Well, Ed, nothing's happened yet.
Yet. Won't you turn back now, Mr. President?
In a few moments. The firing seems light enough. I wonder why the enemy hasn't hushed the lines.
Well, they probably have good reason for that artillery preparation, as Captain Holmes was explaining.
Just a moment here. Little bears. So this is the enemy. Why, he's just a boy.
They must be scraping the bottom of the barrel, sir.
So it seems. I wonder...
Oh, Mother, it hurts. It hurts.
Son, can we help you? What can I do for you, my boy?
You'll do nothing for me. I've seen your picture. You're the enemy.
No longer. Now that you are out of the fight.
If I could get some word home so they didn't know where I am.
That will be done, my son. Ed, when we get back to the fort, have Captain Holmes see this lad in the sick bay.
Yes, sir.
And send his message through the enemy lines under flag truce tonight. Now, that parapet gives a good view, Ed, don't you think?
I begged you all day, Mr. President. Please don't expose yourself.
Oh, I'm in no greater danger than you are.
You're a head taller than I am, sir. If the enemy doesn't know you're here by now, they're a lot more stupid than I thought. No, that was too close for comfort, Mr. President.
I saw a little comfort in those trenches, Ed. Captain Holmes, war is an undramatic thing, isn't it?
Yes, sir. After all, it is mostly waiting, sir, and the individual sees so little of even the biggest battles.
Rather a mole's eye view, eh?
Yes, sir. If you take these field glasses, sir, up here on the parapet, you can see the action on the ridge.
Yes, I see. Men are dropping on that hillside, Captain.
Yes, sir. The enemy has a commanding position up there, sir.
Watching from here, it's a simple thing, isn't it? They drop, the others go on. And that Virginia hill becomes a funeral pile. And no matter who wins the hill or holds it, there is no victory. Only loss and waste. Death is so simple.
Miss Sarah, where's the president?
Having breakfast, Mr. Stanley, and he absolutely forbade me to interrupt him for anything. He said something about having discovered yesterday that death is a very simple matter and not to bother him.
What's that out there?
Our own. More reinforcements from the main front. Yeah, a good-looking body of men. Tough.
They're in time. If only they're in time. Mr. Stanley, why won't he listen to us and escape while there's still time? Oh.
Shall I open it, Miss Sarah?
No, I'll do it. Yes?
Captain Holmes at your service, ma'am. Special message for the president.
Oh, come in, Holmes. Come in. We're waiting for the president.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Captain Holmes. Glad to see you again.
An urgent message, Mr. President. All wires are cut and Washington is isolated.
Well, it might be a good idea, isolating Washington.
There is some good news, Mr. President. General Early withdrew his forces from the vicinity of Fort Stevens at dawn this morning, sir.
Excellent there, Ed. Miss Sarah, you see. All's well, or practically so.
Captain, I assume you were pursuing the enemy.
Not that I know of, sir.
What?
Why?
Well, there seems to be some confusion of orders, sir. The reinforcements came from the command of the General-in-Chief.
I think I begin to understand.
Halleck is at it again, sir.
But suppose they come back again. Suppose they attack by another round.
I don't like this.
You understate, Ed. I want complete details on this affair, and I want General Halleck in this office the first thing in the morning.
Secretary Stanley and General Halleck, Mr. President.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Mr. President.
All right, Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Well, gentlemen.
They got clean away, Mr. President. No interception by any of our units within striking distance.
And Hunter at Harper's Ferry?
He failed to move a single soldier or a single gun, sir.
Why?
There's been no word from him as yet.
Why? Why was this permitted?
If I may, Mr. President.
You not only may, you'd better.
The fault probably lies at your doorstep, Mr. President.
General, I will stand just so much.
The only troops in this vicinity fresh enough to pursue the enemy were those from the field force. I command only the garrison by your express order, sir. And the General-in-Chief is too far away to be reached in time.
I see. So now we are still in danger because of military protocol, huh?
Mr. President, this is beyond me.
And me. We are working our hearts out to save the nation. The capital of the nation is in danger, and that doesn't matter half as much as the young men who are willingly facing the enemy's fire. But our commanding officers refuse to command. There's a word for that, and not a very nice word, General.
May I have the word, Mr. President?
Some would call it treason, sir.
Hardly that, Mr. President. Your own methods, rather peculiar, if I may say so, of shifting command and command responsibility has disrupted completely the time-honored tradition of the Army.
I am not and never have been interested in perpetuating the traditions of any kind. I am only interested in ending this war victoriously and stopping the bloodshed. Stopping the general dealing in death I witnessed yesterday.
The Army does not share your point of view.
General Halleck, I have tried for 3 full years to find a general who would fight this war and fight it in terms of today, not yesterday. I have that man in our General-in-Chief. I will not have him sabotaged by death, General, sir.
Do you wish me to resign, Mr. President?
You have a job to do, and do it properly.
To the best of my abilities, sir, as always.
And when sudden changes in the fortunes of war make you a field commander, I expect you to act as such. Ed.
Yes, sir.
I want you to take General Halleck back to the War Department and see to it that he orders the immediate pursuit of the enemy.
Yes, Mr. President.
This is an
outrage, General? Yes. If Early and his army come back this way, you'll learn the real meaning of that word. Good morning, gentlemen. Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President.
The gentlemen are leaving.
Good morning, Mr. President. Everything will be all right now.
I hope so.
Will there be anything else at the moment, Mr. President?
Oh, no, Miss Sarah. Just these acts of Congress to go over. My, it's only 10 o'clock and I'm tired already.
If only you wouldn't do all the extras.
Like my trip to Fort Stevens, Miss Sarah?
Yes, sir, things like that.
Well, I think that was very necessary, Miss Sarah.
Necessary for you to risk your life.
Perhaps. But you see, I learned something about command responsibility up there, Miss Sarah. The men who do the dying must never be betrayed in any way by their officers.
Did you need to learn that, Mr. President?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. And what I saw the other day taught me something else. It is the absolute truth that one real picture is worth 100,000 words. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Walter Winchell is on vacation. Substituting for Mr. Winchell Sunday evenings, Arlene Francis and Ben Grauer merge their talents to bring you Summer Journal, a fast-paced 15-minute show you're sure to enjoy. Walter Winchell will return to his ABC microphone on Sunday evening, September 5th. Meantime, be sure to be on hand for Arlene Francis and Ben Grauer, who will keep you informed on the important news events of the week and the people in the headlines. Sunday nights, starting tonight, Arlene Francis and Ben Grauer substitute for Walter Winchell on Summer Journal over most of these very same ABC stations. And now, here again is Edward Arnold.
If you haven't already guessed, the date of today's story was 1864, and the man in the White House who risked his life at Fort Stevens was Abraham Lincoln. The General-in-Chief was General Grant, of course, who was laying siege to Petersburg, Virginia. At the time of Early's raid to the outskirts of Washington, the Secretary of War was Edwin M. Stanton, and the bright young Captain Holmes was the Oliver Wendell Holmes who was to become the distinguished and famous Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical A Date with Judy, starring Wallace Beery, Jane Powell, and Elizabeth Taylor. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Abraham Lincoln. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam and Phil Bavero.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations brings you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, a word or two. Rarely before in the history of our country has the office of the presidency been of such vital importance as it is today. As you know, the Constitution is very specific about the powers and duties of the President, making him somewhat subject to the will of Congress in domestic matters, but almost entirely on his own in our dealings with other nations. Our foreign relations are vital to every one of us, and the President is our personal representative in such matters. Into this important picture enter the Mr. President stories, telling in warm human terms of the adventures, the troubles, and the joys of the men who have held the nation's highest office. You, our listeners, have the added thrill of testing your historical knowledge when you try to identify the President of each story. Test your knowledge now by listening to the Mr. President story which follows. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, trying to keep neutral is like walking a tightrope. In order to get to the other end, you have to maintain an almost impossible balance, and if you lean too much one way or the other, you're bound to fall. And there may be no net there to catch you. Well, once a president had to walk this tightrope. That in itself was hard enough. What made it even harder was that there were people on both sides trying to pull him off. Later on, of course, I'll tell you who that president was. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. One country on the continent of Europe threatened the peace of the world. It was a country that had gone through a great upheaval. One man seized the advantage and dominated the situation. His name was Charles Maurice de Talleyrand.
Come here, Marie.
Huh? Yes, Talleyrand.
Look out of this window. What do you see?
Well, Paris, of course.
Paris, of course. But is that all you see?
Now, what do you mean? Huh?
I see beyond Paris. Marie, today we have Europe. Only one nation stands between us and total victory.
England?
All the waters and all the seas cannot protect England now.
You are really going to try to cross the Channel, Charles?
In due time, Marie. But first I have a better plan. We have the most brilliant general in the world, but we shall not send him to the island that is England. Instead, we shall send him to the weakest point in the British colonies. Once we have captured Egypt, England will fall to her knees. Then there will be nothing to stop us.
And what about America?
America. She is trying to balance water on both shoulders. You know, they have sent us a new minister, this Mr. Dixon.
Well, and will he be accepted?
The more victories we achieve, the more time America will have to think. And the more thinking she does, the more she will come to fear. Mr. Dixon shall be sent back. I will see to that.
Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen of the cabinet, I know how strongly you feel about this diplomatic insult. I resent it as much as you do, but I'm sure Mr. Talleyrand anticipated how we would feel when he arranged to have Mr. Dixon ignored by this government.
A brazen outrage, Mr. President.
I quite agree with you, Mr. Clinton, but if we give it too much importance, we'll only be playing into Talleyrand's hands.
But, Mr. President, if we don't retaliate, won't that be playing into his hands, too? Won't he think that he has terrorized us in the same way as everyone else has?
Frankly, Mr. Parsons, I am much less interested in how Talleyrand thinks or feels than I am in maintaining a strict neutrality.
No, I don't.
I know, gentlemen, I know. There's no mistaking how you feel about this matter. But I must remind you how the American people feel. They don't want war.
Who wants war? That isn't the question, Mr. President. But you know very well there is only one thing that stands between us and war, and that is England. And if England falls, we will have a war whether we want it or not.
I don't expect England to fall, sir.
How long can she survive? Shipping is being destroyed, and Europe threatened by an invincible army. All the small nations on the continent may come under the heel of Talleyrand.
Yes, I realize the danger. Perhaps war is unavoidable. But I can't help but remember that my generation has the sorrowful memory of another war in our time. Fathers and mothers who lived through that war will not want to sacrifice their sons in another.
Oh, that is very nice sentiment, Mr. President, but sentiment cannot save us. Only strength can.
You're right, Mr. Parsons. But for the present, my plans are simply to ask Congress for an appropriation to strengthen our Navy and increase our Army.
And you call that neutrality, sir?
I don't call it declaration of war, Mr. Clinton. And until I am absolutely sure that further negotiations with Taraland are impossible, I see no reason for making such a declaration.
Oh, those newspaper men clamoring for a further statement from you, sir.
Come here, Miss Sarah. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel slightly bruised and battered.
And so do I.
It's amazing how many people can't take no for an answer.
What amazes me, Miss Sarah, is that when you do give them an answer, you never know what they're going to make of it.
What you told the Congress was very simple. Why can't they understand that?
Well, it must be because each one of them is listening only. They want of me, Miss Sarah. I don't want war, so they accuse me of being afraid. I ask for measures to strengthen our national defense, and they accuse me of being a warmonger.
Well, you have to expect a difference of opinion in Congress, I suppose.
In Congress, yes. But my own cabinet, Miss Sarah, they're all opposed to me.
You know why, don't you?
Do I?
They're not listening to you, Mr. President.
Maybe not, but they're listening to someone.
Of course they are. Do you know that most of your cabinet is devoted to Arthur Hobson?
Well, he's a very able man. He was a pretty good cabinet member himself once.
Yes, and he still has enormous influence. Now he's trying to run things from the outside.
Well, he's not going to run me. Hobson is a hothead. What does he expect to gain by building a fire under my own cabinet?
With Talleyrand's help, of course.
And I feel pretty hot on the subject of Mr. Talleyrand myself, but this is no time to give way to emotion. I've got to try to put out the fire before it spreads and find it consumes all of us.
But how, Mr. President? Talleyrand has refused to receive our minister. Why, he practically threw Mr. Dixon out of the country.
You know, Miss Sarah, I think Talleyrand was just trying to see how far he could go and how much we would take. So let's call his bluff. I'll appoint another minister. No, better yet, I'll send 3 envoys. That ought to impress him.
Yes, it should. Who have you in mind?
First of all, Mr. Dixon.
Oh, you're joking.
No, I'm not. He knows his business. That'll give Talleyrand an opportunity to apologize to him. Then I want John Morgan to go, too. He's a good lawyer. But the third man is the one I'm really counting on to get someplace.
And who is that?
Homer Perry.
But he's a member of the opposition party.
This is not a party matter, Miss Sarah. Perry's a smart man, and I think he'll be able to speak Talleyrand's language.
What do you think Congress is going to say when they find out about this?
Nothing that either you or I would like to hear. But we've got to try again, Miss Sarah. And it better work this time. Please ask Homer Perry to come and see me as soon as possible.
Mr. President, I'm highly honored that you should choose me to go on this mission, but what makes you think that we can succeed where Dixon failed?
Mr. Perry, perhaps Talleyrand will be flattered that we've sent him 3 such prominent men. You see, I have a feeling that he really wants to talk. All he needs is an impressive audience. And that's what we're giving him.
In other words, you want us to listen to him.
Exactly. Listen to him all the way through, but don't commit yourselves. Our position is very clear. We deplore the present conflict in Europe, but we do not intend to take sides. Unless, of course, we are forced to. We feel that by remaining neutral, we can set an example of peace for others to follow. You agree with me, Mr. Berry?
Completely, sir.
Fine. Then good luck and God help you.
You can go too far. You have now kept the Americans waiting for 10 days.
So I have, Marie. I think perhaps by this time they will be more receptive. Now I want you to see them.
What?
There is not a hostess in all of Europe that can match Madame Marie de Villette.
Thank you, Charles, but...
I only want you to give a little dinner for them.
Oh.
And since there are 3 of them, we shall have 3 of our friends to dine with them.
Friends, Charles?
Well, friendly to us. I'm thinking of Monsieur Hottinger and Mr. Bellamy. As bankers, they have had sufficient experience in financial matters, and Bellamy lived in America. Then, of course, there's Monsieur Hauteville. His international contacts might prove very valuable. All 3 have been useful to me before.
But they do not officially represent either you or the government.
That's just the point, Marie. If they are successful, I shall approve. If not, I shall deny any connection with them.
More brandy, Monsieur Perry?
No, thank you, Madame de Villette. A delightful dinner.
Well, I'm so glad you and your friends could come.
I was rather hoping that Monsieur Talleyrand would join us.
Well, he sent his apologies. He was detained at the last moment. Do you know why, Monsieur Bellamy?
I understand it was some confidential business, Madame.
Oh.
Mr. Perry, Talleyrand wanted me to reassure you that he has great regard for the American people and is very desirous of promoting a reconciliation between them and his country. As a matter of fact, he has a plan or negotiation.
I should be very glad to hear it, Mr. Bellamy.
However, there's a condition to be considered before he'll negotiate. The United States must be prepared to give a loan to his government. And even before that, a certain sum of money will be required in advance as a token of goodwill and intention.
You mean a bribe?
I believe I said a token.
You did. How much?
$250,000.
And what amount of loan is expected?
That will be discussed when the $250,000 has been received.
I have been so fascinated by this discussion. I am completely forgetting my duties as hostess. I shall be offended if you gentlemen will not join me in a toast to the friendship of our country.
Of course, Madame. But first, Mr. Bellamy, your proposition is very interesting.
Not my proposition, Mr. Perry. Talleyrand's.
Yes, I'm aware of that. My colleagues and I will take them under serious consideration if you present these demands in writing.
Writing? Yes, of course.
And now, gentlemen, our toast. May our countries join together to bring prosperity and leadership to the entire world. And together may we raise our people.
Perry, I couldn't believe this for one moment if I didn't see it here in writing. I know what kind of a man Talleyrand is, but this is the most brazen, the most unscrupulous, the most...
You can imagine how we felt, Mr. President. It wasn't very easy to listen to all that and then join his agents in a toast of friendship.
You're a better man than I am, Mr. Perry. I could never have exercised such self-discipline. And those agents, that Jean Conrad, whatever his name is, a shady character if I ever heard of one. He's originally from Zurich, isn't he?
Yes.
I don't know much about this Hortval. What about him?
An international fly-by-night. He's the most obscure of the three. He had the least to say. In fact, Mr. Bellamy did all the talking.
Bellamy? Oh, that's hard to believe. He lived here in America for years.
Well, he lives in Geneva now.
And he can stay there. That's where he belongs.
Oh, I'm sorry we weren't more successful, Mr. President. What do you intend to do now?
Well, there's only one thing I can do. And I can do it only because you had the good sense to get this preposterous deal in writing. I'm sending copies of these dispatches to Congress.
You mean you're going to name these men?
These men are not important, Perry. We'll just call them X, Y, and Z.
Oh, Mr. President, if you place this information before Congress, you might just as well break off relations once and for all. Why, it's practically a declaration of war.
Oh, no. Talleyrand has now shown us how far he will go. Well, I'll show him that we won't take any more. This isn't a declaration of war, Mr. Perry. It's simply a declaration to Mr. Talleyrand of our dignity as a nation.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
A person-to-person expression of international goodwill. Well, that's the way many prominent people, including President Truman and General Eisenhower, have described CARE, the agency that sends needed food packages overseas. CARE offers food and clothing packages which provide more per dollar than individuals can send any other way. For example, a food package costing $10 contains over 21 pounds of staples, enough to supplement the rations of a family of 4 for 1 month, and the contents are chosen by top nutritionists. CARE guarantees delivery of any one of its 9 types of packages. If you'd like to order, just send $10 to CARE, New York. Give your name and address and specify to whom you're sending the package. Remember, on delivery, you will receive a signed receipt. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed who the president was in this story, but don't forget several of our presidents have had to face the delicate problem of maintaining neutrality in a crisis. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this was. My message to Congress, and particularly the exposure of Talleyrand's corrupt demands, aroused the indignation of the entire country. The war hysteria was rising, and now the most immediate danger was the threat to American vessels sailing the Atlantic. A single incident, such as the capture of one American ship, could easily force us into war. Many believe that we should declare war before this happened. The leader of this faction was Arthur Hobson.
Mr. President, every moment you delay in taking a firm stand not only weakens England's position, but threatens our own security and existence as a nation.
I believe I've taken a firm stand, Mr. Hobson.
You know what I mean, sir. I mean a declaration of war.
At the moment, I would not call that a firm stand. I would say it was an extremely foolish one. After all, Mr. Hobson, while I resent the offensive attitude of Talleyrand as much as anyone, I don't regard it as sufficient cause for going to war.
The full story behind the XYZ affair is more than enough propagation. The audacity of Talleyrand using those three scoundrels, and especially Mr. Bellamy, to do his dirty work, shows exactly what we can expect from him.
Now, you seem to be in possession of a great deal of information, Mr. Hobson.
And why shouldn't I be, sir?
Only my cabinet knows the full story. It looks as though my cabinet is working for you rather than the president, doesn't it?
I am greatly encouraged to know that your cabinet is working for the country, sir.
Mr. Hobson, we are all working for the country, including yourself, though we may differ on what is best for the country.
I'm glad you said that, sir, because that is the heart of the matter. And what is best for the country?
You know my answer, and I know yours. I want peace, and you want war.
I do not want war, Mr. President. I want to save my country from the greatest scourge in history. We cannot escape history, sir. You know what the people are saying? Millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute.
Yes, for defense. Well, we're making every possible effort to defend ourselves.
That is not enough, sir. If we don't act immediately, England will collapse. Then we shall be all alone. And all the ships that we've built and all the army we've mobilized will not be enough. Nothing could help us then.
Mr. Hobson, you think that war is inevitable. I hope you're wrong. If we declare war, we have to go to war. We are in no position at this time to make such a fateful move, because the plain fact is we are not prepared. I can't and will not gamble the lives of our men.
That's just what you're doing, Mr. President. You're leaving us defenseless.
I'm taking every measure for defense within my power. As a matter of fact, Mr. Hobson, I'm emphasizing a military staff, and I had planned you a full general. Well, would you accept?
It's a great honor, sir. I am proud to accept.
Well, excellent. But remember, this is for defense, not for war.
Mr. President, Senator Johns is here.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Come in, Senator, come in.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you for seeing.
And why shouldn't I see you, Senator Johns?
You may not like what I'm about to say.
Well, then, that's a very good reason for my seeing you.
Mr. President, I am shocked that you have allowed a petty intrigue to provoke you into taking such dangerous action.
What dangerous action have I taken?
You have made extreme and bellicose statements about another nation and their leader. Mind you, I'm not defending Talleyrand, but on the other hand, there is no concrete proof that the men you so tactfully call X, Y, and Z actually represented him, and even if they did, such a ridiculous and, after all, ineffectual attempt at bribery is scarcely an issue which calls for arms.
Go on, Senator.
You have listened to the drumbeaters, and you have supported war measures.
You mean defense measures, don't you?
You have appointed Arthur Hobson the general. Why?
Because I think he'll make a good general if we need him.
Mr. President, at the very birth of this country as a nation, the precedent in such matters was set by George Washington. That policy was that the United States should not become entangled in foreign affairs. Stay out of it. Let us mind our own business. Europe may destroy herself, Mr. President, but if we interfere in any way whatever, we will be destroyed with her. Let us abide by the policy set by our first great president.
Senator, I too believe in the policies laid down by George Washington, but don't forget, George Washington never bent his knee to any man.
Reports from the War and Navy departments, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. And how are things at the Capitol?
Confused, Mr. President.
You know, here in my garden, those things seem very far away.
Well, General Hobson is full of wild plans for military action.
I'm not surprised. You know, I made him a general because at least then his activities would be out in the open.
Frankly, sir, the Capitol's become a madhouse with you gone. But you needed this vacation. You look much better already.
Oh, thank you. I feel better, Miss Sarah. After all, my cabinet doesn't need me. Their minds are all made up, and nothing I can do will change them.
You know, sir, they're saying that you ran away from a decision.
Oh, no. I ran away, all right, to make my decision. I had to do something, Miss Sarah, and as long as I stayed at that Capitol, everybody else was doing my thinking for me.
And have you made your decision?
Yes, I have. I have to gamble, Miss Sarah. But fortunately, I'm only gambling with my own future, not other people's lives.
Another letter, Marie, from that American Mr. Perry.
Oh, all of these letters, Charles. Why does not the president himself communicate with you, huh?
For the same reason that I don't write him directly. Call it diplomatic protocol, if you will. We converse through our agents, and therefore nothing that we say can be held against us. You know, my dear, the president is a very interesting man.
But you do not know him, Talleyrand.
If circumstances were different, I would like to know him. Yes, he has said harsh things about me and my country, and he has made alarming preparations for war. But at the same time, I am convinced he really wants peace.
Ah, that is a paradox.
It's a dilemma, Marie. I cannot make up my mind whether the president is afraid of me or whether he is just sure of himself. Well, perhaps my next letter to Mr. Perry will bring the answer.
And, Mr. President, that's the last letter I received from Talleyrand. I must confess it isn't quite what I expected.
I'm grateful for everything you've done, Mr. Perry. And thank you for coming all the way out here to bring me this reply. You've acted for me, but on your own responsibility, and that's never a very thankful job. There are too many people who would seize this opportunity and use it for a sacrifice.
I've been aware of that, sir.
Well, I hate to leave this place. In a way, it was an escape from all the hysteria and controversy in the Capitol, but I must admit it has restored the strength I need to take the next step, Mr. Perry. In the face of opposition from every quarter, it's not easy to do the thing that you know in your heart to be right. I'm afraid my cabinet and General Hobson won't like what I'm going to do. But in view of this last message from Talleyrand, I've got to do it.
General Hobson is outside storming around my office. He looks dangerous to me.
Well, Miss Sarah, I've got to face him sooner or later. Have him come in, will you?
Yes, sir. General Hobson, the president will see you now.
Thank you, Miss Mr. President.
Good afternoon, General.
Do you know what you've done, sir?
Yes, General, I've done the only thing I could do. I've sent a message to Congress nominating a new minister.
You appeased Talleyrand by humiliating the government and the people of the United States,
General
sir.
Hobson, I have no assurances from Talleyrand that our minister will be received with due respect this time.
Who cares about a reception?
There are other assurances. Talleyrand has abandoned his demand for a loan and is willing to enter into commercial arrangements, and at the same time concede to the United States the neutrality we claim. And I have reason to believe, General, that there are more than just promises.
That is one individual's opinion, yours and yours alone, Mr. President. Why weren't we advised of this?
You mean why weren't you advised?
You didn't even tell your cabinet, sir.
My cabinet never listened to me, only to you.
And Congress, they're already up in arms.
I don't think that Congress, under the circumstances, will turn down a legitimate offer that will ensure our neutrality.
Mr. President, you have done this entirely on your own, and whatever happens to this great country as a result of your action is on your head alone.
Yes, that's right, on my head alone. I'm sorry, General, I couldn't give you the war you wanted. I asked no one else to accept responsibility for my action. I desire neither praise nor blame. My only wish is that the people will understand why I've taken upon myself the great responsibility of peace. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Stop the Music is the name of ABC's sensational show that telephones Americans to spot a tune title and win a prize. Every Sunday evening, this great hour show comes to you over most ABC stations. As MC, Bert Park speaks by phone to a number of persons in all parts of the nation to ask if they can identify the tunes being played by Harry Salter's orchestra. Should a listener's answer be correct, he or she receives a handsome merchandise prize such as a radio phonograph, plus an opportunity to name a mystery melody. If the listener names the mystery melody, he then wins a $1,000 U.S. savings bond and a wonderful group of other valuable prizes. Don't miss Stop the Music when it's heard this evening over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
The time of our story was 1796 to 1800, and the president then was John Adams, who waged one of the most difficult fights for neutrality in our history. Relations between the United States and France, a former ally, went from bad to worse until actual hostilities in an undeclared naval war occurred. Talleyrand directed France's foreign policy, and the young and brilliant general who helped realize Talleyrand's plans for the overrunning of Europe was none other than Napoleon Bonaparte. President Adams at home had to contend with the hostile cabinet and the fiery Alexander Hamilton, Arthur Hobson in this story, whom he did appoint as a general, second in command only to the aging George Washington. In securing neutrality for his nation, John Adams performed the most courageous act of his entire political career. He said of himself, "I desire no other inscription on my gravestone than 'Here lies John Adams, who took upon himself the responsibility of the peace with France in the year of 1800. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Alexander Dumas' The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Milton Merlin was suggested by incidents in the administration of President John Adams. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold and another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President story will begin in just a moment. But meantime, how extensive is your knowledge of our country's past presidents? For example, can you name the president who once sold all the White House furniture? Or the president who had a habit of bathing in the canal back of the White House? Now, there are so many colorful anecdotes about our former chief executives that it's not surprising we find the lives of American presidents so fascinating. Perhaps it's because most of us can identify ourselves with their way of life. Their private ambitions, their wives, children, and friends are so much like our own that we often feel their stories are our stories, too. Each Sunday afternoon, Mr. President removes the pedestal from under our famous leaders to reveal them as they were. Human beings whose desires and ambitions were much the same as yours and mine. Now, listen to this absorbing drama and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is built. And now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Come in, won't you? Sit down. You know, there are times when a president wonders why anybody, including himself, ever wants to be president. It is really the hardest job in the world, and it would be so much easier, well, if men used their good sense more often and their tempers less often. Government and just plain living would be a lot easier and much happier. And that's the idea back of this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this really happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. I had trouble on my hands. And there was trouble going on in Congress as usual, and the center of the trouble in the Senate lay with a group of hot-headed young Southerners led by Tom Lee, my own son-in-law. So I sent for Tom and one of the leaders in the House of Representatives, Joe Stevens. I was all set for them by the time they came into my office. Good day, gentlemen. How are you, Tom?
Very well, sir. And you?
Oh, fine, just fine. I'm glad to see you, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sit down, gentlemen, won't you? Sit down.
Frankly, sir, I'm not sure we'll be here long enough to make sitting down necessary.
Joe's pretty sure what you want us for, sir.
And if it's anything to do with a territorial problem before Congress at the moment, Mr. President, you know exactly where we stand. The South insists on its rights, sir. We intend to have them one way or another.
I had hoped, Joe, that a quiet discussion here among ourselves, you as a leader in the House and Tom, a leader in the Senate, that we might arrive at some compromise.
There is no compromise, Mr.
There
President.
is always a compromise somewhere,
Not
Joe.
this time. Any compromise on the part of the South means a loss to the South.
And a correspondent victory for the North. Certainly you see that, sir.
We mean to maintain our rights, Mr. President. Equal rights with anyone in any territory of the United States.
In fact, sir, we maintain that whoever gets there first, North or South, is the determinant party.
Tom, Joe, you said all this before.
Apparently you failed to understand it, sir, when it was said formally in both houses of Congress.
I failed to understand nothing. A child could see that the South is bent on having its own way and will brook no interference regardless of the will of the people.
When the North discusses this subject, sir, it speaks of theories.
Yes, Tom, theories of liberty and freedom, of upholding the Constitution.
When we discuss this matter, we speak of rights of property. Rights thoroughly protected by the Constitution. No man shall be deprived of property without...
I have read the document, gentlemen.
Very well, Mr. President. You know where we stand.
And you know where I stand.
But how can you, sir? You're a Southerner yourself, yet in this you're siding with the North.
I'm siding with the North, Tom, because I intend to fulfill my oath to preserve and defend the Union.
That may be harder to do than you expect, sir.
Now, for one, I'm sick of this kind of talk. Understand this, Mr. President. In your president of the South will take a walk, sir. Out of Congress, out of the party, and out of the Union.
And in such a case, Stevens, I will take personal command of the United States Army and hang every ringleader I can catch.
Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, sir.
Tom, one moment. I thought through you...
Come and leave.
You thought, sir, that because we once went through the same sorrow, you could effect a compromise through me? Is that right?
Yes, exactly right. I'm offering you my hand in friendship.
You know me better than that, sir. I am the president's son-in-law second, and a Southerner first.
You haven't changed, have you?
I shall never change, sir. Make up your mind to that. All right, Stevens, let's go.
Miss Sarah? Miss Sarah, come in here.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, Mr.
Did you hear what went on in this room? Did you hear it?
The door was shut, sir, but toward the close of the interview, what with raised voices and
I
all.
can't understand it, the young whippersnapper. Not that it hasn't happened before.
Congressman Stevens is known for his temper, sir, but, well, your son-in-law, it is a little hard to understand.
I think, Miss Sarah, I may be a little more disappointed and hurt than angry with him. I had thought that the years and sorrow might have changed him.
Senator Lee is a proud man, Mr. President.
He always has been. Do you know, Miss Sarah, that years ago when I was a colonel and he was a lieutenant, he wanted to fight me?
I didn't know that, Mr. President. A lieutenant and a colonel?
The small matter of rank never bothered Tom Lee. Well, I remember once I ordered him to report to me on an entirely different matter. He was as defiant then as he was Lieutenant Lee, this is a difficult matter for me. Difficult for any commanding officer because it is a personal matter.
Yes, sir.
I order you to stay away from my daughter, sir.
Sir, with all respect to your rank, that is one order you cannot give me and expect to have it obeyed.
Would you care to face a court-martial, Lieutenant?
No, sir. Nor would you care to bring such a charge. Loving your daughter, sir, is not prohibited under the Articles of War.
I prohibit it. I'll not have my daughter married into the Army. I know too much of Army life. I hardly know my own children, or they me. And I do know
what, Colonel?
That you said. For what reason, I don't know.
Certain reports reached me concerning motives imputed to me by you that are entirely outside the realm of possibility for a gentleman.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, young man. And the fact remains that your attentions to my daughter will cease as of now. That's an order, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. I expect that order will be countermanded by your daughter, sir.
Dismiss.
Yes, sir.
Of all the colossal impudence, orders countermanded, no right to. We'll
I
see.
heard it, Dad, every last word of it.
And?
Tom's right, I will countermand your order.
And listen to me, I'll not have you married to that Mississippi firebrand. I won't have it.
You can't stop me, Dad, you can't.
It's for your own good, my dear. I'll do everything in my power.
And so will I. I don't have much power, but somehow, some way, Dad, I love Tom and he loves me, and we won't stop, not ever. Dad did this to us, I'll never...
I don't think he did, darling. As a matter of fact, I'm sure he didn't. In the course of Army events, a lieutenant finishes his tour of duty on the frontier and is transferred automatically to another post.
Are you really sure, Tom?
Yes. Of course, your father may have helped matters along a little.
Oh, no, he has to sign papers and all that.
Anne, will it be out of sight, out of mind?
Oh, not ever, darling.
Because for me it won't. Remember that, please.
Of course I will.
Come here once in a while and think of us in this room.
Dad knew what he'd say to Mary for letting us meet here.
I'd like to see his face if he ever finds out.
Oh, well, I wouldn't. Dad's a good man, Tom. He has ideas and prejudices. Sometimes they blind him a little.
Sometimes they blind him a lot.
I wish there was some way I could bring you two together.
Well, maybe someday.
But with you so far away... Tom, how we write?
Oh, I'll send my letters here in care of Mary.
I'll miss you so.
We're strong enough to wait, my darling. And when I get my captaincy,
we can dream, can't we?
And we can fight, too. We'll get there. You'll see.
We'll get there. You'll see. Dad.
Yes, Anne.
I've talked with Mother.
Is there anything remarkable about that?
About Tom.
Oh, Anne, it's 2 years now. Do you still think you're in love with that...
Mississippi firebrand?
Yes.
Yes, Dad. And Mother says if you'll approve, she will.
I'll see here, Anne.
I won't see Dad, and you know it. You ought to by now. One way or another, I'm going to Kentucky and marry Tom.
I forbid it.
I won't listen. I've been miserable for 2 years, waiting, hoping you'd be reasonable.
That was different.
It wasn't different. He won't be just a lieutenant forever. He'll be important someday, and I'll be right up there with him.
What you see in him,
Let yourself, Dad. You'd see it, too. Please, Dad. Please don't make me run away. Let me go with your consent. Dad, you want me to be happy, don't you?
I don't have much choice, do I, Anne? You say you'll go whether I agree or not.
And Mother's on my side now. You may as well surrender graceful, Colonel, and retire from the field with honor.
Well, all right. And I hope and pray, young lady, that the man of your choice is everything you say he is. Although you won't mind if I entertain a few reservations of my own on that subject now, will you?
here, David.
Times like this, that's what friends are for, Tom.
Oh, David, she's so young.
Malaria's a nasty business, Tom.
Oh, to wait all these years for her. Married 3 months and then this. Why, David? Can you tell me why?
Oh, Tom,
Just no sense to it. I'm here, darling. Don't go, David, please.
I'll be right here.
I'm here, darling. Right here.
I'm cold. Tom, I'm so cold.
Another chill?
No, it's a different kind of cold. Tom, darling.
Yes, dear.
Promise me something, please.
Of course.
If anything happens to me, you be kind to Dave.
Oh, he doesn't need my kindness.
You don't know. He try to get along with him. Promise me. Promise.
I'll try, darling. That's a promise.
Came to me afterwards, and he told me what she'd made him promise. All through the war and until now, I thought he would keep that promise, but no. You'd think a man would grow up with the years. Ordinary rules don't seem to hold for men born and raised in Mississippi, Miss Sarah.
They are a prideful lot, aren't they?
They're independent and haughty, and born with iron rods in place of normal spines.
Senator Lee seems to have bent a little.
And I'm afraid it'll have to bend a little bit more.
What can you do, Mr. President?
I don't know as yet, but I do know two things. Congress will have to work out some sort of compromise, and Tom Lee, Joe Stevens, and company will have to accept it.
Can you make them accept it?
I'm the president, Miss Sarah. I swore to preserve and protect the Union, and I intend to do so. There'll be no compromise on that score. You can count on it. I may lose my last link with poor little Anne in the process, but I'll keep the Union intact even if I have to break my stubborn son-in-law to do it.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
More and more, people are realizing that accidents can happen to them and not always to someone else. But too many people are still not fully conscious of this fact. For proof, consider these figures. In 1947, 1,100,000 Americans were injured and 32,000 killed on our highways. Furthermore, the cost to our nation amounted to $2,200,000, and that's no laughing matter. Perhaps the most distressing thought on the subject is that most of these accidents can be avoided. For safety's sake, be careful. The life you save may be your own. And for the pedestrian, the most dangerous act is crossing between intersections. For the motorist, speeding is the factor most commonly reported as contributing to traffic accidents. You can't afford to be careless, so use common sense, obey all traffic regulations, and remember that an accident can happen to you. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
By now, you may have guessed which president this story is about. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. I meant every word I said to Miss Sarah the day I told her the story of Tom Lee and my daughter Anne. I intended to do anything in my power as president to preserve the Union, and I used all my influence to bring about some kind of compromise in Congress. But it's hard to satisfy all parties, and my Southern friends were adamant in their determination to have their way. Over on Capitol Hill, especially in the Senate, the battle was furious. Tom Lee rose in the Senate chamber one morning and entered the debate.
The question before the Senate is simply this. Shall the South have equal rights with the North and the territories of the United States? It is suggested that this right be denied us. We stand now upon the Constitution. We have lived and we will die by the Constitution. If a majority of this Congress ignores the Constitution, then this Union is at an end.
Will the gentleman from Mississippi yield? Will the gentleman from Mississippi yield for a suggestion?
I yield to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, sir. The federal government, through a northern majority, is encroaching upon the rights of the states. The tariff of abominations was enacted by a northern majority. I've seen that same majority take away the rights of states one by one. And now this matter of limiting Southern participation in the exploitation of American territory.
Exploitation.
The time has come, gentlemen, for a constitutional amendment. An amendment providing for 2 presidents. One for the North and one for the South. Each with veto power over congressional legislation. The gentleman from Mississippi still holds the floor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Senator Carter's suggestion of 2 presidents under the one flag seems to me to be the suggestion of a man who wishes to preserve the Union in a situation where the word union would become fiction in a world of fact. The recent war with its glorious victory showed us what we could do as one nation. There was no division on the battlefield. When the 2nd Indiana Infantry broke under enemy attack, it was the Mississippi Rifles who moved forward through their broken ranks and saved the day.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I yield for a question to the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you. I would ask, what was the recent war fought for? For special interests in the South? Was it fought to perpetuate inequities? And I ask my colleague from Mississippi where he was on the day the Indiana Infantry broke. I was there, and believe me, the Mississippi Rifles not only did not save the day, they were not within 1.5 miles of the scene of action.
That is a lie, sir. An outrageous untruth.
I was there. It was the truth. The 2nd Kentucky and the 1st and 2nd Illinois met and repulsed the enemy.
Tom, don't be a fool.
When the honor of a Mississippi regiment is challenged and I am shouted down on the floor of the Senate, I cannot take it lying down.
But you call him a liar.
Well, he did lie. David, I want you to take this letter to Senator Nielsen.
Well, what's in it?
It's a demand for a retraction.
I don't believe Bill Nielsen will retract one word.
Well, here's the letter. Please deliver it in person, David, and wait for a reply.
And if he doesn't retract, if the reply is not satisfactory?
My regiment was charged with cowardice. It's all a part of the same thing. Anything to vilify us. David, if you are my friend, and I have every reason to believe that you are, you will tell Senator Nielsen that unless I receive a complete retraction, I demand satisfaction on the field of honor. And he should have a friend arrange the necessary preliminaries with you.
Well, Senator Stevens, what's on your mind?
I've come to warn you, sir. Your threat of force against us, should we take appropriate action in view of the situation over the territories, has reached many years.
You come to warn me?
Yes, sir. The South will not tolerate the use of force, not without countermeasures.
Stevens, do you realize you're speaking to the President of the United States? And to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces?
I'm fully aware of that, Mr. President.
Then beware of this, too. I will not use force except all else has failed. There are other means of keeping you in the Union.
Such as?
Thomas Jefferson had an idea, and a good one. He said that in the event of such a threat that you're making, he would send a fleet to blockade your harbors. He would levy duties on all goods going into your states and prevent anything from coming out. And that is exactly what I will do, sir. I won't need the army. I'll starve you into staying into the Union.
Futile, sir. As futile as trying to stop your son-in-law from fighting William Nielsen.
What did you say?
Your son-in-law is going to fight Senator Nielsen over a charge against a Mississippi regiment. It's an open secret at the Capitol. Everyone thinks you know, sir.
I know now.
That's beside the point, Mr. President. You can't stop us, and you can't stop them.
I'll stop all of you, by Harry. I'll have Tom Nielsen in this office in 1 hour. And if necessary, I'll send the Capitol Provost Marshal and the Rifle of Marines to bring them in.
This way, gentlemen. The President is waiting for you.
Senators Lee and Nielsen, if you two were both 20 years younger, I should take you over my knee and administer the back of a hairbrush.
When a man, a senator, and an officer in the Army, Mr. President, is challenged, he cannot refuse.
You had the choice of weapons, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And you chose?
Guns, loaded with buckshot.
Not much chance of missing, is there?
Hardly, Mr. President.
Senator Lee, what have you to say for yourself?
I am here under compulsion, sir. I have nothing to say.
You started this. Now speak up. That's an order.
I have said my say, sir.
Very well. Then I'll have mine. I'm not amused by the spectacle of two United States senators engaged in the pastime of murdering each other. I won't have it. If you were private persons, you could do as you please and be damned. Well, there's not much use in losing our tempers, is there?
We're past that, Mr. President.
You ought to be. The positions you hold would indicate that you are. But your behavior... Tom, Bill, isn't there some way this matter can be settled without gunfire?
I see no other way, sir.
I tried to reassure the senator through David Randolph that I intended no insult to his regiment. My reply stated that I made no charge against the Mississippi Rifles. My statement was meant only to do justice to those living or dead whose conduct fell under my observation on that occasion.
The senator's statement in the chamber left no doubt that he implied that the Mississippi Rifles were far from the scene of action by choice.
Is that what you intended, Bill?
Absolutely not.
If by some means we had Senator Nielsen's statement amended in the record, would you be satisfied, Tom?
I see no possible amendment, sir.
We'll make one. Bill, what was your statement, the last one?
I said the truth, namely that the Mississippi Regiment was not within 1.5 miles of the scene of action.
An insult if there ever was one.
Just a moment, Tom, just a moment. Bill, suppose we added something like this. But I am willing to award them the credit due to their gallant and distinguished services in that battle. Would that be acceptable to you, Bill?
Well, I see nothing in that statement beyond the truth, sir.
Very good. And Tom?
If the senator is honest in his acceptance of your phrase...
Do you doubt my honesty as well as...
Oh, stop it! Grow up, you two, will you? No one is questioning anyone's honesty. Tom, do you accept the amendment? Yes or no?
I do, sir.
And the fight is off. Your challenge?
Yes, sir. There seems to be no reason any longer
for two senators to kill each other? There never was any reason. Now, let me see you two shake hands. Come on.
Senator
Come on.
Lee?
Senator Nielsen.
Excellent, gentlemen, excellent. You see, compromise can be found on most anything.
Well, I'm happy to hear you say that, sir. There's a caucus at the Capitol now on the territorial question.
And you Northerners think you can find a way out, eh?
I'm most anxious to take a part in it, sir.
Very well, go along then. Thank you for coming to the White House.
Thank you for sending for us. I should hate to have had to kill so fine a young man.
Sir, had we met on the field of honor, I think it is I.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop it, will you? Let's not start the fight all over again as to who might have won. This way you both win. Oh, that's a little better.
Well, good day, sir.
Goodbye, Bill.
Senator Lee?
You're 7, sir.
Oh, Tom, a week ago I offered you my hand in friendship. Here it is again.
This time, sir, I shall take it. I think Anne would have liked to see that, sir.
Yes, I think she would have. Tom, do you think you've learned anything this time?
Meaning, sir?
You've just seen a compromise save a man's life. Maybe yours. Don't you think it's worth a try to save this union?
Well,
This country is headed for troubled times, Tom. I'd hate to think that hot-headedness was a cause for wrecking the nation. You two came in here convinced that a compromise was impossible. You found out that it wasn't. Now, will you give the nation the same consideration you gave your own life?
Well, when you put it that way, sir...
Go back up there, determined to compromise, and you will compromise. The whole nation will then be the victor, and history will applaud your actions. But go back determined to fight.
You don't need to go into that, sir. I've learned my lesson.
And I've learned to be proud of you as a son. You know, Tom, if I've learned anything in all these years, it's this. If men used their good sense more often and lost their tempers less, government would be a lot easier, and just plain living would be a lot more fun. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
When a radio program combines vital issues of the day along with absorbing drama, it makes for entertaining listening. Such a program is ABC's David Harding Counterspy. Although Counterspy is primarily a mystery drama, it recently has presented a series of hard-hitting dramas pointing to the problems of the nation today. In fact, so great has been Counterspy's effect in presenting these timely issues that educators throughout the country have praised the program for its educational value. Counterspy has also been cited by the United States Treasury Department for its contribution of radio time in promoting the War Trophies campaign. David Harding Counterspy brings you a complete, fast-moving drama every Sunday afternoon over most of these ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, you probably have guessed by now that today's story took place in 1850, at the time the battle was being fought in Congress between the North and the South over the admission of California as a state of the Union. The president was old, rough and ready Zachary Taylor, who was such a great general in the war with Mexico in 1846. His firebrand son-in-law from Mississippi was Senator Jefferson Davis, the same Jeff Davis who 11 years later became the president of the Confederate States of America. And I'm sure there isn't one of you who hasn't some memory of the struggle they had to work out a compromise, the famous compromise of 1850. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Julia Misbehaves, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Zachary Taylor. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But meanwhile, I'd like to say a word about the generation of American men and women who have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms glittering with gold braid and famous personalities, and to the privacy of the breakfast room and study where presidents are shown as individuals, with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. We invite you to listen now for our story and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, sometimes when you make an important decision, what you're really doing is just gambling. It's a lot like flipping a coin. When the stakes are high, that's a pretty risky thing to do. But when you're faced with a heads you win, tails I lose situation, you've got to take your chances anyway. Well, that happened to a president once. Later on, of course, I'll tell you who that president was. But meantime, you may be able to guess. It was during my second term in office. Once again, war was blazing in Europe, and once again it threatened the peace of our country. Increasing violations to our shipping and outrages against American citizens had forced us into an extremely grave position. And now, on top of everything, American lives have been lost in the Atlantic.
Here are some more dispatches, Mr. President, about the SS Chesapeake.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sutton.
I wish I could bring you some good news for a change, sir.
I wish you could, too. They're trying their best to push us off the middle, aren't they?
I wouldn't call it pushing, Mr. President. It's more like squeezing.
That's right, Miss Sarah. You know, I love the Atlantic Ocean, but sometimes I wish it weren't there.
What do you mean, sir?
It gives us such a sense of security, false security. Why, if somebody starts a ripple way over on the other side, it can end up in a tidal wave right on our own shores. And that's what's happening now.
Do you mind if I point out, Mr. President, that it's a little more than a ripple on the other side?
Yes, that's true, but it was a nice figure of speech, wasn't it? Well, Miss Sarah, we've got to face it. When two of your neighbors are fighting in the street in front of your house and you go out because you have to do some shopping and... After all, the street belongs to you as well as to them. You're going to get hurt, too.
You can't unless you want to stay in the house and pull down your shade.
Or try to stop the fight.
But how can you stop a fight without first getting into it?
That's my problem. There's a grave of our own house right now.
And we've already gotten hurt.
Yes, and Congress is demanding action. I've got to face my cabinet tomorrow. So I have to make a decision, Sarah. And it's heads you win, tails I lose.
Sound very promising.
If it works, it'll save our country from war.
And if it doesn't work?
Then war is inescapable. And I will have been a failure.
And so it seems only too obvious to me, Mr. President. And I am sure my fellow members in the cabinet feel as I do. We have no choice left.
That's right. Go on, Mr. Garland.
We have not asked for trouble. All the world knows that. But if we are to maintain our dignity and freedom as a nation, we must take some kind of action.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Matthews.
I should like to ask the Secretary of the Treasury just what kind of action he suggests. We have already made protests, vigorous protests.
And they've failed. Do we have any choice now other than war? Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Garland.
You have called this cabinet meeting together to discuss the most critical issue of our administration. And yet, during this entire debate, you've said nothing.
Well, my apologies, Mr. Garland and gentlemen. I've been scribbling some notes on my opinions. I have listened to what you've said, but since there is little time to waste, and since I agree with you, Mr. Garland, that we must take action immediately, I've been outlining a special message to Congress. And I hope you gentlemen will approve. If we resort to arms in trying to solve our present problem, we will enter upon the second war in one generation. This seems to me to be the most tragic confession of our weakness. Is violence and not reason the only way in which we can settle an argument? Gentlemen, I think it is high time to try to introduce between nations a better arbiter than arms. Yes, we will have to use coercion, but let it be peaceable coercion. In other words, I recommend that Congress immediately enact a bill enforcing an embargo against all ships leaving the ports of the United States.
Mr. President, you can't be serious about
Mr. Garland, I was never more serious.
An embargo? Why, it would never work. Our people wouldn't stand for it. And the belligerent nations would laugh at us. In fact, an embargo would be the real confession of our weakness as a nation.
I'm afraid that I have to disagree with you, Mr. Secretary. I believe it'll work. After all, this is the last card we have to play, short of war. So you see, gentlemen, it must work.
Come in, Mr. Quincy.
Good evening, Mr. Graves.
Sit down. I'm glad you could find time to come to see me.
A congressman should always find time to see one of his constituents, especially when he is a man as distinguished and influential as yourself, sir.
You know why I sent for you, Quincy?
No.
You've heard about the president's proposed embargo bill?
Oh, that. Preposterous.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way about it. After all, I own a lot of ships, and I don't like the idea of them lying idle in the harbor.
Well, I quite agree, Mr. Graves. The embargo would be ruinous to our country.
And to my business.
Yes, of course. After all, the lifeblood of our nation is commerce upon the high seas. The economy of our people is based upon free exchange with other countries. If we should alter the natural course...
Fine. I'm glad that you agree with me, Congressman. I'm sure that you will do everything you can to block the president's proposal.
Well, be assured, Mr. Graves, I could not stand by silently and let the president strangle and starve our country with his insane plan.
I can bring you some good news, Mr. President.
Let me guess, Miss Sarah, let me guess. Congress passed the embargo.
Yes, by an overwhelming vote, sir.
Oh, that's fine. With the entire country behind me, I'm sure the embargo will work.
Well, there was some opposition. Congressman Quincy and a small bloc opposed the bill vigorously.
Oh, they did? Well, if there weren't some little opposition, I'd begin to worry. The important thing is we've won the first round. If we can keep our harbors locked and let nothing out and let nothing in, we will have quarantined ourselves against the disease of Europe. And also will have demonstrated to the entire world a new and bloodless instrument to take the place of war.
Quiet, you fool. Now stop rowing. We're right under the pier. Tie her up, boys. Quietly.
Who's there? That you, Tim?
Well, who else do you think it'd be?
Oh, have you got it?
Sure, I got it. Met the ship 4 miles out, like you told me. Come on, help me unload.
All right, but be quiet. You know this is against the law.
Law? What law?
The Secretary of State to see you, Mr.
Come in. Miss Sarah, would you please do about?
I have them with me, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. President. Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, sit down, gentlemen. I've asked you both here to discuss the situation resulting from the embargo.
It's deplorable, sir.
Well, I'm not at all surprised.
I know, Mr. Garland. I suppose as Secretary of the Treasury, you've been following facts and figures?
I'm a practical man, Mr. President.
Of course you are, Mr. Secretary. That's why I gave you your job.
Well, you know as well as I that the facts and figures are ugly. Goods are being smuggled in all along the coastline and borders. Ships are sailing without clearances and unloading their cargoes on foreign vessels anchored beyond the limit. It's unnecessary to cite the number of cases. There are too many of them.
Is that all, Mr. Garland?
Do we need any further proof that the embargo was a grave mistake?
A mistake? Well, Mr. Matthews, as Secretary of State, what is your opinion on the matter?
You know how I feel, sir. I agree with you completely on both the principle and the purpose of the embargo. However, I must admit that whenever a law invites such widespread violation, then it is time to re-examine that law.
Ah, you coming over to my side, Matthews?
There is only one side, Mr. Garland, the side of our country. But I must point out that more serious than anything else is the fact that certain courts have refused to convict violators. Indeed, in some sections, there is practically official sanction of illicit traffic. There's no use in deceiving ourselves, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Miss Sarah, may I have those letters now?
Yes, sir. Here they are, sir.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Gentlemen, I still have faith in the embargo, but in the face of the violations and opposition you both have mentioned, I would be merely stubborn if I held to a personal viewpoint. Now, this batch of letters is representative of a cross-section of the country. They are expressions of support from all kinds of people and from all points of the land. But as one example, I would like you to hear a passage from a group of shipbuilders in Plymouth. Now, let me see. Oh, yes, here it is. Now, mind you, these are the people who stand to lose the most by what we are doing. And what do they say? Now, listen. We venerate the laws of our country. We respect its constituted authorities. We will submit to any privation necessary to preserve our just rights and independence as a nation.
That's very encouraging, sir.
Yes, very noble, Mr. Matthews, but I don't think it's very encouraging. The simple truth is, Mr. President, that even before our country has felt the pinch, they're violating the law. Just wait a few more months until our merchants and farmers really feel the effects.
It is my hope, Mr. Garland, that in a few more months perhaps the effect will be felt so strongly on the other side of the Atlantic that whatever sacrifices we have made will be fully justified. I have already had evidence that our merchants are going to cooperate. As for the farmers, gentlemen, as you know, I come from a farming community myself, and I know of no group so aware of the power of an economic weapon. I have faith in the full support of the farmers of this nation. It is because of this faith, gentlemen, that I am determined to pursue our present course of action.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Here is an interesting fact about history that you might not know. At the beginning of the 19th century, every country whose ships sailed the Mediterranean paid tribute to the Pasha of Tripoli for the privilege of using that sea. Not so the infant United States. Our whole nation was the first to challenge the pirates who tried to make the Mediterranean a private body of water. The Marines led the way and helped to win that man-sized skirmish for freedom of the seas, which in turn helped our nation to grow and prosper. That's an incident you'll find in every chapter of the Marine story. It's part of the great Marine tradition, and you can become a part of this tradition. The Marine Corps is now accepting a selected number of volunteers. If you're a young man between the ages of 17 to 29, perhaps you can qualify. The Marine Corps has advantages to offer you. For tradition and career, it's the Marine Corps first. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed who the president was in this story, but don't forget several of our presidents have faced the problem of maintaining our neutrality with Europe at war, and some have resorted to embargo. Later on, of course, I'll tell you who this one was. Despite the increasing number of violations of the Embargo Act, I still believe that the majority of the people preferred a non-military economic measure to a shooting war. However, I realized that the success of the embargo was in jeopardy. If those who were breaking the law were not checked, my whole plan would be doomed to failure. So I sent for my Secretary of State, Mr. Matthews.
Instead of getting better, President, are to say have been riots and an threat of insurrection.
Mr. Secretary, your department mission I want.
It's already caused a considerable decline in foreign production, and that if the embargo were continued, it would eventually lead to
Embargo is an effective weapon.
Extremely effective, Mr. President. Not only against Europe, but against
you have told. Therefore, Congress legalize all means necessary to obtain full enforcement. Congress passed the embargo. Now they should either provide me with the means to enforce it or give it up.
There's a great deal of talk about giving it up, sir.
I know that. But, Mr. Secretary, we must not give it up. We must give it the teeth necessary to make it work.
Come in. Come in. Well, hello, Mr. Graves. Haven't seen you for some time. Come in, come in.
You know where you could reach me, Mr. Quincy, if you had wanted to see me.
But, Mr. Graves,
And I'm not surprised that you didn't want to see me. You let Congress pass the president's embargo bill. That was bad enough. But what have you been doing since then?
Well, what did you expect me to do, Mr. Graves?
You're a congressman. Speak up. Loudly enough so that this law can be repealed before it ruins the country completely.
But the president's already asking for further powers.
I don't care what he's asking for. As a shipbuilder, I'm using every ounce of pressure I can to get this insane law repealed. And I expect you, as a representative of my interest, to use as much pressure. Pressure, do you hear, Congressman? Pressure.
Very well, Mr. Graves. I'll speak before Congress at the earliest opportunity on the matter.
I ask you, my fellow congressmen, why continue a law which the people will not observe, and which they will not observe for very good reasons? Because it is a law which revolts every free-minded citizen of our nation.
That's right.
The president has the audacity to declare that he is trying to protect our liberty. What liberty? An embargoed liberty, a handcuffed liberty, a liberty in chains? This is not our kind of liberty. Let us arise and declare ourselves free men again. Let us tell the world and the President that we will trade with whomever and wherever we will.
And, Mr. President, from what I hear, Mr. Quincy did everything but declare war himself.
On me as well as Europe, Miss Sarah?
Since you put it that way, yes, sir.
Well, I don't mind his making war against me, but Europe, that's different. Europe is a great madhouse, and I don't see that there is any bravery in fighting a maniac. That is why I believe that we have found a way of avoiding contamination and yet serving the cause of peace.
If only everyone had the faith and vision that you have, sir, but the way they ridicule, ignore, and violate the law, it makes me sick at heart, sir.
I know, Miss Sarah, but there are always a certain number of lawbreakers and troublemakers. What infuriates me is that men like Quincy and the special interests they represent encourage them. Why, they even make lawbreaking make it out to be a virtue.
Would you excuse me, sir?
Yes, surely.
Oh, hello, Mr. Matthews.
Oh, Mr. Secretary, come in, won't you?
Hello, Mr. President.
Sit down, Mr. Matthews.
You heard about Quincy's speech in Congress?
Yes, Miss Sarah just told me.
One of the most insolent speeches in the history of the House.
But I can't believe that the people will take that kind of inflammatory nonsense too seriously. And if Mr. Quincy thinks that he can force me into changing my mind, he's greatly mistaken. After all, I've spent almost 8 years in this office, and I have every intention of maintaining my convictions to the end of my administration.
Mr. President, you bring up a subject that has been on my mind and on many others, too, I must say.
Yes, what is that?
There are many of us who believe wholeheartedly in your policies, and we think that is the way the country feels, too.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
And with the world being in the precarious condition that it is, we think that these are the only policies that can save us from disaster.
Well, naturally, I do, too.
Then you must carry them through yourself, Mr. President.
I must what?
You must run for re-election.
You mean a third term?
Why not, sir?
Well, that's a great compliment, Mr. Matthews, but I believe that I've served my time. I'm tired, sir. I'd like to go home.
As long as there is war in Europe, this must be your home, Mr. President.
Well, thank you again for your confidence in me. But I believe there are many men who can carry out my policies in the future. The important thing is to be sure that what I've set out to do is not a failure. Then we can make the embargo so effective that war will no longer be necessary. Well, Mr. Garland, you look more worried than usual today.
Well, I have good reason to be worried, Mr. President. If we continue with this embargo, we may expect something even worse than a foreign war.
What on earth could that be?
Insurrection. Mr. President, won't you face the fact that the Embargo Act is a failure?
Mr. Garland, I will only face this fact. It will be a failure if we don't enforce it. Good day, sir.
Good day, Mr. President. Goodbye, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Secretary. Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
There's a man outside, Mr. Tompkins.
Tompkins?
A farmer, sir. He says...
Oh, not Samuel Tompkins.
Oh, do you know him?
Oh, Sam Tompkins, of course I know him. He's a neighbor of mine, a good friend, too.
Well, then you'll want to see him.
Well, Miss Sarah, everyone I've seen recently has been discouraging. I need a breath of fresh air. I'd be delighted to see a farmer, especially Sam Tompkins. Sure, Min, you can stay if you wish.
Oh, thank you, sir. Mr. Tompkins, the president will see you now.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Come in, Tom. Come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Well, it's fine to see you.
Up too much of your time, sir. I know you got a lot in your mind. I just come down here to sort of talk to you.
Oh, thank you for taking the trouble, Sam.
Oh, no trouble at all, Mr. President. You see, me and the neighbors, we think a lot of you, and we kind of have the idea that maybe you being cooped up here behind a desk and all has kept you from knowing just what's really happening.
Well, that's one of the penalties of being president, Sam. You hear so much about what's happening that sometimes it's hard to tell what's the truth.
Oh.
Now, if I had any sense, I'd gone out to see you long before this.
Well, what for?
Well, to find out how you farmers really feel about this embargo.
Why, that's just what I come to see you about. Oh, now, look, sir, I don't know anything about politics or international affairs, but this embargo hasn't done us farmers any good.
But, Sam, you must understand that it takes time to make a thing like this a success.
Yeah.
That's just what worries me, Mr. President. It takes time. Too much time. Do you mind if I tell you a story?
No, go ahead. I'd like to hear a good story for a change.
Well, then, you know my son.
John, of course.
Mm-hmm. And you know that he's a good boy. Helps me out fine on the farm. Well, sir, one day I sent him to the pasture to get a horse that I wanted. He was gone so long I was afraid the horse might have kicked his brains out, so I went to look for him. Well, I found him.
Well, go on, Sam. What happened to him?
Well, sir, there he was in the field, standing stock still, with his eyes fixed on the ground, like in a trance. Well, I asked him what he was doing, and what do you think he said? He said, "Well, Paul, I saw a woodchuck run into that hole down there, so I thought I'd stand here and wait for him until he was starved out. But, Paul, I declare I'm almost starved to death myself."
That's a very good story, Sam.
Well, it's a true story, Mr. President. And that's what this was doing to the people. While we're waiting out, we're starving ourselves. Oh, I hope you don't mind me telling you this.
No, I thank you. Thank you for telling me. I thank you very much, Sam.
Well, I said my piece now, so I guess that's all. I hope to see you soon down in our neck of the woods.
The sooner the better, Sam. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. President. Oh, don't bother to get up, ma'am. I can find my way out.
I'm glad you saw him, Mr. President.
So am I, Miss Sarah. You know, it takes a real friend to tell you the truth. I wanted so much to believe in something that I was willing to deceive myself. I had to go to the people, or rather they had to come to me to tell me the truth.
But it was the people, like Mr. Tompkins, that you were trying to help, sir.
It's ironic, isn't it? They're the ones that have suffered the most, more than I had a right to expect them to bear. Well, there's one thing, Miss Sarah. You'll have to admit that when I make a mistake, I make a big one, huh?
Do you really think you've made a mistake?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps the future will tell. I still believe the embargo was a good idea. Certainly any peaceful means for settling a dispute is better than war. But it's close to the end of my term, and I don't want to lay down a policy that will be binding on my successor.
Well, at least you tried a new way to settle a dispute.
Yes. And someday somebody may find a way to make it work. You see, I knew that at the best it was a gamble for me. A sort of heads-you-win, tails-I-lose situation. But what I didn't know was that I was flipping a coin with two heads. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Adventure comes naturally to Johnny Fletcher, and you'll just naturally go into a mild case of hysterics as he plays sleuth every Sunday night over most ABC stations. Johnny is the hero of Frank Gruber's famous comedy mystery series. And as his radio counterpart, you hear Bill Goodwin, whose broad sense of humor fits the role like the proverbial glove. Johnny doesn't go looking for trouble. He just seems to stumble into it with his sidekick, Sam Craig. Sam is one of the gentle people who can't understand why some people will really pull the trigger of a gun. But come what may, Sam sticks with Johnny, and together they've tracked down a rogues gallery of crooks, racketeers, killers, and con men. Listen in when the adventures of Johnny Fletcher are aired Sunday night over most ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
The time of our story was 1807, and Mr. President then was Thomas Jefferson. At that time, Great Britain and France, led by the ambitious Napoleon, were at war, and we were in grave danger of being drawn into the struggle. As a matter of fact, it was this situation which eventually led to the War of 1812, but President Jefferson tried his best at this time to avoid this danger. He was a pioneer of economic pressure, and the first of our presidents to so strongly attempt the use of peaceful means to prevent a war. Though his efforts failed and the embargo was finally repealed, he boldly and eloquently instituted a method for peaceful solutions in place of armed conflict, and actually set a pattern which is still used sometimes with more success by the peace-loving statesmen of the world. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Julia Misbehaves, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Milton Merlin was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Thomas Jefferson. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, you will hear Edward Arnold as Mr. President. But first, let's see if you know this president. He loved to spend as much time as possible in the communications office reading the messages as they came in. Once an occasion arose when the captain in charge was called on the carpet by the Secretary of War, accused of negligence of duty, rather. While the secretary was dressing down the captain and requesting him to sign a resignation at once, the young man was suddenly aware of an arm thrown around his shoulders. A familiar voice said, "Mr. Secretary, I think you must be mistaken about this young man neglecting his duties. I've been a daily caller, and I have always found him at his post." The interview ended with the captain's resignation in the wastebasket and his promotion to the rank of major effective at once. Yes, that was Abraham Lincoln. Now listen to this story about Mr. President and see if you can name the man upon whose career it is based.
Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, come in, won't you? And sit down. You know, someone remarked some time ago that the President of the United States lives his private life in a goldfish bowl. That remark was apt and fitting, in my case, at any rate. Everything was complicated by trouble in my official household. Love and politics were really... Which president all this... You'll be able to guess, I'm sure. It was April in Washington, a beautiful month in a beautiful city. But I didn't see very much of the weather or anything outside the walls of the White House. Miss Sarah's last visit one evening was typical of what was going on.
It's 6:30, Mr. President.
Yes, I'm waiting out there.
With several delegation appointments and the Solicitor.
Won't be able to see the delegates today.
If I may, sir, you must see the Solicitor General.
Sometimes, Miss Sarah, I think I'm altogether too nice to people. There's no reason for me to see him personally. He instituted the pan-electric bell patent suit. While the Attorney General was away, his action has placed this administration in the position of making use of government power for personal gain. I think all that's necessary is that you take Mr. Jarrett a message from me.
Yes, sir. What shall I tell him?
I'll tell him and make no bones about it, Miss Sarah. That he must understand this. If the government and the Attorney General's office wins this suit, the Attorney General will make more than $1 million. That's practical malfeasance in office, and I won't have it. I want that matter turned over to the Patent Office in the Department of the Interior, and I want it pigeonholed there at once. Is that clear, Miss Sarah?
It's perfectly clear, sir. And now, will you rest this evening?
No, at my lonely bachelor dinner table? Yes, Miss Sarah, I'll rest. I'll do a little reading and listen to this old White House creak itself to sleep.
If you'll forgive me, Mr. President, you're alone too much.
Oh, not again, Miss Sarah, not
yes,
again.
sir, again. Easter vacations are coming soon. Miss Folsom will have 10 days away from college. Why don't you invite her down here?
Miss Sarah, nothing in this world would delight me so much as having Miss Folsom at my dinner table, even for just a few days.
Well, then, why don't you write to her now?
Well, it's quite simple, Miss Sarah. She's young, too young to waste her spring vacation on her old guardian. She belongs with girls and young men, her own age.
When she could spend the time at the White House?
And that's another reason. I would never want my position to influence her in any way. You know, Miss Sarah, I've often wondered if she sees me as her foster parent. No, I'm not going to write that letter, Miss Sarah, no. Now, get along with you and be firm with Mr. Jarrett, do you understand?
Yes, sir, I'll take care of everything,
Thank you. And Miss Sarah, no letter writing on your part either. Remember that?
Very well, Mr. President. Men, they know how to run the country, but when it comes to... My dear Miss Folsom, this may be somewhat presumptuous on my part, Miss Folsom! Well, here you are.
Sarah, hello. How are you? How is he? I'm so excited. I guess I don't know quite what I'm saying.
Well, don't say anything, my dear. Just smell these. They're from him.
Oh, they're lovely. I never had such a wonderful welcome.
He was upset this morning because he couldn't get away to welcome you himself.
Oh, I never dreamt that he'd even think of it. The president coming to
me.
meet...
Your first lesson in Washington behavior. Don't mention his name or his title in public.
Oh.
The newspapers have long ears. They'd be only too glad to print the whole story of your coming and making the most they could out of these flowers.
Miss Sarah, tell me, how is he?
He's bearing up, you can be sure. He works 10, 12 hours a day, longer sometimes. I'm sure I don't know when he'll have any time for you as much as he wants to be with you.
If I thought my visit were going to interfere with his work, I'd take the next train back to school.
I think your visit will refresh him.
Do you think so? Do you really think so, Miss Sarah? Oh, I've wanted to see him in the White House ever so long. Oops. I said something I shouldn't, haven't I?
You'll learn, my dear, and you'll learn quickly, I'm sure. Meanwhile, I have an order to carry out.
His order?
Yes. You meet her and bring her back here to me while I see your delegation and my precious congressman. So, let's find that driver. We can't disobey his order now, can we?
Yes?
May we come in, Mr. President?
Of course. Miss Sarah, where is she?
Right here, sir, safe and sound.
What do I say? Good morning, Mr. President.
Francis, it's so nice to see you, my dear. And no need to call me Mr. President. Tell me, how long is it that I've known you now?
Since I was so high. But I like the sound of Mr. President, Mr. President.
Well, then, if you like it, I hope you'll forgive my not meeting you, Francis.
Your flowers were a lovely substitute.
I'm glad you like them. I hope you'll enjoy your stay in Washington.
Oh, how many other girls have stayed at the White House on their first trip to the Capitol? I'm so excited I can hardly breathe.
You know, I wanted to show you to your room, but I'm so busy that that Miss Sarah...
Oh, please don't worry about me. I'll be fine, just being here. And if you can find a minute or two for me, I'll be the happiest girl in the nation.
Thank you, Francis. You see how it is. The world is too much with us. But somehow, sometime, I will find a way to be with you for a little while, at least while you're in Washington. Come in.
Am I disturbing you, Mr. President?
No, of course not. Come in, Francis. Come in.
Miss Sarah showed me the way to that door from the other side of the White House.
Oh.
I've been afraid to use it. That is, well, during working hours.
It seems that the president has nothing but working hours, even when one of his favorite people is here for spring vacation. I've neglected you sadly, Francis.
Oh, but I've enjoyed every minute.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had hoped that we might see a play or at least ride in the park together.
Please don't feel badly. And I do have another day. A whole 24 hours until my train tomorrow.
You know, they've tied me to this chair since you've been here. Yes, tonight's your last night, my dear. And I think I found a way to escape them.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
You know, around 10 o'clock, we might go for a walk. Now, if you'll meet me in the main hall... Here we are. Here we are. We can be alone for a little while. And there's room enough to walk up and down.
And this is?
The East Room of the White House, my dear. The room reserved for formal affairs and state receptions. It's big enough, isn't it?
It certainly is, Mr. President. Am I a formal affair?
Neither, my dear. You're
I had rather hoped so.
You know, it's strange. The inaugural ball was held in this room. I received the entire diplomatic corps in this drafty barn. And now a walk in here with a young lady. It's fine behavior for a president and a guardian, I must say.
Well, your being my guardian removes the necessity for a chaperone, doesn't it?
Well, I'm certain Miss Sarah is somewhere in the shadows or behind the drapes.
Oh, heavens, no.
Don't you like her, Francis?
Oh, I think she's perfectly sweet. Really, I do. She worries so about you.
She's rather a wonderful person, you know.
I didn't come here to talk about Miss Sarah or the diplomatic corps. I came here to take a walk with my best fellow.
Oh, now, Francis, after all, I'm old enough to be your...
To be my father?
Yes.
You'd have been a very young father, wouldn't you? Besides, a man's as old as he feels. And you don't feel old, do you?
Sometimes, my dear, I feel 90.
Oh, when you're with the diplomatic corps or Miss Sarah, but not when you're with me.
Francis, you're a breath of fresh air in this old mansion.
Thank you, kind sir.
I'm only sorry that we didn't have more time together.
When the people make a man president, they expect him to be president all the time. Their business comes first.
They're right, of course. And I can see the ghosts of dozens of presidents nodding their heads in the far corners.
They look like nice ghosts, though. There's Mr. Jefferson over there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Mr. Madison.
Yes.
And General Washington.
Right.
And Mr. President, there's another woman here.
No. Well, that, my dear, must be Dolly Madison. You know, I haven't laughed as freely, well, since you've been here, Francis, you know?
Then I'm glad I helped.
Oh, you have, my dear.
And now I'm going to help again. In fact, I'm going to be firm with you, young man.
Oh, you are?
Yes, sir. You have a hard day tomorrow, Miss Sarah told me. And it's past midnight. Now, upstairs and to bed with you.
Miss Folsom, are you giving orders to the President of the United States?
I am. And what's more, when I get home, I'm going to tell my mother that you're the nicest president I ever took a walk with in the East Room of the White House.
Miss Sarah, have you seen this memorandum?
Yes, sir.
Is Oscar back from Arkansas yet?
No, sir, he isn't.
Then get him back. Send him a wire. I want him here as quickly as he can travel.
Yes, sir, right away.
And if my cabinet wants to sue Bell Telephone, let him wait until after election, at least. The tariff is causing enough trouble as it is.
I'll send the wire immediately.
Miss Sarah, just don't go for a minute.
Yes, sir?
I have a little matter I'd like a woman's point of view on.
Why, of course, Mr. President.
Yes. Well, while Francis, that is Miss Folsom, was here, I felt relaxed and at ease.
You felt happy, sir?
Yes. I guess that's the word for it. And, you know, I've been considering. That is, this is a lonely house, Miss Sarah.
I know, sir.
So I've written a letter, and I'd like your opinion whether it's adequate for its purpose.
Yes, Mr. President, if I can be of any assistance.
Well, it reads like this. My dear Francis, I find it somewhat difficult to write this letter, not because of any lack of feeling on my part, but because I can't escape the thought that I may perhaps be trading somewhat upon my position of the moment in order to influence a young lady. But you are not only lovely, but you are wise and beyond your years and understand so many things. What I'm trying to ask, my dear, is this. Will you consider marrying me? May I have your permission to ask your mother's consent? Believe me when I say I have given much thought and earnest self-searching in this matter, and I'm following the dictates of my heart. Miss Sarah, do you think a girl as lovely and young as Frances will consider marrying an old codger like me?
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Today, America is building the largest, best-trained, technically educated peacetime Army and Air Force in its history. But to reach their authorized strength, the United States Army and Air Force need 35,000 men a month. Although selective service is not now law, the volunteer enlistment program is still being continued. For volunteers mean high morale and efficiency for our armed forces. At the moment, selective service is being used to supply the difference between the number of volunteers and the total authorized strength of the service. That's why many volunteers are needed. Today's Army and Air Force are charged with the essential tasks of carrying out occupation duties throughout the world. You can help the volunteer recruiting program by always showing your respect for the man in uniform. As a good citizen, look to the Army or Air Force man with pride. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You may have guessed by now which president this happened to, but later on I'll tell you which one it really was. Well, Miss Sarah approved my letter to Francis, and it went into the mail. As I learned much later, it caused quite a mixture of emotions up there in Buffalo. Frances, of course, talked the matter over with her mother.
Honestly, Francis, I don't know what to say to you, dear. This is probably the most flattering offer any girl in the world ever had.
Mother, he needs me. He really does. You should have seen how lonely he is in that old White House with all those huge empty rooms.
I know, my dear, but
After all, he was a friend of Daddy's. I know that, Mother. But don't you think Daddy would have approved? If Dad hadn't thought the world of him, would he have made him my guardian in the first place?
Now, that's not the point, my dear. Honestly, Francis, you're so strong-willed sometimes. I wonder if it's wise to let you even think of becoming the First Lady. You won't be president, you know.
Then you'll let me, Mother.
I didn't say that, Francis. The difference in your ages... Can't tell how the public may take it. It might ruin him politically.
Well, don't you suppose he's thought of that?
Yes, I suppose so.
Mother?
Yes, dear?
There's one more point to all this. You see, Mother, I happen to love him.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Miss Sarah. Good morning. Quite a stack of mail.
Yes, I've sorted it roughly, sir. The usual petitions, the usual requests for jobs, a letter from the Attorney General.
At last.
Yes, sir, at last. Then there's several formal invitations to dinners, some letters of political import from New York, and Pennsylvania particularly.
Yes, of course. Let me see, Miss Sarah. Oh. You didn't tell me this letter was here.
No, sir, I thought you'd want to find that for yourself, sir.
The handwriting is delicate, isn't it? Miss Sarah, it looks rather out of place here in the midst of all those official envelopes, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does. It does need opening, Mr. President.
Oh, yes. You know, I'm almost afraid to touch it.
For heaven's sake.
No. Yes, I do know, you know. I'm afraid it will contain the wrong answer. After all, what right have I to ask a girl like Frances to be my wife? I was her father's best friend. And I've tried to take her father's place.
You are in love with her, sir, aren't you?
You know, when I first saw her, she was, well, barely up to my knee. A little thing, and like most children, she found her way, perhaps, into my heart. She's been there ever since, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, open the letter.
Hmm? Letter? Oh, yes, of course, yes. Well, she's, she's going to Europe.
Oh.
Yeah, with her mother.
Oh.
Well, they'll be back in New York about Memorial Day, she says, in time for a spring wedding.
Oh.
Do you believe this, Miss Sarah? Because I don't, not yet, anyway. Are you glad you came to New York with me, Miss Sarah?
It is a wonderful parade, isn't it?
Yes, and another one to review in Brooklyn this afternoon.
This regiment marches splendidly, sir.
Oh, it's a crack outfit, I understand. It's a wonderful war record.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Is the Gilsey House near here?
Oh, just over there, next street away. Oh, you knew that now. You're testing my knowledge of New York, aren't you?
No, sir, just making certain you knew where Miss Folsom and her mother are stopping.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, I feel like a young romantic boy again. I even know the windows of their suite, third floor, second from the corner. Oh. I wonder if she'd notice it if I raise my hat. There, Miss Sarah. Did you see? That was her handkerchief.
Well, everyone seems to like the idea.
Ah, yes, they do. Even Gilmore's 22nd Regiment Band seems to like it.
Yes, it was nice of them to play the wedding march.
Yes, very nice. You know, Miss Sarah, I'm loving every minute of this. It's really good to feel that the people think of their president as a human being, as well as the chief executive of the nation.
Dear.
Oh, wonderful, Francis, wonderful. Where's Mother?
The trip to Washington was a little hard on her.
Mm-hmm.
She asked me to tell you that whatever you decide will be all right with her.
Thank her for me, dear. Miss Sarah's here to help us on details, protocol, precedents, and all those sort of things, you know?
Sometimes I think I should have majored in all those things in college.
But don't worry about it, my dear. Just remember, in diplomatic circles, the oldest is always first.
Age before beauty?
Almost 100% of the time.
Ladies, please stop tearing down Washington society long enough to tell me where I'm to be married, won't you?
Well, I know Mother would like to see us married in church.
Yes, but which one? I'm not a member of any here, and if I choose one before another, well, you know what happens.
I know. Complications.
If I may, Mr. President.
Of course, Miss Sarah.
It might simplify things to be married right here.
In my office?
No, sir. I meant in the White House.
Well, would protocol be satisfied?
Is there any precedent?
None that I know of, my dear.
Then I'd love it.
You heard the young lady, Miss Sarah?
I certainly did, especially the question about precedent. She learns quickly, the future First Lady.
Oh, Miss Sarah, you positively frightened me with that title.
Oh, no. You've nothing to be frightened of. You'll carry it off beautifully, I know. Well, then, the White House for a wedding. Is that settled?
It seems so, my dear.
You know, I can't help thinking. Usually there's a White House on a wedding cake. This time the wedding cake is in the White House.
Are you all right, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah, that's the 16th time today you've asked me that. For inquiring concerning my health, I'm excellent. If you are asking about my state of mind, it is that of any bachelor on his wedding day.
Then, Mr. President, you've answered my question completely.
Anything else in your mind, Miss Sarah?
Yes.
Granted, Oscar. I know an honest man when I see one. You'd better give me the story.
Well, sir, some years before your election, I served as attorney for Pan Electric. In return for my services, the company paid me in stock. It seems now that I ought to have surrendered that stock when you made me Attorney General.
To put it mildly, Oscar, you certainly should have.
I had no intention,
I
sir.
know that, Oscar. But your intentions, good or bad, do not save the situation. If I dismiss you, we admit guilt. And if I don't, the best we can hope for is that the thing will blow over and won't raise its ugly head come next election.
If this affair implicates you, sir, I shall never forgive myself.
Read the morning papers, man. Don't you understand? Black on white.
I'm deeply sorry your faith in me has been so unjustified.
Don't feel that way, Oscar. And certainly I can't have a man go out of my office with that beaten look on my wedding day. Cheer up, will you? You were wrong. You admitted it. Let's have done with it.
Yes, sir.
And now go on home and get dressed. You have a wedding to attend this evening. Now, let me see if I've got it right. Miss Sarah, down the stairs.
Quite slowly.
Oh, yes, very slowly. Yes, of course. Down the stairs, into the blue room, and up the aisle. Frances, you're lovely.
Thank you, dear. I'm glad you think so.
Everyone will think.
Something.
Is it I can, sir?
Why do we...
Well, if you'll excuse me, I want to be sure Captain Sousa has the musical numbers in order. Imagine the United States Marine Band to play for a wedding.
Frances.
Yes, dear?
I hope you don't mind, not...
Dear, to walk to the altar with you. I think Dad would have been proud, too. Oh, now I'm crying at a wedding, too.
With happiness, I hope.
Of course.
You know, as my last act as your guardian before I become your husband, I should warn you, Frances.
Warn me, dear.
Yes, never marry a president. Incorrigible men, I understand.
I know all about that, Mr. President. And I'm beginning to learn some of the problems, too.
Well, it's still not too late, my dear.
It was too late as soon as I was old enough to think for myself. And besides, darling, there's one thing I should warn you about.
What's that?
Downstairs, you're the President of the United States. Upstairs, you're my husband.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know. And I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
When a radio program combines entertainment with a message, that's good. And when that program is David Harding Counter-Spy, that's excellent. Counter-Spy has tackled every vital problem confronting America in the past few years, and did it by building an exciting 30-minute program based on some current issue. During the war, Counter-Spy won acclaim by its astonishingly true-to-life dramas. Counter-Spy now turns its attention to people who are trying to hamper world peace. Don't miss this afternoon's timely, thrilling David Harding Counter-Spy story, heard over many of these same ABC stations. And now, here again is Edward Arnold.
I'm certain that by now you've guessed who this president was. After all, he was the only president to be married in the White House, the only president to have a child born there. Yes, that's right, Grover Cleveland. And the date of that famous White House wedding, complete with the Marine Band in scarlet and gold uniforms led by John Philip Sousa, was June the 2nd, 1886. The bride, Frances Folsom, was a beautiful girl who was a wise and lovely woman as well. Despite the difference in their ages, the couple lived a complete, full, and happy life. And Mrs. Cleveland, ever gracious, so much younger, lived up until last year. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Julia Misbehaves, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Grover Cleveland. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We'll present Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, listen to this story and see if you recognize the president in it. As a boy, he was anemic and weak, and it took many years of ranch life to build his body into powerful manhood. His love of sports during his presidency led him to engage in private boxing matches with young men around him. During one of those matches, the president's left eye was struck, and the blow damaged the optic nerve. Shortly thereafter, the president lost the sight of his left eye. This might have ruined the career of the young Army officer who had struck him. With this fact in mind, the president kept the world ignorant of what happened to him for many years. Only in his autobiography did he tell the story. Do you know that president? That's right, it was Theodore Roosevelt. But now listen to this detailed story of events in the life of a president and see if you can name the man it is about. In just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer, and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Well, come in and sit down, won't you? It's tradition of many years standing here at the White House that the second floor is reserved for the president's family. But up here, there's privacy, and the president can be just himself. But can he shut out the affairs of a nation by shutting a door? Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. Well, right from the beginning, the problems of my administration began. There was my cabinet. All sorts of pressures were exerted in favor of many men. I had my own ideas, and I proceeded to put them into effect. Among the men I called in was Judge Eben Hall of Massachusetts. An honest, truthful man, if ever I met one, and a fine lawyer and judge in addition. Welcome, Judge. Welcome to Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was, if I may say so, more than honored by your invitation to join the cabinet. I was amazed.
Well, how so? Your brother in the Senate has only the best to say of you. And the entire Massachusetts delegation here in Washington, in Congress and out, are most pleased at my choice. General Rawlins, our Secretary of War, was the most emphatic in your...
You know so little of only 2 brief meetings.
Oh, and I know your record on the Massachusetts bench.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, do you accept?
I came here, Mr. President, because you asked me, and because I thought that a word or two from me might carry some weight in favor of our Governor Boutwell. There's a man who really should be in your cabinet, sir.
Well, I've offered Governor Boutwell a post, Judge. And why do you speak for him?
Why am I doing a John Alden, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's hardly accepted practice to have 2 men from the same state in one cabinet. That doesn't sit well with Congress, Mr. President. And an offended Congress has the tendency to behave like an offended... Well, if you'll excuse the metaphor, like an offended and very balky mule.
Well, I've had some experience with mules, Judge, in the Army and out of it. You leave the Congress to me. Now, suppose we both think this over until tomorrow, Judge.
As you wish, Mr. President.
When I gained a president in this family, I didn't expect to lose a husband.
No, I'm sorry, Julia.
Must you bring the office upstairs with you, dear?
Well, not as a permanent procedure, I hope. But this problem of the cabinet.
Why should that be a problem? Why not appoint the best men for the jobs and have done with it?
If it were only as simple as that.
I should think that would be the best for the country at large.
Perhaps, but on the other hand, if I offend Congress, for instance, they can refuse some badly needed legislation. And that would not be the best for the country.
But if the men in the cabinet are wise and honest, as John Rawlins and Jack Cox are...
Yes, of course. But they, too, are supposed to represent the nation, all sections of it, not just their own interests.
I see. Jobs, patronage again.
Yes, again and again. I'm getting mighty tired of that sort of thing, Julia. I won't do it. I'll not give in. I'll appoint the best men I know of, no matter where they come from. And we'll see what can be done about it. By anyone, any place. Now there, Judge Horace, your commissioner's attorney general. And I sincerely trust you will not refuse it.
This is your final decision, Mr. President.
It's more than that. It's your call to the colors into the service of the nation as a whole.
In that light, then, Mr. President, I accept the commission.
Oh, really? Here.
Well, it might make it just the least bit more official if you signed this commission, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. You see how badly I've been needing someone to watch the legal technicalities for me. There we are.
Thank you, Mr. President. I shall do the best I know.
I'm sure of that.
I hope, sir, that the difficulties with Congress, which we envisioned yesterday, never materialize.
Trouble from that direction, Judge, most always materializes. You and I had better roll up our sleeves and be ready for a fight. And there's one final matter for our cabinet meeting, gentlemen. There's an opening, as you know, for a Chief Justice of the Federal Court and one in one of our territories. Now, it's my feeling that Joseph Taylor would make an excellent appointee. What's your opinion, gentlemen? Judge Hall.
What are this man's qualifications, Mr. President?
Well, for one thing, he lost his leg in the recent war. I think a veteran is entitled to every consideration. And I have great sympathy for Taylor.
So do we all. Tragic circumstance, I'm sure. But tell me, Mr. President, is Taylor a lawyer? Has he read law? Has he held any previous position similar to this?
I have no information on that, Judge.
Well, it seems to me, Mr. President, that mere absence of a leg is not a sufficient qualification for a judicial office.
Judge, you're to the point again, as always. I'll consider the matter further. Any further business, gentlemen?
I don't know.
We stand adjourned.
General Rawlins, can't you do something?
Some says closer to a man than his wife.
I try. Heaven knows I try, but he's... wondering if you'd ever leave the office tonight.
Well, I'm sorry if I delayed dinner.
Couldn't wait dinner. You can eat cold.
It's a feast to us old campaigners, doesn't it, John? Julia, my dear, the household of the president never runs on schedule, as it seems, huh?
Will you come inside and eat now?
Oh, let me relax a moment. It feels good to sit down in an easy chair. Quite a day, eh, John?
Yeah, a certain gentleman on Capitol Hill that... Well, frankly, I'd like to have them in a platoon for just a few hours.
I know how you feel, John. Rambunctious, aren't they?
Do you suspect what I do?
Julia, my Secretary of War is a man of suspicious nature. Come on out, say it.
Eben Hoare. That's the answer.
The man Diogenes was looking for.
I like him. His wit is like a razor, and honest.
That's it, Julia. Combine those two features, and someone is going to get hurt.
And today it was I.
You, John? How did he hurt you?
Well, not directly, Julia. But he wrote the legal phrases for a bill carrying a certain appropriations for the Army.
That's correct, isn't it, dear?
No, of course, Julia, but listen to the rest of it. Go ahead, John.
But Judge Hoare set it up so that the various states in which these Army expenditures were to be made had no possible way of benefiting locally. The usual graft was made impossible.
It sounds perfect.
It was perfect. Until Congress caught on and sent the bill back to committee, where it will undoubtedly die. You know, John, I'm going to order that bill to the floor and see what happens.
Easy now, Mr. President. Congress isn't your favorite charger, you know.
Well, a touch of the whip.
No. Not now, sir. Next term, perhaps. For now, just ride with them.
Is there some other way to get the appropriation?
Oh, we'll find a way, I'm sure.
Well, we'll see. Meanwhile, you watch. Eben Hall will have us in hot water again before you can say Jack Robinson. Oh, now, Julia, where's that cold chicken? That at least won't talk back.
Now, see here, Judge Harp. Our delegation thinks we ought to reason with you.
And you, Congressman, don't see the use of reason. Is that it?
Ever hear of the immovable post, sir?
I have, and the irresistible force.
Congress has some force, too, Judge. Even where the Attorney General is concerned.
You're quite a diplomat, Mr. Bradford. You came here, apparently, to request something of me. You begin with threats.
I came because my colleagues believed I would take a firm stand with you.
Perhaps if you'd tell me what you're being so firm about.
It's Tom Zachary.
Zachary? Yes, I know that name somewhere.
He's a constituent of ours, sir, from Massachusetts. And you refused him an appointment.
As a federal district attorney, yes, I remember now.
We think you ought to reconsider that refusal.
Sorry, that I cannot do.
We most firmly request that you do so.
How many different ways can a man say no?
In fact, we demand that you say yes.
Mr. Bradford, may I remind you to watch your manners, and may I also remind you of the old adage, set a thief to catch a thief.
Well,
Congressman, when I sat on the bench in Massachusetts, Tom Zachary appeared before me to defend some of the worst criminals in the state. His only recommendation was that he knew certain people and might be able to obtain a fix. I will not have such a man under my jurisdiction to represent the Department of Justice and the government of the United States. Good day, Congressman.
Mr. Cox, well, it's more than mannerly of you to call to see the president, and at a time like this. But I do hate to disturb him. It's the first rest he's had in 3 days.
General Rawlins' death was a blow to all of us. Most of all to the president. The cabinet does want him to know how we feel.
John was close to us. A good friend.
He almost worked himself to death.
You don't know, Mr. Cox. The evenings he spent here, in this room with the president, cautioning, helping, working hand in glove as they did during the war.
Great loss.
John had a special place in the president's life. Is there anyone to fill it?
General Sherman is the obvious man, ma'am. He's a fine Secretary of War.
But hardly guide, counselor, and friend for the president. No man is indispensable, they say, but I'm afraid we shall have to trust to heaven to find a replacement for John Wall.
You, Julia?
Yes, dear. Right here.
Oh, good. Oh, Julia, I'm very tired tonight.
What was it today?
Oh, the usual deputation from Congress.
With demands?
Just about.
But not exactly.
Not exactly, but it adds up to the same thing. Ben Bradford was the spokesman. They'll not deal any longer with the Department of Justice.
Again?
Yes, again. There was a lot of talk about the lack of Southern representation in the cabinet. Oh, so many things. What it gets down to is a do-nothing Congress until Judge Hoare mends his ways or resigns.
It's unbelievable.
Maybe, but it's true. If only I had John to talk it over with. After you've worked with a man as long as I did with John, then have him snatched away.
Isn't there something?
Oh, yes, there's something. I can fire Eben Hoare, one of the best public servants the country ever had. But, Julia, I won't do it, that's all.
If you think that's best.
Oh, actually, I don't know what to think.
What does your own conscience say, my dear?
My conscience says fight. But my horse sense tells me it will get me exactly no place. Bills piling up in Congress, everything at a standstill because appropriations are blocked. Problems with Great Britain unsolved. I may win, but the country will lose. And you, Julia, you were the one who once said, must you bring the office upstairs with you? I don't bring it, Julia. It comes along under its own power.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Few of us stop to realize that the United States Army and Air Force not only work to protect the peace, but work to improve living conditions for all of us. Army and Air men are working continually on research projects that will contribute not only to national security, but will make for better peacetime living. Men in the Army and Air Force today are working on development of all-weather and push-button flying. They're also working to improve radar techniques and supersonic flight. The enlisted men working on these and countless other projects were trained in the world's best technical schools. So when you look at a man in uniform today, you're looking at a highly trained man. Pay him your respect. Remember, these men are until selective service by law. The volunteer enlistment program of the U.S. Army and Air Force is still being continued. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed which president this happened to, but wait and see if you are right. Well, matters seem to stand at a complete impasse. Congress sat on its hands, and the leaders of my administration went ahead with our problems as best they could. Then something came up, which, as I told Julia that evening, so I think we're going to bring matters to a head at last, my dear.
How so?
Oh, I may have mentioned to you that one of the few things Congress did this spring was to pass an act increasing the judges of the Circuit Court and permitting the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. Well, the appointments are due. I've got to nominate those men.
Judge Hoare will have something to say about it, will he not?
Yes, of course. It's his function to say something. It's my duty to listen. And as it happens, almost every senator has a candidate of his own as well.
How does the Senate get into this?
Have you forgotten, my dear, the Senate must confirm my appointments?
Oh, heavens,
yes. But look here, Julia. If Judge Hoare concurs on some of the nominees, that's a step toward getting him and Congress and closer together.
You think there's a chance of that?
Well, I'm hoping, Julia. I have all my toes and fingers crossed. When I see Eben Hoare in the morning, Well, Judge, have you looked over the list?
Yes, Mr. President.
And what do you find? Anyone who comes up to your standards at the federal bench?
The candidates must be good lawyers and honest as the day is long.
You're evading my question, Judge.
Well, I feel rather in the position of the parish committee which went to a divinity school in search for a minister. They were told that the students fell readily into 3 classes. Those who had talents without piety, those who had piety without talents, and those who had neither.
I see what you mean. What did the committee do?
Went elsewhere, of course.
Oh, I see. And you'd like me to go elsewhere, too, huh?
Yes, Mr. President. As you suggested, I have prepared a list of possible appointees myself.
Mm-hmm. I see. Well, our friends on Capitol Hill won't like this, Judge.
I'm thinking of the good of the country as a whole.
So am I, Judge.
I've never had any doubt of that, sir. I'm sure we both want the same things.
Even though our positions in the government sometimes force us to approach the goal from different directions?
Meaning a compromise, Mr. President?
Do you realize we're in politics?
Well, that has been impressed upon me many times from many sources in recent weeks, Mr. President.
But you still persist in your refusal to compromise.
A compromise of such a sort, sir, would be a compromise of everything I have believed in and fought for all my life. This list of candidates for the bench, Mr. President, is a perfect example.
Judge, I respect and honor your position. Exactly what I'm going to do about it, I don't know. Or for that matter, what I'm going to do about you yourself. By Harry, I think I've got the answer.
The answer to what, dear?
Well, this conflict between Judge Hoare and Congress. I can't ask him to resign, but I can move him upstairs.
How, dear?
Well, I've 2 places open under the new law on the Supreme Court. I want Ed Stanton for one, and I'll put Judge Hoare in the other. That's the one place in the government for a 100% honest man.
Yes, I hope so.
I know so, Julia.
I'm just wondering... Well, never mind.
Worry about what?
The Senate confirms those appointments like all the others. Am I right?
Exactly right. But don't you worry, my dear. The Senate will be so glad to get Eben Hoare out of their collective hair, they'll confirm him unanimously in 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Well, Senator Johns, and what brings this call about?
As you know, I'm chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Yes?
Mr. President, we are prepared to endorse all your nominees except one.
Which one?
Obviously, sir, you really do not expect the Senate to confirm the nomination of a man who has been in conflict with Congress since his first appointment.
Are you referring to Judge Hall?
Of course. In addition, the Senate wishes me to urge upon you the appointment of a resident of one of the southern states.
Senator Johns, my patience is just about at an end.
And so is ours, Mr. President.
Are you threatening me, sir?
I am saying, Mr. President, that unless Judge Hall resigns and is replaced at once with a man from the South, absolutely nothing the President requests will be done by Congress.
You are taking over executive power, Senator.
The system of checks and balances written into the Constitution is now in operation.
Senator, the President has some power in his own administration.
Subject to the will of the Congress in many cases. This is one of those cases, Mr. President. And the will of Congress is that Judge Hall go back to Massachusetts.
Please, dear, you promised me that tonight you'd relax.
Yes, of course I promised. And I promised myself I'd support Eben Hall to the limit.
Well, you're doing that, as far as I can see.
Yes, I am doing it. And then the question arises, where is that limit?
Have you discussed this with your cabinet at all?
No, naturally not. I know their answer.
Which is?
Fight it out with Congress.
Well, then...
It's not as simple as that, my dear. Government business is rolling to a standstill because Congress refuses to act. Eben Hall is important to the country. The principle back of keeping him in the government is even more important. But the welfare of the nation as a whole calls for compromise with Congress. And that's important, too.
How long can this deadlock go on?
Until one side or the other gives in.
Sometimes I wonder if it wouldn't be a better world if all children suddenly were daughters.
Women live the art of compromise, I know. But somehow I will have to live with my own conscience.
I wish I could help you, my dear.
I know, Julia. Bless you. But this is one case where the president stands or falls by his own action. And until that action is taken, Julia, there'll be no relaxation, I'm afraid, any place in the White House. Even I hope you understand my position as far as your resignation is concerned.
Expected as it was, Mr. President, it came as, rather a shock.
When you dislike an operation, you set it over quickly.
Yes, sir.
I want you to know that my personal feelings toward you have not altered one whit.
Thank you, sir.
When this is blown over, I hope you'll be willing to serve your country and me in some other capacity even.
If time and my current position will permit, Mr. President.
The Congress will have no excuse now for not cooperating. The good of the nation as a whole, the insistence on Southern representation in the cabinet. I hope you understand.
Yes, sir. My highest wish is for the success of your administration, Mr. President. No personal interest of mine can be permitted to stand in the way.
Thank you, Eben.
May I take the liberty, sir?
No liberty taken. Go right ahead, Eben.
I know the kind of men who have forced my removal, sir. I hope you have chosen my successor for your own sake, sir. Because if not, the pressures they will attempt to use can prove most embarrassing to all concerned.
I know exactly what you mean, Eben. I've given some thought to the matter. There's Amos Ackerman of Georgia seems a logical choice. I believe you approved him, both as a federal attorney and as a circuit judge.
An honest man and a capable lawyer, sir. And he does reside in Georgia, doesn't he?
Oh, yes. And this ought to please you. He was born in New Hampshire.
Well, a compromise within a compromise, Mr. President.
Exactly, Eben, exactly.
May I say, sir, that at this point I am hardly the man to pass upon the qualifications of an attorney general.
I see. Again, may I say how sorry I am. And may I ask that you shake my hand? Julia?
Yes, my dear.
Julia, I don't know quite how to express this.
Go on and say it, dear. The papers won't hear you, so polished phrases aren't necessary.
This blessed sanctuary, the second floor of the White House. What I'm trying to say, Julia, is I think I've discovered history.
What?
I'm serious, my dear. I think I've discovered history. And I hope it turns out to be the refuge I need.
Your place in history is secure.
Oh, is it? When I served in the Army, I never thought much about it. When they elected me president, I was too busy to give it any thought. But now, I've compromised my own conscience for what I think is the greater good of the greatest number. And I find myself wondering how all this will be recorded in the history books.
How else can they record it but by telling the truth?
History records facts, Julia. Rarely the reasons back of those facts. When they write down the president suddenly requested the resignation of his attorney general, I hope and trust they will find the space to add, against the dictates of his conscience, and with a heavy heart. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Brush up on your musical memory, for who knows, you might be called on Stop the Music. Stop the Music is the name of ABC's sensational new show that telephones Americans to spot a tune title and win a prize. Yes, every Sunday evening, this great full-hour show comes to you over most ABC stations. As MC, you hear Bert Parks. Parks speaks by phone to a number of persons in all parts of the nation to ask if they can identify the tunes being played by Harry Salter's orchestra. Should a listener's answer be correct, he or she receives a handsome merchandise prize, plus an opportunity to name a mystery melody. Don't miss Stop the Music when it's heard this evening over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, the events you heard about in this story took place in 1869 and 1870, during the first half of the administration of President Ulysses S. Grant. President Grant was literally forced by Congress to remove Attorney General Ebenezer Hoar, but it is interesting and important to note that the president did keep his promise to call Judge Hoar back into the service of the country. This story illustrates, more than anything else, that the presidency is a 24-hour-a-day job. He is always bringing the office upstairs in the White House. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have a story for you then that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Julia Misbehaves, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Ulysses S. Grant. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold.
Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We'll present Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, may we point out the truth of the saying, history repeats itself. For instance, did you know that there has been a president of the United States who was a general in our army and who was drafted for the presidency? Did you know that there was a president who broke with both regular parties and formed a third party of his own? Yes, these incidents sound familiar to you in the light of your own times, and yet they all happened many years ago. They all have been told in warm human detail by Mr. President. Here on this weekly radio program, you listen to those stories and learn of the great men who have made our history and our country the pride of all our citizens. Listen now to this story and see if you can name the president whose career this story is about. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Come in. Sit down, won't you? You know, it's been my experience that many people try to expand the old saying, all's fair in love and war, so that it will include politics. The results have brought about some strange presidential campaigns with slime and mud flying in all directions. As a matter of fact, the people of the United States are rarely, if ever, fooled by that technique. Watch now and see how it developed in this campaign. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. I was governor of my state when all this began. My party was the outs at the time. Our opposition was in the White House. But it was a presidential year, and hopes were running high. Even Miss Sarah seemed somewhat affected by the situation the morning in August when she came into the governor's office. She said...
Governor, it's come.
What's come, Miss Sarah?
Official notice you're nominated for the presidency of the United States.
Miss Sarah, when our opposition was in convention, I said I was not particularly interested in running.
Well, yes, sir, but you said, too, that if Senator Butler was nominated, you would consider running against him.
I know, Miss Sarah. When a man like Senator Butler throws his hat in the ring...
Backed by some of the worst politicians and political machines in history.
I suppose I should accept the nomination.
It will be exciting to call you Mr. President.
Careful, Miss Sarah, careful. As the baseball players say, you may jinx it. After all, I haven't officially said yes.
But the party's convention has nominated you.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take care of it right now with a letter, huh? Are you ready?
Yes, sir, ready.
Let me see. Give it the proper heading, you know. Gentlemen, you offer honor and with it the greatest responsibility in the world today. In accepting, I also indicate my willingness to assume the responsibilities which may become mine. As you know, I am in full approval of the pledges in our party's platform, and I feel that nothing further is required of me at this time except the suggestion of certain well-known truths vital to the safety and welfare of the Union. We proudly call ours a government by the people. It is not such when a class is tolerated which arrogates to itself the management of public affairs. Yes, come in.
Gentleman to see you this morning, Governor.
Anything surprising in that?
In the presence of this gentleman, there is, sir.
Well, he wouldn't be a member of our opposition party, would he?
And a famous one, sir. It's Carl Schurz.
No, Schurz. Well, bring him in, Miss Sarah. Bring him in at once.
Yes, Governor. Mr. Schurz, this way, please.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning, Schurz. Good morning. I can't say this as much as of a surprise.
You follow the newspapers, I see, Governor.
Yes, anyone in politics makes a point of following the papers. Not, of course, that we believe everything we read.
Well, sir, you understand, then, that I'm here as the leader of the insurgents and independents in your opposition to offer you our support.
Oh, after Senator Butler was nominated, I expected and looked forward to this visit. Men of liberal thought outside my party will be rather lonely during the coming campaign.
To say the least. Frankly, Governor, I would like to see a new alignment in the two-party system. There are some groups in your party who seem to belong more with the opposition than with you.
And with us, Schurz.
Thank you, Governor.
You're more than welcome in our midst. In fact, if the city machine decides to desert us, I think your organization will be, well, more than make up for the loss.
We'll do our best, sir. Which brings me to the question direct, Governor. What kind of a campaign do you plan, and how do we fit in?
Mm-hmm. You see, Schurz, my instinct is to do as little campaigning as possible. After all, I have the state to run, and if my friends can make the speeches for me, well, I have a hunch that a man sticking to his desk doing the job the people elected him to do is a better candidate in their minds than a fellow who lets the papers pile up while he's off somewhere shaking hands and making speeches.
It certainly is a different kind of campaign.
But you have an idea that a man ought to speak for himself.
Perhaps. As the campaign stands now, it's hard to tell. If our opposition uncorks a few firecrackers, the picture may change.
Well, in the meantime, I'll play it as I planned and stay right here on the job.
I tell you, Senator, we've got to get at him, and the only way we can reach him is personally.
Oh, I don't know, Ben. I'm just not sure. After all, I'm running for president, and a senator is supposed to be above such matters. The people don't think of me that way.
I know. Sir Galahad Butler, the plumed knight riding to defend their rights.
Well, not exactly Sir Galahad, Ben, but a man who wants to be president isn't supposed to deal in slime.
Now, look, Senator, do you doubt the governor is a strong opponent?
He's as strong as the devil himself.
Well, let's face it. Short's desertion to his side is a blow, a bad one.
Ben, what do you want?
The Halpern affair?
That story?
Of course. There's all the markings. Farmers upstate New York will swallow it whole, and they're a pretty straight-laced crowd. And, Senator, we've got to carry New York.
It's pure mud, Ben.
Well, it won't spatter you. I'll see to that. The story can be released without your previous knowledge. Close quote. You can deny having any part of it. But once it's out, the damage will be done.
All right, Ben, use the story. And I'd like to see the expression on Carl Schurtz's face when that one...
Thank you, sir. Paper! Paper! Get the ladies' paper!
Carl, what's in that paper? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
I have. A ghost which we can't drive completely away, Dave.
Well, let me see, Carl.
There it is. Headline. Governor tied to widow.
Oh.
Will publication of old letters and other evidence affect the governor's campaign hopes? Ha! Will they affect his hopes?
It's all here, Carl. All of it.
Yeah, I know.
Will he deny it, do you suppose?
What good is a denial? The more he denies, the more they believe. The damage is done.
Do you suppose Butler approved this?
I would not put it past him. Probably engineered by that Ben Grady. Now, ask Butler, and he will say he knew about it when it came out in the papers.
Of course.
Oh, what's the use, David? You work hard, bring the real issues to the people, and a stupid smear can ruin everything.
No, it's almost funny, Carl. Butler's private life is untouchable. Husband, father, householder, the ultimate in respectability. Butler's public life, something else again.
Yeah.
The governor, on the other hand, seems to have had his youthful escapades, but his public life is beyond reproach.
Yeah, but tell that to the farmers of New York State after they read this newspaper. Governor, you know my friend David's story.
I've had that pleasure. How are you, Story?
Well, sir...
You could be better, huh? Both of you, I think.
Well, I'm afraid so, sir.
I've been trying to persuade Carl here, so that this Halpern tale is not nearly as damaging to us as he seems to think.
I see. You think it's a real blow, do you, Schurz?
I'm afraid so, Governor. If there were really something we could do...
You remember our original decision. My friends will speak for me.
Then we have your permission to deny...
No. Our campaign is on the issues, not on the personalities involved.
But this direct attack, this vilification...
There is only one course open to us, gentlemen. Tell the truth.
To admit that what they say is true?
Oh, it would be better to ignore the whole matter.
If we ignore it, Schurz, we will be accused of fear. Denial can be worse than admission. But the facts speak for themselves.
And those facts, sir?
What happened, happened. There is no controverting that. I think you can point out that our opposition took occasion to leave out certain salient facts to suit their own purposes. But beyond the truth, I will not permit you to go.
This is your final word, Governor.
It is, gentlemen.
Thank you, Governor.
I only hope, Governor, that David is right and I'm wrong, that the final result will not be too much affected by this incident.
Perhaps it won't be. I can hope with you, Shirts.
Good morning.
Good day, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. And thank you for coming. Come in.
That is, the gentlemen seemed more cheerful when they left you, Governor, than when they arrived.
Mr. Story felt better, but Mr. Shirts, I'm afraid, is disillusioned.
Disillusioned? I can hardly believe that.
But what I mean is that we who were born here have a tendency to be a little careless sometimes, while men like Carl, like Carl Schurz, who were from abroad, venerate freedom and democracy because they once lived without it. In any case, Schurz expected this election to be fought on the issues. Instead, he finds me attacked with an old and long-past scandal. That certainly isn't a scandal anymore. That's disillusionment, Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir, I understand now. It makes me hesitate to call your attention to this matter. This communication arrived while the gentlemen were in conference with you, sir.
I see, Louisville, Kentucky.
Yes, Mr. Joseph Davis, sir.
Your Excellency, I have evidence of a nature which may prove vital to the success of your campaign. Following the attacks upon your person, I feel it my duty as a lifelong member of your party to offer these proofs to you. However, such is the nature of my evidence that I can't trust it to the mails, but must present it in person. Enclosed herewith is one small piece of evidence to show you the validity of... Where is this evidence, Miss Sarah?
Here it is, sir.
Affidavit concerning a child's gravestone bearing the names of John F. and Helen Butler as parents. I see. If it wouldn't it?
It would fight fire with fire, sir.
Yes, Miss Sarah. I want you to telegraph this Joseph Davis at once. Advise him to come here as quickly as he can and to bring his other evidence with him. I want him and all his evidence in this office where I can see them both with my own eyes.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
As Attorney General Tom Clark has pointed out, the juvenile delinquent problem is one of the most serious facing the nation. And whose fault is this? Well, let's look at the facts. Strains in family life, insufficient housing, teacher shortages, and inadequate school facilities are just a few of the factors contributing to the rise in delinquency. Many times, lack of interest by the parents in their children is another great factor. But all these things are not the faults of the children themselves. There's something each one of us can work to correct. And there's no better time to start than right now, Youth Month. Work in your community for better playgrounds, improved school conditions, proper mental health, and child guidance clinics. Do it now, this month, National Youth Month. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed which president this happened to. But wait and see if you're right. As we moved into the crucial weeks of the campaign, the last weeks of September and then October, my party carried on a dignified and, I think, intelligent campaign. But when Carl Schurz came to see me in the executive office of my state capital, he said,
Governor, I think we need one big explosion to wipe out that Helpin story.
I'm still plagued by that, are we?
Maybe not so much as in the beginning, but it is like a fire in a mattress. It smolders and bursts forth where you least expect it.
That's American politics, Schurz.
Politics, perhaps. Democratic process, no.
Then you think we're losing ground?
We lost ground, definitely. How much we have regained, I cannot say.
Mm-hmm. It's not the popular vote that counts in the end, Schurz. It's the electoral vote. You know that.
Yeah, I do. And that is why New York State, with more electors than any other, well, there we will win or lose, Governor. And that is why I'm here today.
So, you have an idea, Schurz?
I have more than an idea. I have ammunition, which I think we must use. My good friend David Story has been to Boston.
Yes.
You will remember that Senator Butler held stock in a railroad which benefited from legislation passed while he was in the Senate.
Yes, of course.
I thought the operation was clear and above board. But David has unearthed a letter by the senator to a friend requesting that the senator be whitewashed. The senator enclosed a copy of this letter of vindication as he wished his friend to write it, and he added on the bottom, burn this letter. Only the senator's friend failed to burn the letter, and we have it.
I see. Shirts, the public have a right to know that. Yes. Use it. Use it. That's politics. That's the hint of corruption in public life. That's not a hail pond scandal. Use it by all means.
With your permission, Governor, we will see that letter printed in every newspaper in the country. Now, I'd better hurry and see that everything gets going. Good day. A very good day, Governor.
Good day. Miss Sarah,
Yes, Governor.
have you had any word from that Davis fellow in Louisville?
Well, just the telegram, sir, to tell you he was coming.
I want him here before anyone else talks to him. That's ammunition. That's what he's bringing, more campaign ammunition.
Mr. Shirts looked as if he had some ammunition, Governor, when he left just now.
He should have, Miss Sarah. He has 3 small words that will be the end of Governor Butler, I hope.
3 small words.
Yes, Miss Sarah. Burn this letter, burn this letter, burn this letter! Ben, close that window.
Just a minute.
Close it.
Well, it's quite a parade. And torchlight, too. Governor's quite a following around here.
Story and Mulligan. Yes, and Shirts. This is their doing. I'd like to have them all...
Hey, Senator, now take it easy. There's no use running a fever now. You're a little careless with your mail, and your friend Fisher did not burn the letter. It's not going to cost us the election, you know.
Isn't it? Listen to them. They're positively gleeful.
Cheer up, man. An old campaigner like you.
The word from New York is pretty dismal, or have you forgotten?
Now, there's an easy answer to all of this.
Go ahead. You tell me.
Now, let's go on a speaking tour. They want you for mass meetings. They want you in New York City to review a parade of businessmen for Butler. They want you for a dinner afterwards. Now, you can do more good for yourself in New York City in one day. And if we make a whirlwind tour of the country first, winding up in New York, Senator, you'll have the election in the bag.
All right, Ben. Set up our itinerary. We'll make that tour. And put out the fire that letter started. And I am indeed honored, yes, flattered, that although my schedule permits me only a few moments in this beautiful town, I am honored indeed that so many of you came to the station to wish me well. Thank you, my friends, and farewell for now. Well, Ben, how is that for an impromptu platform speech?
Impromptu, my hat. It was brief address number 12, file case number 2 for use at small Midwestern town when sun is shining.
But it sounded unrehearsed, didn't it?
Oh, you sound...
What's your opinion, Ben? Are we gaining by this tour?
We're not getting anything, Senator. And if you figure that we jumped way ahead on that Hilprin deal, then we're in, with votes to spare. Provided, that is, nothing breaks for the other side.
And so I dare say to you gentlemen gathered here, after this most sumptuous banquet, our party brought prosperity both to this great metropolis of New York and to the nation as a whole. Never in all history has there been an increase in wealth in a brief period equal to yours. And our party is not arrogant when we take the credit for organizing and maintaining an industrial system which has enabled you to make this marvelous progress. We are not on trial. We have elevated the standard of America and increased its wealth in a ratio never before dreamed of.
There you are, Governor. I had hoped that the spectacle of Senator Butler addressing a dinner meeting of millionaires of New York would show the American people whose servant he is. But apparently my hope is forlorn.
In America, Schurz, every man dreams of himself as a millionaire. And so every man thinks that the senator is speaking for him.
Well, it's not good, Governor. What we gained with Byrne, this letter, is lost. And New York? It is very bad in New York.
Well, perhaps if we had held up the letter, water over the dam.
If we could find something else that was startling, something else to help the people see the truth.
Those things are rare, Schurz, as rare as people who don't burn letters when they're told to. Come.
Governor, I wouldn't have interrupted, but you told me when Mr. Davis...
He's here?
Yes, at once, sir.
I'll wait outside, Governor.
On the contrary, I want you here, Schurz.
This is Mr. Joseph Davis, sir. Mr. Davis, the governor.
How do you do, Governor? This is an honor, sir.
Thank you. This is Mr. Schurz, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Davis, how do you do?
How
do you do, Mr. Schurz?
You may speak freely, Mr. Davis.
Well, thank you, sir. As you know, sir, I have certain evidence. The story's quite simple, sir. I have here a picture of a tombstone, and here is an attested copy of a marriage certificate. The tomb is that of Senator Butler's eldest child, who died at the age of 3. You will notice, sir, that the date of birth of that child, as given on the stone, coincides exactly with the date of the marriage certificate of Senator Butler and his wife.
This is unbelievable.
Good heavens.
Go on, Mr. Davis.
It is known down in Kentucky in a certain limited section, sir, that the senator and his wife were married down there by an itinerant minister a year before the dates on the certificate and the tombstone. But that minister filed no certificate, sir. So the senator and Mrs. Butler were remarried, for the record, the day their first son was born.
I follow you. Go on.
However, sir, we need not mention the unrecorded wedding. They failed to mention many of the unimportant truths about the Halpern affair.
I understand, Mr. Davis. You've come to a great deal of trouble on my behalf, haven't you?
Well, it's no trouble, really, Governor, really.
These are all the proofs?
Yes, sir, yes, sir. I kept no copies for safety's sake.
I see. That's very wise. My sincere thanks, Mr. Davis.
Not at all, sir, not at all.
Do you recognize this?
Why, yes, sir. It's the affidavit I sent you.
Is it, Miss Sarah?
Well, yes, sir.
Now I'm placing it with these other papers. Once across this way, and across this way, again and again.
But, sir,
Thank you, Mr. Davis. The other side can have a monopoly on all the dirt in this campaign.
Governor, I still think you should have used that material. Fair is fair.
Or fire with fire, perhaps. But 2 wrongs don't make a right story. And in any case, election night is a little late to bring that up again.
Well, you know how David is, Governor. Never satisfied.
Your job on Burn This Letter was wonderful, Story.
Thank you, sir. It was good, but old Butler killed himself with that millionaire dinner, after all. How anyone could be so stupid in the middle of a depression to eat that dinner and make that speech.
So we didn't need to throw mud after all.
And I am amazed. Your plurality, sir, everywhere.
I am tempted to call you Mr. President, sir.
No, not quite so fast, Story. Our popular vote is wonderful, but it's the old story without New York State's electoral votes in our column.
Any minute now they'll concede. It's not so very close in New York.
It's a little too close for comfort, Schurz. Just a trifle too close.
A telegram just off the wire, Governor.
Butler concedes, Miss Sarah?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Story. Senator Butler is not conceding until the last precinct vote is in. In fact, he's demanding a recount in New York State.
A recount?
Oh, my. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing we can do here tonight. I propose we all go home.
And here are 2 bills the legislature has just passed and sent along to you, sir. This pardon for a man in state prison. Also some correspondence in relation to the development of waterways. The Highway Commission sent these on to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What's
Governor.
troubling you, Miss Sarah?
Well, it's 5 days since election. How you can sit there and never even ask about the result.
I think we know the will of the people, Miss Sarah. They repudiated Senator Butler and his party decisively in a great many states.
I guess I just want your permission to call you Mr. President.
Oh, now, enough of that, Miss Sarah. There's work to be done. And I'm the governor. And will continue to be until midnight, December the 31st.
forgive me, sir, for bursting in on you. Word has just come from the telegraph office.
It must be a good word, Shirts, from the look of you.
Is he, Mr. Schurz? Is he?
Senator Butler has at last conceded. They accept the recount. You, sir, are our next president.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Yes, sir. Congratulations.
You know, Shirts, Miss Zara here was rather worried. She has all her plans made for the White House.
No doubt.
But frankly, I'm very glad to hear it. I'm more than glad that they yield peaceably. For in any event, I should have felt it my duty to take the office of President of the United States on the 4th of March next year. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Out of the past come stories powerful in their concept, dramatic in their scope. This year, the American Broadcasting Company is again proud to present the greatest story ever told every Sunday. You'll hear dramas that happened over 2,000 years ago, dramas of pomp and glory, of kings and slaves, and especially of one man whose voice was heard above the crowd. Who was this man with strange and miraculous powers? Some called him friend. His enemies feared him, but his life has been read and studied by all for centuries. Hear about this man whom many called the Master on the greatest story ever told when it's heard Sunday over most of these ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
The campaign and the events you heard about in this story today took place in 1884, when Grover Cleveland won the election from James G. Blaine. President Cleveland's campaign was complicated by the press release of an old scandal and by the fact that Cleveland insisted on working at his job of governor of New York State all during the election struggle. However, he received tremendous help from the independents led by that great American citizen of German birth, Carl Schurz. Both Cleveland and Schurz believed that the great test of democracy lay in waging a campaign on the issues of the day, and that you can't fool Americans by throwing mud. Their victory seems to have proven them right, and that politics is not part of the old saying, all is fair in love and war. You'll see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you then, which I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Julia Misbehaves, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the life of President Grover Cleveland. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, you'll hear Edward Arnold as Mr. President. But first, see if you recognize this president. During his term of office, a resident of Worcester, Massachusetts, a Syrian by birth, was in the process of becoming a citizen of the United States. This man's wife and children arrived at Ellis Island. The Immigration Service said the children had trachoma, an infectious eye disease. The service refused to admit the youngsters, although their mother was permitted to enter. Finally, the father appealed directly to the president, who ordered a special medical examination. The eye trouble the children had was not trachoma after all, and the family was happily reunited. Do you know which president that was? Well, it was rough, warm-hearted Theodore Roosevelt. Now listen to this detailed story of a chief executive and see if you can guess which president it was. In just a moment, Edward Arnold.
And now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Come in and sit down, won't you? You know, if there's one man that seems to create myths about himself, it's the President of the United States. Wild tales circulate, grow, and with tiny bits of... tiny bases, in fact, become part of the legend of the White House. Well, they certainly made up a legend about me. Now we're going to tell you the true version of the historical facts of a very famous story. Later on, I'll tell you which president this happened to, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It was wartime, the first year of the war. Our citizen army had been called to the colors in a grave national emergency, and almost at once, boys from every sort of home found themselves in a life in which they were completely unfamiliar. This, of course, led to trouble. And soon my desk was piled high with the papers relating to their cases. One afternoon, Miss Sarah came into the executive office.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Mr. Stanton is here.
Oh, what's on his mind?
Well, he said you sent for him.
Oh, did I? You see what the pressure of work does to the President of the United States? Makes him forget why he sent for the Secretary of War?
It wouldn't have had to do with the pardons, would it, sir?
Miss Sarah, it just might. Thank you. So let's have Mr. Stanton in. Tomorrow is Butcher Day, and I want to see if I can find some excuse to let these poor fellows off.
Yes, sir. Mr. Stanton, the president will see you now.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Ed. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Ed, how many cases of desertion, cowardice, spies, and that sort of thing have we had in this war so far?
I'm afraid I don't have the exact figures with me, sir.
Do you have an approximate idea?
Well, just an estimate. After all, the number of cases isn't important.
Look here, Ed, I know why you don't want to tell me, but you're going to tell me just the same. Now, what's the figure?
Very well. It's in the neighborhood of 30,000.
30,000? Good heavens. That's at least 2 divisions.
I'm afraid so.
And if you'd had your way, we would have killed off 2 divisions with firing squads.
We might have a better army, sir.
Now you sound like some of our generals, Ed.
They know their business, Mr. President.
I hope so. Although sometimes when I see how far the war is going, I'm not so sure. However, the law makes the disposition of the final appeals of condemned soldiers my business. And my business is mercy, Ed.
Yes, sir. And if you'll pardon me and a small play on words, there are times when you ought to temper mercy with justice, Mr. President.
You're probably very right. So let's see if we can make that idea operate in these cases, Ed. I've got to have them out of the way before tomorrow.
As you wish, sir.
Now, here's one. A young man who joined the enemy, became disgusted with him, deserted, ran away, and when he reached home was arrested as an enemy spy. Sentence, that same firing squad.
We've had a dozen cases like that, sir.
But this looks like the exception.
Well, they all look like exceptions. That's what makes them good spies.
A number of people have entered special pleas in this case, Ed.
This is wartime, Mr. President. Can we afford to take chances?
I wonder now. If we take the chance, we stand to lose very little. If we don't take the chance, this man will never have another.
You're approving the sentence, Mr. President?
No, I'm not. You see, if a man had more than one life, I think a little hanging wouldn't hurt. But if a man is dead, we can't bring him back, no matter how sorry we may be. Pardon's granted.
Here's one I happen to know intimately, Mr. President. This man threw away his gun during an attack and hid behind a tree stump. His conduct in battle broke up his platoon so badly the enemy almost succeeded in driving a deep wedge in our lines. He has no living relatives, and his conduct as soldier... This man is a thief. He stole from the men in his outfit while they were out on duty.
None too pleasant a person, is he?
Decidedly not, and one that fits all your qualifications for punishment, sir. He admits his guilt. He has no relatives to mourn him. He's not fit to be in the service. Frankly, this man will serve his country better dead than living.
Well, yes, perhaps. But I think I'll have to change the sentence from death to imprisonment.
Mr. President, I've been getting dozens of communications from high-ranking officers, and every one of them complains about your wholesale interference in these cases. I've got to protest, sir. The Army itself is in danger. Mercy to the few is cruelty to the many.
Ed, I can't do it. There are already too many weeping widows in the United States. For heaven's sake, don't ask me to add to their number, because I won't do it. Miss Sarah? Miss Sarah? Miss Sarah! Miss Sarah, what's the meaning of this? I call you twice, and I find you surrounded by uniforms with young men in them.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. President. These young men won't take no for an answer.
And why should no be the answer?
Well, they're a sort of delegation, sir, and I knew you didn't want to be disturbed with all the work on your desk.
Mr. President, we're from Company K, 3rd Vermont, sir.
And you are?
David Hawthorne, First Sergeant, sir.
Well, what can I do for you?
It's about Bill Scott, sir. Private William Scott, that is, sir.
Well, what about Private Bill Scott?
He's to be shot, sir, for sleeping on sentry duty, sir.
Oh, not another one.
Bill's from our hometown, Mr. President. He wasn't really careless, sir.
Well, suppose you tell me the whole story, Sergeant.
Well, sir, Bill and 2 other fellows were ordered on guard duty at the Chain Bridge, sir. They did 4 hours on and then 8 hours off around the clock. Well, the first night they were on duty, the officer of the guard came around and all 3 were asleep. It was Bill's turn to stay awake, and he was arrested, and the court-martial sentenced him to be shot. But he's only been in the Army a few weeks, sir, and he's used to going to sleep and getting up with the chickens. This business of staying awake at night, Bill isn't used to it, Mr. President. It's not his fault.
I understand that, Sergeant. I did some farming myself when I was your age. What do you want me to do?
Would you pardon him this time, sir?
Well, I'll have to know more about your Private Scott and about the case, Sergeant.
We'll all vouch for him, sir. He's a good soldier, the best. It doesn't seem right for a man to lose his life just because he fell asleep when he was tired.
Sergeant, are all Vermonters as good at pleading a case as you are?
Well, I can't say, sir.
I see. Now, tell me, Sergeant, what other methods have you used to help Private Scott?
Well, his sentence has been appealed, sir, all the way up to General McClellan. And there's a petition circulating in the regiment, sir.
Well, this is my advice. Keep that petition going for a few days yet, because as long as the matter hasn't been taken care of at headquarters, there's still time. Get as many officers to sign it as you can. I understand that generals usually pay more attention to the signatures of the officers.
And you, sir? That is, if I may... Is there anything you can do personally?
Well, believe it or not, Sergeant, I find myself treading softly these days. Direct interference is something in which the President can't indulge himself. However, I promise I'll keep the matter in mind. Now, you go back to your regiment and keep working on that petition. At the moment, that seems to be the best action that can be taken.
Yeah. Glad I'm getting another look at you, Dave.
Hey, what's the matter with you, fella? You look beat.
I am.
Well, get a hold of yourself. I've got news. We saw the president.
So we signed a pardon, and everybody lives happily ever after, and the good fairy waved her wand, and all was well.
Now, don't talk like that. The president can't interfere directly.
Naturally.
But he told us to keep the petition going. He said as long as the case hadn't been reviewed yet at GHQ, we had time. Well, Billy? Well?
You really think there's a chance, Dave? Honest?
Honest. It's not so much what he said. It's how he said it. Well, if you'd have heard him, Bill, you'd know what I mean. The president is... Oh, he's like us, Bill. I think he's regular.
I want to hope, Dave. I keep thinking how proud the whole town was when we went away. Ma wanted to cry, but she didn't. Pa was so fit to bust his buttons. Well, I want them all to be proud of me, Dave. So I've been pretty careful about hoping now. I don't dare let myself think everything's going to be all right and then have it turn out wrong.
Mr. President, you've done it again.
What have I done again, Miss Sorrow?
Mr. Stanton is outside fuming. That enemy raider that you pardoned.
Oh, yes. Well, let's have him in, Miss Sorrow, and get it over with.
All right, Mr. Stanton.
Mr. President.
Yes, Ed, I know.
It's got to stop, sir. You're destroying discipline. Now you're forgiving the enemy.
Well, his wife was on our side, Ed, and there are children. What could I do? She cried so much when I signed the pardon, I think maybe she's sorry that she has him back.
General McClellan is furious. When word of this gets out to the men in the field, as it's bound to, the effect will be so bad that I, for one, don't know how to describe it.
Sometimes, Ed, I think you don't understand the man in the field.
Well, sometimes, Mr. President, I think it's you who doesn't understand the men in the field. You have a way of idealizing them, sir, that takes you rather far from the truth.
Have I, Ed? Maybe.
In any case, sir, the Army intends to keep the review of these cases out of your hands as far as possible.
I see. You know, Ed, I'm the fellow in the middle again. I can see both sides of this. You know, it's like the Scotchman who said of the beheaded nobleman, it was only the small matter of his head, but it was valuable to him. Poor fellow. It was the only head he had. Well, I'll do my best to keep out of these matters, Ed, but frankly, sometimes I wonder what I'm doing here. The fellow who couldn't strangle a chicken with blood all around me. Well, time will tell, I guess. Time will tell.
Dave, you got an answer?
Well, not exactly. I came to tell you that old Baldy signed the petition himself.
General Smith?
Yeah, we went to him and reminded him he'd been colonel with us not so long ago. He signed it.
Who's got it now?
It's going through channels.
Channels, more red tape.
You're in the Army, Billy.
And don't I know it? Dave, can't they hurry it up? Can't they get the papers to McClellan? Even if it's bad news, I want to know it.
Easy. They'll get there.
Oh, it's the waiting, Dave. It's the sitting here in my hands and waiting. It's the not knowing. They just come in and say, tomorrow morning, soldier, at sunrise. It wouldn't be half as bad as waiting and not knowing and then waiting some more. How long can a day be, Dave? I know it's not as long as the nights.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
30 days hath September. Yes, and each one of those 30 days, America's observing Youth Month. The future of our country depends on the youth of today. Every young American should proudly realize the vital part he has to play in building his nation and in keeping it free. That's why we adults can't afford to neglect young America. We must see that each boy and each girl receives the greatest possible opportunity to make himself and herself into a happy, useful citizen. This is an important job for every American adult. Now, here are a few things parents can do to help young Americans live better. Make your home your child's home, or your child's school, his teachers, his playmates. As a parent, as a good American adult, participate in Youth Month, now being observed throughout September in every part of our nation. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed which president this happened to. But wait and see if you're right. Although I hadn't forgotten Private William Scott of Company K, 3rd Vermonters, the pressure of work did put his case in the back of my mind. And the pressure of another sort from the Army and the War Department by way of Ed Stanton, my Secretary of War, did make me extremely reluctant to intervene. Then a few days after Ed Stanton's last visit, a Major Robert Martin of the 3rd Vermont came to see me.
I'm on my way to General McClellan's headquarters, sir, with this.
I see. His petition for the pardon of one Private William Scott, Company K. There's quite a number of signatures on this, Major. Your Sergeant Hawthorne did a good job.
Yes, sir. With a little help from the commissioned officers, too.
You Green Mountain fellows stick together, don't you?
We do, sir. Ever since the days of Ethan Allen, Mr. President.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit. I think this petition may have some effect on General McClellan, Major.
We hope so, sir. If I may, Mr. President.
Certainly, Major.
That is, General Smith concurs in the opinion among some of our brother officers that if your signature were appended to this paper, sir...
Oh, you really want to get me in hot water, don't you?
I'm sorry, sir, if I've said anything I shouldn't have.
Well, frankly, Manager, I'd enjoy signing this petition. I might enjoy even more seeing General McClellan's face when he found my handwriting scrawled among the other specimens of penmanship.
Then you will sign it, sir?
Major, the President can do many things, but not everything. I can pardon a man after his case has been reviewed, but I can't legally sign a petition pertaining to that review.
My apologies, Mr. President.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Major, there's no need for apologies. I should apologize for not being able to sign. I should be honored to have my name among the names of good soldiers from Vermont. But I can't do it. And believe me, Major, I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart. Very well, gentlemen. If that is the last piece of business for the day, the Cabinet stands adjourned. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Mr. President, a word in private, if you have a moment.
Oh, good grief, Ed. It's past 10 o'clock. None of us have had any dinner yet. Won't it keep?
Only a moment, sir.
Oh, all right, Ed. What have I done now?
I've had a most urgent and private memorandum from General McClellan, sir.
Go on, Ed.
There are some cases coming up for review, which he's certain will come to your desk eventually. And he begs that I impress upon you the necessity of upholding the Army's disposition of these cases.
Yes, I understand.
If you'll pardon me, sir, I feel you're hardly listening.
On the contrary, Ed. If I seem preoccupied, it's because you have reminded me of a most urgent matter. I'll take the General's memorandum under advisement. Will you excuse me a moment? Oh, Miss Sarah, where's my hat and coat?
In the usual place, Mr. President. Oh, you're not going out now with no dinner.
Miss Sarah, I believe it's customary to wear a hat and coat only in the out of doors. And as for dinner, well, have 'em warm it over for my breakfast, because I have a most important visit to make. But I should be back by breakfast time, if not sooner.
Mr. President, this is a most unexpected honor, sir.
Unexpected, yes, General McClellan. The honor part would seem dubious to some of our citizens, I'm sure.
Sit down, sir. May I offer you something?
No, thank you, not just now. Look here, General. I think I owe you an apology.
You owe me, sir?
Yes, for interfering in your disciplinary procedure so often. Stanton brought it to my mind a little while ago.
I don't think apology is quite the word, Mr. President. After all, you are my commander-in-chief.
And a rather chicken-hearted fellow at that, General?
Well, let's not put it that way, sir.
How then?
Let's just say that certain military procedures are repugnant to civilians.
Mm-hmm. And I, of course, am a civilian.
Yes, sir.
But so are the vast majority of the men in our army, although we do fight like the dickens when we have to.
That we do, Mr. President.
In that light, then, you see, I am of the opinion that military justice needs to be tempered with civilian mercy from time to time.
I understand your point of view, sir.
Then I trust you will understand my mission here tonight.
Not another presidential pardon, Mr. President.
Well, not exactly. I'm trying to make the civilian mind follow military procedure, and yet I should hate to see a life lost when it seems unnecessary.
And the case you have in mind, sir?
You received a petition today, I believe, in the matter of Private William Scott, Company K, 3rd Vermont.
Oh, that?
Yes. I'm rather interested in the case. It seems rather typical.
It is, sir. That an example must be made once and for all.
I know. Certainly, I don't wish to supersede your wishes. It's just that, well, I'd like to see that boy really have a chance to serve his country.
Well, so would I, sir, but I don't know.
You might, if you wish, take into consideration that the lady president requested your particular interest.
Did she, Mr. President?
Well, General, we used to say when I was a boy that would be telling. Will you take this under advisement, General?
Well, sir, as you're here unofficially, I cannot give you any official reply, of course, but I can say unofficially that the lady president's request will be given due consideration in the case of Private William Scott, Company K, 3rd Vermont.
Richmond, pinch, hut, 2 orders. General Order Number 8. Be read to the 3rd Vermont Regiment on parade assembled. Issued over the signature of General George B. McClellan. In the case of Private William T. Scott, K Company, 3rd Vermont. The good character of Private Scott has been amply attested by the petition forwarded to General Headquarters, together with the appeal, that the sentence be rescinded. And the President of the United States has expressed the wish that mercy be extended. This fact, viewed in connection with the good conduct of the condemned, has determined the General to grant the pardon so earnestly prayed for. Private William Scott is herewith ordered back to his company without prejudice. Regiment Smith!
Well, Billy, was the waiting worth it after all?
Oh, what a question. I'm alive. I'm free without prejudice. Oh, I can stand up straight again.
You're a lucky kid.
I'm lucky because I've got friends who'll fight for me.
I know one friend you've got, Billy, whom you've never met face to face.
Yeah. You know, I've been thinking, maybe I ought to write him a letter.
Sort of a thank you note, maybe?
I've got plenty to thank him for, haven't I?
And how? But what could you say? Thanks for saving my life?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe if I did write to him, maybe I could say, well, dear Mr. President, you've given me life all over again. That makes you sort of like a second father, I guess, and I don't know exactly how to say thank you, but I can promise you this, that from now on, I'll make the most of the life you've given to me, as long as the good Lord permits me. Sincerely and respectfully yours, William Scott.
I've put these bills from Congress in this pile, sir. I thought that if you weren't too tired, you might have a chance to read them upstairs this evening.
No, I'm always too tired, Miss. This job, even in peacetime, isn't easy. Excuse me. Well, I'm through for the day, except for my homework tonight.
Yes, sir, you are.
Oh, come now, Miss Sarah. I know that tone.
Well, there is this letter, Mr. President.
Tone? From whom?
Major Robert Martin, 3rd Vermont.
Oh, yes. Oh, it came to me during that rumpus over the Scott boy. You know, Miss Sarah, the more I think of that case, the more certain I am that George McClellan and Baldy Smith never meant to shoot him in the first place. Just an example to the Army. You know, that was a nice letter from the Scott boy, though.
Yes, sir. Aren't you going to read the letter from the Major, Mr. President?
Oh, yes, of course. Where are my glasses, please?
Here they are, sir.
Thank you. Let's see. Dear Mr. President, I'm taking the liberty of informing you, because of your generous interest in William Scott in the past, that Private Scott has proven himself worthy of your action in his favor. At the recent Battle of Lee's Mill, Private Scott was the first man to reach the enemy's defenses in our charge, receiving 6 wounds in the fighting. The young man to whom you gave a life has given back that life in the service of his country. Respectfully yours. Miss Sarah, would you inquire concerning the boy's relatives? I want to write to them.
Yes, sir, of course.
And, Miss Sarah, sometimes I wonder why it is so difficult for so many people to learn the simple things like mercy. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all this happened. It really did happen, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Another great dramatic event is again yours every Sunday night over the American Broadcasting Company. It's the Theater Guild on the Air, starring great performers and outstanding dramatic hits. For the 4th season, ABC presents Theater Guild on the Air for your entertainment every Sunday night. When the curtain goes up, you'll hear from celebrities of stage and screen in successful plays that have been especially adapted for radio. Yes, this year, Theater Guild will continue to present the finest actors in the finest plays. So reserve your radio aisle seat for Theater Guild on the Air every Sunday night over most of these ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, now you've heard the historical facts of the case of Private William Scott and President Abraham Lincoln. And think of this a moment. When you consider the way people loved Lincoln, it becomes very clear why the legends about him are so many. Francis de Janvier wrote an epic poem about the case called The Sleeping Soldier, and the people eagerly recited it and on every possible occasion. The legend grew. It told of the president visiting Scott in the guardhouse. It told of the boy's promise to be a brave man. It told how Lincoln drove madly from the White House to the place of execution to save Scott just as the firing squad leveled their rifles. And it told of Scott speaking of the president with his last breath. Truly a legend that had its roots in the love of the people for a great president. Now you can judge for yourself how far from the facts that legend is. But nothing will ever controvert the fact that the gentle president always did his utmost to temper military justice with civilian mercy. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you then I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Julia Misbehaves, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Leonard Reed. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the life of President Abraham Lincoln. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Today's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. The old saying, history repeats itself, was never more true than it is today in this presidential year of 1948. So many things happening making headlines today have their counterparts in previous American history. For instance, what presidential campaign before the Civil War saw a third party swing the election? What president forced a certain state to abandon its laws of segregation of races before World War I? What president fought valiantly for worldwide cooperation among all nations, only to be defeated by a small group of determined senators? These are but three of the fascinating human interest stories that are the stories based on history of our Mr. President show. They're always presented in a manner calculated to build faith in American traditions. Now, listen to this Mr. President story and see if you can name the president whom it's about. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Come in. Sit down, won't you? You know, there are many people who believe that one must experience great sorrow before one can have great happiness. And some of the experiences I had are very strong evidence that a great deal of truth lies back of this belief. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. I must confess that during my third winter in the White House, I had troubles aplenty. The newspapers had nicknamed me the veto president, and they weren't far from wrong. On the personal side, there was great sorrow. It was almost 2 years before I resumed a normal social life. Part of that was a reception at the White House one day. The guests filled the East Room and the Blue Room to overflowing, and I received them in the Green Room between the other two.
Mr. President, it's wonderful to see you in good spirits.
Oh, thank you, Senator. Glad you and Mrs. Benton were able to come.
Well, you know how women are at the height of the social season. But this is one time, Mr. President, when you couldn't have kept me away. Not with a team of horses. No, sir.
You flatter my hospitality, Senator.
I do not, sir. If I may be permitted to contradict the chief executive.
You're not the first member of the Senate to do that, sir.
I dare say not. Oh, here now. I'm forgetting myself. May I present some friends of mine from New York who have recently taken up residence here in Washington?
Of course, Senator.
Then, sir, Mrs. David Gardner.
How do you do?
Miss Julia Gardner.
How do you do, Mr. President?
How do you do?
And the husband and father of these charming ladies, David Gardner.
It's nice to see you, Mr. Gardner.
Honor, sir.
Oh, I seem to remember. You have been in the service of our home state.
Yes, sir.
Are you enjoying Washington?
I am, I know.
And Mrs. Gardner?
Oh, a most exciting city, Mr. President. Although I'm not sure whether it's the place or the people which make it so.
Well, there have been times when I have felt it would be a wonderful place without people.
Your directness is refreshing, sir.
Thank you. And you, Miss Gardner?
I'm afraid the elder generation has stolen all my thunder.
Oh, I'm not so sure of that. New Yorkers inevitably have comparisons to make.
Haven't we, though? In that case, Mr. President, Julia, I might say that Washington has all the atmosphere of a capital, while New York has all the atmosphere of a big city.
I agree with you. And let me say that the next time I need a diplomat in our State Department, I shall undoubtedly send for you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Julia, dear, we're holding up the reception line. I'm sure we've taken up too much of the President's time as it is.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Gardner.
Oh, we mustn't keep you from the rest of your guests, sir.
If you insist, Mrs. Gardner, I trust we shall see more of you while you're in Washington.
We will be honored, Mr. President.
Likewise, sir. And please make yourselves at home, and when the music starts, I shall be honored if Miss Gardner will allow me to be a partner in a waltz or two. Thank you.
Good morning, Miss Sarah.
Good morning, Senator Benton.
Have a good time at the reception last night, Miss Sarah?
Oh, yes, sir. And if I may, wasn't it good to see the president enjoying himself so much?
Miss Sarah, I was completely taken back. I haven't seen him behave like that in a long time. He didn't seem to have a worry in the world.
Yes, I know.
Acted as if his mind were on something miles away.
Maybe it's not for me to say, Senator, but...
Well, speak up, Miss Sarah. You have an idea?
Well, sir, I was thinking...
What?
The First Lady passed away almost 2 years ago.
Stop making riddles.
There's no riddle, Senator. This house has been lonely for him since then. He's tried to immerse himself entirely in work.
What's all this to do with last night's reception?
Oh, I think it may be quite simple. A lonely man, the rather sudden entrance of a lovely young woman who appears quite as intelligent as she is lovely. To a woman's eye, Senator, it's very simple. Almost as simple as 1 + 1 makes 2.
To be frank, Mr. President, I cannot see why you went quite so far as to break with the party which elected you.
No, that's a long story, Mr. Gordon. I'm afraid I'd bore you if I went into that now.
The political conversation is always heard in the drawing rooms in Washington, isn't it?
And it belongs in the offices, madam.
No exceptions, Mr. President.
Oh, possibly to the dinner table after the ladies have withdrawn. And I'm given to understand that in some cases, husbands have been influenced by their wives. Yes.
Some cases? Julia.
See here, I thought all this began with our guests not wanting to talk politics at a family dinner like this.
Oh, on the contrary, Father. It began when you started the subject.
Oh, she has you there, Gardner.
I meant to see. Frankly, let me offer the President a word of advice. Never argue with a woman.
Gardner, you're absolutely right. But I'm really sorry. It's almost time for me to be on my way.
Oh, so soon?
Well, I've stolen this very pleasant evening, Mrs. Gardner. Stolen it from my desk. But I would like to say that an evening with such a family as the Gardner family has been a tonic to me.
You're most welcome any time. May I see our guest to the door, personally?
Well, I would be honored. And once again, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
We trust you'll come again soon.
Thank you, I will. Is it this way?
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Miss Gardner, I feel almost tongue-tied, strangely enough.
Why, Mr. President?
Well, there are so many things I'd like to say. Most of them, I'm afraid, are rather juvenile.
And the President must never act like a little boy?
No, of course not.
And there's no grown-up way of saying these things?
None that I know of.
Well, then perhaps they might better be left unsaid.
But I need words, Miss Gardner, not the words of the White House or Capitol Hill.
Are they difficult to find?
Very difficult for me.
Well, then why not wait until they come easily?
That may be too late. I'm really circling my subject, you know.
And Miss Sarah will be very angry, won't she?
I'm afraid she will be, yes. But, I don't believe I care right now.
And I'm sure you should care. We can't have the affairs of the nation upset because the President lacks sleep, now can we?
No, we can't. Another time, Miss Gardner, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Then thank you again for a delightful evening. And good night.
Mr. President, Captain Stockton of the USS Princeton.
Well, Captain, it's a pleasure to renew your acquaintance.
Thank you, sir.
What can I do for you, sir?
Well, I'm calling, sir, with an invitation. My ship has just completed a shakedown cruise, and my officers and men would be honored to welcome you aboard, sir.
I haven't seen your ship since you left the blueprint stage, Captain. I understand she's quite a vessel.
The most powerful warship in the Navy, sir. Great advance in naval design.
I've heard the main battery outranges anything afloat.
Aye, sir. In fact, the men have named our heaviest weapon the Peacemaker.
On the grounds that no one would dare attack you?
Just about, sir.
Well, this is what I want to see, Captain.
Then you will come aboard, sir. I thought perhaps a brief cruise, if you have the time, we might drop down the Potomac a ways and come back the same day.
Well, that's an excellent idea. May I bring a few friends with me?
Well, that's your pleasure,
Well,
Mr. President.
if it won't inconvenience you, we might invite the Secretary of the Navy and Senator Benton, a few others, and their ladies.
We shall do our best to make this little trip a fine outing. Weather permitting, of course.
Certainly. Then say a party of about 20.
Perfect, Mr. President.
Good enough. And my thanks in advance, Captain. And if we are at the landing, say, at 10 next Saturday morning.
We shall be ready for you, sir.
Fine. Thank you. Thank you again, Captain.
Not at all, sir. Good day.
Good day. Well, Miss Sarah, let's make the list. And you send off the invitations by messenger at once, please.
Yes, sir. Secretary Upshur, Senator Benton.
We better ask Tom Gilmer and Hugh Laguerre. Let's see now, Joe Randolph and Carter Jackson, of course, and their ladies. We'll have to include an admiral or two. Well, I'll check with Upshur and Commodore Kennan. Well, that ought to do it.
Yes, sir. Of course, and their ladies.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, I believe I owe a gesture of hospitality to the gardeners.
Yes, sir. I believe you do.
Yes. And do you think, Miss Sarah, that the Gardner family would be interested in the country's latest and most powerful ship of war?
Well, I'm certain the family would, sir.
Uh-huh. Well, then, get to it, Miss Sarah. Get to it. Send the invitations at once, if you please, and ask for a response by return messenger.
Yes, sir.
And, Miss Sarah, from now until Saturday evening, we're all in the Navy, so let's drop the yes, sir, shall we?
Drop the yes, sir?
Yes, Miss Sarah. Let's practice naval manners. Let me hear you say, aye, sir.
Very well, Mr. President. Aye,
My compliments to your steward, Captain. An excellent luncheon and perfectly served.
Thank you, sir.
I'll never understand, Captain, how you men accomplish meals like this one in a limited space aboard a warship.
Well, that's part of our trade, Mrs. Gardner. And speaking of such things, we had rather hoped the firing of our peacemaker gun would be the climax of this excursion.
Oh, I want to see that, Captain.
I believe the men are merely awaiting commands, if you will excuse me.
Of course.
Would anyone care to watch the loading?
Care to join us, my dear?
Why, yes, if the President will pardon me.
My guests always have complete freedom, Mrs. Gardner.
Thank you. Shall we go, Captain?
Of course, if you'll all come with me. I shall advise you when we're ready, Mr. President.
Very good, Captain.
You see, Mrs. Gardner.
Would you have some more of this excellent coffee, Miss Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. President.
There we are. Are you enjoying our little outing?
Oh, of course. I'm so glad we could come.
Mm-hmm. Glad to have you aboard, as the captain would say.
Thank you.
Shall we go topside, too? I'd like to watch the handling of those guns myself.
First, Mr. President, if I may.
Of course.
Then let me propose a little toast. To the men of the Navy and their officers.
To the men of the Navy.
Oh, the gun frightened me.
Oh, something's happened. You stay here, Miss Gardner, while I go.
No, may I please go with you?
If you wish, come on. Send her below at once. This is no place for a woman.
Yes, sir. Come, my dear.
Oh, my mother.
But she seems all right. She's there with Captain Stockton.
Please come away, Miss Gardner. I'm sure we can get Captain home. Yes.
All right.
Captain, in heaven's name, what happened?
An accident, sir. The peacemaker exploded as the charge was being rammed home.
There's adequate medical help for the wounded?
Aye, sir. Or those who need it.
There are dead?
I'm afraid so, Mr. President. Almost the entire gun crew.
And our guests?
The ladies are all right, though badly shocked. Among the gentlemen, Secretary Upshur, Mr. Gilmer, Mr. Maxey, and Mr. Gardner have all been killed outright, Mr. President. In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Right now, I'd like to tell you the story of a war bride. Her name is Helen. She just recently arrived from Europe. Helen's quite impressed with our country, with our shops and buildings, our great cities and wonderful highways. But mostly, Helen is impressed with our way of life, with the freedom everyone enjoys. However, one thing surprises Helen. She wonders why so many people take their liberty for granted. In her country, the people know that liberty is a fragile thing, that it can disappear almost overnight. This is one reason why Helen will make a good American citizen, for she plans to work at freedom. That's something each of us should do, work at freedom, by participating in the affairs of our community, as well as our state and our nation. Remember, protect our own future security and set an example for the rest of the world. Remember, our American heritage. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed which president all this happened to. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. The terrible tragedy aboard the Princeton left its mark upon the lives of all of us. We paid every honor possible to the dead, to the Navy men and civilians alike. But nothing could erase the results of that explosion. Months went by. I felt particularly responsible toward the Gardners, and our mutual sorrow seemed to remove our relationship from a purely social level to something much more personal and quite deep. Julia Gardner gave every indication of feeling this as well as I did, and the loss of her father seemed to have been the impetus that changed her from a very beautiful girl into an even more lovely young woman. I called at the Gardner home several times during the months of mourning, and after they were over, formally at least, she said to me...
Mr. President, I want to tell you something, and I don't know quite how to begin.
Well, why not begin at the beginning?
I can't place the beginning. That's one trouble. I want to tell you that I don't know how Mother and I would have borne up these past months, if not for your kindness. That's terribly formal, I know. Words are difficult sometimes.
Yes. Yes, I know. But believe me, my dear, anything I can do will be done both for your mother and for you.
Thank you.
Oh, Julia, do you remember an evening almost a year ago when I came here to dinner?
After the reception at which we met? Yes, I do.
Do you remember, my dear, how we stood at the door and I rather spoke in circles that night?
Perfectly. I'm afraid I was rather a coquette that evening.
Oh, no. You were a young lady who behaved quite properly with an older man who was in the process of behaving like a moonstruck youth.
As I see it now, I think you were quite charming about it.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Julia, I've changed since that evening.
Then both of us have.
I can say now that you're very dear to me. That I cannot behave or speak like a man half my age, and perhaps that isn't quite fair to a young lady who should have her share of moonlight and poetry.
Oh, my dear.
But what I feel for you is very deep in my heart.
I'm flattered. Not because you happen to be the president, but simply because you're you.
Thank you, Julia.
I wish my father were here. I think he'd be just a little proud.
Then the difference in our age and
there's always been a perfect understanding between Mother and me about my future. We've been closer together than ever since my father left us.
And you want me to speak to your mother first?
Oh, if you would, my dear.
I think that'll be all the official business for today, Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President, I'll just clear my desk before I go.
No, don't go, Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir?
I've drafted a letter, and I wonder if you'd mind going over it with me.
Of course not, sir.
It's rather personal, but it's a woman's point of view.
If I can help, Mr. President.
Well, then, let me see. I have it here. There. I've crossed it out and rewritten it so often I'd better read it to you. My dear Mrs. Gardner, it is more difficult to write to you than I had thought. In the light of the tragic event of this past February, the matter I have in mind may seem a trifle abrupt. Yet sorrow, shared in common, draws people very closely together. That fact alone removes some of my hesitation in addressing
this to you. I feel that Julia has given me some small reason to hope that she is willing to share my life with me. The very thought of it makes me feel both honored and humble. I might say, may I pay my addresses to your daughter? That would be much too stilted. I might say that I love her dearly, yet the difference in our ages makes such words...
Mother, you may as well know. I suggested to him that he ask your permission to marry me.
Julia, in just so many words?
No, of course not, Mother, but that's what all this amounts to.
Oh, I had hoped, Julia, there would be someone, well, younger.
Oh, he's young in spirit, Mother, very young.
And he's the president.
Mother, you know me better than that.
I'm sorry, my dear, but that's what people will say, you know.
I don't care what people will say. He's charming and he's delightful. Sometimes he's so shy he's like a boy who's never met a girl before. I'm happy when we're together, even if it's only a White House reception and there are 100 people in the same room. The fact that it's the same room is enough. Do you understand, Mother, do you?
Yes, my darling. It was like that for your father and me a good many years ago.
Then you'll let me marry him?
We'll see. First, I think an engagement will be enough. And since he's written to me, I'll have to answer him in the same manner. I'll go in now and write the answer anew.
And so, my dear Mr. President, I am inclined to permit the engagement of my daughter and yourself. In view of the circumstances, I wish no announcement made, of course, but you may call upon my daughter and proceed after the manner of betrothed couples. Perhaps one evening in the near future, you and I can sit down together and discuss the prospect. You're a sensible man, I know. Therefore, I'm sure you will realize the feeling back of a mother's wish to be certain that the future of her daughter is assured, economically speaking. You now hold the highest office in the nation. When your term is concluded, you will of necessity begin to draw on your personal resources. And I wish to be certain that those resources are sufficiently strong to provide for my Julia in the style to which she has been accustomed. Until we see you, then, I remain most sincerely yours, Alice Gardner.
Julia, what am I going to do with you?
What have I done now, Mother?
Keep on the way you're going, and you'll have all Washington talking about you.
Oh, I think that would be very nice.
Julia, more important, the way you're taking up his time. I'm sure the affairs of state are going to rack and ruin.
Oh, Mother, of course they're not. The time he spends with me never interferes with his work. I wouldn't permit him.
I'm glad to hear you say that. But I still think you might make less of a display in public.
Display in public?
Holding hands at the theater. Hugging his arm the way you did when you took him into dinner last night. Oh, Julia, it's almost, well, shameful isn't the word, of course.
Mother, there's only one answer to this.
And that is?
Set a date for our wedding.
Oh, isn't it rather soon after...
Oh, we want just a quiet wedding, Mother. Oh, we might slip away to New York one day. You and I and Margaret. He could come up the evening before with Miss Sarah and the young man who's going to be my stepson. Mother, imagine me with a stepson.
I can't quite.
Oh, Mother, please.
You are in love, aren't you?
Of course I am. You haven't quite believed that, have you?
Well, you must admit, Julia, that it isn't easy. After all, he must be as old as I am.
Oh, that again. Forget that, will you, Mother, please?
You're absolutely certain this is what you want.
Cross my heart.
Very well, dear. But a quiet wedding, just as you've planned. And don't think I don't realize that a good part of that little plan was made by the President of the United States.
How are you bearing up, my dear?
I never shook so many hands in my life, but I'm loving it.
And I know you're glad it's just about over.
What do you think?
Well, this is your second evening as mistress of the White House, and you receive all of Washington society. I'm sure you're glad, and so am I. Oh, Senator, are you leaving us so soon?
Mr. President, I hate to tear myself away, but as one of the first to arrive, it's only fitting and proper that I be among the last to leave. First shall be last, you know.
Well, from what my husband has told me, Senator Benton, you'll always be among the first with us.
Thank you, ma'am. That sentiment is reciprocated, of course.
Thank you, Senator.
And I'll see you in the office tomorrow, Senator.
Here now, Mr. President, no business tonight of all nights.
Well, my wife understands, Benton.
I'm sure she does.
Thank you again, Senator.
Let me say in parting, sir, you are a very lucky man. You have won the most charming lady in Washington to crown and close your presidential career.
It's my turn to say thank you. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
You're more than welcome, sir, and good night.
Good night. Come over
Senator.
soon. Well, my dear.
Oh, I'm so happy I could dance.
Alone here in the East Room? Trifle large, don't you think?
Who's alone? You're with me.
And forever, my dear.
Of course.
Julian, you know you were very wonderful tonight. I could see some of our guests just waiting for you to make a slip.
I'm happy that you're pleased.
Please, darling, that's hardly the word for it.
I tried to take Mother's advice, you know.
Oh, so. What advice?
Well, I had a letter from her just this morning. She sent her best to you, of course.
That's very sweet of her.
But she said, Julia, I hope you will be as quiet as possible, consistent with the president's situation. Avoid public display, be conciliating and agreeable, and not too smart.
No. wise woman, your mother, my dear. And I'm sure you know that her daughter has inherited her wisdom. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Throughout the tumult of 2,000 years, a story has lived. A story of a man whose influence was widespread, whose life affected many people then and now. Many people called him the Master. His friends worshipped him. His enemies feared him. From a humble beginning to a world-shaking end, the greatest life ever lived has come down through the centuries as the greatest story ever told. Such has been the effect of the greatest story ever told that during its first year on the air it won many awards and was enthusiastically received by clergymen of all denominations. You're invited to listen every Sunday afternoon to a drama filled with compassion and significance. Listen when the greatest story ever told is heard over most of these stations. Now, here again, Edward Arnold.
The events we've told you about today took place during the last year of the administration of President John Tyler. The first Mrs. Tyler passed away in 1842. The tragic explosion aboard the warship Princeton occurred February 1844, and on June 26th of that year, President Tyler and Julia Gardner were quietly married in New York City. The bride was just 24 years old, while the president was some 30 years her elder. Nevertheless, they lived very happily together until Tyler's death in 1862. Their 3 sons grew up to serve their country well. One was a college president, one was a judge, and the youngest a brilliant lawyer. This succession of events, I'm sure, may be offered to prove a great truth. The sharing of sorrow may sometimes lead to great happiness. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the life of President John Tyler. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, you will hear Edward Arnold as Mr. President. But first, may we point out the truth of the saying, history repeats itself. For instance, did you know that there has been a president of the United States who was a general in our army and who was drafted for the presidency? Did you know that there was a president who broke with both regular parties and formed a third party of his own? Did you know that there was a president who promoted a general over the heads of a dozen other officers because the president believed that general was a better commander than his superiors? Yes, these incidents sound familiar to you in the light of your own times, and yet they all happened many years ago. They all have been told in warm human details by Mr. President. Here on this weekly radio program, you listen to those stories and learn of the great men who have made history. Listen now to the story and see if you can name the president whose career this story is about. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Come in and sit down, won't you? You know, there were times while I was in the White House when I was convinced that a president needed three essentials to survive his job: a sense of humor, a strong belief in the power of prayer, and a refuge away from the executive mansion. Frankly, I had the first, I developed the second, and I discovered the third. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this really happened to, but meanwhile you may be able to guess. It was my third year in the White House, and I had become a wartime president a little more than a month after my inauguration. The troubles of a war president were complicated for me by personal clashes among my commanders in the field. Add to this a constant stream of people who felt that only the president could solve their problems, and you will understand why I soon discovered one of the most closely guarded places in Washington as my refuge and hideaway. The room was over at the War Department and was the communications center of our army.
Good morning, Mr. President.
At ease, Major. What's the news?
Good news, sir. There isn't any.
I see. No news is good news?
Yes, sir.
My young friend, that rule always doesn't hold good. A fisherman doesn't consider it good news when he can't get a bite.
You're very right about that, Mr. President. If you'll excuse me, sir.
Of course, I'll just find my corner as usual. Well, now, Tinker, what is this process you're doing?
Checking the batteries, Mr. President.
I see. Mixing the juices, Oh, well, it's good to sit down in peace and...
Mr. President?
Yes, I did, Major. The chatter of your instruments isn't half as wearying as the chatter of certain tongues I mentioned. What's on the spike this morning?
Here's a message. Just came in, sir.
Mm-hmm. Mr. President, have under my command one gun of Battery C, 5th New York. I have the whole enemy army in my front. Send me another gun, and they will not come over. Sergeant Major Timothy Riley. Well, it would take an Irish artilleryman to find himself in such a spot.
Yes, sir, or to believe himself in such a position.
Well, I think we'd better answer the young man, Major. Something to this effect: your courage undoubted and your skill with artillery well known. Suggest you contact your battery headquarters at once and demand the second gun. Thank you for your offer and sign my name to it.
Yes, sir, at once.
Message here, Major. Urgent.
Thank you, Tinker. Decoded already?
Yes, sir.
May I, Major?
Of course, sir. It's from General Hooker, Mr. President.
Uh-huh. Well, I have information at hand. Enemy about to move in strength against our lines. Expect to drive homeward. Northward. We'll keep you advised. Hooker. Well, at last we're getting down to cases, Major. Don't quote me on this, but I sincerely hope that our General Hooker has 1/5 the courage of our Irish Sergeant of Artillery. There's a chatterbox for you. What is it saying, Tinker?
A message for you, sir. Withdrawal threatens Center of Industry and Communications. Have reports that General Ewell has been ordered to capture Harrisburg. We, the Committee of Safety, urgently pray you remove present commanding general and give us...
Amen.
Yes, sir. Oh, I didn't know you knew Morse code, Mr. President.
I don't, but we've had so many messages like that, I know them almost by heart. Is there anything from General Meade today?
Nothing from the Fifth Army, sir. Merely routine. No contact with the enemy there as yet.
And the latest annual?
He's crossed the river, sir, and is moving rapidly northward.
Then Harrisburg has reason to worry.
If the enemy's progress continues at the most rapid pace possible and unopposed, they cannot reach the vicinity of Harrisburg for at least 10 days.
And unopposed.
Yes, sir.
Major Eckert, you are presuming to comment on the conduct of the campaign as it is being conducted by our superior officers?
Yes, sir.
Major, I agree with you. In fact, there are times when I can dream of only one thing: how to find a commanding officer who would take orders instead of giving them. Somebody who wouldn't be quarreling with everybody all the time. Frankly, if General Hooker would make a move in any direction except backward, I would be a most happy man.
Yes, sir.
Major, you and I, we wait and watch together, don't we?
We do receive the news before anyone else, sir. Although I do wonder sometimes how you find the patience to read through all the messages we handle here.
Well, if I didn't come in here, I'd be receiving only the information Stanton and his War Department wanted me to know. And that's no way for the Commander-in-Chief to try to help run a war, is it?
No, sir. Still, if you would permit yourself a little more rest.
Rest? Rest? Yes, of course. What's this couch here for, huh? Oh, it's not the newest article of furniture in Washington, but its sag does fit a man's body. In fact, if you'll pardon me, I think I'll catch 40 winks. But call me at once, Major, if there's any word, especially if the wire to Fifth Army begins to bring in news, huh?
He's asleep already.
Tinker, you're looking at a weary man.
You'd think living in the White House and all, he'd have more comfort in his bed up there.
Maybe, in a physical sense. But his heart is out in the field, and this is the closest he can come. Tinker, that's the President and the Commander-in-Chief sleeping there on that old couch. You want to tell your grandchildren about this. You and I, we're working with a very, very great man. Well, let's get back to work. I'd like to get these reports out as soon as possible.
Mr. President, this is where I find you.
Take it easy, Ed. What's the trouble?
Well, don't you realize, Mr. President, that our army is in real difficulty?
Well, now, suppose you explain it to me. After all, the Secretary of War is supposed to be able to take care of details for the President.
Really, sir, this is no time for small talk. The enemy's across the Potomac. He's advancing on the Susquehanna and down the Shenandoah Valley.
Major Eckert.
Yes, sir?
How long ago did dispatches to this effect come through this office?
Early this morning, sir.
There you are, Ed. I've known all this for hours.
And do you know that there's almost panic in Philadelphia, that the citizens of Baltimore are preparing to flee, and that Washington itself is in danger?
Well, I understand that General Hooker has planned his retreat to cover Washington and Baltimore. And if I read his intentions rightly, he will draw out enemy communications to the breaking point, and that will save Philadelphia.
And in the meantime?
In the meantime, the center of our opposition appears to be in the capable hands of the Fifth Corps.
Meade's army?
Yes.
You seem very confident, sir.
I'm anything but confident, Ed. I'm just praying. And staying right here in this telegraph room as close to the line as I can. Maybe I can help.
Mr. President, the lobby of the White House is teeming with men who demand...
Demand. I know about that, too. Major, give me the demand file.
Yes, sir.
We've been stacking up the messages on that subject, Ed. See for yourself. More than 100. Hello? When did this one come in?
Tinker, did you file this?
Yes, sir. It seemed to belong to the rest.
Oh, that's all right. You couldn't be expected to know that a message from Colonel McClure of Philadelphia requires immediate answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
No matter. Get back to your key.
Yes, sir.
What does he want?
The Colonel? Oh, merely the recall of McClellan.
Great heavens.
Oh, he's not the only one. At least half of these messages ask that simple solution.
Perhaps it might be wise to consider...
Major Eckert.
Yes, sir.
Dispatch the following at once. Colonel A.K. McClure, Philadelphia. Do we gain anything by opening one leak to stop another? Do we gain anything by quieting one clamor merely to open a larger one? Send my name to him.
Yes, sir.
I'm answered, sir.
You are that, Ed. Now, is there anything else?
Sir, if you'll pardon me, a message through here from General Hooker to General Halleck at Harper's Ferry.
Action at last. Let me see that. Oh, Ed, listen. Request you send garrison at Harper's Ferry to raid enemy communications. Develop raid into full attack if possible. Hooker.
Mr. President, Halleck reports only to you. You won't take orders from Hooker.
It's not an order. It's a request. And look here. Look at the map. Why, certainly, it stands out like a sore thumb, cutting the enemy's line off of supply by by a raid from Harper's will stop his advance in its tracks.
Yeah, you may be right. But I still say that Halleck will refuse to accept an order or suggestion from the man you yourself appointed as Halleck's commander-in-chief. So what can we expect but failure?
Well, Ed, you're almost a regular here these days.
Your example, Mr. President.
Well, it's good to know someone follows the president's example.
Your pardon, Mr. President.
Yes, Tinker?
This just came from Harper's Ferry en route to General Hooker's headquarters.
Mm-hmm. Cannot release garrison for stupid chase. Suggest you detach cavalry units from your present command. Halleck, you call the turn, Ed.
So it seems.
Has this one gone through, Tinker?
Yes, sir. General Hooker has it by now.
What now?
Oh, unless I miss my guess, Hooker will have something to say immediately.
Your own calm must be having its effect on me. Ordinarily, I'd have exploded.
There's not much use in exploding, Ed. There'll be a time to act. Meanwhile, we watch and we wait.
Message from General Hooker, sir.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Major. Well, this does it, Ed.
So?
Hooker resigns his command.
And a lot of people will be relieved, including the enemy, I'm sure.
You assume that I'm accepting his resignation?
Well, aren't you?
Of course I am. This man knows our desperate position, but can't rise above a personal squabble.
McClellan again?
No. I'll not replace one second-rater by calling another.
Well, who then?
Major, a message to 5th Army Corps headquarters. Tell General Meade that he is to assume full command of the United States Army upon receipt of this message. Give him one order. Advance against the enemy as soon as possible.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Today, America is building the largest, best-trained, technically educated peacetime Army and Air Force in its history. And although selective service is now law, the volunteer enlistment program is still being continued. For volunteers mean high morale and efficiency for our armed forces. At the moment, selective service is being used to supply the difference between the number of volunteers and the total authorized strength of the services. That's why many volunteers are needed. Today's Army and Air Force are charged with the essential tasks of carrying out occupation duties in Europe and the Far East, garrisoning our outlying bases, manning the military establishments at home, conducting research developments and experimentation, carrying on the training of new men and replacements. And you can help the volunteer recruiting program by always showing your respect for the man in uniform. As a good citizen, look to the Army or Air Force man with pride. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed by now who the president is in this story. Of course, later on I'll tell you which one it was. It was the 28th of June when General Hooker resigned his command. I appointed General Meade in his place and went home to the White House to pray. I prayed that night, and the night following, and the one following that. During the day, Ed Stanton and I lived in the telegraph room at the War Department. We waited for the two opposing armies to join battle. And each morning asked Major Eckert to give us a picture of what was happening.
Our forces under Hancock, Sickles, and Reynolds are moving in the direction of Gettysburg, gentlemen, while General Meade himself appears to be in the vicinity of Taneytown. The rest of our forces are as far away as Westminster.
Too scattered, much too scattered.
And the enemy?
General Early's divisions are moving down from York, and the enemy under General Hill advancing along the Chambersburg Road. That's our information to date.
Look at the map, Mr. President. Our right flank can only curve back on itself in a fishhook. Our position is almost untenable already.
It's not too bad, Ed. If we move fast enough to hold the town, or even turn our line here on Culp's Hill and run it along the ridge here.
Cemetery Ridge, sir.
Oh, is that what they call it?
Yes, sir.
Rather too appropriate from what seems to be shaping up in that vicinity.
Defeat seems to be shaping up.
Oh, give me the chance, Ed. Nothing's lost as yet.
Except position, sir, except position.
Any word from General Meade, Major?
Not as yet, sir. His regular morning communique should be off the wire shortly, however.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. President.
Yes, Tinker.
This came in just now, sir. Addressed to you from General Meade.
Thank you. Great Caesar's ghost.
Have we made contact with them, sir?
Made contact? General Meade wires that he will engage the enemy within a reasonable time.
A reasonable time. In 2 weeks, Stewart's cavalry will have reached the outskirts of New York, and Lee will be in Philadelphia. They're forcing the fight, not us.
Yes, General. Yes, sir. Our General Meade will be ready to fight a magnificent battle when there is no enemy to fight.
No use. Confusion. Utter and absolute confusion inside Gettysburg and out.
The fog of war, Ed, it will clear up.
Will it, sir? Buford takes his cavalry into the town. Then word comes that the First Corps has fled before Hill's men on the Chambersburg Road. Now we find out they didn't flee, but only retreated strategically. Meanwhile, the enemy's in Gettysburg. Buford's division has disappeared, and Meade's is 15 miles away.
You forget Howard up on Cemetery Hill.
Forget? You knew he was there. What kind of fighting is this?
Desperate and bloody fighting.
I know that. But once war was fought in an orderly manner. Armies moved into position and then attacked. But this, divisions moving up, divisions moving out. Artillery on ridges, cavalry coming out of nowhere. A line shaped like a fishhook. But certainly not according to any rules I've ever read.
I think, Ed, that this is the first battle in a new kind of warfare. And I can't help wishing just a little that the men who invented it, Generals Lee, Johnson, Longstreet, not to mention Jeb Stuart, well, I can't help but wish they were on our side for a little while.
Is it clear now, Mr. President, what happened up there yesterday?
Well, if you mean, do I understand that we took a fearful larping? It's very clear, Major.
I'm afraid you're right, sir.
Let me see if I have our position correct as of this moment.
Yes, sir.
Let me see. Our line swings around Culp's Hill to the north and runs roughly north and south along Cemetery Hill across Little Round Top and on to Round Top itself. Before us are a peach orchard, a wheat field, 2 streams, Willoughby's Run and Devil's Run. Well named, that one. And a stone wall with a sharp right angle that projects well out in front of our line.
Roughly that's it, Mr. President.
Now, the enemy is facing us on Seminary Ridge. His artillery appears to command the valley between, as well as the Emmetsburg Road that runs into that valley, parallel between the two armies.
Very correct, sir.
Now, it looks to my civilian eye, Major, as if the positions we have assumed are fairly good, defensively speaking.
It seems so, sir. It's always harder to attack uphill.
Now, let me see now. If I were Lee, what would I do? I might move southward and force us to pull off of Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill. And there's flat country to the south.
Well, if his army is demanding an attack, he might force battle at Culp's Hill. Pour all his power in there.
Or equally at Little Round Top down here at the southern end.
That's difficult, but not impossible, sir.
Well, the only impossible move seems to be a simultaneous attack at both ends of the line.
We could defend ourselves much better in that case, sir. Our line being shorter than theirs.
Even my amateur's eye sees that, Major.
Sorry.
Major, I'm seeing something else as well.
Yes, sir?
You're a military man. You hear these telegraph instruments and see the map and the various units marked on it. I'm afraid, Major, that what I see is not the chessboard, but men. And what I'm hearing are the guns and the wounded.
Special message, Mr. President, from General Meade's headquarters.
Let me have it, please. I see. Wright's brigade was through our lines for a while, but we forced him back. Devil's Run is red with blood. And General Sickles is among the wounded. Lost a leg. Estimated casualties just on our side for this day's fighting. 12,000. May I have my hat, Tinker?
Yes, sir.
If anything develops before dawn, where shall I reach you, Mr. President?
Oh, at the White House, Major, in my room. I think I know my place tonight. It's on my knees, asking the Almighty God to give us victory.
third day, Mr. President, of nothing, absolutely nothing.
Both sides exhausted, Ed?
I don't know. That's it. Nobody knows. I doubt if the men commanding up there know themselves.
May I see the latest messages, Major?
Yes, sir, right here.
Thank you. Johnson's Confederates driven out of positions captured yesterday. Time received, 12:30 a.m., lull in battle, both armies bivouac. Time received, 12 noon. Enemy artillery preparing bombardment, estimate 120 guns. Unable to bring more than 80 artillery pieces to action against enemy positions due to difficult terrain, top of Cemetery Ridge. Oh, that's not good, Ed, not good at all. Lee has something special up his sleeve. 120 guns.
Just in, Mr. President. Battle has started again.
Let me see.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir. My key again.
Enemy bombardment opened on signal 1 p.m. Casualties high. General Meade retired from headquarters to Powers Hill.
It begins again.
But why? Why all that waste of
Oh,
ammunition?
think a minute, Ed. Think what we said yesterday.
Well, the fog of war?
That, yes, but something about a new kind of war.
Yes, so?
The enemy, Ed, is now softening our lines. In other words, he's preparing the way for a final effort by sending shell fire ahead of his men.
If we could only match him gun for gun.
We might have, Ed, if our generals had chosen the battleground and not the enemy.
Message, Mr. President.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Tinker. Well, read it yourself, Ed. They may have been the enemy, but such heroism is rare. Rare indeed.
Incredible. Utterly incredible. But they've been driven back, Mr. President. They'll never recover from this. Never.
I know, Ed. I know. But let me tell you here now, when the history of our time is written, the place at Gettysburg that will be remembered will be the bloody angle in the old stone wall. The name that will be remembered will be a Virginia name. Pickett, and the gallant, tragic courage of his fighting men.
I'm honored to have so distinguished a visitor as the President of the United States.
Not at all, General Sickles. As a matter of fact, I have a very personal motive in calling on you, now that they've brought you here to the hospital in Washington. General, can we expect further results from Gettysburg?
We have won a victory, sir.
At considerable cost to you personally, too, and to many thousands of families on both sides. But I'm thinking of the fruits of this victory, sir.
I don't quite follow you.
Well, I'm merely a civilian, General, but it seems to me that if General Meade pressed after the enemy, we might succeed in shortening the war by many, many months.
I understand, Mr. President. Still, I'm afraid I cannot answer your question.
Well, you were there, General.
Unfortunately, only until I was wounded on the second day. I'm in no position to give an opinion.
I understand. Completely, General.
May I ask a question in my turn?
Of course.
While you followed the campaign, sir, in the telegraph room, as Mr. Stanton has told me, were you never anxious about it?
No, I was never anxious.
Things looked rather bad for us for a while.
Very bad, General, but, well, I'll tell you how it was. In the pinch of your campaign up there, when everybody seemed panic-stricken and nobody could tell what was going to happen, I went to my room one day and locked the door. Got down on my knees and prayed for victory at Gettysburg. I told the Almighty God this was His war, and our cause was His cause, but that we couldn't stand another Fredericksburg or Chancellorsville. And then and there I made a solemn vow to Almighty God that if He would stand by our boys at Gettysburg, I would stand by Him. And He did. And I will. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Nothing reflects the spirit of America and the American people better than our music. Music that started when the country started and grew with it. Some of it is grand and courageous, the pioneer theme. Some of it is dreamy and lovely, reminiscent of the South. These are the types of music you hear every Sunday night on Carnegie Hall. Every Sunday evening, Carnegie Hall salutes a different event in American history and plays music that is reminiscent of that period. The well-known conductor, Dr. Frank Black, leads the concert orchestra on the Carnegie Hall broadcast. This truly thrilling musical event, Carnegie Hall, featuring the music every American loves when it's heard Sunday evenings over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Of course, you know by now that the president in today's story was Abraham Lincoln. It's interesting to note that Lincoln did spend days and nights in the telegraph room with the War Department during the battles, both in refuge from constant callers and to be as close as he could to the battlefields. And frankly, this great human being had the two real essentials that carried him through our country's greatest crises: a wonderful, deep, heartfelt sense of humor and an unshakable belief in the power of prayer. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you then that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the life of President Abraham Lincoln. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, you will hear Edward Arnold as Mr. President. But first, rarely before in the history of our country has the office of the presidency been of such vital importance as it is today. As you know, the Constitution is very specific about the powers and duties of the president, making him somewhat subject to the will of Congress in domestic matters, but almost entirely on his own in our dealings with other nations. Our foreign relations are vital to every one of us, and the president is our personal representative in such matters. Into this important picture enter the Mr. President stories, telling in warm, human terms of the adventures, the troubles, and the joys of the men who have held the nation's highest office. You, our listeners, have the added thrill of testing your historical knowledge when you try to identify the president of each story. Test your knowledge now by listening to the Mr. President story which follows. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, come in. Sit down, won't you? You know, the incidents I have in mind make quite a story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It was my practice to take long, rambling hikes through the Virginia countryside, accompanied by such hardy souls as cared for that kind of exercise. There was quite a bit of climbing involved, especially when we scrambled down to the chain bridge on our way to Washington. Among my constant companions were Dr. Rixey, Surgeon General of the Navy, and a young Captain Leonard of the Marine Corps. One afternoon, as we half climbed, half slid down a particular cliff...
Oh, Mr. President, this is a merry chase you're leading us.
Not much footing up here.
Well, any time it's too rough for you, don't hesitate to say so, Captain.
Not at all, sir. I can take it.
Sometimes I wish you would be more careful, Mr. President.
Me? There's nothing going to happen to me.
You're very sure, sir.
Meaning I tempt fates?
Yes, sir.
Well, don't you worry, Doctor. I've had my head in the lion's mouth too many times to worry about fate. Careful there, careful. This rock is always slippery. That does it.
Not too bad.
There, made it.
Good for you, Captain.
Colonel Wheeler's rather a bug on physical fitness in the Corps. I wonder how he'd enjoy a hike like this.
Colonel Wheeler, your commanding officer?
Yes, sir. Chief of my bureau at the Navy Department.
Do you think he'd keep up with this, Captain?
Well, sir, it's not for me to say.
Well, he might, but his figure would drop behind.
Oh, I see. A desk officer.
He was at Guantanamo with us, Mr. President, but since then...
I understand. Doctor, do you know the good colonel?
Well, wonderful war record, Mr. President.
And since?
Well, you might say that the sedentary life has caught up with him.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about the other officers?
The Marine Corps?
And Navy and the Army.
Well, I'm not particularly familiar with the Army, Mr. President.
Well, I don't expect you to be, but the Navy is your job.
Well, if you're pressing
Oh,
me...
you know I am. Speak up, man. This is off the record as far as you're concerned.
And then I'll say frankly, Mr. President, that what has been said about Colonel Wheeler applies also to officers of similar rank in the Navy.
Uh-huh. I bet the Army isn't far behind.
Well...
You know, I begin to think, Doctor, that this might take a little investigation and a regulation or two.
Huh?
After all, I'm Commander-in-Chief, and I'd rather not be Commander-in-Chief of a group of short-winded, large-waisted gentlemen who can't go where their men might have to go, but, well... Come on, let's get back to the others and start home. It's getting late. Edith, it's absolutely incredible.
All right. I'll ask the question, dear. What is incredible?
Well, answer this one first. What would you expect of officers in the United States Army?
I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I'd expect them to keep up with all modern improvements.
Yes, go on.
And I'd expect them to be ready to handle any possible emergency for which the Army might be necessary.
Anything else?
Well, I suppose in order to do that, they ought to be bright, intelligent.
And in good physical condition.
Of course. I took that for granted.
Oh, don't take it for granted any longer, Edith. Because it just isn't so. Neither did I until I saw for myself. And I'm home early because I just didn't want to see any more.
Are you sure you're not exaggerating, dear?
Well, ask General Wood and old Ding Dong Bell. They were there with me. And the Navy and Marines are almost as bad. Anyway, Rixey tells me they are.
Well, one service at a time, dear. What did you see today?
I saw a cavalry colonel who was unable to keep his horse at a smart trot for even half a mile. 10 years my junior. And he couldn't keep up with me.
Oh, for goodness sake.
And there was a major general whom I wouldn't embarrass by naming, who was scared to let his horse canter with us. And as for walking, Edith, I'm sure the next War Department budget is going to contain an item for wheelchairs and salaries for the enlisted men to push them around.
Mr. President.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Rixey. Fit as a fiddle, as always?
On a brisk winter morning like this, of course. You look fit yourself.
Oh, I am. I try to stay that way, as you know darn well. I wish I could say the same for certain other men in Washington when it's in fires.
Well, you're still after my naval charges, Mr. President.
You bet I am. And after what I saw yesterday, Doctor, I'm after the Army, too. Rixey, it's incredible. I told Edith last night, well, never mind that now. Something's got to be done about this, and at once.
Well, a nice, short, clean war.
No. Nothing as drastic as that, but I think we might initiate an idea or two, which my successor will continue once the 4th of March is here and gone.
Compulsory setting up exercises, perhaps?
Frankly, I don't care how they get back into condition. They can carry 40-pound packs and rifles for all I care, just as long as they are physically fit and stay that way.
No, you're not overemphasizing a casual remark made on one of our hikes, are you?
Not after what I've seen. Hikes. Yes, that's it. Hikes.
Just what do you have in mind, Mr. President?
Well, I think it might be an idea if each officer found it necessary to take a walk once in a while.
Walking is fine exercise out of doors, and when the distance is sufficiently great.
Well, how about riding?
Horseback?
Oh, stop it.
Oh, no, God. Well, it does wonders for me.
And me, Doctor. No, I have an idea. Let's set a distance and a time limit for walking and riding.
Well, how far?
Oh, say 50 miles of walking and 100 on horseback.
Not too difficult, I'd say, within a reasonable time.
Oh, I do myself in one day.
Well, you're in good shape, sir.
Yes, of course. But these other fellows, how long would you give them, Doctor?
Well, about 3 days.
What?
100 miles on horseback in 3 days isn't a bad ride.
Oh, it sounds very mild to me.
Oh, to you, yes.
All right, 3 days. Walk 50 or ride 100.
How do you expect to get these men to do this?
I've got that one all figured out, Doctor. I'm issuing an executive order to the commissioned officers of the armed forces.
Those who want to avoid it will find a way.
Oh, will they, though? Will they? I've got that covered, too. Each year, beginning with the issuance of this order, each officer will have to present a certificate to the effect that he has walked 50 miles or ridden 100 within 3 days. Huh? Or his commission will lapse and he will be placed on the retired list at once.
What is it, dear? You know, dear, I don't mind your reading the paper at the breakfast table, knowing how busy you are.
Yes, dear. No, thank you for your patience.
But there is nothing I hate more than to hear someone chuckle the way you do and not know what's so funny.
Look, I'm sorry, Edith. It's this cartoon in the Herald. It shows me riding herd in a cowboy outfit on a collection of army officers. See there?
It is funny. Oh, but why does this man always draw you with such large spectacles?
Oh, my hat and my mustache and my spectacles are the cartoonist's delight.
Did you see the editorial that goes with the cartoon?
Yes, I saw it. I haven't read it yet. What's in it?
The president again. Once again, our chief executive is proving himself a petty and capricious tyrant. We can hope only that with the advent of the president's successor, this nonsense will stop.
Oh, well, this only goes to prove these desk officers have their friends. The field officers aren't complaining.
Of course not.
In any case, Bill will be taking over soon.
Now, what's the joke, dear?
I'm thinking of Bill and his figure. Perhaps I ought to have included the commander-in-chief in my order. Bill walking 50 miles. And Bill on a horse. Oh, no, Edith. Oh, for heaven's sake, no.
Mr. President, I'm here, I'm afraid, on somewhat, well, how shall I say it? Frankly, Mr. President, there's been quite a bit of rebellion in the armed forces these days.
Rebellion? Not mutiny, Congressman? I'm sure I would have heard of mutiny.
I was using the word advisedly.
Oh, go on.
It is my privilege, Mr. President, to have the friendship of certain officers. And there's a protest going on of which my friends have made me aware.
Oh, I begin to understand, Congressman.
These gentlemen feel you have acted quite capriciously.
Congressman, I am not capricious. Let us understand that.
These officers have not used the word, sir. That is the word being applied in Congress.
By whom beside yourself?
By enough members of the House to block any legislation you may wish to have passed.
Are you threatening me?
Nothing as drastic as a threat, Mr. President. But we do feel strongly that this order should be revoked.
Because your friends in the War and Navy departments are too old or too lazy to keep themselves in fighting trim?
Mr. President, you can't expect these
I
men
can expect officers to keep themselves in condition to face any emergency. I can expect them to be examples to the enlisted men. And I can expect them to obey orders as well as give them.
This whim of yours...
Whim, is it?
Well, call it a test. It's outrageous, overstrenuous.
What? Why is this test something any healthy woman would take and pass it, sir?
I don't believe that to be demonstrable, sir.
Oh, you don't? Well, sir, I'm 50 years old in a few months today. I will demonstrate this to you personally by riding the 100 miles required, not in 3 days, but in 1 day, sir. And then let your lame duck Congress protest all it wishes. As long as I am in the White House, the Army and the Navy and the Marines will be in fighting trim at all times. And if my test weeds out the unfit officers, let them fall where they may. Good day, Mr. Congressman. Good day.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Do you know that smash-ups on American highways occur at the rate of more than 1 a minute, all day, every day in the year? That's a fantastic figure, but it's true, and traffic on our highways is ever increasing. It is now 11% above the pre-war peak. Just another reason why accident prevention education is becoming more and more important. The difficulty is that people continue to think of accidents as always befalling someone else. It simply does not occur to us that we may be killed. Yet, for it is the careless little chances each of us take every day that cause the big accident totals. We can prevent accidents only if each individual guards against that one accident that may take his own life. These are the major causes of traffic casualties: speed, drink, and carelessness. So help cut down accidents on your streets and highways. Be careful. Remember, the life you save may be your own. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've guessed by now who the president was in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. Well, Congressman Randolph left my office that day in quite a huff, and I sent invitations to Surgeon General Rixey and my aide, Captain Archie Bott, to join me on the 100-mile ride I proposed to take in 1 day. Both those men were close to my own age and in excellent physical condition. I planned our route south of Washington through Fairfax, past Bull Run to Buckland and on to Warrenton, Virginia. The distance was about 50 miles. In Warrenton, we would have some lunch and then start back to Washington by the same roads. Fresh horses were to be ready at the various places we would stop. Then 2 days before the date set, I overheard my wife and Surgeon General Rixey in serious conversation.
You know how stubborn he is.
But I still don't like the whole idea, ma'am.
Rixey, you sound worried.
Oh, we didn't see you there, dear. Dr. Rixey is quite worried, and with reason.
That's right, Mr. President.
What's the trouble?
Principally you, dear.
Well, what have I done now?
It's not what you have done, sir. It's what you plan to do.
You mean our little ride?
Our little ride.
Dr. Rixey doesn't like the idea at all.
Oh, I look like a weakling, do I?
It's not your health. It's the possibility of an accident, Mr. President.
I see. Tempting the fates again, eh?
Just that. You're placing a great responsibility on me, sir. It'll be cold and dark when we start, and
Suppose the horse stumbles in a mud hole.
Oh, the roads will be frozen hard as a rock, Edith. There's no mud in January.
Well, then ice. Suppose the horse slips and you're hurt. Dr. Rixey will be blamed for carelessness. After all, he is your personal physician.
I herewith solemnly absolve you of all blame for any accident which may befall me, Rixey. And if you want it in writing, you shall have it in writing, Rixey.
It seems rather, unnecessary, Mr. President, to go to all this trouble just to prove something to a few recalcitrant congressmen.
Frankly, Rixey, I don't care one way or another about those congressmen. But I do care about the condition of the armed forces. If this ride of ours will set an example, if it will dramatize the need for bodily vigor, it will have served its purpose.
Mr. President, I surrender.
Now, don't worry, Edith. We'll be in Warrenton for lunch and home for dinner. That's the schedule, and we'll keep to it.
Unless something unforeseen happens.
There'll be nothing unforeseen. Look, goodbye, my dear, and get back in bed before you freeze to death. It's not yet 4 o'clock in the morning.
Go on, climb on your horse. I'm not going inside until you're on your way.
All right, have it your own way. Whoa there, whoa, easy, boy, easy. There we go.
None too soon for me. doggone cold standing here. I don't know how Archie feels.
That's underestimating.
Well, then, as we used to say in the cavalry, troopers ho! Goodbye, Edith. I'll see you tonight.
Don't worry, ma'am.
We'll bring you back safely.
Oh, over that way, Archie, is Bull Run.
Yes, sir. And that way, Warrenton and lunch.
Hungry already?
Well, I must admit I could eat.
Rixie?
Nothing like a brisk winter morning and 25 miles on horseback to build an appetite.
And use muscles you don't use sitting at a desk. Yeah, I can see some sore and aching colonels, not to mention generals, these next few months. Shall we mount, gentlemen, or should I say with Navy men, shall we go aboard?
Why not, sir?
Well, this is one time we go aboard without saluting the quarterdeck.
Now, where would we find the quarterdeck of a horse?
Somewhere astern, I should think, Mr. President.
Well, let's get on with it, gentlemen. Buckland is the next stop, and then Warrenton, eh?
And as you said, Mr. President, troopers ho!
Troopers ho!
Well, now, look what's ahead of us there. What is this we're getting into?
We're in Warrenton, it seems, sir.
Well, unless I miss my guess, the major portion of the population is waiting for us at the end.
Well, I asked mine host to keep our visit quiet.
But unless I miss my guess, our friends of the press and of the Secret Service tip the people off with their advanced preparation.
Well, as usual, Doctor, as usual.
Well, frankly, I don't care how warm a welcome we get as long as the food is hot.
Oh, I expect it will be. I'll welcome it myself. Well, Warrenton it is. All right, on schedule. We're doing very well, I think, gentlemen.
We've been lucky. Archie's horse had me worried back there at Bull Run.
Oh, he's just a little high-spirited. He'll be fine on the way back.
If we're as fine, I'll be satisfied.
Well, the first 50 miles are always the hardest. Shall we dismount, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, Dr. Rixey, Captain Bott, may I introduce myself? I'm Mayor Glass of Warrenton.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, sir?
You must be somewhat tired and certainly hungry, gentlemen, but it isn't very often that a president comes to Warrenton, and we could not permit this occasion to go by without an official welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I say your people have been and are most kind?
Our brand of Virginia hospitality, Mr. President. We are greatly honored by your visit, and all our people appreciate both the purpose of your ride and your own heart.
Now, this we didn't count on, Rixie.
Well, not exactly, Mr. President. I thought the ride back would be as easy as the ride out, especially after all that Virginia hospitality at Warrenton.
Archie, are you all right back there?
All right, I hope, sir.
What's the trouble, Captain?
Well, both the horse and I are traveling by ear. Neither one of us can see a thing.
Archie, you want us to stop a while?
No, sir. Probably freeze to death if we stop now. Mr. President.
Yes, Archie?
What did you tell that congressman about your test?
That any healthy woman could pass it.
Mr. President, did you have a sleet storm in January in mind when you made that statement?
Well, I'll confess, Doctor, that's one thing I didn't think of. But come on, we'll soon have some fresh horses and then the last lap into Washington. Come on.
Come in, all of you. Come in and shut the door. You're letting the storm invade government property.
Edith, my dear, are you all right? You weren't too worried?
Oh, I didn't worry for a moment. And for heaven's sake, shut the door.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now get those wet things off.
You see how she orders the president about, Doctor? Yes, my dear. And I'm glad to see you here, Captain Leonard.
Glad to see you, sir. Dr. Rixey, Captain Bott.
Captain?
Are you worried about us too, Captain?
Your wife asked me to come over. I found the fire upstairs most comfortable.
And so will we. Rixey, Archie, shall we go upstairs?
By all means.
Aye, sir.
Dr. Rixey,
Oh, yes, ma'am?
is he really all right?
I sound as a bell to all appearances, ma'am. I wish Captain Bott and I had stood it as well. I feel as if I needed to put myself to bed for a week, ma'am.
Well, that's where he's going to stay tomorrow. You may depend on that.
Oh, and on what may I depend, Edith?
On your spending tomorrow in bed.
Oh, no, you don't. We didn't take this ride so Congress could say, I told you so. Confidentially, my dear, Dr. Rixey and Captain Bott don't know it yet, but we're going for a hike in Virginia tomorrow morning.
Oh, no, my dear.
Yes, just to get the kinks out of our muscles, my dear. And to make the eyes of certain congressmen pop out a little farther. How about it, Rixey? Are you game? Will you join me for a walk tomorrow?
I suppose so.
Doctor. Captain Leonard.
Good morning, sir.
What brings you two to the White House today?
That little ride we took a month ago, Mr.
You
President.
mean that jaunt to Warren? Well, it stopped the protest, though, didn't it? What's up?
Captain Leonard told me a story, sir. I thought you ought to hear it.
Well, Captain?
I must confess, sir, I tried to dissuade Dr. Rixey from bringing me here.
Weary of your old walking companion, Captain? Only a month more, and I'll be out of your hair, my boy.
I'll miss you, sir. We all will.
Thank you, Captain.
It's no more than the truth, sir. But, well, this is not exactly the kind of thing an officer feels he ought to do.
I insist, Captain.
And the doctor is a naval officer, Captain. I think you can trust his judgment.
Well, sir, after your famous ride, there weren't any further open protests from the officer corps, sir.
I take it you're using the word open advisedly.
I'm afraid I am, sir. There has been, and still is, sir, plenty of undercover complaining.
Well, as long as they obey my order, Captain, let them complain. The ancient American right of free speech, you know.
Yes, sir, of course. Except that now there seems to be a new type of pressure being exerted.
Oh?
You won't believe this any more than I did, Mr. President.
Well, let's have it, Captain. Let's have it.
Well, sir, shortly after your demonstration, 2 Marine lieutenants and I decided to take our tests together and get them over with for this year. We set out quite early one morning with pedometers in our pockets. We had a wonderful time. We walked the 50 miles required in 1 day, sir. Not in the 3 you ordered.
Oh, splendid. I told you it was easy, Doctor.
Now, wait, you haven't heard the rest.
Oh, what else?
We've been ordered, sir, by certain officials of the Navy Department to do the whole thing over again.
What? For heaven's sake, why?
Well, the test wasn't correct, according to the letter of your order, sir. We did it in 1 day. You ordered it done in 3 days, sir.
Well, such behavior makes the whole idea ridiculous, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Well, that seems to be the idea, Mr. President. You know, I've seen officers walking from their desks to their homes with pedometers hanging around their necks.
Oh, gentlemen, I want the names of the bureaucrats who started this nonsense. There'll be short work made of them. As long as I'm president, and I'm sure as long as my successor is in the White House, the armed forces will stay in top condition. And that goes for everyone, from privates and seamen to the top brass. But it is funny, you know. It's very funny. I wonder when Congress will conceive the idea of paying our officers by the mile. Well, will you come upstairs a moment?
Surely.
We've got to tell my wife Edith about this. She'll enjoy it as much as I have. But heaven help the men who ordered you to take the test over again, Captain. Heaven help them when I catch up with them. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
To an inveterate playgoer, there is no greater thrill than that moment when the curtain goes up on a new play. And that same feeling of excitement and drama has been carried over into ABC's program, Theater Guild on the Air. Each drama presented on Theater Guild has been chosen with care from the long and varied list of Broadway plays. After the play has been selected, a writer adapts it for the medium of radio. Then the play is cast with top-flight Hollywood and Broadway actors. Then comes the weeks of rehearsal under expert guidance until all the component parts that go into each broadcast of Theater Guild on the Air are ready. The music, sound effects, and the acting. So don't miss this dramatic listening treat, Theater Guild on the Air, when it's heard over most of these ABC stations every Sunday night. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
I'm sure you've guessed by now that the president who took that 100-mile horseback ride through sleet and the winter wind was the Rough Rider himself, Theodore Roosevelt. It's interesting to note in passing that the test he began has developed over the years into a tradition of regular physical examinations, resulting in a group of tough, conditioned officers of which the nation can be proud. President Roosevelt's philosophy of a healthy body to sustain and be sustained by a vigorous soul rewarded him, and might be something all of us could profit by. And, oh, yes, his successor, about whom we chuckled a little while ago at breakfast with Mrs. Roosevelt, was, of course, William Howard Taft. Now, we might take a moment or two to salute that wonderful organization of which Captain Leonard was a part. The United States Marines. They are 173 years young this week. Happy birthday, men. Your tradition from the Bahamas in 1775 to Iwo Jima and Okinawa will always be one of the proudest parts of American history. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you then that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the life of President Theodore Roosevelt. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, you will hear Edward Arnold as Mr. President. But first, I want to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country. Generation after generation of American men and women have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their former chief executives. That's why Mr. President has rapidly caught the attention of people everywhere. For here is the program that presents human, intimate anecdotes and incidents in the careers of our presidents. And you, as the listener, enjoy the additional thrill of trying to identify the president in the story being told. So test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House by listening now for today's fascinating Mr. President story. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello there. Come in and sit down, won't you? It seems to me the two words which describe the president's job best are command and responsibility. On the president's shoulders rests not only the welfare of the people of the United States, but also the welfare of the people of the entire world. This is a heavy responsibility. I had 3 people to share this with me, my wife and 2 very good friends. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to, but meanwhile you may be able to guess. It was just before Christmas when the new First Lady and I came to the White House after a too brief honeymoon. I had every wish to pick her up and carry her across the threshold. But there was the household staff and the traditional line with Mrs. Sloane, the housekeeper, at the head. I didn't want to behave like a youngster in public, so my bride and I linked hands and walked in quite sedately as Mrs. Sloane said,
Welcome home, madam, and Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Sloane, Edith, my dear, our housekeeper and her staff.
How do you do? Our very best wishes, ma'am, for long life and great happiness for both you of my heart.
Well, we've had a long trip since Mrs. Sloane. My thanks again, and I think if we went upstairs
Yes,
now...
of course, sir. Back to your work.
Yes, ma'am.
I rearranged your room, sir, just as you asked. We hope you'll be pleased.
Oh, I'm sure we will be. Come, Edith. Come along.
What have you been up to now, dear?
Oh, you'll see, Edith. You'll see.
Oh, Mrs. Sloane is charming, dear. I'm sure we'll get along beautifully.
Oh, of course you will. Well, here we are. This is our room.
Oh, darling, the flowers. They're lovely.
Mrs. Sloane's idea, I'm afraid.
You're always giving credit where it's due, aren't you? It's one of the things I love you for.
Shall I begin to tell you now?
You've told me, dear. You told me by making me your wife.
I hope you'll be happy here, my dear. And after all, it's only a temporary residence, you know.
What difference does that make? Oh, I love the house. And wherever did you find this wonderful old bed?
Well, I thought your sense of history, Edith, would appreciate Mr. Lincoln's bed.
Mr. Lincoln. So that's why it's so long.
Yes, he was a big man, Edith.
I'm not sure it's right, darling. You're sleeping in a Republican's bed.
With an election year around the corner, you may be right about that. But then again, there's a certain magic in this old house, Edith. Men have come to live here from so many political parties, but once they're here, well, they've always turned out to be presidents of all the people.
I understand. You know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Mr. Lincoln rather liked that idea. I'm sure my husband does. I'm very sure of that.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. President. More bad news from the other side, sir?
No, it's about the same, Murray.
Then we're still trying to be conciliators?
You sound doubtful.
The war's been going on for more than 2 years now. Do you blame me?
No, still if our good officers can shorten the conflict by a single day...
And keep us out of it.
Still, I think we can keep up, Pum.
We have to, sir. This is an election year.
Don't you think so, too, sir?
I hope and pray so, Ralph. Believe me, the last thing on this earth I want to see in this nation is war. That's why I called you and my Secretary of State.
Not another note to Germany?
Well,
Useless, absolutely useless.
What do you think, Ralph?
Well, I'm inclined to agree with Lansing, Mr. President. After all, Germany is fighting in France. The British blockade is having small effect just now. Until she feels the real effects of war, her arrogance will stop any attempts at negotiation.
And we have our national pride. There comes a time when conciliation may be taken for weakness.
But if we frame our notes correctly, no one will accuse us of weakness.
I'll go along with that, Mr. President, if we don't forget that the fellow who holds the coats of a couple of fighters usually winds up in the fight himself. And as Bob said, this is an election year.
What if it is?
Well, your supporters are already using the slogan, "He kept us out of war."
I shall campaign on domestic issues.
All well and good, but if you're not elected again, you won't be able to do much good either at home or abroad.
I'm keeping that in mind, Bob. But the fact remains that we have to send another note to Germany now. The British stories about German atrocities are having their effect. The people are beginning to react strongly toward them. We must move quickly.
Then what's the keynote? If our people are becoming angry at Germany...
Patience is the keynote, as always.
Oh, very well to talk with.
I know I've been snubbed, but I still believe there's hope for peace. And as long as that remains, we shall continue to be patient with both parties.
Oh, you'll have to do better than that, darling. Keep your head down and your eye on the ball.
Well, you'll have to give me a handicap from now on, say 2 strokes a hole.
Either that or charge you for golf lessons. Replace the divot, darling, and we'll move along.
Yeah. So, only an expert could tell the president has been here.
When you lose your present job, darling, I'll find you another, mowing lawns with a driver.
That time may be closer than we think.
Oh, you'll be reelected. At a time in history like this, the country couldn't turn a man like you out of the White House.
But do the voters know the president the way his wife does?
Perhaps not. But they know you well enough.
Then perhaps I'd better not campaign. They might get to know me too well.
Please be serious a moment, dear.
Oh, listen to the woman. We're out on the golf course. It's spring. The Maryland hills are blooming. I have the loveliest lady in Washington on my side, and she wants to be serious.
I know, dear, and thank you.
You're very welcome, madam.
But the fact remains, Mr. President, that you are the president, and you have to remain so another 4 years.
Do you really think so, my dear?
Yes, if we are to stay out of war.
You too, Edith?
What do you mean, me too?
Oh, that slogan. Times like this morning, I wish you and I could walk through the spring green hills of Maryland like this forever. But enough of that. I've got to get back. I have a meeting with Bob Lansing in an hour.
And I promised Mrs. Sloan we'd have tea together and visit a while. Oh, there are times, Mrs. Sloan, when I almost wish he would be defeated this year.
One way it might be better, ma'am, and another way I'm not so sure.
How do you mean?
Well, for his health's sake, might be better for him to retire to private life. But on the other side, well...
Go on.
His heart's so set on helping people and on making peace. You know how he talks about a peace that will last forever?
Yes, I know.
It makes me feel if he were defeated and he couldn't work for his idea, it might break his heart, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Sloan. I have begun to think that maybe I was the only one who felt that... You've helped me tremendously this morning.
I've helped? Why, I've only said what I believe to be true, ma'am.
Yes, and that's what's helped me so very much. I think I know now exactly what I have to do to help him as much as possible.
Edith, look at this breakfast table.
Mrs. Sloan has done her customary good job.
Just a way of congratulating you on your re-election yesterday, Mr. President.
Well, no, that's very nice of you, but I'm not re-elected yet. California is still in doubt, you know.
Not in my mind, it isn't. And if the folks in California had any sense yesterday, they surely put you back in office.
On that basis, Mrs. Sloan, we will proceed with our breakfast. Hmm?
Thank you, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Surely.
Dear.
Yes?
How do you feel about it?
Oh, I'm not sure. I haven't had time to give it much thought.
But you want to stay here?
Yes. I think the continuation of our administration is terribly important just now.
Because of Germany?
Because of the war. If there is to be peace, Oh, no, see here. I'll not permit anything to interfere with this breakfast.
No, my dear, nothing shall interfere. Except if the Germans should by some chance send us an unexpected note.
Not now, Edith, not now. I want to drink my coffee and look at my lovely wife.
Oh, there'll be many years to do that, my dear.
You know, all this proves something I'm sure many people don't believe is possible.
That the president is human.
That, yes. And that he can be as happy as any human being can ever expect to be. And that, my dear, is a compliment for you. Now, how about another cup of coffee? Here, let me help you.
Mr. President, if this conciliation of yours continues, the United States of America will become a laughingstock.
All right, Bob, all right. What do you think, Ralph?
Well, Lansing is closer to the other nations than I am, sir.
You're evading the issue.
We're all evading it. Mr. President, the California vote is in. You're re-elected now. You have the people's mandate.
For peace, Robert.
But not at any price.
I'll agree with that. More and more, the sentiment seems to be swinging pro-ally.
Very well. What action do you suggest? Shall I go before Congress and ask for a declaration of war?
Oh, that would be going a little far just now,
So do I, gentlemen. It seems to me that I'm divided roughly into three groups these days. Pro-German, pro-Ally, and the vast majority who expect me to find a way to keep us out of war. Those are the people who elected me. I've got to find a way out for them.
Is there such a way?
I don't know.
What do you propose to do?
I propose to make another try for peace. I want to phrase a note today, gentlemen, with your help, asking for peace without victory for either side. I shall request an answer from both sides, and I shall be prepared to open negotiations if they agree to my first proposal.
Germany won't even answer.
What will this accomplish, sir, beside keeping the record plain?
I think it will make it absolutely clear, gentlemen, that the United States has done everything it could to prevent war. Then you see, if war comes, we shall have a united country. And with a united country, there need be no fear about the result.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Despite the gains made in the past few months, America's schools are still facing a shortage of qualified teachers, and too few able young people are preparing to enter the teaching profession. Due to present economic conditions and more attractive job opportunities, the nation is steadily losing thousands of experienced teachers. In many communities, teachers are dissatisfied because they're underpaid and overworked. They also face overcrowded classrooms, inadequate equipment, and lack of public interest in what they're doing. In many parts of the country, schools are badly lighted, unsanitary, and grim in atmosphere. Many schools also lack essential equipment and instructional materials. Every American can help remedy the situation by taking an active interest in educational conditions in his community. Remember, our teachers mold our nation's future. So join and work with your local civic groups and school boards. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed by now who the president was in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one all this happened to. As the year drew to a close, Edith and I passed our first anniversary without celebrating. Matters in the world were much too serious just then for either of us to want any elaborate party. As a matter of fact, it was in our anniversary that I sent a suggestion to all the warring nations that they state their war aims in simple terms so that all the people of the world would understand them. This was something new in diplomacy. Actually, it was not diplomacy. It was straight, forthright dealing. And then we waited. Christmas was almost upon us before Bob Lansing came over from the State Department with a diplomatic note in his hand. It had been given to him, he said,
by the French ambassador a short while ago.
Is it an answer?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Thank you. I see. Doubt if time has come when a peace of lasting benefit can be made in Europe. Peace terms involve restoration, reparation, rehabilitation, and guarantees. Rather general, don't you think, Robert?
I wonder if we can hope for much more.
From the British?
I doubt it. Their Prime Minister is due to make a speech before Parliament in the next day or so. He will almost undoubtedly include a reply to your note.
Will he accept?
I doubt if the mood of the people will permit him to accept.
But suppose Germany accepts or makes a decent declaration?
No, in that case, the British will be shrewd enough to play along. Propaganda-wise, they will have to.
Which leaves it almost entirely in the lap of Germany.
You sound as if you no longer believe in good angels, Mr. President.
Did I ever, Robert?
Well, no, but a lot of people think you did.
You yourself concluded?
To be honest, sir, at times, yes.
Robert, I can't blame you, but I hate to see the holiday season coming to a close and no move for peace being made at such a time.
I understand, sir.
Right now, I think the French have done all they can. Their country is overrun, their youth dying by the thousands. I believe their reply is the best they can do. But Germany, that's something else.
They have what the French have lost. You expect them to offer to give it up?
Victors have sometimes been generous.
Historically, yes.
But it depends on who is writing the history.
Yes, sir.
Well, Robert, all we can do is wait, and then wait some more. Go on back to your office, Robert, and let me know as soon as you hear.
And Mrs. Sloan has put the sandwiches in the thermos on the hall table as usual, just in case I can get you out for a little early golf tomorrow morning.
Yes, my dear.
And so the cow jumped over the moon and the dish ran away with the spoon.
Yes, my dear.
Mr. President, you haven't heard a word I've been saying.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I really am sorry. What were you saying, my dear?
Oh, nothing of any importance. But this is important.
Then go ahead. I'm listening now.
You'll make yourself ill worrying so, and it's no good, dear. You have a job to do. You simply must take care of yourself.
I know, but here I am trying to stop a war, trying to keep us out of it. Edith, it lives with me 24 hours a day.
I know, darling. Now, will you let me try to help you for a minute or two?
You help just by being here.
I have a job to do, too. Taking care of you. Now, will you come and play golf tomorrow morning?
In the middle of the winter?
There's no snow, and the sun will do you so much good.
I suspect a certain wife is trying to get a certain husband away from his desk.
I suspect you're right, my dear.
No, Edith, it's no use. As long as my mind is so heavy, I am useless on a golf course, winter, spring, or summer.
Your mind. Or your heart, dear.
Oh, both, I suppose.
With you, the heart comes first.
Yes, it's a bad policy for the head of a nation.
Good policy. You may be driving yourself much too hard these days. But I'm prouder of you than ever before.
Thank you, my dear. Now, what do you say we start for bed, huh? Sleep is a precious and important commodity these days.
I don't know what to say, Mr. President. I can't decide if this last answer is honest or just plain conniving.
I see. What do you think, Ralph?
Well, knowing the Germans as I think I do, sir, I'd suspect they want an international conference and a sort of armistice for crafty reasons. The fighting which will give them time to regroup their forces and mount a new offensive against Paris.
That would be unspeakable.
I know that, sir.
Well, Bob?
I lean toward Murray's idea.
Well, we've had 3 answers from them now. From Great Britain, from France, and from Germany.
And each one confusing the issues. They all cry peace, but there is no peace.
Then shall we, too, make war?
But we can still keep out of it, can't we, Mr. President?
Not much longer, I'm afraid. Not with our shipping threatened, not with the lives of our citizens abroad and on the high seas, in constant danger.
I, for one, would think that the sooner the better in that case.
We can make no move, gentlemen, until the people are ready. And they won't be ready until they are fully satisfied that we have tried every possible manner and means of ending the conflict. I know the people, gentlemen. They aren't ready. They are no more ready than I am.
At this hour.
Yes, dear, I am.
Do you know what time it is?
Is it late?
Very late.
Well, I've got to finish this. I'm sending it to Congress tomorrow.
May I?
Of course, yes. This is the final draft.
Another note.
A statement to Congress on what I think is a foundation for peace and international relations. I'm afraid it's still a little too professorial, the lecturer before the classroom coming out in me again, you know?
I am proposing government by the consent of the governed. That freedom of the seas, which in international conference after international conference, representatives of the United States have urged with the eloquence of those who are the convinced disciples of liberty. And that moderation of armaments which makes of armies and navies a power for order merely, not an instrument of aggression or of selfish violence.
Just the...
More?
Yes, it's just the closing paragraph. I haven't typed it yet.
Oh, read it to me, please.
Well, see what you think, Edith. I'm going on from or selfish violence. These are American principles, American policies. We could stand for no others, and they are also the principles and policies of forward-looking men and women everywhere and of every modern nation, of every enlightened community. They are the principles of mankind and must prevail. Oh, Edith, they must listen to us now. They must, or be eternally condemned to war and death.
Well, you're out of the office early. My dear, what's happened?
Edith, you remember my high-sounding phrases about the principles of mankind?
Yes, of course.
They have not prevailed.
Oh, my dear.
8 days almost to the hour, and Germany has announced unrestricted submarine warfare.
Then that's that.
I've told Bob Lansing to order our ambassador to Germany to ask for his passport. It begins to look, Edith, as if you've married yourself to a wartime president.
Does that really worry you?
Oh, I think it does. I really think it does.
Well, don't let it for an instant. Wartime or peacetime, he's my president. And my husband. And that's all that matters.
Thank you, Edith. I thank you more than I can say.
My apologies, Mr. President. I came as soon as I could. Has it come, sir?
Ralph, I think that tomorrow morning, no, this morning, I shall go before Congress and ask for a declaration of war. My message is here. It's written. I think I know what war means. But what else can I do? Is there anything else I can do, Ralph?
Your hand has been forced, sir. Our ships sunk, our citizens murdered on the high seas, every peace move blocked. We can't keep out, sir.
Do you realize what this war means, Ralph? It means our people will go war-mad and turn their energies to destruction.
But it means, too, that Germany will be beaten.
I've wrestled with this, Ralph. How I've wrestled with it. But I think I'm most frightened at what will happen here, right here at home.
The war effort will be magnificent, sir. The people are ready.
Ready, yes, but do they know that war today means an end to the ideals of government we believe in? To fight, you must be brutal and ruthless. Brutality will enter every phase of our living. I only pray the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will survive. But I doubt that they will. No modern nation has ever put its strength to war and kept its head level. If there is any alternative, for heaven's sake, let's take it.
I see none, Mr. President. None whatsoever.
Nor do I. Tomorrow, Congress will hear what I've written on this paper. With a profound sense of the solemn character of the step I am taking and of the grave responsibilities which it involves, but in obedience to what I deem my constitutional duty, performed in thus addressing you, there are many months of sacrifice ahead of us. It is a fearful thing to lead this great people into a war, but the right is more precious than peace, and we shall fight for the things which we have always carried nearest our hearts, for democracy. To such a task we can dedicate our lives and our fortunes, everything that we are and everything that we have, with the pride of those who know that the day has come when America is privileged to spend her blood and her might for the principles that gave her birth and happiness and the peace which she has treasured. God helping her, she can do no other. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Carnegie Hall, that's the name of a great new musical show ABC has on the air for your enjoyment every Sunday night. It's a half-hour program devoted to great musical works, both classical and semi-classical, and each week an event in American history is commemorated. The music is reminiscent of or drawn from that period or event, and as announcer and commentator, Gene Hamilton devotes his commentary to the occasion being commemorated. Each Sunday night, famous soloists appear on Carnegie Hall. And among the events to be commemorated this year are such days as Thanksgiving and Christmas. So make it a Sunday night custom to listen in when Carnegie Hall goes on the air over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
I'm sure you've guessed by now that the president in this story was our great wartime leader of World War I, Woodrow Wilson. His great effort, the personal sacrifices he made, are part of history now. But it has always been of great comfort to those who knew him that the years of his marriage to beautiful Edith Bowling Wilson were some of the happiest ever spent by any president in the White House. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you then that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the life of President Woodrow Wilson. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House. The elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President story will begin in just a moment. But meantime, how extensive is your knowledge of our country's past presidents? For example, can you name the president who once sold all of the White House furniture? Or the president who had a habit of bathing in the canal back of the White House? There are so many colorful anecdotes about our former chief executives that it's not surprising we find the lives of American presidents so fascinating. Perhaps it's because most of us can identify ourselves with their way of life. Their private ambitions, their relationships with their wives, children, and friends are so much like our own that we often feel their stories are our stories, too. Each week, Mr. President reveals our famous leaders as they were, human beings whose desires and ambitions were much the same as yours and mine. Now, listen to today's drama and see if you can name the president upon whom today's episode is built. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Come in. Sit down, won't you? You know, the French writer Rousseau once said, provided a man is not mad, he can be cured of every folly but vanity. Well, once a president had the problem of trying to cure men of vanity and deal with another man's conceit. Later on, I'll tell you which president suffered such vexation at the hands of vanity, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. When I moved into the White House, war wasn't completely strange to me, but I soon found out that sometimes even war can be overshadowed by problems arising from strange quirks of human behavior. All in all, though, things had been running pretty smoothly up to that morning when I had called a meeting of the cabinet. Oh, Miss Sarah, you're here bright and early. I didn't see you come in.
Probably because I was already here when you came in, Mr. President.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're looking well this morning.
Miss Sarah, I'm feeling well. My administration is accomplishing the things we set out to do. I have the support of the Congress, the confidence of the people, and a mighty good cabinet. What more could a president want?
Peace, perhaps?
Oh, well, don't you worry, Miss Sarah. We'll have peace in short order once we get an army on the scene.
Oh, that reminds me, sir. You haven't forgotten you called a cabinet meeting for discussion of a military problem this morning, have you?
No. Are they ready?
Yes, sir.
Well, I hope they will approve my next move.
They're waiting for you down the hall.
Oh, then excuse me, Miss Sarah.
Yes, of course.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Oh, keep your seats. Keep your seats, please. There's no need to stand on formality as long as the reporters aren't looking. I know you're all busy, so I'll speak briefly and to the point. Gentlemen, we need a commander who can organize a full-scale campaign and carry it forward into the theater of operations and win. I have therefore decided to submit for your approval the name of Arthur Douglas.
Douglas?
Yes, I've already discussed this appointment with the Secretary of War, Mr. Marcy, and I believe he's in agreement. Is that right, Bill?
Well, with some reservations, sir. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt that Arthur Douglas is a good soldier. But he does have certain traits that make me wonder if he's the best man for the job.
I think we know what you mean, Mr. Marcy. Douglas is a pompous, vainglorious, proud man.
Well, maybe he's just vain and proud enough to make sure he wins, Mr. Buckman.
But he's such a visionary, Mr. President. I doubt that his advice would be worth much.
Well, I'm not appointing him to give advice, but to take it and translate that advice into terms of victory.
You seem pretty definite on the subject, sir.
Well, Arthur Douglas is, after all, our ranking general. I see no reason to bypass him simply because he's vain. Have you any further objections to Arthur Douglas, gentlemen?
Not as a soldier, sir.
Very well, then. Now that I have the approval of the cabinet, I'll call Douglas in and notify him the first thing in the morning. Well, now then, gentlemen, there are several other matters, some military, some civil, which will require our immediate attention, and then we'll adjourn. Dated this day, President of the United States. There we are. Miss Sarah, my signature to the military appropriation bill.
Congress passed it.
Without batting an eye, Miss Sarah, without batting an eye. And for the full amount requested.
Oh, you asked Arthur Douglas to come in this morning.
Oh, yes.
He's waiting, sir.
Oh, good. Show him in, please, Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir. General Douglas, the President will see you now.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Thank you very much. Mr. President?
Hello, General. Sit down, won't you? Mm-hmm. Well, General, I've decided to appoint you Commander-in-Chief of our proposed expedition against the enemy.
I should be remiss in my gratitude, Mr. President, were I not to recognize the honor you bestow upon me.
Well, Congress has given us the money. There is manpower in sufficient numbers. It'll be your job, sir, to organize the campaign and carry it through.
It's long been my wish to lead our gallant forces on a dominant and impressive invasion.
Sir, the important thing about your entry into the enemy territory isn't the high style in which you do it, but how quickly you do it. And the speed is of the essence.
Well, we'll, of course, take time to equip and train the forces to a point where
Well, the more time we take in preparations, the more time we give the enemy to fortify in the wild and distant territories he now holds. And let me warn you, sir, we're dealing with a primitive and fanatical people. Their defeat will not be easy.
What I dare say can be accomplished now, sir.
Further instructions regarding our plans will be furnished you by Secretary of War Marcy. After that, the ultimate responsibility of giving us victory will lie on your shoulders.
Excuse me, Mr. President, but...
But what, Miss Sarah?
Secretary Marcy is here, sir.
Did I have an appointment with him this morning? I don't remember.
Well, no, there was no appointment, Mr. President, but he seems terribly upset. He insists on seeing you, sir.
If he insists, we better see him. Show him, Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir, right away. Come in, please, Mr. Marcy.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Bill, what rain cloud did you blow in on? You look as glum as an empty purse. What's the trouble?
I thought we'd agreed that a full-scale campaign against the enemy was to be launched at once.
That's right, Bill.
Then how do you explain General Douglas's latest announcement?
Explain it? I haven't even heard it.
Without consulting me or anyone else in the War Department, General Douglas has announced publicly that he would not be prepared to set out for the seat of war before the 1st of September.
He what? Oh, see here, Bill, he not only bypassed you, but he bypassed me as well. That statement is in direct variance with the instructions I gave him. What's he thinking of?
He's caused us no end of embarrassment in other ways, too, sir. His vanity, his tactless utterances have just about wrecked our plans to get sufficient officers.
Tactless utterances? What did he say?
He's been telling applicants for military positions that such positions have been created largely for Western members of our political party.
Why is that? Why can't he have some sense as well as be a good soldier? He seems to forget that he's not running the war all by himself.
What do you suggest?
Order him to cease such unfounded statements and to proceed with the immediate prosecution of the war as he was directed to do in the first place. Gentlemen, I have called this special meeting of the Cabinet to discuss some extremely important issues. You are all aware that we are at the moment about to launch a campaign and at the very heart of the enemy homeland.
Certainly, sir.
In view of this, I have been giving some very serious thought to the strategy involving the invasion. Bill Marcy and I are in agreement as to the point of attack. Now, I'd like you to look at this map, gentlemen. We have decided that the most likely point to launch the invasion would be here on the eastern seaboard. And once we have captured this city and gained a foothold, it is possible that the enemy will recognize our superior strength and sue for peace. But should they continue resistance, then our armies will press inland to strike a death blow to the very heart of the enemy country, its capital.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Buckman.
I'm sure you're aware of it, sir, but allow me to call your attention once more to the fact that there are several men in the Congress who do not favor invasion of the enemy homeland.
Mr. Buckman, I was elected president of this by Congress. I feel perfectly competent in the duties which the Constitution has assigned to the chief executive. And it is my hope that my friends in Congress will suffer me to conduct the war as I think proper and not plan the campaigns for me.
Have you no fear of the enemy armies, sir?
I don't underestimate the enemy, Jim, but frankly, I'm more fearful of the priests than of the military.
What? The priests?
Yes, yes. It is my belief that certain designing persons high in the enemy government have convinced the priests that our armies plan to pillage their churches and overthrow their religion. If the priests harbor such beliefs, they will incite their followers to a fanatic and desperate resistance.
I don't see how we can do much about that aspect, sir.
No, the War Department can, Mr. Marcy, but I think I have another idea.
Oh, how can we offset?
Well, gentlemen, I doubt that there's a precedent for this, but I think it's time we laid aside some of the old rules of warfare. I have therefore instructed Bishop Hughes of New York to select some prominent religious leaders in this country to accompany our invasion army. They will use their respected offices to assure the enemy that our country will guarantee religious freedom and kind treatment. We may not subscribe to another man's religion, but he must have no doubts that we support his right to follow it.
Of course, I agree with that, sir.
Yes.
What's this interrupting a cabinet meeting? One moment, gentlemen, excuse me. What is the meaning of this? Oh, Miss Sarah.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. President, but Mr. Marcy's office just sent this over. They said it was very urgent.
Oh, it's for you, Bill.
Here you are, sir. I hope that I could...
It's all right, Miss Sarah. It's all right. Something serious, Bill?
Reply to my last instructions to General Douglas, the ones I issued under your order, sir.
Well, did we make ourselves clear?
Evidently not, sir. Listen to this. He says, I have learned from you that much impatience exists in high quarters, that I have not already put myself en route for the seat of war.
Well, he's certainly right there.
And he goes on. I am too old a soldier and have had too much special experience to place myself in the most perilous of all positions. A fire upon my rear from Washington and a fire in front from the enemy.
Does he mean to infer that
This is the most childish piece of nonsense I've ever heard.
Gentlemen, meekness and humility are not exactly qualities one seeks in a military leader.
Well, Douglas certainly isn't afflicted with either.
Oh, you're right, Bill. His pride and vanity we might have overlooked, even his insolence, if he could help us win the war. But this is plain insubordination, and that we cannot abide.
Of course, I agree with that.
What do you intend doing?
There's only one thing we can do. We have no choice but to relieve Arthur Douglas of his command at once.
At a time when so much depends on action, sir?
It's a pretty kettle of fish, isn't it? Now that we have our plans all made, we don't have a general to carry them out.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
This is a fictitious conversation, but it is the kind you might have heard just recently between people you know. Two men are talking. We'll call them Joe and Harry. Joe is complaining about rising prices. I tell you, Harry, he says, $1 doesn't buy anything today. Sometimes I think, what's the use of working? And it's all the fault of this great American economic system. Well, Harry doesn't agree with Joe, but why get involved in an argument, he thinks. So Harry just says, oh, I wouldn't go that far, Joe. Of course, Harry knows he could mention that our system has brought more people a higher standard of living than any other system in the world. But Harry is afraid of speaking the plain truth, and he loses the opportunity of convincing Joe that the American economic system is unrivaled. And Joe, even if he doesn't know it, has joined the enemy's camp. As a good American, don't be afraid to speak up when you hear someone attack the American economic system. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you figured out by now who the president was in this story. But don't forget, many presidents have had the problem of dealing with pride and vanity on the part of their generals. Later on, I'll tell you which one this was. After the removal of General Douglas, I appointed a new commander. He inaugurated a campaign against the enemy, but it wasn't successful. He proved to be the dupe of certain political connivers who had their eyes on the next election. We were getting nowhere with the war, and the Congress and the people were getting very impatient. I realized that military expedience took precedence over almost any personal feelings, so I swallowed my pride and called another council with my cabinet.
Mr. President, we just don't have adequate leadership in the field, sir.
I'm aware of that, Bill. I know that the Congress and the people, yes, and even most of you still feel that Arthur Douglas is the one man who can conduct the campaign to a speedy victory.
Frankly, Mr. President, I don't like him personally either, but I remind you again, he's still our ranking general, and he's the best soldier of our time.
I know, Bill. I've been over his record 100 times. I found no other to compare with it.
Yes.
And in view of his behavior before his removal, nothing but grim necessity could induce me to give him a second chance, but it looks like that necessity is upon us.
Yes, right.
Then we're agreed?
Agreed.
Yes, all right, Arthur Douglas goes back as Commander-in-Chief.
Mr. President.
For heaven's sake, Miss Sarah, what's the matter?
Mr. Marcy is here, sir, with good news.
Ooh, really? Bill, what is it?
We've just received word that General Douglas has taken the first objective. He's established a foothold on the eastern seaboard of the enemy homeland.
Oh, that is excellent news.
I'm glad, Mr. President. This vindicates you in your decision to reinstate him.
Oh, I never had any doubts as to his military ability. But tell me, Bill, has there been any indication of surrender on the part of the enemy now that we've invaded?
We haven't heard of any, sir.
Oh, we will. Victory is in sight, Bill. And now it's time to begin thinking about the character of the peace.
Yes, sir.
And that's really going to be a problem.
Problem, sir?
Yes. Who will negotiate for us? Douglas may be a great general, and he's familiar with the country and the people in that part of the world. But can you imagine him negotiating a peace?
Yes, I begin to see what you mean.
Well, thank goodness we're not entirely unprepared. I've anticipated this moment for some time. Miss Sarah, have N.P. Trist here to see me the first thing in the morning.
N.P. Trist?
Yes, you know him, Bill.
Yeah, I know him. He's probably considered the most conceited man in Washington.
Well, maybe so. Trist has worked in the State Department a long time. He's familiar with the enemy language, so I've decided to send him.
Send him where, sir?
To the headquarters of the Army. We'll call him a commissioner. We'll give him authority to offer the enemy peace before a battle, during a battle, or after it's over.
Ranking over General Douglas?
Diplomatically, yes. Not from a military view. We'll draw up the terms of the peace here in Washington. We'll send them to Trist, and Trist will give them to Douglas.
And then wait for the explosion.
Oh, yes. Of course, there may be fireworks, Bill. But then we can't give Arthur Douglas the power to draw up the peace terms.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, sir. But I can't help thinking what may happen when Mr. Trist's conceit bumps up against his vanity.
Now, let's see what I've written. General Arthur Douglas, Field Headquarters, American Expeditionary Force, so and so. Dear sir, having this day set foot upon captured enemy territory, I beg to inform you that I've been invested with authority to arrange for suspension of hostilities. This authority has been given me by the War Department. If the moment arrives when I shall deem it best to ask that all shooting cease, I shall expect your cooperation. Respectfully, N.P. Trist, Commissioner. Orderly.
Yes, sir?
I wish this message dispatched immediately to Army headquarters and placed personally in the hands of General Arthur Douglas.
He begs to inform me, does he? Well, I won't do it. He will tell me when hostilities shall cease. Sergeant Collins.
Yes, sir.
Message, Sergeant. Urgent. You ready?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My dear... No, make it Mr. Trist, sir.
Mr. Trist, sir.
I see that the Secretary of War proposes to degrade me by requiring that I, the commander of this army, shall defer to you the question of continuing hostilities. In the heart of this hostile country, from which it would be impossible to withdraw this army without loss of probably half of its members, this army must take military security for its own safety. Hence, the question of an armistice is a military question, and unless you are clothed with military
rank over me, under the circumstances, I shall demand that in your negotiations with the enemy, you refer the matter of armistice to me. Signed, General Arthur Douglas. Why, that stupid peacock. This man is the greatest imbecile I've ever encountered. Orderly.
Yes, sir?
A message to General Douglas. Sir, you have misapprehended the purpose of my message. Your fancy and over-cultivated imagination would make it appear that there is an intention to interfere with proper military functions. Such is not the case. I am here to arrange a peace. The terms of that peace I am enclosing in this letter. You are hereby ordered to dispatch these terms to the enemy at once. Any man of plain, unsophisticated common sense would understand the course determined by our government regarding the suspension of hostilities is right and proper.
Is it your belief, Commissioner, that I am to be deprived of any voice in agreeing to the terms of peace with the enemy? Am I to bow to your judgment on matters purely military? I will cheerfully obey direct orders from the President, but not those of a clerk out of the State Department. And what's more, I intend to notify Washington as quickly as possible.
You say you just received this from General Douglas, Mr. Marcy?
Just now, Mr. President.
Must we be forever saddled with emotional neurotics charged with carrying out our affairs?
I understand a bit of correspondence has been going on between Trist and Douglas ever since Trist's appointment.
Tell me, who are they fighting? Each other or the enemy?
Douglas has even refused to transmit Mr. Buckman's note to the enemy authorities.
You mean the enemy has not yet been informed of our terms?
That's my understanding, sir.
Oh, very well, Mr. Marcy. Prepare a dispatch to General Douglas, rebuke him for insubordination, and tell him to give our peace terms to the enemy at once. Order him to give us an immediate answer.
Yes, sir.
He might be removed from command and court-martialed. I'll delay action until we receive his reply.
We have our answer from General Douglas, sir.
Yes?
He requests that you remove him from the command.
He what?
Jim Buckman and I have decided that's probably the best thing to do.
You've decided? Well, I haven't decided.
But I understood that when we talked last, you said he should be removed.
Well, I've changed my mind.
Change your mind?
Yes, I changed my mind once before about Douglas, and I was right that time.
I hope you're right this time.
It's true. These men have written bitter and foolish letters to each other, but...
Between them, our orders have been disregarded. Because of their controversy, the golden moment for concluding peace may have passed.
I know. But if we let Douglas resign now, it would be to admit the truth of the charges. And that I will not do.
What then?
Write the strongest notes you can. Send them to both Trist and Douglas and tell them to obey orders.
Yes, Mr. President.
Tell Trist that so far as the enemy's government is concerned, he is simply the bearer of a dispatch for delivery into the hands of General Douglas. In all other respects, his functions are to be purely diplomatic, and it is no part of his duty to discipline or supervise the commander.
I'll make it clear to him.
And tell Douglas that this government has given him no cause for offense. Tell him we deny the charges he makes and that I order him to stay at his post and uphold his duty as a soldier and a servant of this government. His request for removal is hereby denied.
Yes, sir.
If that doesn't straighten out these two schoolboys, then I'll have to find stronger methods, that's all.
Yes, come in.
Mr. Trist?
Yes.
Sergeant Collins, attached to the staff of General Douglas headquarters, sir.
General Douglas?
He's had word of your sickness, sir. He begs to offer his wishes for your quick recovery and send you this package, this note.
Well, a package. Note. Let me see it. My dear sir, looking through my stores, I find a box of guava marmalade, which perhaps your physician may not consider improper as part of your diet. Yours very sincerely, Arthur Douglas. Well, the good general must be a more kind-hearted man than I imagined.
He seemed much concerned over your health, sir.
Sergeant, please give the general my sincere thanks and tell him it affords me the greatest of pleasure to accept his gesture of good feeling.
It's certainly a remarkable turn of events, sir.
And you say they've become fast friends, eh?
Yes, sir. And it all started with some guava marmalade plus the notes that Marcy sent.
Well, it's had a good effect. Their efforts in working together have brought us closer to a conclusion of the campaign than we've ever been. In fact, I expect we'll be able to issue a declaration of peace in the very near future.
Well, that was the idea from the beginning, wasn't it?
It's good you insisted on their staying on the job.
Well, at least it accomplished one thing. It made fast friends out of two bitter enemies.
More than that, sir. With the prospect of a peace completely favorable to America, we've accomplished everything we set out to do.
No, not quite, Bill. Not quite everything. There are two things we didn't accomplish. We didn't cure Trist of his conceit or Arthur Douglas of his vanity. But as long as they've done a good job, I guess we can forgive them for being human beings and having some frailties. And we can be very thankful, above all, that they put their country above everything else. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
When The Greatest Story Ever Told was first presented on ABC, the sponsor decided that the commercials for his product be eliminated, that a simple mention of the name was sufficient identification. This was the first time that the sponsor of a major program series had decided to devote full air time to the program itself. The reason for this move was made clear. Of such unusual and dramatic material was The Greatest Story Ever Told that a commercial message would have interfered with the public service purpose of the program. The teachings of the man who lived the greatest life ever lived is the subject for every story on The Greatest Story Ever Told. So don't miss this truly great program, The Greatest Story Ever Told, when it's heard every Sunday evening over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
The time of our story was 1846 and 7, and the president who found that a man can be cured of every folly except vanity was James K. Polk. The vain general whom we called Arthur Douglas was Winfield Scott. President Polk was instrumental in the prosecution of our war with Mexico, which ended in the signing of the treaty which gave the United States the territory of California, Arizona, and New Mexico. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you will enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. This story by Dwight Hauser was suggested by incidents in the life of President James K. Polk. Music was composed by Basil Adler.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
If I were to try to read, much less answer all the attacks made on me, this shop might as well be closed for any other business. I do the very best I know how, the very best I can, and if the end brings me out wrong, 10 angels swearing I was right would make no difference.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President story will begin in just a moment. But meanwhile, I'd like to say a word about the generations of American men and women who have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the men who have become the leaders of their country. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms glittering with gold braid and famous personalities into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. We invite you to listen now for today's story of Mr. President. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
The incidents I have in mind today tell the story of a president in a strange dream. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. He woke early. He woke to an unaccustomed, wonderful feeling of great happiness. And for a moment, he lay there wondering why. And then suddenly, the warm, reassuring knowledge started pulsing through him again. The long war was over. He got up, put on a dressing gown, and went over to the window. He stood there looking out at the calm, sweet coming of the Washington dawn. From his window, he could see the flags and the buntings of victory. And he stood there grinning at them. Suddenly, his bedroom door opened cautiously.
Good morning, Father. I thought you'd be up.
Oh, good morning, son. You're up early.
I woke up. What's on the agenda for today, Pop?
Oh, nothing very unusual. Office business, interviews, a cabinet meeting. Tonight, I think your mother and I are going out.
You forgot the War Department.
Yes, I did.
You never mentioned them once. They wouldn't like that.
Well, I'll have to go to the War Department at least twice.
It looks like it's going to be a nice day.
Yes, indeed. You know, sometimes you wake up and you think, this is my day. This is the day when things are going to go well for me. Beginning to the end. This is my day. Didn't you ever feel that way?
Yes, sir, a couple of times. But every time I did, I ended up getting a licking.
Oh, I see. And speaking of lickings, that reminds me. Son, you are not to stand downstairs where the people wait for their interviews and charge them 5 cents to see me. I can't have that.
It's a very reasonable rate.
No, that's not the point.
You said you wanted me to be enterprising.
Well, you'll have to find some other way to do it.
Secretary Stanton scolded me about that, too. He said you weren't worth 5 cents.
Oh, he did?
He said when anyone could see you for nothing, why should some people have to pay 5 cents? I don't think it's right. They should have to pay.
Why?
Because I need the money.
Oh, I see.
Morning, Mother.
I thought I'd find you two in here together. Good morning, dear. Did you have a good night's sleep?
Oh, wonderful, Marion. How about you?
The shouting in the streets kept me awake. Everyone's certainly excited about the prospect of peace.
Yes, those same voices put me to sleep. And it was the first good night's sleep I've had in months.
It's been a strain, but it's almost over now. Oh, son.
Yes, Mother?
There's a woman downstairs with a tray of apples and gingerbread and candy that she says you bought.
I'll go right down.
Wait a minute. Whoa, steady there. What's all this about?
I'm setting up a fruit stand down the grand corridor.
You're doing what?
A fruit stand. I'm going to sell to the people who are waiting in line to see Father.
Now, see here. Don't you laugh at him. You'll only encourage him.
You're right. Son, what did I just explain to you about the people waiting for interviews?
You said I couldn't charge them 5 cents to see you.
Well, I should think not.
But I'm not charging them to see Father now. I'm charging them for apples. This time they're getting something for their money.
Oh, indeed.
Well, you can't do it, and that's fine.
Now, wait a minute, my dear. Look, son, where did you get the money to buy this woman's stock?
I saved my pocket money, and I got a few things from the White House kitchen by saying I was hungry. And one of the carpenters got me a pair of trestles and a wide board to put the things on.
In the corridor of the White House.
I'm an American citizen. I got rights.
You haven't any rights to peddle things in the White House.
But I've already bought the things.
All right. Go see your woman and set up your store.
Thanks, Father. I knew you wouldn't let Mother take away my rights.
We'll be the laughing stock of Washington.
Oh, my dear. All children are entitled to put up some sort of a lemonade stand once in their lives.
All right, Mr. President.
Mary, come over here by the window. And let me put my arm around you.
Oh.
That's a fine sight down there, isn't it? Look at those red, white, and blue decorations, the Yankee Doodle colors of freedom and liberty and justice for all.
It's good to see you so happy, dear.
Oh, I am happy. For the first time in a long, long while, I am happy. I can see an end in sight now, peace for the country, and time for you and I to settle down and love one another. No, I'm afraid I haven't had much time to be a...
Oh, fortunate woman in the nation than your wife, Mr. President.
Oh, God, love you for saying that.
Darling, put me down. Suppose someone came in.
Remember when I used to spin you around like that?
Someone might see us.
Well, what if they do? What do they do? I love you, and I don't care if the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the War Department join.
Oh, my dear.
See that I get a big breakfast this morning. Double on everything. You know, I could eat the White House.
Yes, sir. Oh, I meant to ask you. Sunday's Easter. You'll want to give some sort of message, won't you?
Is Sunday Easter? Well, I lost track of the time.
Yes, it is.
Then this is Good Friday.
Yes, Good Friday.
Mm-hmm. Well, the news of peace will certainly make it a joyous Easter. Woman, what about my breakfast?
Immediately, Mr. President.
The streets are crowded with people.
Don't talk with your mouth full, son.
No, it is an exciting day.
The general has arrived at the War Department.
Oh, yes, has he? How is it that you get so much information before I do?
I got connections.
Then maybe you know if the general and his wife are joining your father and me tonight. I sent over a note asking them to go to the theater with us, dear.
He doesn't know yet.
Oh.
Oh, he doesn't. And how do you know that?
He hasn't had a chance to ask his wife.
Are you inferring that a general who makes decisions involving thousands of men has to ask his wife if he can go out?
Yes, sir.
Do you consider that democracy?
No, sir. That's marriage.
Hello, Dad, Mother, Thomas.
Oh, Robert, did you bring me any guns?
Well, son, it's good to see you. You look fine.
Robert, I've been so worried. We expected you in on leave last night. Sit down. Have some breakfast. There's muffin. The war's over. Isn't it wonderful?
It is wonderful, and I'm starved.
Did you get wounded any place?
No.
Oh.
Did you want your brother to get wounded?
Everybody I know has a wounded brother but me.
I'm glad I can't accommodate you.
Well, sit down and have some breakfast, son. Come.
We're going to the theater tonight, Robert. Would you like to go?
I don't think so. Thank you, Mother. I think I'd just like to sit around and enjoy being home tonight.
If anyone asked me, that isn't what I'd say.
When you're bigger, we'll ask you.
Well, I'd be better be getting to my desk. Speaker Colfax is coming over this morning to discuss government policy, and Congressman Cole from California and John Creswell.
Father, why do they call it Good Friday?
It's the day that Christ was crucified, son.
But why do they call it good?
Because Christ was good.
But it wasn't a Good Friday. It was a bad Friday.
Son, I don't have time to talk to you about it right now, but you and I will have a talk about it in the morning, shall we?
I'll be glad when it's tomorrow.
Why?
I don't like today.
You mean you don't like this day, or you don't like Good Friday?
I don't know which it is, but it isn't a good day. It's a bad day. It's a bad day.
Son, don't talk like that.
I wonder why you should feel that way, my boy.
You didn't feel that way until I came in, did you?
No.
I know what it is. I've heard men talk like that just before a battle. It's a sudden feeling of death in the air. It's because I've come back from the front.
Oh, come on, Thomas. Let's you and I go to see your fruit stand.
That's strange.
Don't worry about it. He's pretty sensitive, and the combination of Good Friday and me coming back...
Well, I'll have to talk to him about Easter the first minute I can. I don't think he understands it at all.
Dear, do you mind terribly if we don't go to see Aladdin?
Oh, I thought you wanted to see Aladdin.
Well, Laura Keene is playing in Our American Cousin, and it's a benefit as well as her last appearance there, and I thought it might be nice if we went to see her.
Oh, why not, if that's what you would enjoy, my dear.
All right, dear. I'll send word to the theater.
Yes. Robert, you go ahead with your breakfast. I'm going to the War Department. You take a look at your brother after a while and see if he's all right, will you?
Sure.
You'll find him in the Grand Corridor selling apples.
Oh, sure. I'll... Doing what?
Selling apples.
What for?
For money.
He's going to make money selling apples?
Oh, he thinks he is. But by the time he reimburses the White House kitchen for whatever he talked them out of, pays the carpenter for the use of the bench, and pays the government rent and the space in the corridor, he's not going to come out but very well. I'll see you later this afternoon, Robert. I'm awfully glad you're home.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. General, it's good to see you. How are you, sir?
Oh, tired, but healthy as an ox.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. You're looking very well. Victory becomes you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You seem in unusual spirits today, Mr. President.
Oh, I am. Sit down, gentlemen, sit down. I woke up feeling genuinely happy for the first time in years. You know something? We're going to receive good news today. Stanton, last night I had that dream again.
Well, what dream is that, sir?
Well, I've dreamt it before, every one of the important events of the war. I dreamed that I'm on a strange ship, a singular, indescribable vessel, and that I'm moving towards a dark, indefinite shore. And every time I dream it, victory follows. Isn't that right, Mr. Secretary?
Well, that's what you say, Mr. President. I have no way of verifying your dreams.
Oh. Well, General, my wife tells me she has invited you and your wife to the theater with us tonight.
Well, Mr. President, you can't go to the theater tonight.
Why not, Stanton?
Well, it's not safe.
Oh, nonsense. You're an alarmist, isn't he, General?
Well, I'm afraid I'm on the Secretary's side, Mr. President. I think it'd be most unwise for you to make a public appearance at this time.
I make public appearances every day, and nobody shot at me yet. You're getting to be a terrible nuisance, Stanton. For 3 years, every time I step outside, cavalry, foot guards, plainclothes attendants spring from everywhere. I can't even go to the office alone.
It's one of the penalties of being president.
Oh, it's a lot of nonsense.
Well, sir, in any case, I couldn't accompany you. I'm starting for home this afternoon to see my children. It's been a long time since I've been with them.
I understand. Please take to them my good wishes.
Why don't you stay home and have a nice evening with your family, Mr. President?
Because I'm going to the theater. I want a little relaxation. I'll take Eckert with me.
Oh, now, sir.
Did you know Eckert could break a poker over his arm, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. President, whether Eckert can break a poker over his arm or not is completely outside.
Oh, no, it isn't. No assassin would dare touch me with Eckert along.
Eckert will be working with me tonight here at the War Department.
Mr. Secretary, I'll wager that you're the kind of a man that goes to a zoo and doesn't take any peanuts with him.
Yeah. Whatever you may think of me, Mr. President, Eckert will still be working tonight.
Very well, Mr. Secretary. I'll take Major Rathbun along. He isn't under your jurisdiction.
Mr. President, if you'd only listen...
Oh, smile, Mr. Secretary. The war's over. Peace is in his hand. Well, surely, even the President of the United States is entitled to one evening of relaxation.
Yes, if he doesn't have to go to the theater for it.
No, sir, I'm going to the theater. My wife's going to get dressed up in her prettiest gown, and we're going to forget that there's such a thing as war for one whole evening. I tell you, today is my day, Stanton. From beginning to end, it's my day.
Very well, Mr. President.
You'll see that Major Rathbun receives my invitation?
I'll see that he receives it.
Good. Come, General, it's time for the cabinet meeting.
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, it does me good to get the best of you once in a while, Mr. Secretary. There's nothing I enjoy more than to win an argument with you.
I hope you have won this argument, Mr. President. I sincerely hope you've won it.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
This story could be your story. On a busy avenue, a woman with a shopping bag is hurrying along toward home when she suddenly remembers a forgotten errand in the store across the street. Without waiting until she comes to the traffic lights at the intersection, she turns abruptly, walks between the parked cars at the curb, and into the roadway. Now, there's a squeal of brakes, a scream, and then tragedy. She is one of the 30 pedestrians killed in this country every day. And in most cases, there is no reason for these deaths except carelessness. 3 out of 4 of the pedestrians killed are jaywalking, violating either a traffic regulation or a safety rule. Of course, pedestrians are not the only ones killed in traffic accidents. Other fatalities are the result of collisions or accidents to passengers in motor vehicles. So be careful both as a pedestrian and as a driver. The life you save may be your own. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed the name of the president in this story. But later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. After the cabinet meeting, the president had his lunch, and the excited voices of people jubilantly crowding the streets of Washington lifted inside him. It was their day, and it was his. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the Union. After lunch, he started for his office.
Would you like to buy an apple, sir?
Oh, hello, son. Yes, I think an apple is just what I need to polish off my lunch. Tell me, how's business?
Here you are. 5 cents, please.
I have it right here.
Business is slow this afternoon. Most everyone has gone to church.
Yes, of course. Oh, that reminds me. I must think about some sort of Easter message.
Why was Christ crucified, Father?
Well, because there were people who hated him, son. People who didn't understand what he was trying to do.
Bad people?
Do you know what Christ said about them as he was dying? Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
This was the day it happened?
Yes, this was the day it happened.
Could he have saved himself?
Yes.
Why didn't he?
Because he wanted to show you and me and all the people before us and after us that death was not an end and that we should not be afraid.
I'm afraid today, Father.
Oh, of what, boy?
I don't know. Can I sleep with you tonight?
Yes, of course.
Do you have to go to the theater?
Oh, now, don't you start on me.
I'm lonesome for you.
Well, how could you be lonesome for me? I'm right here.
I know, but I'm still lonesome for you.
Son, I don't quite understand what's wrong with you today. I don't know what to say to you.
Oh, here you are. This is the hardest house to find anyone in. I wondered if you wanted to take anyone else on our drive this afternoon. You have so many old friends in town.
No. Let's you and I go by ourselves this afternoon, And, Mary, what do you think about the theater party? Do you still want to go?
Well, dear, it's been announced that you'll be there now. I think they've planned some special ceremony.
Then, of course, we'll go. I wouldn't want to disappoint the people.
I thought you wanted to go.
Well, I did, but Robert has come home and the little fellow's upset. It's been announced and we'll go. I better get to my office.
The carriage will be ready late this afternoon.
Good. I'll enjoy a ride. This time of year, it's nice to get out into the country.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Why are you stopping?
Well, it's so beautiful out here today. And it's so good to be alive and to have you and the boys in a land like this to live in. Mary, as soon as these 4 years are over, let's find ourselves a farm on the banks of the Sangamon. And I'll take up my law practice again. Would you like that?
I'd love it.
And you and I'll go to the country dances and show our children a thing or two. And I'll kiss you in the moonlight on the way home, just as though we were courting all over again.
Oh, my dear. I love you so. Maybe the last few years I haven't said it as often as I've felt it. But I respect you and honor you. And love you with my whole heart. And to have you to myself again. Oh, dear, if it only happens.
Oh, it is going to happen, my dear. We're going to settle down and live happily ever after, you and I and the children.
You know, I've only seen you this joyous once before in my whole life.
The night before we were married?
No. The night before our son William died.
Mary.
It's almost frightening to see you like this. As though someone thought, let him be very happy today. Let him laugh so that he'll be able to take the tears that'll come tomorrow.
Mary.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, but I've been thinking it all day.
You? And the boy?
It's foolish of me. Come on, dear. We'd better start back. You still have some more interviews and another trip to the War Department to make before we can go to the theater.
All right. All right. Come on, Charlie. Joe, come on.
Well, it's an exciting day, isn't it, Mr. President?
Yes, it is indeed, Mr. Crook. I'm sorry you have to walk along with me. I'm sure you'd like to be celebrating.
Oh, I'll celebrate later, sir.
You know, I've been doing a lot of thinking today. I'm always joking with Stanton about all his mythical assailants. But I believe there are men who want to take my life. And I have no doubt they'll do it.
This isn't like you, Mr. President.
It would be easy to do it if this very minute someone could shoot from a window or from around a corner.
If anything happened to you, sir, it'd be the end of the country.
Oh, don't you think it for 1 minute. This country isn't dependent on any one man, Crook. It isn't a leader that makes the country. It's the country that makes the leader. It isn't the man that makes the office of president. It's the office of president that makes the man. I am what the majority of the American people who elected me want me to be. When someone else takes my place, he'll be what the majority want him to be. Or he won't be president very long.
But still, sir, a man must have the makings of a president in him.
Well, if a man is a good American, then he has the makings of a president. Oh, no, my friend. The loss of a single man can never hurt this nation. It will always put another man in office and go on. The nation may grieve. It may have a sense of loss. But it will go on.
Sir, we'll hope that it won't have to go on without you.
You know, I love this land of mine. I love our voices, the voices of the storms, the winds, the voice of the hammer and the saw, the voice of the railroads, splitting the prairie with the challenge of civilization. The voice of the people, arguing and growing by their arguments, learning more and more every day what freedom means and liberty. I hope I shall be listening to them for a long time yet. Well, what is to be will be. Isn't that right, Crook?
I don't know, sir.
I know. What is to be will be. Well, Madam President, I'm sure you're the grandest lady in Washington tonight. Turn around. Let me view the other extremity of that gown.
Do you like it?
Oh, I'm overpowered by your elegance.
Come on, Mr. President. We don't want to miss the curtain.
All right, I'm ready.
Where are your gloves?
In my pocket.
Well?
Oh, Mary, do I have to put them on? They're so uncomfortable.
You're the president, dear.
Oh, sure. I would never have run for the office if I'd known I'd have to wear gloves.
You can put them on just before we get to the theater. The carriage is waiting. It's a fine evening.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, careful of your dress, my dear, careful. Good evening, Major Rathbun. Oh, here, my dear, let me help you into the carriage.
How do you do, Major Rathbone? It's so nice to have you with us.
Father! Father!
Thomas, excuse me, my dear. What's the matter, son?
I found out what Good Friday's about. I found out what Easter's about.
What is it about, son?
It's about death. They buried him and they sealed him in the tomb. It's about death.
No, son. It isn't about death. You've missed the whole point. It isn't about death. It's about resurrection.
Do you have to go to the theater?
Yes, of course, you know that. But I'll see you when I get home, and maybe I'll wake you up and you and I'll have a glass of milk together. Would you like that? Good Friday will be over then.
Yes, Father.
I'll run along up to bed. Good night, son. Good night.
Goodbye, Father. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
The singing stars of the future are heard on the Metropolitan Opera auditions of the air. This program, broadcast each Sunday over most of these ABC stations, has already selected more than 40 new members for the Metropolitan Opera. Each week, young singers who aspire to a career in grand opera are given a chance to compete for contracts with the Met winners of previous auditions, including such noted stars as Eleanor Steber, Patrice Munsell, Robert Merrill, Leonard Warren, and many others. So for one of the most interesting musical experiences in radio, don't forget to listen to the Metropolitan Opera auditions of the air every Sunday afternoon over most of these same ABC stations. It's a musical treat that you won't forget. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
I hope you enjoyed the play, Major Rathbone and Miss Harris.
I'm sure we will.
You know, we had originally planned to go to Grover's Theater, but Mary thought as long as it was Miss Keene's closing performance, we should go to Ford's.
It's supposed to be a very worthwhile evening.
Here we are.
Look at all the people. Put on your gloves, dear.
Yes, Mary, yes. Come, ladies, let me help you out. I'm sure this will be a memorable evening for all of us.
Right this way, sir. Your box is ready for you, Mr. Lincoln.
Thank you very much. Yes, Abraham Lincoln woke on that April morning with a feeling of great happiness. And as the shadowed hours mounted towards evening, walked gradually into the gathering darkness until that bullet plunged Ford's Theater into an eternal blackness. And the strange ship set sail for the dark, indefinite shore. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have a story about a president who called a cabinet meeting to defend a woman's reputation. Thank you and goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. This story by Gene Holloway told of Abraham Lincoln's last day in the White House. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I have taken a step which I believed was right, and I intend to abide by it. I don't want to see this government relapse into a despotism. I have battled for the rights and liberties of the people, and I am now endeavoring to defend them from arbitrary power.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, I want to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country. Generation after generation of American men and women have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. And people today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their former chief executives. That's why Mr. President has rapidly caught the attention of people everywhere. For here is the program that presents human, intimate anecdotes and incidents in the careers of our presidents, woven into the rich tapestry that is the American heritage. And you, as the listener, enjoy the additional thrill of trying to identify the president in the story being told. So test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House by listening now for today's fascinating Mr. President story. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
The incidents I have in mind today tell the story of a president and one of the most startling political events in Washington history. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. He walked about his wife's room, restless, unhappy, angry, and in torment.
My dear, it isn't going to help any to keep charging up and down like a caged lion.
They had no right to pass the Tenure of Office Act. It's unconstitutional. The idea of daring to pass an act that a president of the Senate.
Well, you didn't pay any attention to it. As soon as Congress disbanded, you discharged Stanton and appointed the General of the Army Secretary of War.
They only passed the law to force me to keep Stanton in office. If Congress put a little more thought to the good of the country instead of the good of Edwin Stanton, we'd all be better off. But no. The radicals in Congress are buttering up Stanton, and Stanton's buttering up the radicals, and they're all so greasy, I can't get a grip on them.
Well, Congress is reconvening now. We'll soon find out what their attitude is about the discharge of Mr. Stanton.
I know what their attitude will be. After all, I have openly defied them. No, it's the attitude of the temporary Secretary of War I'm concerned about.
What do you mean?
Well, I've been advised that Stanton and Congress are going to reconvene. Mr. Stanton intends to reclaim his office. Whether he is able to do so depends on the temporary Secretary of War. If he'll do what I ask, I think we can get this whole issue into the courts. I don't want a ruling from Congress. I want a ruling from the courts.
When are you seeing the General?
This afternoon.
Surely he'll do as he's asked.
We shall see. We shall see. General, I've asked you to come here today because I need your support. Congress is reconvening, and I am told that Stanton intends to take...
I heard...
General, you must refuse to permit Stanton to take over the War Department.
Oh, sir, I accepted the office only ad interim on a temporary basis.
General, if you refuse to give up the office, the case will go to court, and the constitutionality of the whole tenure of office law will be decided there. That's what I want.
Oh, I see. Well, I would like a little time to think the matter over, Mr. President.
All right. Then in the meantime, will you give me this assurance? that either you will remain at the head of the War Department until the courts can give a ruling on the matter, or that you will return the office to me prior to a decision by the Senate, so that I may appoint someone else in your place.
You want time to put someone else in before the Senate makes a ruling?
Yes.
Well, I certainly will give you my word on that, sir. But as to which of the two courses you leave open to me, well, that will take a good deal of thought.
I must have your answer the first thing Monday morning.
Well, I'll see that you have it, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, General. How nice to see you.
Oh, good afternoon, Eliza. How are you feeling?
Better today, thank you.
I'm glad to hear it. I have an appointment. Good day.
Good afternoon.
Goodbye, General.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's hard to tell which way the wind blows there.
He's an ambitious man. He wants to be the next president. Will a man like that side with the Congress or the president?
Well, we shall soon have the answer. I'm sure that the Senate will adopt a resolution on Monday to the effect that they do not concur in my suspension of Edward M. Stanton. They will notify the general to that effect and ask him to vacate the office. All I can do now is hope and pray he will stand firm and not surrender that office.
General Townsend, I want you to notify Secretary of War Stanton that his offices are ready for him to reoccupy. Tell him I only filled his office ad interim, and that my functions as temporary Secretary of War ceased when I received notice from the Senate last night of their decision that Mr. Stanton still holds his office under the Tenure of Office Act. Take the keys of the office.
Well, General, I have asked you to attend this cabinet meeting this morning in order to ask you some questions.
Well, sir, I am no longer the Secretary of War. Mr. Stanton should be here, not me.
Was your surrender of the War Department not contrary to our previous understanding, sir?
Well, sir, on examining the 2nd and 5th sections of the Tenure of Office Act, I found myself unwilling to risk the consequences. A possible 5 years imprisonment and a $10,000 fine.
I have advised you not once but several times, sir, that I myself would undertake the whole imprisonment or fine that might be adjudged against you.
Yes, sir, but until I saw the discussions in the newspapers, I was not aware of the magnitude of the...
Then why, if you came to this conclusion, didn't you come to me, as you agreed to, and give me notice of your intentions to quit the office?
Well, sir, I had expected to see you on Monday, but I had a good many little matters to attend to, and I did not suppose the Senate intended to act so soon.
General, someday you hope to be President of the United States. If you ever are, I can only hope that no one ever puts you in the situation that you put me in. Good day, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. Good day, sir.
Mr. Stanbury, as Attorney General, is it still your opinion that the Tenure of Office Act is unconstitutional?
Yes, Mr. President. The right of removal is constitutionally vested in the President.
And our only hope of proving this point is if we are able to get it into the courts.
Yes, sir. But before you can get it into the courts, you must have a case.
I'll have a case, gentlemen. I'll appoint another Secretary of War. General Sherman, I would like you to accept the appointment of Secretary of War. Tell me, how do you feel about it?
Well, Mr. President, will you forgive an old friend's advice, sir?
Yes, of course, General Sherman.
Well, I think if you try to remove Stanton by force, you'll be playing right into the enemy's hands.
Why do you say that?
Well, take a look at this clipping from the Independent, sir. Well, perhaps you've seen it already.
No, I haven't. Is the president to violate the laws? His fate hangs on his conduct, and if he ventures for an instant into open resistance to the laws, his fate is sealed. Well.
Now, you can see by the tone of that editorial, sir, that you're...
Sherman, it is impossible for me to execute the office of President any longer with Mr. Stanton continuing as Secretary of War. In the interests of the Army and of the entire country, I ask you to take it over.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree with you on this line of reasoning, and I must regretfully decline the office.
Very well, General Sherman. I accept your decision. Mr. Potts, as chief clerk of the War Department, will you accept the appointment of Secretary of War ad interim?
Mr. President, please, for your own sake, give up this plan of removing Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Potts, my self-respect demands Stanton's removal. Will you accept the appointment?
Mr. President, please, don't put me in such a position.
Very well, Mr. Potts, very well. There is nothing further to be said.
If you would only think over the Stanton matter, he's a powerful man just now. If you could find it in your heart to
compromise and let him be?
Well, sir, it does seem the easier course just now.
Mr. Potts, I have always been a great admirer of the philosopher Cato. Are you familiar with his life? He wouldn't compromise with wrong, but being right died before he could yield.
I understand, sir.
It is the only course I can, with honor, pursue. I'll find someone to fill the office. I'll find someone. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Mr. President?
You've been in full charge of the Adjutant General's office. You are therefore very familiar with the workings of the War Department?
Yes, Mr. President.
Would you temporarily accept the position of Secretary of War ad interim?
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you. In the hope that you would accept this trust, I've had 2 letters drawn up. This one, which you are to take to the War Department, notifies Mr. Stanton that he is hereby removed from office and that he is to transfer to you all records and public property now in his custody.
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, this letter officially informs you of your appointment as temporary Secretary of War.
I am honored, Mr. President, and I will obey your order.
Very well, very well. Then proceed immediately to the War Department and deliver this letter into Mr. Stanton's hands.
Well, General Thomas, I've read the President's instructions, but I do not know yet whether I'll obey them or resist them.
I have orders to take over this office.
Before I'll permit you to take over the office, General Thomas, I want to know what the attitude of the Congress is about this matter. Shall send word of this communication to the House of Representatives immediately. We'll see what they have to say about this order.
Gentlemen of the House of Representatives, the action of the President in regard to Mr. Stanton is a direct violation of the tenure of office law. I would like to enter a resolution that the President of the United States be impeached of high crimes and misdemeanors.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
An opportunity to meet the singing stars of the future is afforded you every Sunday afternoon when Metropolitan Opera auditions of the air may be heard over most of these ABC stations. On this unique program, the best young singers in the country compete for contracts with the Metropolitan Opera. Such noted stars as Eleanor Stieber, Patrice Munsell, Robert Merrill, and Leonard Warren first received Metropolitan contracts through their appearances on these broadcasts. The competition is intense for the coveted Met contracts, and preliminary auditions eliminate all but the very best. So the singers you will hear competing each Sunday on the Metropolitan Opera auditions of the air are among the best young voices in America. For a musical experience that is really unique, don't fail to hear the Metropolitan Opera auditions of the air Sunday afternoon over most of these same ABC stations. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You probably guessed the name of the president in the story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. Well, sir, there certainly was chaos in Washington. The Senate went into a session.
Under the Constitution and the laws, the President has no power to remove the Secretary of War and to designate any other officer to perform the duties of that office.
That was the Senate. The House of Representatives was equally charged with
I
indignation.
tell you, the President is nothing better than a usurper, a tyrant, a downright criminal. This action is an outright defiance of Congress and demands impeachment.
Yes, Congress was certainly hot under the collar. And all Washington was in a turmoil over the ups and downs, the ifs and the ands, and the pros and cons. 4 of the senators hurried to the War Department to tell Stanton not to give an inch. They were for him. Stanton had no intention of giving an inch.
I would never forsake the Congress, which has never forsaken me.
Charles Sumner sent Stanton a message.
United States Senate, Honorable Edwin H. Stanton. Stick. Signed, Charles Sumner. Gentlemen, this support is more gratifying than I can tell you. I'll hold this office if I have to maintain a state of siege.
The next day was February the 22nd, Washington's birthday. The radicals in the House thought it would be a fine, dramatic gesture to vote the impeachment of the president on Washington's birthday. During the evening, the new Secretary of War, General Thomas, made some comments to a friend.
Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I'm going to take over the War Department. And if Stanton resists, I'll throw him out. If he locks the doors, I'll break him down. Stanton's not going to keep me out, and I hope someone goes to him and tells him I said that.
Yes, indeed. All of Washington was in a turmoil. The president calmly went to bed and seemed equally calm the next morning when General Thomas burst into his office.
Mr. President, something terrible has happened.
What is it, General Thomas?
I've been arrested.
Arrested?
Yes, I was having my breakfast, and they charged in on me right between my cereal and my eggs. I begged them to let me talk to you, and Marshal Gooding finally agreed, as long as he did not lose sight of me. He's in the outer office now. I've been arrested, Mr. President.
That's good. That's fine, General Thomas. Congratulations.
Congratulations? Did you understand what I said, sir?
Indeed I did.
Did I understand what you said?
Of course. Tell me, who issued the warrant for your arrest?
Chief Justice David Carter, at the request of Mr. Stanton.
Oh, that's splendid. He did exactly what I hoped he would do. Now the case will go to the courts.
Well, what am I to do?
Oh, you'll be all right, General. Tell Marshal Gooding to take you to Attorney General Stanbury's office immediately. He'll tell you what to do.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Don't mention it.
Oh, good morning, General Thomas.
Oh, good morning, Madam President. Isn't it all terrible, terrible, terrible?
My, what a morning.
Yes, things really begin to happen now.
I just received a message from Secretary Wells. He asked me to tell you that last night his son was at a party, and while he was there, an order came that all officers under General Emory were to report to headquarters. He wondered if the orders came from you.
No, the orders did not come from me. I wonder what that means. No one has a right to move troops without my knowledge.
I understand that Mr. Stanton has turned his offices into a regular fortress. He has guards all around it. He's not running any risk of losing possession.
Oh, General Emory gave the order, did he? Well, I shall send for General Emory immediately. General Emory, I am informed that troops have been receiving instructions without my knowledge. I would like to know what your orders of last night meant.
Sir, the orders came through the General of the Army.
How is it they were not reported first to me?
Well, sir, on March 14th, 1867, a general order of the War Department was issued containing a congressional ruling that all orders and instructions relating to military operations issued by the President or the Secretary of War shall be issued through the General of the Army.
May I see that ruling, General Emory?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
General, this is not in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, which makes me Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy.
Well, sir, all we can do is to obey the letter of the law.
Am I to understand that I can't give an order except through the General of the Army?
That seems to be the opinion, sir.
This is beyond belief, General Emory. What kind of a fool is everyone trying to make out of the President of the United States?
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Attorney General.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid I'm the bearer of bad news.
What is it, Stanbury?
Word was just sent to the Senate that the House of Representatives has passed the resolution of your impeachment. There is no chance now of getting this case into the courts.
So, it now says in the House records the people of the United States have impeached me for high crimes and misdemeanors.
The Senate, of course, will now draft rules for your trial. I hope you'll give me the honor of representing you, sir.
Thank you, Stanbury. That's very good of you.
It'll be an honor, sir.
Mr. Stanbury is overdue, isn't he?
Well, with the last-minute details to take care of, that's understandable.
One of the lawyers assisting Mr. Stanbury told me that the radicals are still trying to get some of your cabinet to turn on you.
They've tried everything, haven't they?
Anyhow, they went to Mr. Seward and told him that if he would support them instead of you, they would see that he remained in the State Department. Mr. Stewart said, the impeachment of the president is the impeachment of his cabinet.
God bless him. Come in.
Good evening.
Oh, at last.
We were getting worried, Mrs. Stanbury.
I was held up by some last-minute information. Mr. President, you received my resignation as Attorney General.
Yes, of course.
All right, sir. I am now acting solely in the capacity of counsel for the defendant. You are now in the hands of your lawyers who will speak and act for you. I'm referring particularly to the newspapers.
I understand. Oh, I should like to be there tomorrow to face my accuser. You know, it galls me to have to remain here.
It's much more to your advantage to stay away, Mr. President.
Well, it's in your hands.
They've added one more article to the charges, which is in substance merely a summing up of the other charges. They're claiming that your speech of August 18th was a denial of the constitutionality of Congress.
Oh, really? Well, what did I say then?
You said, my dear, that Congress was a body hanging on the verge of government.
I did?
You certainly did.
Well, then, by the Lord Harry, I still say it.
Well, keep it within these walls. Oh, Chief Justice Chase is to be the presiding officer.
Well, we're certain of justice from him. He's a very fine man.
I think that's about all I have to say at this time, Mr. President, except this. When some things are done, we cannot tell if they be for good or evil. This gives you a great opportunity to vindicate yourself as president against every charge made against you. Not only before the American people, but before the entire world. And to show whether, when contrasted with theirs, your policy is not the policy of wisdom. Mr. President, I've watched you day and night. I've been by you on every manner of subject. And I have seen nothing which, had I been in your place, I would not have done myself. Sir, as you know, my health is not of the best. But if I can keep well for this trial, I'll be willing to be sick for the balance of my life. I know, Mr. President, that you will come out of it brighter than you've ever shown.
Mr. Stanbury, I thank you for those wonderful words.
President of the United States, President of the United States, appear and answer the articles of impeachment exhibited against you by the House of Representatives of the United States.
Mr. Chief Justice, my brothers Curtis and Nelson and myself are here this morning as counsel for the President. I have his authority to enter his appearance, which with your leave I will proceed.
Are you in here, my dear?
Yes.
Well, why are you sitting here without any lights? This won't do at all. There. Isn't that better?
Yes, thank you, my dear. You know, I was just thinking, a man does his best, and either his best is good enough or it isn't. I had the misfortune to step into a dead man's chair. It isn't as though I were an elected president and the people were with me. They never wanted me, my dear, and they never will.
You're discouraged about the way the trial is going.
Well, you might as well start to pack, Eliza. It doesn't matter anymore. They don't want me, and that's the end of it.
My dear, do you see what I have in my hands?
Yes, letters, telegrams. I can imagine what they say.
Can you? Listen. This is from Ohio. The hostility you are meeting from many of our representatives leaves us, the people, no other way but to approach you personally and assure you of our sympathy and approbation.
My dear, may I see that?
Here's one from Indiana. If you require brave hearts and stout arms to aid you, give the word, and the friends of liberty and union will respond. Here's one from Philadelphia that says, the people are with you, peaceful or forceful, with ballots or bullets for the maintenance of the Constitution and the law. This one says, stand firm and the people will sustain you. These, my dear, and thousands like them are from the people whom you say do not want you.
You know, Eliza, I feel more grateful and more humble than I could ever possibly tell you.
You could lead an uprising if you desired.
That isn't the answer, my dear. I don't want to defend the National Charter by breaking it. The procedure of impeachment is legal. It's the correct way of going about this. We'll wait for the judgment. It doesn't matter so much now, Eliza. I won't mind the judgment of the Senate so much, now that I know that the people are saying things.
We will now have the roll call. You will answer when called upon whether the respondent, the President of the United States, is guilty or not guilty of a high misdemeanor as charged in this article.
Mr. President.
What is it, Stanbury? What is it?
It's acquittal.
Acquittal?
They've acquitted you.
Oh, my dear, I knew it would be acquittal. I knew it would be acquittal.
It's acquittal. They voted acquittal. Stanton's moving out of the War Department. You've won, Mr. President. You've won.
Listen to the people out in the street. Listen to them cheering for you.
God be praised. God be praised. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Out of the past come stories powerful in their concept, dramatic in their scope. This year, the American Broadcasting Company is again proud to present the greatest story ever told every Sunday. You'll hear dramas that happened over 2,000 years ago, dramas of pomp and glory, of kings and slaves, and especially of one man whose voice was heard above the crowd. Who was this man with strange and miraculous powers, a man whose effect was to be felt everywhere? Some called him friend. His enemies feared him. But his life has been read and studied by all for centuries. Hear about this man whom many call the Master on the greatest story ever told when it's brought to you every Sunday over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
My dear, I'm so happy for you. So happy.
You know, it's very gratifying to know that I have at last some dignity in this office and the assurance of the goodwill of the nation. You know, Eliza, I followed a great man.
You've followed Mr. Lincoln's policy completely. I don't believe he himself could have done a whit better.
Well, I've done my best, and I shall continue to do my best.
Oh, my dear, I'm so proud to be able to say, not that I am the wife of the President of the United States, but that I'm able to say I am the wife of Andrew Johnson.
Yes, it was Andrew Johnson who escaped impeachment in the Senate by one vote. The general who was Secretary of War ad interim was General Grant, who was later elected President of the United States. And Grant had not been in office 2 weeks before he asked Congress to repeal the Tenure of Office Act, and on April the 5th, 1869, it was removed. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the producers of the Technicolor picture The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. This story by Gene Holloway was based on incidents in the life of President Andrew Johnson. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But meanwhile, I wonder if you can identify these former leaders of our country. For instance, do you know the name of the president whose knees turned Washington topsy-turvy by riding horseback through the White House flower beds? And can you identify the president who kept his entire staff from resigning when he proved that a ghost in the White House was not real? If you didn't score so well on these two questions, our Mr. President show, through its fascinating human interest stories, will reveal many more behind-the-scenes episodes in the lives of our past chief executives. And Mr. President also enlightens the listener about American crises and conflicts in a manner calculated to build faith in America. It is true biography in its most revealing form, built around the men who have filled America's highest office. And now, listen to our absorbing drama and see how quickly you can guess which president it was.
Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer, and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Come in, won't you? And sit down. When a man becomes president, he might be happier if he could give up personal feelings and have everyone around him do the same thing. The trouble is, we're all too human. Friendships are strong ties. Ed Randolph, my Secretary of State, was a personal friend of 30 years' standing, and it wasn't easy to divorce this personal relation from public business. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this story really happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. Outdoors that morning, the weather was fine, but inside it was a black day. To avoid a war, I'd sent a special emissary to the seat of a foreign government to negotiate a settlement of several dangerous disputes. This morning, we had amazing news. Gentlemen, I'm sorry to upset your day with this emergency meeting of the cabinet. However, if I withhold this news from you, it won't get any better. I will let Secretary of State Randolph tell you the plain facts, Ed.
Well, gentlemen, as you know, ever since the cessation of hostilities, this nation has tried to use its good offices toward bringing about a permanent, peaceful solution to the controversies growing out of the war. Now, in this effort, we have been continually hampered by the actions and attitude of one nation. I need not tell you what nation I mean. The instructions given Mr. Day contain specific points regarding the disposition of movable properties, including slave labor, which have fallen into the hands of invading armies, together with instructions pertaining to permanent fortifications and boundary disputes. Now, gentlemen, when Arthur Day left, I gave him detailed and unmistakable instructions on every point. This morning, a copy of the treaty arrived. It is not the treaty we asked for.
Not the treaty? No.
It indicates a stupendous retreat by the American plenipotentiary.
You mean Day signed it without consultation?
That's right, Mr. Ellis.
Why do you think Mr. Day gave in?
I can answer your question only one way, Mr. Ellis. Mr. Day was beaten out of the strong position we instructed him to take because he's very pro-British.
Mr. President, I was one of those who urged you to send Day. Mr. Randolph ought not to throw doubt on his honesty by accusing him of being pro-British.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen. We can't change anything by quarreling with each other. We may soon have to fight elsewhere.
What?
We told Day to negotiate a treaty that would in no way endanger existing treaties with other sovereign states. However, that's what he's done. The result is, if we ask the Senate to ratify this treaty, France may be angered into war against us. If we reject it, England may turn to war. Under these circumstances, gentlemen, I want no displays of angry feelings. I want your best opinions of the treaty as it stands. Because on our decision to accept or reject, there hangs a war. Thank you for coming, gentlemen.
Yes, Miss Sarah told me you wanted to talk to me.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. What is it?
I think I know why Day signed such a bad treaty, sir.
I gather from your remarks in the cabinet meeting this morning you think it's because he's pro-British.
Well, I opposed him as a special envoy in the first place. If any American was persona grata to the British, that man was Day. The British well know that he's always been in sympathy with their views.
That's very close to an accusation of treason, Ed.
Day's feelings for the British are well known. However, I don't think that's the entire reason he signed this treaty.
No? What else?
I think he was forced into it.
Forced into it? By whom?
A week or so before Day sailed for London, the Secretary of Treasury, Tom Ellis, told the British Minister Hammond that this country would probably not fight in support of our grievances. Now, our basic point was destroyed before Day ever got to London.
Ed, what do you expect me to do about it?
Don't you owe it to Ellis to ask him point blank?
Oh, I've known Tom Ellis almost as long as I've known you. I don't doubt his patriotism any more than I doubt yours.
But it's not the function of the Secretary of Treasury to be negotiating foreign policy, weakening our position with a foreign nation over my head.
You want us to reject Day's treaty?
Yes, sir. I think it endangers our treaty with France.
There's one clause in that treaty that may save our faces with France. Nothing in this treaty shall be construed in conflict with United States obligations to France.
Well, I doubt if I can make the French minister believe that clause has any strength.
Ed, when I get the written opinions of all the cabinet on the treaty, we'll decide how you're to talk to the French. Meanwhile, I've ordered the text of the treaty to be kept absolutely secret. We need a little time to make up our minds.
President, have you seen these papers, sir?
No.
British treaty signed. U.S. shamed and tricked by British diplomacy. President must reject it.
Well, how do you suppose the text got out, Miss Sarah?
I've no idea, Mr. President. Of course, quite a few members of the House and Senate have copies, and the Cabinet, sir.
And some of those gentlemen are pro-French.
Mr. President, do you mean Mr. Randolph?
What?
Well, he's against the treaty, sir. You don't think he let the text be published, do you, to arouse public opinion against it?
Miss Sarah, Randolph's one of my oldest and dearest friends.
I'm sorry, sir, but for a moment that's how it sounded.
I know Ed Randolph isn't capable of such a thing.
Oh. Well, is there anything you want done about the papers? A statement, a denial?
No. Sooner or later, people have to find out what's in the treaty. It might just as well be now.
There'll be an awful explosion when the French learn its contents, won't there, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah, there will.
Monsieur Randolph, my government must know what means this treaty.
Of course, Mr. Fauchet. I will try to...
The United States and my country, France, are dear friends. And we have a treaty about neutral rights. England blockades us. We need the supplies you can send us. Yet, you sign a treaty which gives up those rights.
Well, personally, I don't favor this treaty, but your government has to realize our danger with England.
Mais oui. But, Monsieur Randolph, all during these negotiations, you have led me to believe that your envoy to London had no authority to negotiate such a treaty. I have so informed my government. Your own minister in Paris has likewise informed my government.
Yes, I understand.
How shall I explain? Am I to tell my government that my information was incorrect? Or shall I say that I was misled?
Now, see here, Mr. Fauchet,
This situation places a great strain upon my personal position as well as upon the relations between our countries. When the information given me by the American Secretary of State proves incorrect...
Now, just a moment, Mr. Fauchet. The treaty has been signed, but not yet accepted by the President or ratified by the Senate.
But, monsieur, is there any reason to believe that it will not be?
Mr. Fauchet, it is my belief that certain steps can be taken to prevent the ratification of the treaty in its present form. Now, why don't you dine with me one evening this week, and I'll try to explain it to you further. It'll be easier for you to report to your government accurately.
Urgent dispatch from London, Mr. Hammond.
Thank you. Confidential dispatch to His Majesty's Minister in Washington, Mr. Henry Hammond. The attitude toward Great Britain of the American Secretary of State, Randolph, has long given dissatisfaction in London. An opportunity has now arisen to remove him from all possibility of harm to us. Enclosed, you will find a dispatch from the French minister in Washington to his own government reporting his conversations with Secretary Randolph. This explosive document came into our hands by merest accident. One of our war vessels intercepted the French vessel bearing this dispatch to France. Please see that Monsieur Fauchet's document reaches the eye of the President without loss of time. It may help to get the day treaty ratified.
Mr. Hammond, I don't often have the pleasure of a visit from you without its being arranged by Secretary Randolph.
You'll see in a moment, sir, why this meeting could not possibly have been arranged by Secretary Randolph. Permit me to place this document on your desk.
What is it?
It's a letter written by Fauchet, the French minister, to his superiors in Paris, and fell into our hands by a fantastic accident. It describes some conversations which Monsieur Fauchet had with Secretary Randolph.
And what do you expect me to do with it?
Read it, sir, I trust.
I refuse to read documents obtained by underhanded methods.
I repeat, sir, it was a fantastic accident. And it's most important for you to read. For instance, this paragraph here. And remember, it's from a French minister reporting officially.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Randolph told me that money from the French government for influence against the treaty would be acceptable to him. Why, Mr. Hammond, this document is a forgery.
My word, sir, it is not. And I'm sure Monsieur Fauchet didn't invent these conversations. And doesn't it seem clear that much of the opposition to the Day Treaty is being stirred up secretly by Mr. Randolph, even now, and leading our two countries, sir, closer to a war neither of us want?
Mr. Hammond, may I keep this document?
Of course, sir.
Mr. Hammond, I want this note kept absolutely secret. I can't thank you for bringing me the evidence that my dearest friend is a traitor to his country. And I'm not glad to have it. I'm ashamed. Deeply ashamed. Good morning, Mr. Hammond.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Let me tell you about a fellow named, well, let's call him Bob. Bob died last year. People said it was a pity because he was only 32. But the real pity of the situation was that he'd be alive today if only he'd known he was stricken with tuberculosis. You see, tuberculosis no longer need be fatal. It can be cured if it is detected. It's estimated that right now 500,000 Americans are afflicted with TB, but only half of these are actively taking care of it. Remember, the sooner tuberculosis is detected, the quicker and easier the cure. So protect yourself and your family. Have your chest x-rayed. In some places, x-rays can be obtained free or at a nominal cost through a local tuberculosis association or health department. Check your chest. Get a chest x-ray tomorrow. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Maybe you've already guessed who the president was in this story. In any case, I'll tell you later on. The evidence of the Fauchet letter that my dear friend and Secretary of State Randolph had asked for money from a foreign country was overwhelming. But after a day or so, I began to think there must be some other explanation of Fauchet's amazing dispatch. I sent for Fauchet himself to come and see me.
Monsieur le Président, I am deeply honored.
Mr. Fauchet, I suppose you know that your letter to Paris about Secretary Randolph was captured by the British and turned over to me?
I am covered with shame, monsieur.
Then it's not true about Randolph?
I am covered with shame that the document was captured. It was a confidential report to my government based on conversation with Secretary Randolph.
Are you sure you didn't misunderstand the things Randolph said to you?
On so important a matter? Impossible.
But I've known Randolph and his family for 30 years. We grew up as friends. We hunted and fished together. He was my aide in the last war. And you ask me to believe that he's a traitor?
Monsieur le Président, may I tell you something that was not in the report? He asked for money, not only for, let us call it influence, but for himself as well.
Mr. Fauché, I'm going to be exceedingly frank. I find your statement extremely hard to believe. Good day, sir.
Good day, monsieur.
Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Fauché is leaving.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day, sir. Well, Mr. President, what did he say, sir?
What he meant was more important. I wish I knew what he was up to. Miss Sarah, I think that fellow's far too sly for his own good or ours.
It's Mr. Ellis, Mr. President. He asked for a few minutes.
Oh, yes. Come in, Tom.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think it's important.
Oh, what is it, Tom?
I know the Day Treaty is a bad defeat for us on almost every point. But to reject it may mean war with England.
And acceptance of it may mean war with France.
That's what I came to see you about, sir. I believe I found a way to placate France.
Really? How?
Get to the bottom of the Fauché dispatch about Randolph.
You know about that?
Why, yes, shouldn't I?
Who told you?
Well, there are copies around. Many people in the government know about it.
First a confidential dispatch falls into the hands of the British, then copies of it get out here. Doesn't it seem to you that Mr. Fauché is being something less than careful with his reports?
But it can't be Fauché. People would favor the treaty if they found that the opposition to it was being paid for by France.
Then how could Randolph be to blame? He's against the treaty, too.
He's against the best interests of the country, if you ask me, sir.
Tom, I don't believe Randolph would turn against his country any more than I believe you did.
I did? What are you talking about?
I was told you made certain revelations about our policies to the British ambassador that resulted in this disgraceful treaty.
But I did no more than express my own views. There was nothing improper in that.
I thought so, and that's why I didn't make an issue of it. Don't you think that maybe the same thing happened between Randolph and Fauché?
Why not ask him?
No. I'm going to give him the chance to tell me about it himself without asking. The cabinet reports are divided evenly, Ed, for acceptance and against it. Now, how about you?
And I think we might as well have sent an envoy who sold us out deliberately, sir.
You don't think Dave was bought?
There are other coins besides money, flattery, intrigue.
You still feel the risk of war with France is greater than the risk of war with England?
I think our self-respect demands that we uphold our treaty with France, sir.
Would you risk war for self-respect?
I would.
Would you compromise self-respect for safety?
No.
If we lost the war and lost our standing as a nation, what good would self-respect be?
The price of self-respect is sometimes high, Mr. President. But it's always cheaper than dishonor.
Ed, did Fauché ever say anything to you or you to him that either of you might have misunderstood?
I usually make myself very clear, Mr. President.
Then there's nothing more you have to tell me before I make up my mind about the treaty?
No, sir. You have all the information I have.
I see. Then in that case, Ed, with a destructive war as the only alternative, I'm going to recommend that the Senate ratify the treaty.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. But even though I disagree, as your Secretary of State, I'll do my best to enforce it.
Thank you.
I protest, Mr. President. I protest in the name of His Majesty's government.
Please try to calm yourself, Mr. Hammond.
Yesterday, Mr. Randolph handed me a statement of your government's attitude toward the treaty. The paper itself is good enough. I protest Secretary Randolph's attitude.
Oh?
He openly informed me of his disappointment. London will not feel confident if he persists in a hostile attitude toward it.
Mr. Hammond, you and your superiors in London have been desperately anxious to get Randolph out of office. The moment you found the Fauché letter, you ran to me with it. Do you call that decent action?
What else could we have done?
Burned it.
Don't you want to know if your officials are corrupt?
That's my business, Mr. Hammond, not yours. I'm the first and last judge of the men in my cabinet, and I'll tolerate no more of your interference. We don't like palace intrigues in this country, and I won't have them in my administration. Oh, no, Mr. Hammond. I know a better way to get to the bottom of this.
I brought this letter before the cabinet, Mr. Randolph, because I want and expect an unprepared defense.
Mr. President, this is an outrage. I see that every member of this cabinet is familiar with my affairs and with this extraordinary letter.
Are you familiar with it?
I never heard of it until this moment, sir.
Everyone else knows.
I thought I deserved better of you than this, Mr. President. Why didn't you ask me about it before?
Suppose you had denied it to me. Suppose I, your friend, had said you denied it. Would that have convinced anyone of your innocence? No. I wanted to give you the best possible chance to deny it in the most convincing way. Not just to a personal friend, but even to your enemies.
These gentlemen and yourself, sir? Yes, I deny this letter. It's a recital of lies by a confused, stupid man. There's my word, but you'll soon have more than that. I'll send my resignation in the morning. You and I, sir, once talked of honor and self-respect. I'm able to say that I still have mine. Can any other man in this room say as much? Good morning.
What is the meaning of... Monsieur Randolph.
Hello, Fauché. Surprised I caught you?
See here, monsieur.
I'd heard you left the capital on your way home. Lucky I was able to locate you before you sailed.
But, monsieur, my successor has already been appointed. What can you possibly want of me now?
Don't play innocent, Fauché. It's obvious to me now what happened. You failed in your mission here. But rather than take any of the blame yourself, you tried to twist our conversation so that your country would believe me irresponsible. You thought you'd save yourself that way.
Monsieur, my word...
I suppose the statement about the money was calculated to worsen your country's opinion of the Secretary of State. Or did you hope to secure the money for me and then keep it yourself?
It is a great misunderstanding, monsieur. Believe me...
Yes, a misunderstanding which has forced me to resign in disgrace. But you are going to fix that, monsieur.
I? How?
Before I leave this room, you are going to furnish me with a written retraction of every one of your accusations. Then I'll publish it both in my country and in yours. It should prove quite a lesson to you in the futility of intrigue.
Excuse me, Mr. President, but it's Mr. Randolph, sir.
Ed? He's here?
He wants to see you, sir.
What can I say to him, Miss Sarah? What can I possibly say to a friend of 30 years who suddenly thinks I've turned against him?
You will have to explain, Mr. President.
I hoped that I was helping him, but he took it as a trick.
Shall I say you're busy, sir?
No, Miss Sarah. Show him in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Randolph, the President will see you now.
Thank you.
Come in, Ed.
Mr. President.
Just a moment before you start. Let me at least try to tell you how sorry I am. I wouldn't have humiliated you that way if I'd seen any other way to convince those others. I never believed Fauché's crazy accusations for one... But I needed a public and emphatic denial from you. I never mistrusted you. Well, that's all then.
I'm very glad, Mr. President. I'm very glad you said that before seeing this paper.
What?
I didn't come here to shout at you again, sir. I shouldn't have lost my temper, but I did want you to see this, sir.
Well, what is it, then?
It's a paper signed by Monsieur Fauché. I wish you'd read it.
Mm-hmm. I hereby declare that all accusations against Edmund Randolph reputed to have been made by me to be false. He never at any time asked me for money, either for himself or for any other reason. Well, and signed by Fauché. Huh. That's fine, Ed. That's fine. It's certainly a complete vindication for you.
I especially wanted you to see it, sir.
Well, I've already told you I never misunderstood... Well, I never mistrusted you. Now the others will have to admit the truth. Ed, I still have your resignation here on my desk.
Yes, sir. It was completely voluntary, sir.
I'm very sorry, but I'm compelled to accept it. If my actions were to be dictated by personal feelings, friendship, trust, and respect, I couldn't accept it. But I've got to think of more than friendship. What's best for this nation? Its relations with other governments.
I think I understand.
You see, Ed, I trust you, but the British don't. And the
French don't trust Ellis. You and Ellis forgot diplomacy and destroyed your value. In the present controversy overseas, you were pro-French and Ellis was pro-British, when each of you should have been neutral. Now those nations don't trust either of you, and we've got to go on dealing with these nations from now on.
What are you doing about Tom Ellis, Mr. President?
Well, Oliver Wolcott is replacing him as Secretary of the Treasury, and I haven't decided on your successor yet.
Well, I'll stay on until you do, if you want me to, of course.
You know it. I think we'll get along better with England and France if you don't.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm anxious to get back to my farm and take care of my tobacco plants anyway.
Let me know how you do. I've got some ground I've been thinking of putting into tobacco.
Well, I wouldn't if I were you, Mr. President.
Why not?
Tobacco plants really have to be handled with care. Oh. They're more sensitive and temperamental than either the French or British. But I'll let you know how I make out. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, and the very best of luck to you. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know. And I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
When most of us think about the Treasury Department, we think quite naturally that they're responsible for the manufacture of money. But did you know that the Treasury Department is also the oldest and largest law enforcement agency in the world, with over 12,000 agents? Treasury Agent is the exciting ABC show that dramatically portrays the work of this valuable department. Hear Treasury Agent each Sunday afternoon. You'll hear from Elmer Irie, the retired chief coordinator of all law enforcement agencies in the Treasury Department, who has often been called the world's greatest detective. Treasury Agent, Sunday afternoon over most of these same ABC stations. And now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Have you guessed now which president it was who had trouble separating personal friendship and public business? Well, the time of this story was 1795, when George Washington was Mr. President. He followed the advice of Alexander Hamilton, whom we called Tom Ellis, and finally accepted the John Jay Treaty with England only to avoid a war. The controversy involving freedom of the seas and the return of Negro slaves, captured during the Revolution, ruined the career of the Secretary of State, Edmund Randolph, who returned to his home in Virginia without bitterness. Randolph lived out his life a staunch friend of his great hero, George Washington. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
By arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, soon to release Frank Capra's State of the Union, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Van Johnson. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President George Washington. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again at this same time next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations brings you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Never suffer a thought to be harbored in your mind which you would not avow openly. When tempted to do anything in secret, ask yourself if you would do it in public. If you would not, be sure it is wrong.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are the little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President story will begin in just a moment. But first, see if you can identify the former leaders of our country. For instance, do you know the name of the president whose niece turned Washington topsy-turvy by riding horseback through the White House flower beds? And can you identify the president who kept his entire staff from resigning when he proved that a ghost in the White House was not real? If you didn't score so well on those two questions, our Mr. President show, through its fascinating human interest stories, will reveal many more behind-the-scenes episodes in the lives of our past chief executives. And Mr. President also enlightens the listener about America's crises and conflicts in a manner calculated to build faith in America. It is true biography in its most revealing form, built around the men who have filled America's highest office. Now, listen to today's drama and see if you can name the president upon whom today's episode is based. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
It was a gay evening in the White House, and the president wandered from one room to another, enjoying the dances and the bright chattering voices. Later on, I'll tell you which president it was. One of his close friends said to him,
"It's a wonderful party, Mr. President. I don't think I've ever seen people enjoy themselves more."
Well, I don't often give a party, but when I do, I like to give a good one.
Good evening, Jim, Mr. President.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Vice President. Are you enjoying the party?
Very much, sir. I find the wine, the food, the ladies all delightful feast for the eyes. I wonder if I might have a word with you, sir, in private.
I'll go see how my wife is getting on.
Oh, I didn't mean that for you, Jim. I just meant away from all this hubbub.
Well, let's go into the library.
Isn't the silence beautiful? Personally, I'll take a quiet library and a fire like that over any party.
You miss a lot that way, Jim.
Yes, a lot of splitting heads in the morning.
Well, sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Mr. President, I wanted to speak to you about my position here in Washington.
Oh?
As you know, I came very close to sitting in your chair.
Close. Let's be honest. It took 35 ballots in the House of Representatives for me to win the presidency over you. And do you know something? I was pretty sure you'd win it, not me.
I'm sure the best man won. But naturally, I want a chance to retrieve my political fortune.
No, I can't blame you for that.
Sir, do you consider me a Democrat?
Yes, I do.
And you, Jim?
I think so.
You sound as if you were doubtful.
And you've had so much support from the Federalists, it's hard to tell.
Well, I consider myself a Democrat. And, Mr. President, I intend to run for the governorship in New York. I would like to know if I may count on your support and the support of the Democratic Party.
I can't speak for the party. In your case, the members of the party must vote as they choose. In fact, the only thing I can say to you of any positive nature is that if the Federalists support you at all, then the Democrats should certainly vote against you. You can't walk down the middle of the road and expect the support of both parties. You've got to choose your party and stay with it.
I didn't come here for a lesson in politics. I think I understand them as well as you, sir. You forget that I was responsible for the Democratic Party's victory in the last election. I organized the Tammany Society, which played a large part in carrying you into the White House.
It almost carried you in. And but for the present Secretary of the Treasury, it would have.
I have no quarrel with you about that election. It was always intended that you should be president, I vice president. The fact that I got so many votes that the House had to decide who was to be president was as much of a surprise to me as anyone else. But don't infer that I don't know my politics, sir. Because I can play a game of politics the like of which has never been seen in this country.
Are you threatening me?
No, I am warning.
I accept your warning. Now accept a warning from me in return, and believe me, I say this in the spirit of complete friendship. In my opinion, you have the makings of a great statesman and a great leader, if you use your capabilities shrewdly and wisely. But you lack patience. You're hot-headed, too quick to anger, too quick to action. And until you are able to govern yourself, You're never going to be able to govern anyone else. You have a great future, and the only one who will ever jeopardize that future is you yourself. Be warned, for if ever a man needs to be warned against himself, it is you.
Good night, Mr. President.
Now, don't take it like that. I can't tell you how much genuine respect and liking I have for you.
I am sure it'll be a great relief to you not to have me in the office of Vice President during the next term. Good night, Mr. President.
Good night.
I don't know why you bother with him at all.
James, do you know I completely forgot that you were in here?
Why didn't you just tell him to get out?
Because he's worth time and work. He has a great deal to give. If he'll only learn how to give it. This country needs the brilliance of men like him.
If you feel that way, why didn't you give him the support he asked for in running for governor?
Because I can't trust him. Now. Not now. Not yet. When I can trust him, he'll get every bit of support I can put behind him. But in the meantime, Jim, we've got to watch out for him.
You sent for me, Mr. President?
Yes, Alex. I wanted to talk to you about the campaigns in New York State for the office of governor.
Yes, sir.
Naturally, since the former vice president is running for the office, I've been watching the electioneering pretty closely, and I wanted to discuss the situation with you. No one knows that I've sent for you, and I wish this meeting kept completely confidential.
I understand, sir.
This is somewhat difficult for me because, as you know, it isn't my policy to interfere in matters such as this, but I do feel that your attacks on the former vice president are pretty severe. And, of course, being able to publish them in your father-in-law's paper gives you quite an advantage.
Sir, I consider everything I have said about the former vice president completely justifiable.
Well, there has always been bad blood between you, and I'm not sure you're being completely fair.
I will do anything I can at any time to keep that gentleman out of public office. I consider him a man of highly dangerous ambitions.
I'm afraid we're all men of ambition, Alex, even you.
And he is doubly dangerous. Why, he wants to be president.
Well, don't you? Doesn't almost every politician?
Well, you don't realize, sir. Right now, there are politicians in New York who are plotting to lead a group of states in seceding from the Union and setting up a new government with him at the head of it.
Imagine that.
Mr. President, think what that would mean.
Alex, if I went around letting myself be frightened by every boogeyman in the country, I'd never have a night's sleep. Besides, I know all about this plot. And, well, you've omitted part of it.
What have I omitted?
That these same gentlemen who would like to lead a secession from the Union plan to put both you and the former vice president in power.
What?
You didn't mention that.
Well, I didn't mention it because that part of the plot is ridiculous. I'm sure you are well aware of the extent of my loyalty, Mr. President.
The other gentleman's participation may be just as non-existent as yours.
I can't believe that.
I find myself forced to believe it, Alex, because I must be fair, as fair to one of you as the other.
Why, you let him swindle you right out of the whole country.
Don't you think it for a moment. I don't happen to believe he wants to. And even if he did, Alex, you have no idea how many conspiracies against the government I have watched flame and sputter out. There's no one less powerful in America than a traitor. Because we're a people who believe in liberty and in justice. And any man who starts to talk treason will end up strangling on it. We believe in self-government. And by all that's holy, no one's ever going to take it away from us.
Well, that's quite true, sir. But as far as the former vice president is concerned, I can see there's no use discussing the election with you anymore.
I don't say that you shouldn't campaign against a candidate if you don't believe he's the man for the office. But I do think that the attacks you have launched on his character are going to be pretty hard for him to stomach, particularly if you cost him the election. Remember, you already cost him the office of president. If you hadn't campaigned to the extent you did against him, he would be in the White House now, not me. Now you stand a pretty fair chance of keeping him from being governor.
I must follow the course in which I believe, sir.
All right, Alex, all right. Then there's nothing more I can say to you.
Mr. President, sir.
Yes, what is it, James?
The election returns from New York State. The vice president has been defeated.
Oh, then Alex has won. There will be trouble over this, Jim. There will be trouble.
have retired 10 paces, and on my signal, they will fire. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Ready? Ready.
Present.
And so, Alex is dead.
It was a fair fight, Mr. President. It was the only course I could with honor pursue. You must be aware of the things he was printing about me. I wrote him several times asking him to stop, but it was no use.
His death is a great loss to the nation. They're not taking it lightly.
I know. I am suddenly looked upon in many quarters as little better than a murderer. And yet, dueling has always been an accepted way for men of honor to settle their differences.
You have my deepest sympathy, even more of that sympathy than the dead man has.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm afraid you both died with those 2 shots you fired at Weehawken. And to die and to sleep is easier than to die and to go on living.
Die? I have not died. You said yourself that I would be a leader of this nation.
I said you had the capabilities. But a powerful man is dead now. And his body lies between those words of mine and you.
Oh, no. I'll come back stronger than I ever was. I'll be hanged if a man who did his best to ruin me in life and failed is going to ruin me in death.
Well, I wish to tell you something. I respected that man as an adversary and loved him as a friend. Whatever his personal faults, he was of great worth as a man and as a leader of men.
And I am not.
Not yet. Not yet.
Mr. President, I lost my fortune, my home, everything in this last campaign. But I tell you, I will still rise to power in this land. You don't think I can, but I'll prove you wrong.
Strangely enough, my friend, I do still believe in you. And I hope someday to see that belief justified.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye. And what is the nature of your business with me this time, General Eaton?
Well, Mr. President, as you know, you and I have had our differences. We haven't been on very friendly terms recently. Well, my call today doesn't alter our personal differences any. I still am loyal enough to my country to come to her service, even if it means I have to talk to you.
Oh, thank you, General Eaton. That's very good of you.
I have come to tell you about a plot of treason.
Oh, not another one.
This is not just another one. This one is a real threat. I've been taken into the confidence of the conspirators. I hastened to them only so that I might come to you with my information.
I understand, General.
They plan to seize you and the Speaker of the House. They will then take over the public funds, the money in the banks, and the arsenal.
Oh, and what do they think the soldiers of the United States Army will be doing?
Mr. President, believe me, they have every detail of the plan worked out. They're working through General Wilkinson.
Oh. Well, the General's loyalty has been under question at various times. Who heads this plan?
The former Vice President of the United States.
What?
Yes, sir. Furthermore, he's been trying to get the ministers of England and of Spain to pledge their aid.
This is incredible.
If you don't do something, sir, the Western states are liable to leave the Union.
Don't get excited, General. Don't get excited. We'll manage.
You'll send out a warrant for his arrest immediately, won't you, Mr. President?
No. I'm going to start an investigation. Treason is a terrible word to pin to any man, General Eaton. And this is a man who's had many tragedies already. I'll be very sure of what I'm doing before I'll condemn him.
If I had my way, I'd ride out right now and shoot him down.
I'd rather save the bullet and the man, General Eaton.
But the safety of the nation
demands... The safety of the nation? The nation is safe, General Eaton. The man is still lost.
But he will betray his country. He will betray you.
If he betrays anyone, it will only be himself. Oh. I shall start an investigation, and I shall pray that your fears and my worries are groundless. I don't want to find a traitor, General Eaton. I want to find a man.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Today, our strength and leadership in world affairs depend upon continuing teamwork among Americans of different races, creeds, and national backgrounds. When racial and religious antagonisms arise, this teamwork is destroyed and our nation is weakened. Racial and religious tension in America also provides ammunition for hostile propaganda, enabling other countries to claim that for all its economic and military power, America is internally weak. Hatred and strife among Americans are offered as proof that democracy has failed and that freedom cannot be made to work in the modern world. In contrast, an American that demonstrates that men of different races, religions, and national origins can be united in freedom provides an example to other nations. So refuse to listen to or spread stories which discredit members of any race or religion. Be a good citizen. Help make a united America. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You may have guessed by now which president this was. Later on, I'll tell you, of course. The reports began to come back to the president, and he studied them carefully, weighing them in his mind. Meanwhile, the papers were full of the activities of the former vice president in the West. Finally, one day, John Randolph rose in the House with a resolution calling on the president for a report on the conspiracy. And more visitors came to the president's office from the West.
My name's Morgan, Mr. President. Colonel George Morgan from Cannonsburg. The former vice president stayed with us one night a short while back. And we didn't care much for the way he talked.
No, what did he say?
Well, sir, for one thing, he said that with 200 men, he could drive Congress and you into the Potomac.
He probably could, if we didn't have anyone to help push him back.
And he said the East was kept going at the expense of the West. He said we were paying heavy taxes for the benefit of another part of the country. And he said the Union would never hold together.
Did he say he was going to separate the Union?
Well, that was the impression I got.
I see. All right, Mr. Morgan. Thank you for your information.
Mr. President, the dispatches you've just read are from General Wilkinson. The general has authorized me to answer any questions in his behalf. He wishes me to specifically state that he was approached and asked to help in a plan to separate the western states from the Union.
I see. Well, General Wilkinson certainly has turned coat completely, hasn't it? He must really believe the ship is sinking.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Nothing. Well, the details of this dispatch seem to completely remove any possible remaining shadow of a doubt. I have no further choice. Tell General Wilkinson to concentrate his forces for the protection of New Orleans. I will issue a proclamation immediately ordering the arrest of the former vice president.
Mr. President, your prisoner has arrived in Richmond and
Yes.
is preparing to defend himself against the charge of treason you've brought against him.
I read the evening papers, James. The Federalists have raised a great hue and cry that I am persecuting an innocent man.
The former vice president contends that his only purpose in the West was to lead a colony of settlers to a tract of land he had purchased in Louisiana.
Well, he'll have a chance to prove that in court.
I have here the list of his lawyers. They'll be of great interest to you.
List of lawyers?
He has 4.
Oh, who are they?
4 of the country's most brilliant lawyers, chosen shrewdly. Luther Martin.
A brilliant man, unquestionably, and one that has hated me for years.
Also one greatly enamored of the beautiful daughter of the accused.
Well, and who are the others?
Edmund Randolph.
Another dyed-in-the-wool Federalist and another political enemy.
So are the other 2, John Wickham and Benjamin Botts.
Well, all 4 of them will really be out for my blood in this trial, for their own personal reasons as well as for their clients. I shall use the United States Attorney, and he can retain 2 assistants of his own selection.
Do you know who is to preside at the trial?
No, I haven't heard that yet.
John Marshall.
John Marshall? That really does make a Federalist landslide. He likes me just about as much as the attorneys you just named. It's going to be a good fight, isn't it? Yes, sir. It's going to be a very interesting fight. It sounds like someone has really stacked the cards against the President of the United States.
Your Honor, the defense intends to show that by the tyrannical orders of the President, ordering the arrest of the defendant, the life and property of an innocent man were to be exposed to destruction. We intend to show that the orders to apprehend the defendant were contrary to the Constitution and the law, and gave him every right to resist them.
Your Honor, I object. If the defendant is permitted to judge whether he will obey or resist the orders of the President, there is an end of government. I cannot take my seat, sir, without expressing my deep and sincere sorrow at the policy which the gentlemen for the defense have thought it necessary to adopt. Do they flatter themselves that this court feels political prejudices which will supply the place of argument and innocence on the part of the prisoner? Their conduct amounts to an insinuation of that sort.
The court is concerned at the moment, Mr. Wirt, with whether the prosecution is inspired by personal or political differences. Does the government wish the defendant convicted regardless of the merits of the case?
I hope, sir, that I misunderstood your apparent meaning. There is considerable difference between the opinions and wishes of the prosecution. In the opinion of the prosecution, the accused is guilty, and this is not at all the same thing as wishing to find him guilty.
The defense respectfully suggests that a subpoena be directed to the President of the United States and that he be ordered to appear here.
Mr. President, do you have the letter ready to go to the court in Richmond?
Yes, I have it here. I've pointed out that I'm sure they realize that my duties to the nation make it impossible for me to go there at this time. And I have assured them that as President of the United States, they can expect the same integrity from me in this matter as is expected from the court.
Well, that ought to give them something to think about in Richmond. They had trouble getting a jury. Every man that was brought in seemed to have already made up his mind that the defendant was guilty.
I wish that could be prevented. A man is innocent until he is proven guilty. It is the law, and it is a good law.
The statement of the jury is that the defendant is not proved guilty under this indictment by any evidence submitted to them. They therefore find him not guilty.
I protest, Your Honor. Either I am exonerated or I am not.
Your Honor, I protest on behalf of the defendant. Does the jury mean to censure the court?
And the clerk will change the jury's verdict to read, not guilty.
Well, Mr. President.
Congratulations.
On what?
On your victory.
Victory. May I open the windows a moment, sir?
Yes, of course.
Listen to them. Listen to them. They have been shouting that ever since they saw me come through the streets.
The jury found you not guilty.
What is the verdict of 12 men against the verdict of a nation? My country has condemned me. You heard them. Down with Burr the traitor. It has a magnificent ring to it. Hang the traitor.
No, my friend, if I could only...
What's wrong with me? Since I was a boy, I've been in the service of my country. I fought under Washington. I served in the Senate. I was vice president of the United States. I've been a part of this country's growth. I have lived for my country.
No, your ambition came first, your country second.
Is ambition your word for patriotism?
No, but it seems to be yours.
It was not ambition. It was something inside me that drove me on. Something I had to follow. A flag with 13 stars. A nation on the brink of greatness. And now, listen to them. Listen to the word they fling at me. Well, I won't have to listen to it much longer. I'm leaving America. I'm never coming back. They think I betrayed America. Well, let them. I say America betrayed me.
It's too bad that you feel you must leave, because I still feel that you have much to give your country. And I know your country has much to give you.
Whatever I might have had to give has long since vanished. Whatever capacity I might have had to accept is gone too. I have nothing but bitterness now. And this is not the land for a man who feels as I do.
This is a land where a man can start over at any year of his life. This is a land where a man can live and grow with his nation. This is a land where a mistake is not necessarily the end of a man's career, but sometimes the beginning, if he's wise enough to learn by it. This is a land of promise for all.
Mr. President, it was a lucky thing for the country when I lost on that 35th bout. I thought I knew a lot of things, but until this moment, standing here before you, I never realized what the big thing was I didn't know.
And what was that?
Humbleness. Before you can be big, you have to be small. Before you can be a proud figure in the eyes of men, you have to be humble in your own eyes. I have never been humble. And you have never been anything else. Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, sir. And God keep you and bring you one day safely home. Well, you probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Do you want to be on the inside of the news, know the real facts about current headlines and events? Well, you'll know the news inside and outside when you hear Walter Winchell on the air every Sunday night over most of these same ABC stations. From coast to coast, this dynamic commentator with a famous machine gun delivery gives listeners the lowdown on the week's highlight happenings. Winchell not only brings you the news that's currently making history in America, he brings you news that is happening now, today, in Paris, London, Rome, and other leading news capitals of the world. As one of America's leading advocates of democracy, Walter Winchell speaks out, frankly and fearlessly, on the controversial issues of the day. So listen when Walter Winchell reports the news Sunday night over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, Mr. President, Aaron Burr sailed for England today.
I shall always regret his failure. He came so close to magnificence. If that mind could only have been turned to the good of the country, he would have been one of our greatest statesmen.
I wonder what history will say of him.
They will always wonder whether he was a traitor and whether I was right to bring him to trial as I did. Well, whatever they say of us, one thing is certain. I will never forget Aaron Burr, and he will never forget Thomas Jefferson. Yes, the president was Thomas Jefferson, and it was Aaron Burr whose tragic star began its fall after the duel in which Alexander Hamilton died. Burr left for England and returned some years later, a lonely and bitter man, to spend the remainder of his 80 years in America. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Command Decision. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Thomas Jefferson. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Men's hearts wait upon us. Men's lives hang in the balance. Men's hopes call upon us to say what we will do. I summon all honest men, all patriotic, all forward-looking men to my side. God helping me, I will not fail them, if they will but counsel and sustain me.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, I want to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their former chief executives. That's why Mr. President has rapidly caught the attention of people everywhere. For here is the program that presents human, intimate anecdotes and incidents in the careers of our presidents, woven into the rich tapestry that is the American heritage. And you, as the listener, enjoy the additional thrill of trying to identify the president in the story being told. So test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House by listening now for today's fascinating Mr. President story. Now, in just a second, Edward Arnold.
About to hear a story of a man and an ideal. There is success in it, and there is failure. But the failure was not the man's, for he did not fail the world failed him. He was a great president, but more than that, he was a great citizen of America and of the world. Listen closely to this story that happened in Washington a few years ago, and see if you can tell who the president was. The long war had ended, and the nation was jubilant.
Mr. President.
Oh, it's you, Chambers. It's you.
It's time to start for Congress, sir.
Listen to those people and look at their faces. How wonderful is the reflected light of peace on the faces of a populace. Huh?
It's a great occasion.
May God help me. May God help all men everywhere to keep this world at peace. Do you know what I'm going to say to Congress today?
Why, that the war is over.
Yes, but I'm also going to say that bitterness must be forgotten, that the conquered must be treated with humanity, that to conquer with arms is to make only a temporary conquest. To conquer the world by earning its esteem is to make a permanent conquest.
Mr. President, as a member of your cabinet, I must protest. You'll jeopardize your entire political future. Read the letters that are coming in from all over the country.
I've been reading them.
Why, the people are saying that we ought to keep our armies marching right to their capital, that we ought to cripple the enemy to the point where they'd never be able to start anything with us again.
I know what the letters say. But I must make the people see that it is not enough just to win a war, but you must win the peace as well. Peace is won with understanding and compassion. Enemies or not, they are still human. They have lain their loved ones to rest and wept over them. Their girls have cried like ours. Their mothers, too, have closed the door on rooms that will never again hear the sound of the sun's voice. They, too, have prayed for peace.
You're asking for mercy for a country that has murdered millions of our blood.
I ask for mercy for us as well as them. I ask for mercy for sons still in their cradles and girls yet unborn. We told our sons if they died, the world would be made safe for the ones that followed them. I do not intend to break faith with the dead. And if we take too much, our enemies must of necessity rise and fight us again. And that's what I intend to say in Paris.
You intend to say that in Paris? Paris? You can't be thinking of leaving the country, Mr. President. Why, no president has ever done a thing like that.
Each term in office brings its own problems. Each man must make his own decisions about breaking precedents. I'm going to Paris to the peace conference. I shall meet with the representatives of other nations, and I shall ask them to establish a League of Nations where the problems of the world can be solved around a conference table instead of on a battlefield. Hello, Doctor. Come in.
Mm-hmm. Just about what I expected. Have you any idea at all what time it is?
No. What time is it?
Almost dawn.
Really? What on earth are you doing up?
Looking out for you, or trying to. You land tomorrow, you know. You said you were going to get a good night's sleep.
Well, I had a lot on my mind.
Mr. President, as your physician, I must warn you. You're going to have to get more rest, or I can't be responsible for the consequences. Now, I want you to get to bed.
See, here, you're addressing the President of the United States, Doctor.
Oh, don't try pulling your rank on me, Mr. President. Bed is the place for you.
All right, Doctor, all right. I'll be good, and I'll rest when I get to Paris.
I'll bet you will.
Mr. President, the people of France consider it a pleasure and an honor to receive you.
Thank you, Monsieur Clemenceau. I consider it a pleasure and an honor to be here.
Already in Paris for the conference are the representatives of 27 nations. Signor Orlando has already arrived from Italy. And Mr. David Georges will be here from London any day now.
Well, I should like to meet them both before the conference for a preliminary discussion.
That can be arranged. Perhaps in the meantime you would like to visit the battlefields where your countrymen fought so bravely.
No, I don't want to visit the battlefields until after the conference. I don't want to be swayed by emotion. I know, no matter what my resolves, that I would find it very difficult to stand on those battlefields and then attempt to deal fairly with that country.
Mr. President, you and I are at odds on this question. I don't believe that generosity will make secure the peace that we have fought so hard to win.
What security do you believe in, Monsieur Clemenceau?
Military power and only military power.
I see. Well, I shall do my best to change your mind.
France is an old nation, Mr. President. If you will forgive me, much older than yours. We have learned through the centuries that the cannon speaks louder than the human voice.
But this is a new century, Monsieur Clemenceau. And this is a smaller world. And this is a civilization that can destroy itself if it keeps on fighting.
Men have always fought, Mr. President. They always will.
I don't believe that. Do you intend to go along with me on the League of Nations idea?
I do not believe it is a practical idea, Mr. President.
But you are not completely opposed to it.
No, we are not completely opposed to it.
Well, then, perhaps I can convince you.
You represent a large and powerful nation, Mr. President. Perhaps you can.
Extra, read about the peace conference. Extra. French press claims United States President blocking the security of France. Extra. Extra, peace conference moving slowly. Italian press claims Italy being cheated by America. Extra, small nations complain about trend of peace conference. Extra, disposal of German colonies taken up tomorrow. Extra.
Gentlemen, I hold to my original statement about the colonies as is laid forth in the 5th point of my 14 points.
But the people of France are entitled to reparations. We need colonies.
Germany has no longer any right to colonies. England has proved that she understands how to govern.
Italy has need of colonies. Why is it that over and over Italy is being ignored in these discussions?
Italy is not being ignored, nor is France or England or any of the others. But the thing to determine is what the people in the colonies want and what all the peoples of the world favor. If there is to be a peace among men, you can't cut up nations and territories and give them to any other country that happens to hold the upper hand.
You fight for hard bargains, Mr. President.
I fight for fair bargains.
Mr. President, I tell you, you've got to get some rest.
Oh, I'll rest later, Doctor. Look at this article from tonight's paper, headed France's claims. Is there no end to the claims of France and the claims of the rest of the world?
Stop worrying about the world and worry about yourself for a change. Go home, sit out in the sun, sleep, eat, act like a human being.
The territorial demands of all the European nations are beyond reason.
Go home. Forget about it.
Well, maybe I will go home.
What?
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. I would like some sun, some sleep.
I'm going to take your temperature right now.
Yes, I think I'll order the Secretary of the Navy to prepare to sail for home.
Mr. President, is it true that you are leaving for America?
Well, I have ordered the ship made ready, Monsieur Clemenceau.
Is it, as has been inferred, because you consider my country and the others too high in our territorial demands?
Monsieur Clemenceau, my patience is at an end. There seems to be Nothing to be gained from further discussion. Everyone is thinking about the good of themselves, and no one is considering the good of the world.
But, Mr. President, you must not leave the conference. There will be a reduction in territorial demands.
Thank you, Monsieur Clemenceau.
You are a hard man to deny and to defeat, Mr. President. We are practical men, a little tired, more than a little cynical, I am afraid. Naturally, we are trying to make the best possible bargain for our own country. You come among us with your eyes on a vision. Since we have not seen this vision, it is difficult for us to share your enthusiasm.
I wish you could see it. Monsieur Clemenceau, if the powers were allowed to annex all the helpless countries and colonies in the world, then that would immediately discredit any League of Nations that was set up. Because people would say we divided up the world and then set up the League for selfish purposes to back that up.
You really believe this dream of yours will come to pass?
I do believe it.
My friend, I have fought with you on many points. Perhaps I shall fight with you on many more before this conference is concluded. But I respect you and I like you. I have never met a man before with so much faith in humanity. I hope, I pray, that you live to see that faith justified. Mr. President, France will support you in your demands for a League of Nations.
Well, Mr. President, finally our labors are over, eh?
Yes, finally.
Tomorrow we go to the Great Hall of the Trianon Palace here in Versailles. It will be an historic moment.
Yes, the ceremony is all arranged. The delegates of the 27 nations will stand, and the 6 members of the enemy delegation will march in and take seats at a table facing Monsieur Clemenceau.
And you will hand them the book containing the peace treaty, and they will study it. And no one will ever fully realize the labor and discussion and achievements and disappointments it represents.
Well, no one is completely happy with it. It is a compromise for everyone.
Germany will say the terms are harsh.
The Italians have already withdrawn, believing the terms are not severe enough. France is disappointed, I know that.
It is not that so much, Mr. President. It is that the League offers a means by which Germany may get out of the terms imposed by the treaty.
No, not necessarily. It merely means that there is a court of appeal to which they can make an appeal. But making it and getting what they ask for are two different things. They can't do any better than the nations of the world want them to do.
You're not completely satisfied, are you, Mr. President?
No, because some of the terms I've had to accept are in opposition to what I believe. But I can at least go back to my country with a great gift. The League of Nations has been agreed to by the European powers. There is hope now of a lasting peace for all mankind.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President. How much do you know about the Damon Runyon Cancer Fund? Did you know, for instance, that it was founded only 2 days after Runyon's death, and that already it has allocated close to $3 million to the fight against cancer? This organization, operating on a no-expense, no-overhead basis, has supported institutions all over the country in the fight against the most dreaded of modern diseases, cancer. There isn't a section of the country that hasn't benefited from the funds collected by this great organization. And that means there isn't an American who doesn't owe the Damon Runyon Cancer Fund his thanks for the greater protection against this terrible scourge. What greater tribute to a great man could there be than this living tribute of service to mankind? Just send your dimes or your dollars to the Damon Runyon Cancer Fund, care of the New York Mirror, New York City, 17. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed who the president was when all this happened, because it really did happen, you know. The president returned to America with the lines of his long struggle etched on his face, but he returned proudly, bearing a dream set down in glowing, hopeful words, signed by the nations of the world. he asked the Senate to ratify the treaty, and words came blazing back at him.
By entering the League, we will be bound in the sordid, cunning, secret, and crafty designs of European and Asiatic governments. The country's blood and its bone would become endeared for all time.
Why, gentlemen, the membership of the League could comprise 15 white nations and 17 black, brown, yellow, and red ones. The white populations represented would be outnumbered on a scale of 9 to 1. How would America dare put herself in such a position?
Article 10 of the Covenant of the League of Nations promises the use of force, if necessary, to restrain aggressors. Why, gentlemen, if we ratify this, our military forces could be called abroad at any time. This calls for discussion, and mighty serious discussion.
Mr. President, I just left a Senate meeting. The Senate is not going to ratify your treaty.
It took 16 weeks in Paris to draft that covenant. So far, the Senate has taken 36 weeks in debating whether it should be ratified.
They've drafted a set of reservations to be added to the treaty.
And I suppose the reservations all serve to nullify the treaty.
I'm afraid they do, Mr. President.
It's too bad. The president literally almost killed himself in Paris working for that treaty.
I know, Doctor. You can see it in his eyes.
Oh, stop it, both of you. I can still show both of you a few tricks. Doctor, how would you feel about taking another trip?
Oh, no. You're not going on any trips. You're going to stay right here.
Why?
Go take a look in your mirror. You'll see why.
Oh, nonsense. I probably just need a new tonic.
Where would you be thinking of taking a trip to?
Oh, maybe a tour of the United States.
A tour? You mean a speaking tour?
I believe if I can make the people understand what the League is all about, they will bring sufficient pressure to bear on the Senate to get that treaty ratified.
Mr. President, if I told you that taking this trip at this time, in your state of health, might mean your life, would you still insist on going?
Yes.
Huh? All right. I'll go pack my bags.
Mr. President, if you do this, your opponents will speak wherever you do and try to undermine you. They've discussed just this possibility.
Let them try. I have confidence in the people. All I ask is a chance to speak to them. My friends, if I were to state what seems to me the central idea of this treaty, it would be this. Nations do not consist of their governments, but consist of their people. That seems to us in America to go without saying. But it was never the leading idea in any other international congress that I ever heard of. You will notice that even the territories which are taken away from Germany, like her colonies, are not given to any others. I want to call your attention to the central machinery of the League of Nations. If any member of that league, or any nation not a member, refuses to submit the question at issue to discussion by the Council, there will be no trade with that nation by any member of the League. There will be no interchange of communication by post or telegraph. There will be no travel to or from that nation. Its borders will be closed. It will be hermetically sealed by the united action of the most powerful nations in the world. Some gentlemen say, it is not our business to take care of the world. No, but it is our business to prevent war. And if we don't take care of the weak nations of the world, there will be a war. I would like to get together the boys who fought in the war. And I would stand before them and say, boys, I told you before you went across the seas that this was a war against wars. And I did my best to fulfill that promise. But you are betrayed. You fought for something you didn't get. There will come sometime another struggle in which not a few 100,000 fine men from America will have to die, but as many millions as are necessary to accomplish the final freedom of the peoples of the world.
How do you feel?
Oh, a good night's sleep will put me right up on top again.
You've covered half the nation. Isn't that enough?
Oh, they're with me, too, aren't they? The ones that have heard me, aren't they?
Yes, there's no doubt about that. But you're one man. You can't speak in every city in the country.
It takes time. It takes time. And time grows short. Time grows short.
Let's go home.
No, not quite yet. Don't think I'm not grateful to you, Doctor. I know what you've done for me.
It isn't what I've done. Worrying about you is making an old man of me.
Don't worry. I'm fine.
Let's stop someplace and rest a few weeks. This trip gets more and more dangerous for you every day.
Well, it was more and more dangerous in France as the boys got closer to the front lines, but they went on. They went right on towards the danger. It was the only way to win a war. It can't all have been for nothing. The war, the dead, the struggle with Clemenceau and the rest in Paris. I won't let it have been for nothing.
Where's the next stop?
Pueblo, Colorado.
Doctor!
What is it?
It's the president. Hurry, he's had a stroke.
Wait, my case. I was afraid of that. I'll go to him. You tell the conductor to take this train straight back to Washington.
Well, Doctor?
Now, stay quiet. Don't try to move about.
Oh, a good night's sleep will fix me up again.
You're going to have it. I've ordered the train back to Washington.
Are you under the impression that you're the President of the United States?
No, just acting for the President.
It's too bad. It's too bad. I wanted to reach more of the people.
You reached millions. And all the ones you reached will talk to others. You'll get your League of Nations, Mr. President.
I'm afraid not in my lifetime, Doctor. No. Not in my time. But in God's time it will come. The day will come when the nations of the world will sit around a conference table and wars will be a thing of the absolute past. For it is written, they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not rise against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. For the mouth of the Lord of hosts has spoken it. Well, I'm sure you figured out by now who the president was when all that happened, because it really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
On the first broadcast of ABC's Sunday evening program, Carnegie Hall, a dedication was made. One that has been continued on every broadcast. It goes like this. This program is dedicated to America, an island of freedom. Here alone in all the world are found opportunity and liberty, tolerance and respect for the dignity of man. These are American things, and it is our privilege to tell of them in music and song to reaffirm our faith in our country. The music on Carnegie Hall is directed by Dr. Frank Black, and the announcer director is Gene Hamilton. So don't miss a single Sunday night broadcast of Carnegie Hall, heard over most of these same ABC stations. And now here again is Edward Arnold.
Into the station, Mr. President.
Thank you, Doctor.
Think you can manage?
Oh, yes. I can walk through the station.
You know, Mr. President, someday all of those millions who heard your words on this tour will be able to say, as Clemenceau said in France, "Once I saw the light of a vision on a man's face, and I heard the notes of prophecy in a man's voice. And that man was the 29th President of the United States and the father of the League of Nations, Woodrow Wilson."
Yes, it was Woodrow Wilson who fought so gallantly for the League of Nations and who prophesied the coming of the Second World War. He was indeed a great citizen of America and of the world. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Let's take it all.
Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Command Decision. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. Today's story, by Gene Holloway, was based on incidents in the life of President Woodrow Wilson. Music was composed by Basil Adler.
I find myself far from home and surrounded by thousands I now see before me who are strangers to me. Still, we are bound together in Christianity, civilization, and patriotism.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, I want to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country. Generation after generation of American men and women have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their former chief executives. That's why Mr. President has rapidly caught the attention of people everywhere. For here is the program that presents human, intimate anecdotes and incidents in the careers of our presidents. And you, as the listener, enjoy the additional thrill of trying to identify the president in the story being told. So test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House by listening now for today's fascinating Mr. President story. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Here's a story that happened a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can identify the president. The president was newly elected, and he and his family were on their way to Washington for his inauguration. It was a perilous time with the threat of war in the headlines. The president's journey was arranged to take him through 5 states. Like all of the presidents, he had a lot of friends, and he had more than his share of enemies.
It's me, dear.
Oh, come in, my dear, come in. We've just been going over my speech for tonight.
We're almost into Indianapolis. The conductor said it'd be about 15 more minutes. I have the bags together.
How about the children?
I've sent men in both directions hunting for them. Those boys can disappear while you've got your head turned.
Well, I'll help you hunt for them.
Is there going to be a big crowd at the station, Mr. Lamont?
They told us between 10 and 20,000.
Gracious, I'd better get my new hat out.
The governor's arranged an escort to take us to the Bates Hotel.
Well, the train is slowing down.
Oh, my goodness, we have to find the boys.
Listen.
What is that?
Those are the guns of Indianapolis, saluting the new president of the United States.
I'll certainly be glad when we get to the hotel. I don't know when I've seen so many people on the streets.
The president doesn't pass by often. It's a big thing when one does. It's something to tell your children. I saw the president on the way to his inauguration.
I hope the boys are behaving themselves back there. I told them to stay seated and not to jump up and down and upset the driver.
Oh, they'll be all right. It's funny, isn't it, how alike all the faces are? I've seen these same faces every place we've stopped. The faces of the ones that liked me, and the faces of the ones that hated me, and the faces of the ones who believe I'll ruin the country, and the ones that hope I might do something for it.
They'll all mighty soon see.
You know, I wish I could say to them, give me a chance. Just give me a chance. I was born of country earth and open sky. I grew listening to the dreams of free men. If you'll just give me a chance, I'll put my hand to making some of those dreams come true. I don't want to take anything from the country. I just want a chance to give.
If that's what you want to say, why don't you say it?
Oh, you can't say those things. All you can do is stand up before them and state your views and hope that they'll sense how you feel.
Yates and Du Bois are leaving us tonight. You know what Du Bois said to me this afternoon? He said, we are leaving the life of the president in your hands. And if you don't protect him with your own life, don't come home, because we'll kill you on sight.
Well, do they actually believe your life is in so much danger?
Any president's life is in danger.
I never thought of that.
It's just as well not to. What is to happen will happen.
Well, you talk as though you expected to be killed.
Oh, nonsense. There's the Bates Hotel up ahead, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Yeah, that's it, all right.
Well, we're stopping.
Here, let me get out of the carriage first.
No, I'll get out first.
Listen to them.
They love him.
Yes, but any one of them could have a gun.
Yes, and many of them have.
Oh, I'll be glad when we get him back on that train.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, son.
What are you doing here all by yourself?
Oh, just thinking.
This is no way for a president to spend his birthday.
Even the president likes to get off to himself for a little quiet thinking once in a while. My son, do you know I'm 52 years old today?
I had an idea that you were. You've been bragging about it all day.
Well, we're crossing southern Indiana now. You know, once many, many years ago, there was a girl in Indiana.
Mother?
No. I wasn't much more than a boy myself. I didn't know your mother then. It was spring in Indiana, and it was the springtime of my life.
Well, where's the girl now?
Asleep out there. You know, days like this, we used to tramp across the fields, talking. We never stopped talking. She used to say that someday I'd be president, but I never believed her. Well, I'd better get back to work. Your mother sent me after Thomas and Willie, and I forgot all about it.
I forgot, too. She sent me to look for Thomas, Willie, and you.
Bob, will you take this case and keep good care of it for me? I'm afraid I'll put it down someplace and lose it.
Oh, of course I will, Father. What's in it?
It's my inaugural address. Watch it closely now. All my copies are in there.
Oh, I will.
Father,
Oh, hello, son.
Mother sent me to hunt for you and Bob and Willie.
Well, Willie's the only one that's lost now.
Willie isn't lost. He's up driving the train.
No.
Yes, he's got influence with the engineer.
Oh, come on. Let's get him quick before Mother finds out.
Would any of you happen to have seen the President of the United States or his 3 sons?
Well, we're going to collect Willie now, dear. He's up talking politics.
At his age, he must talk a brilliant game of politics.
Oh, he talks a better game than some of those politicians talk. What's that newspaper in your hand, my dear?
I was just reading the accounts of our reception in New York. It says here in Leslie's Weekly, we are requested to state that Mrs. Jonathan Stuyvesant did not call on the wife of the newly elected president during her stay at the Astor House.
Well, that's a little unnecessary, isn't it?
Well, evidently Mrs. Jonathan Stuyvesant didn't think so.
It's no laughing matter.
Oh, isn't it? Well, here's the nation possibly on the verge of war. Some of the most important events of our history taking place, and Mrs. Jonathan Stuyvesant wants it clearly understood and stated that she did not call on you. Huh? You know something, my dear? I lived a long and happy life, and Mrs. Stuyvesant hasn't called on me either.
Willie says she's an old witch.
Oh, son, don't use that kind of language.
I didn't say it. Willie said
Well,
it.
Willie shouldn't talk like that either.
Willie says she probably goes every place on a broomstick.
Willie's getting entirely too smart. There's a nice account of your speech to the New Jersey Assembly in the paper.
Oh, really? Let me see it.
I've been sent in search of the president's wife, and the president's son.
Oh, hello, Ward. Who sent you?
Willie.
Willie?
Yes, he said you'd all disappeared, and he's hunting for you. You'd better put in an appearance before he pulls the emergency cord and stops the train. And let me tell you, he can stop the train anytime he wants. He has influence with the engineer.
Well, how did Willie get so much influence with the engineer?
The engineer wants to retire and be a postmaster.
I see.
And Willie has told him that he has a certain amount of influence with the incoming president of the United States.
You're going to have to spank that boy.
Why? He's telling the truth. He does have influence. Say, aren't we due in Philadelphia at 4 o'clock?
My goodness, is it that late?
It's almost 4.
All right, boys. Come with me and help get our things together.
Yes, let's get our things together and get off. Another city, another speech, another reception. My dear, I've shaken so many hands tonight that my hand feels like it's going to drop off.
Oh, but we really should go back into the reception
Well,
room.
even the President of the United States is entitled to a few minutes to get a breath of fresh air.
Oh, here you are, Mr. President. I'm afraid I'll have to take you away from the reception for a few minutes.
Oh?
There's someone who has a message of great importance for you.
Oh, really? Who is it?
It's Mr. Alan Pinkerton.
The detective?
Yes.
Well, what does he want with the president?
It's purely a routine matter, Madam President.
You go in and entertain the guests, dear. I'll only be a few moments. You know, Pinkerton's a fine detective.
He's in the next room.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. President, this is an honor, sir.
How do you do, Mr. Pinkerton? Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Mr. President. As you may know, I have been in the employ of the Philadelphia, Wilmington, and Baltimore Railroad to guard trains.
Yes, I know, Mr. Pinkerton.
Recently, from some of my employees, I've had word of danger to you, sir. I didn't care to worry you with any threat of danger that might prove groundless, so I investigated myself.
I see.
Mr. President, there is a concrete and definite plot to assassinate you on your way through Baltimore the day after tomorrow.
And who is it that is going to kill me?
The ringleader is a barber named Fernandino.
I never heard of him.
Neither have I.
He's one of the... Well, he's really the head of several treasonable secret military societies in Baltimore. This plot, Mr. President, according to the conspirators themselves, even includes some of the police marshals.
Mr. Pinkerton became a member of the group for a time in order to find out what their plans were.
Now, don't underestimate Fernandino, Mr. President. He heads a large group. They've worked out their plot in the greatest detail.
Tell me, why do they want to kill me?
Why does any group want to kill a president? A difference in principles, in aims.
And how do they intend to accomplish this deed that they've resolved upon?
There will be only a small police force at the railroad depot in Baltimore. A fight will start to draw off the policemen at the moment of your arrival. Then the assassins will close around you, and the deed will be accomplished.
You know, I've wondered many times where I would breathe my last. Somehow the Baltimore depot never occurred to me.
It's nothing to laugh about, Mr. President.
It sounds like a game devised by schoolboys. A poor plot by a mediocre playwright. It isn't even good intrigue.
You can emerge from it just as dead as though it had been good intrigue.
There, I must admit you have a point. Mr. Pinkerton, accepting your statements at their face value, what do you propose to do about this?
I would like to take you to Washington tonight, sir, secretly.
No, I can't do that, Mr. Pinkerton. Tomorrow morning, I'm scheduled to raise the flag over Independence Hall, and then I must visit the legislature at Harrisburg. I'm not going to run away in the night like a frightened schoolboy. I'd be the laughingstock of the country. Mr. Pinkerton, I appreciate your concern for my welfare, but I must go ahead with my plans.
Well, Mr. President, I shall remain overnight with the hope of persuading you of the importance of my plans. As the President of the United States, it seems to me you owe it to the country to take whatever precautions seem necessary for the preservation of your person.
Even at the risk of appearing a coward.
At any risk whatsoever. So I shall remain in Philadelphia, and perhaps after your engagements tomorrow, you will reconsider.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pinkerton, but I doubt it. However, I will be glad to discuss the matter with you again tomorrow.
I shall await your pleasure, Mr. President.
Now, come in and join the guests. Mr. Lamont will show you about, won't you, Ward?
It'll be a pleasure.
If you'll excuse me, I'm going up to my room. I suddenly find myself a little tired.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Who are you?
I'm Fred Seward, Mr. President. Your son Bob brought me up to your bedroom. He said it was the best place to talk to you confidentially.
Oh, I see.
My father sent me from Washington with some letters which he said were of such importance that he would trust them to no one else.
I understand. You are aware of the contents of these letters?
Oh, yes, Mr. President.
Your father writes that a New York detective has reported that there is serious danger to me in Baltimore and that I should change my plans of going through there.
Yes, sir.
Your father also says General Scott obtained the information. Do you know General Scott?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever hear your father or General Scott mention a detective named Pinkerton?
Why, no, sir.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cross-examine you, but it's such a strange coincidence. If different people, not knowing each other, but investigating the same manner, come up with the same result, then there must be something in it. But on the other hand, if I'm just getting two versions of the same report through different channels, then the story has no more credence than it originally had.
My father asked me to urge you not to go to Baltimore.
Well, I shall think the matter over most carefully tonight, and I will let you know my decision in the morning.
Yes, Mr. President.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The stage will be set tonight for Interference. The absorbing play Theater Guild on the Air will present over most ABC stations. And as the star performers, Raymond Massey, Zachary Scott, and June Dupre. Interference deals with the efforts of a noted London physician, Sir John Marley, to extricate his wife from a blackmail plot. A prominent social figure, Lady Marley, had been married to a soldier of fortune who was thought to have died in the war. When he suddenly reappears, Lady Marley tries to keep this knowledge from Sir John, her present husband. The only way she can do this is by paying several £1,000s to the husband she thought had died. What happens in this intriguing drama provides an hour of exciting listening. So don't miss Raymond Massey, June Dupre, and Zachary Scott in Interference on Theater Guild on the Air. That's tonight over most ABC stations. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The presidential train was on its way east. The times were dangerous. The threat of thunder rumbled low across the land. And history held her breath, waiting for the storm to break. The president paced back and forth in his room until the blood-red sun began to rise in the east. Then he went, as he had promised, to raise the flag over Independence Hall. There was a tenseness in the morning, but he refused to acknowledge it. He went inside to speak to the waiting crowd in Independence Hall. I am filled with deep emotion at finding myself standing in this place, where were collected together the wisdom, the patriotism, the devotion to principle, from which sprang the institutions under which we live. Liberty as a hope to all the world for all future time, was the sentiment which guided those who met here. If this country cannot be saved without giving up that principle, I would rather be assassinated on this spot than surrender it. And I say in advance that there will be no bloodshed unless it be forced upon the government. The government will not use force unless force is used against it. I did not expect to be called on to say a word when I came here. I may have said something indiscreet. But if I have said nothing but what I am willing to live by, and if it be the pleasure of Almighty God, die by.
That was a fine speech, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, Ward. Ward, I've decided to take Mr. Pinkerton's advice. I will let him arrange for me to go through Baltimore at a different hour.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Mr. President.
It goes against the grain, mind you. But as a president, pride is a luxury I can't afford just now. Gentlemen, did Pinkerton tell you any details of his plans about my departure for Washington?
Yes, after you left, he said that he saw no harm in you going to Harrisburg as long as you felt so strongly about continuing your trip, but that he felt from Harrisburg you must go directly to Washington.
Mm-hmm. All right. Tell him to go ahead with his plans. We'll talk about it on the train, and he can tell me exactly what he would like to have me do. People of Harrisburg, while I have been proud to see today the finest military array I think that I've ever seen, allow me to express the hope that in the shedding of blood their services may never be needed. Oh, Bob.
Oh, yes, Father.
Almost ready for dinner?
Ready and waiting. I hope they have good food here in Harrisburg. I'm starving.
Oh, you had a good lunch, didn't you?
Yes, but that was hours ago.
Bob, I'd like to take a look at my inaugural speech. There's some points I want to go over with Ward at dinner.
But don't you have it?
Don't I have it? I gave it to you to keep for me.
But when we got off the train, the men took the bags, and I thought they put it with yours.
Well, you sure it's not in your room?
I'm positive.
But I told you to take care of it.
I'm sorry, Father. What shall I do?
Call Ward and we'll go down to the hotel baggage room right away. Maybe it's there.
I sure hope so.
Do you see anything that looks like it, Mr. President?
I never saw so many bags in all my life.
I have it.
Huh?
I have it.
Nice work, son.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's it.
Oh, it was under a whole pile of things.
I have the key right here. Uh-huh. Well, it opens all right.
Oh.
Dirty shirt, a deck of cards, a bottle of whiskey.
Oh.
Gentlemen, most assuredly that is not my inaugural address, nor the theme of my inaugural address.
Well, there are lots of similar bags in the world.
Yes? Oh, wait a minute. There's another one right here.
Huh?
Now you see how easy it is to... Wait a minute. Let's have a look at that one.
I'll get it.
I'll swear those are Willie's teeth marks on that case. I know those teeth mark anywhere.
Oh, here, let me open it. Your hands are shaking, Father.
What do you think yours are doing? Oh, here it is. Yes, here it is. Oh, thank God, thank God.
Well, now we've got to get upstairs. Mr. Pinkerton is waiting for us.
All right, let us go. But from now on, I'm not letting this case out of my own hands.
I'm sorry, Father.
Well, don't get worried about it. It's all right. It's not your fault. I should have done that in the beginning. It isn't fair to unload your own responsibilities on other people. Come on, Ward, let's talk to Pinkerton. Then I'll have to talk to my wife.
I understand, dear. Mr. Pinkerton wants the rest of us to go on to Baltimore as usual.
Yes, Ward is waiting for me downstairs now.
Who's going with you?
No one.
Just Ward and you?
Yes, just Ward and me, and one car, and one locomotive, and one engineer.
Well, is that safe?
Well, Pinkerton seems to think so. It's being done in the best detective fashion. There'll be no lights, no communications. The telegraph linemen have cut all the wires. No telegrams will be delivered in or out of Harrisburg until Mr. Pinkerton gives the word.
Well, will this train take you all the way to Washington?
No, just to Philadelphia. Pinkerton is going to meet us in Philadelphia and get us on the New York-Washington train.
God keep you.
And you. And the boys. Goodbye, my dear. Kind of spooky, isn't it, Ward? Like a ghost train cutting its way through the night. Somehow it doesn't seem like the right kind of entrance for a president. You know, a president should. Oh, well.
I know what you mean. The president should be standing in the sunlight and the band should be playing. He shouldn't have to sneak into town. Well, history keeps changing, and the president has to do what the hour demands of him, just as you're doing.
You know, I'm beginning to wonder if I ever will get to Washington. Maybe I'll be the first president that was assassinated before he was inaugurated.
I think Mr. Pinkerton's much too efficient to permit a thing like that to happen.
How sad it must be to love the people and to die at their hands.
There's Mr. Pinkerton over by the corner.
I'm beginning to feel like a fugitive. Come on.
Ah, here you are, sir. Come with me. Did you have a pleasant trip?
Well, I've had pleasanter, but none quite so interesting.
Here we are. Now, if you and Mr. Lamont will get in, we're going to the PW&B station. This berth has been reserved by one of my woman detectives. She said it was for her invalid brother. You, sir.
I'm beginning to feel more and more like one.
Kindly remain in the berth with the curtains closed until you reach Washington. And above all, don't so much as stick a whisker out of the berth while the train is in Baltimore.
Yes, Mr. Pinkerton.
I shall be close by until you're safely in Washington.
Thank you, and believe me, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for all your efforts in my behalf.
Try and get some sleep, sir. I know this has all been a great deal of strain.
Yes, I will.
Well, we're on our way. Baltimore, Mr. Pinkerton.
Yes, Mr. Lamont. Baltimore.
I think he is asleep. Well, so far, so good.
One of my men just reported to me that all is well. Depot is perfectly quiet. Baltimore is asleep. Good night, Barber Fernandino. Sleep deeply. The ships have passed in the night, and the hour and the man have escaped you.
Here we are, Mr. President, Washington, D.C. Just a moment. I'll get off ahead of you, if you don't mind.
Where's Mother Pinkerton?
Were you asking for me, Mr. President? Welcome to Washington.
How did you get down there on the platform ahead of me?
He got off the car ahead.
Oh, well, let's get off then.
Senator Seward is waiting at Willard's to breakfast with you, Mr. President. He didn't want to cause any commotion by appearing on the platform.
How did you know he's waiting at Willard's?
The message was conveyed to me by certain sources.
Mr. Pinkerton, you are amazing.
Mr. President, may I return the compliment? My association with you shall always be one of my most treasured memories.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkerton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I'm sure that you figured out by now who the president was when all that happened, because it really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
If you're a movie fan, chances are you have some favorite. And whether it's Ingrid or Carrie, chances are that you'll hear your favorite star at some time on the Luella Parsons Show. Tonight, Miss Parsons holds open house for lovely Jane Wyman. Were you one of the millions who thrilled to Jane Wyman's performance as the mute in Johnny Belinda? She was a sensation in this role, and for her outstanding performance has become one of the leading contenders for the cherished Academy Award. You'll want to meet Jane Wyman tonight when she appears as guest star on the Luella Parsons Show. This is the show that brings Hollywood right into your own home. So don't miss the Luella Parsons Show with Jane Wyman as guest star tonight over most ABC stations. Now, once again, Edward Arnold.
This is where we say goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, Mr. Pinkerton, and thank you again. You're finished with this case now?
Well, the only thing I must do now is restore the telegraph service and send this message by code. Here, read it if you like.
This is to report the safe arrival in Washington of President Abraham Lincoln. Yes, it was Abraham Lincoln whose assassination was plotted by the barber Fernandino before his inauguration, and who was so ingeniously rescued by Detective Pinkerton. His family continued as planned through Baltimore, where the expected demonstration against the president did take place. But the disappointed conspirators had lost their victim. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President.
Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Command Decision. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. Today's story by Gene Holloway was based on incidents in the life of President Abraham Lincoln. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I can always find time for a problem that's bothering a small boy. I wish I could solve the problems of the nations as easily as I can his.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True, human stories of Mr. President.
This afternoon's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But first, a word about our purpose in presenting this series. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the lives of the men who became presidents of the United States. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents, the men who became the leaders of their country. And now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. We invite you to listen now for today's story of Mr. President. And now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. The president was in his study, and so were two of the president's sons.
But, Pa, you said you wanted us to be enterprising.
I didn't say that you should be enterprising at the expense of the American people. I've told you before, and I don't want to have to tell you again, Thomas. You are not to stand in the corridors outside of my office and charge the people 5 cents to see me.
It's a very reasonable rate.
I'm afraid it's just exactly 5 cents too much.
Tom was just trying to get some money ahead against a rainy day.
And, Willie, you are not to throw any more balls anywhere around the White House windows.
Yes, Pa.
Now, do try to be good boys today, will you? Your mother is tired, and she has a lot to do, and so do I.
We'll be good, Father. Sure, we'll be good all day. We'll concentrate on it, won't we, Tom? Sure, we'll concentrate on it, Pa. We'll be good all day.
Doing here in the east wing of the White House with that goat cart?
I wanted to show my goat how the other goats live.
The what? Thomas, that's no way to talk about your family.
This is a very high-class goat.
I don't care how high-class he is. I want you to get him out of here immediately. And then I'm going to have your father speak to you.
He already spoke to me.
He did?
Yes. I promised I'd concentrate on being good all day.
Do you call this being good, Thomas?
Well, I call it being good to the goat.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Tom.
Oh, hello, Dr. Martin.
Well, who's your friend with the whiskers, Tom?
It's my goat.
Now, you get him right out of here.
Yes'm. Come on, goat. Come on.
And, Thomas, stay outside and try to be good.
Yes'm.
I had an appointment with the president, Mary.
Oh, well, he's in the study. He's alone.
Oh, thanks. I'll go in, then.
Go in. Oh, hello, Charles. Come on in. Sit down.
Mr. President? I just met Tom and the goat. They both looked in perfect health.
Oh, they are.
I wanted to talk to you about Willie.
Is there something wrong with the boy?
No, not really, but he seems a little run down. I think he needs a good tonic. Perhaps he's been studying too hard. I brought one over.
All right, I'll give it to his mother.
Now, keep your eye on him. Don't let him go at things too hard.
Yes, I won't. Come in.
Mr. President, did you speak to Thomas?
What's he up to now?
Land only knows. I just had to chase him and his goats out of the east wing.
Where's Willie?
He's out in the hall.
Charlie, tell Mary what you were telling me. I want to speak to Willie for a moment.
Well, Mary, Willie doesn't look as well as he should.
Schenectady! Utica! Rome, Ashtabula, Cleveland, Sandusky, Toledo.
Oh, hello, Willie. Hello.
Watch out, Father. You're going to be run over. You're right in the path of the train.
Oh, yes, that's the warning me. Thank you.
Toledo, all out for Toledo.
Willie, I don't believe any boy ever lived that loves trains more than you do.
Someday I'm going to drive my own train. I'm going to be somebody in this world. I'm going to be an engineer. And I'll take you any place you want to go.
Oh, there's a lot of places I want to go, son, and there's no one I'd rather have take me than you. Where's Tom?
Oh, he's someplace driving Mother crazy.
How do you know?
I heard her say so. I heard the soup tureen break, and then I heard Mother say, "That boy is driving me crazy."
What in heaven's name was that?
Oh, those boys will be the death of me. Willie? Thomas? Who threw that rock?
Why doesn't Tom answer?
He sticks his fingers in his ears as he runs so he can't hear.
Thomas? Thomas, where are you?
What happened?
Willie, did you throw that rock through the window?
Well, let's see. What rock, Mother?
You know very well what rock.
There's lots of rocks thrown every day.
I mean the rock that was just thrown now.
Thrown where?
Through the window.
What window?
The hall window.
Oh, I don't think so.
Now, Willie, I asked you a direct question, and I want a direct answer.
I can't answer directly.
Why not, son?
Because I got an agreement with Tom and with the Taft boys.
What kind of an agreement?
Not to snitch.
Now, see here, William. I want to know whether you threw that rock, and I want to know right now.
I can't tell.
Mr. President, do you know who threw that rock?
Which rock?
You know very well which rock. Now, see here, this is no way to discipline boys. Oh, well, I'll take care of him myself. I see there's no use expecting help from you. Thomas? Oh, Thomas!
You know, Father, you shouldn't laugh when we're bad.
Well, I'm sorry, William. You're quite right.
Why do you laugh?
Oh, I was laughing then because I was remembering once having written in the front of one of my books, "This is from my pen. I'll be good, but I don't know when." Or something like that. I don't know.
Pa.
Yes, son.
I'm glad you're my father.
Oh, why is that?
Because you understand so many things. I guess you understand everything in the world.
No, I don't, son. I just try to.
Pa.
Yes, Willie.
When I get my train, you can ride every place for nothing.
Thank you, my boy.
Well, guess I'd better get this train out of here.
I can't find that Tom any place.
Well, he just left by train.
I don't know what's gotten into these children today.
Well, I guess we'll have to give them another talking to.
Well, you gave them a talking to this morning.
Oh, they're good boys, maybe a little adventuresome, but good. And that William. You know, Mary, they're all three wonderful boys, but there's something, I don't know, something special about Willie, something almost indefinable.
Yes, there is something special about Willie. Willie loves the world so much and everybody in it that he sees only good wherever he looks. It would be a wonderful thing to be as perfect as Willie thinks we are.
Well, everyone loves Willie. When a boy holds out his hand to the world with his heart in it, everyone that sees him just naturally has to love him. Mm-hmm. And his father and mother. You know, Mary, sometimes I think we're foolish about our boys. Maybe it's wrong to love them so much. But you can't help it, can you? With a boy like William, you just can't help it.
He's a wonderful boy.
Doctor, there isn't anything serious the matter with him, is there?
No, not at all.
Mother! It just came. It's a present for us. It's for us, Pa. Come and see. Oh, he's so beautiful.
Who's so beautiful?
Yeah, steady now. Oh, who's so beautiful? Who's a present?
It's a pony. Someone has sent us a pony, Father. Come and see it. He's right outside.
First it was 2 pet goats, then it was a pet turkey, now a pony. White House is turning into a zoo.
There he is. Isn't he beautiful? Did you ever see such a pony? Look at his spine.
No, I never did. That's really a fine animal.
Tom, could he be mine, do you think? You got the goat. Can I ride him, too? Sure, but could he belong to me? Sure. Is it all right, Pa?
Why, of course it is. Hoist yourself up and take a ride.
Now be careful.
Oh, he's a very gentle.
Up you go.
He's a good-looking pony, all right.
Ride him, Willie, ride him.
Oh, it's going to pour down rain any minute. Look at that sky.
Well, I better be on my way. I'll drop by in a day or so.
Well, goodbye, Doctor, and thank you for coming over.
Goodbye.
I'll see you to the door. I'm being good today.
Well, thank you, Thomas.
Dear, about the reception, I sent out all the invitations today, and I gave the orders to the caterers. This is going to be a reception like was never seen before in Washington. Everyone of any importance has been invited. I'm glad we're finally giving an official party of some size.
Now, here's the rain. We'd better get into the house.
Look at that rain. I hope Willie comes right back.
Well, there isn't a sign of him. He'll probably head for the stables.
Oh, I hope so.
He'll be all right, Mother. Now, don't you worry.
Is it late?
It struck 12 a while ago.
Pa,
Yes, son?
I'm hot.
What? Well, here, I'll pour you a glass of water. Here you are.
Pa, do you think the pony's all right?
Yes. He's had a good rub down on his dinner. He's all right. You know, you should have come straight home, Willie. You shouldn't have ridden in the rain like that.
I forgot who I was and where I was, Pa. It was like, I don't know, like the world was suddenly mine and I was looking at it for the first time. Pa, I'm so hot.
What are you two doing up at this hour?
Oh, I couldn't sleep. I was worried about the...
He's the most beautiful pony we rode. And we rode to the end of the world. And we never came back.
Dear, feel his head.
I did.
He's burning up with fever. We'd better send for the doctor.
I did that, too.
Well, there's nothing we can do but wait.
Well, he should be here any moment.
He's so small. He's such a little fellow. The doctor said...
There, Mary. The boy will be all right. You keep hold now. Don't give way.
He rode to the end of the world. And we never came back.
He's out of his head.
The rain was cool. The rain was cool. Mother.
I'm here, darling.
Mother. I want my mother.
Here I am, Willie.
I don't want you. I want my mother.
Willie, my baby.
Mary, don't...
I came as quickly as I could.
His face feels like it's on fire, Doctor.
Oh, I'll do my best.
Yes, Tommy, you shouldn't be up.
I dreamt that Willie... Pa, Willie isn't going to die, is he? He isn't going to die.
Marion, you'll help me here, please?
Yes, of course.
Thomas, pray with me. Dear God, don't take him from us. Don't take him from us.
Dear God, don't take him from us.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
If you could help a crippled child to walk again, you'd do it gladly, wouldn't you? And here's the best way you can at present lend aid to the millions of handicapped children and adults throughout the country. And that is by buying Easter seals. This year marks the 16th annual sale of Easter seals, sponsored by the National Society for Crippled Children and Adults. The proceeds from the sale go to over 2,000 organizations in different communities, which provide the special services necessary to help cure the handicapped. Some of the many services are medical care, health centers, educational facilities, special equipment, wheelchairs, braces, and so on. In many communities, handicapped people would not be cared for at all if it weren't for the annual sale of Easter seals. This year, continue to support this splendid work by buying lots of Easter seals. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen in Washington a few years ago. The long days and nights of worry went on, and a small boy lay in his bed and looked at the world through hot, feverish eyes.
Doctor, do you think we should go on with the reception?
Yes, I don't see anything to be gained by postponing it. After all, the invitations are out, the preparations are made.
Yes, but the boy...
Well, the boy is better, Mr. President. If all goes well, he'll be up and around soon.
Then he's out of danger.
No, I can't honestly say that, Madam President, but I can say that he's better, and I see no harm in the reception. After all, he isn't going to attend it.
Mother, Willie's asking for you.
I'll come at once, dear. Then we'll go ahead with the reception, Doctor.
Yes, by all means.
Well, I'll take your advice on it. You'll be by this evening?
Right after dinner.
Thank you.
You know, I feel so helpless. I'm trying to carry on with my work. I'm trying to go on with things, but I keep wanting to cry in people's faces. My son, who loved life, is lying upstairs while it goes on outside his windows. My son, who loved life, may never enter it again. Curse that pony! Curse that blasted pony!
The boy is going to be all right, Mr. President. Mr. President, don't you hear me?
Hmm? Yes, I hear you, Doctor, I hear you.
How is he, Doctor?
Oh, don't worry, my dear. We're doing all we can.
I can't go downstairs.
Doctor, is there anything to be gained by staying here?
No, I really think it's better for both of you to go down. After all, you have all these people. I can send for you if there's any change.
Come, my dear.
I don't want to leave him.
I know, but if there's any change, we'll know it at once. Come on. You know you look beautiful. That satin becomes you. Come on, Mary.
Yes, Mr. President.
Madam President, you never looked more beautiful.
Thank you.
It's a magnificent party.
Mary, come quickly.
Willie?
Yes, come at once.
$3:00.
Yes. Come, Mother, lie down for a moment.
No, I can't. Listen to the way he's breathing. It's getting worse. He's getting worse, isn't he, Doctor? Listen to it.
Albany, Schenectady, Cleveland, Rome, Albany.
Mr. President.
Pa, you can ride for nothing. You can ride for nothing. 'Cause I love you, Pa.
Willie.
Pa.
Doctor, help him. Help him. Willie?
Dear God, I beg of you, give me the strength to help my wife, my family. Give me the strength to go on myself. Give me the strength to know there must be wisdom in thy ways. Give me the strength to live without my son.
Pa.
Yes, Thomas.
Pa, I want to talk to Willie. I want to talk to Willie.
I know, my son, I know, but, Tom, we mustn't think of that just now.
What is it like to die, Father? Where is he?
Well, son, I think it must be like opening a door and running outside, and the sun is shining, and the sky is blue, and there are kites to fly, and wheels to ride, and dogs to play with.
And a pony?
Yes, and a pony.
Willie would like that.
Yes, he would.
It isn't true.
Why do you say that, son?
You're crying. You wouldn't be crying if it was true.
Oh, no. I'm crying for myself, Thomas, and for your mother. I'm crying out of selfishness because a door has been closed behind Willie that I can't open. It isn't the person that is unhappy, Willie. It's the people that are left behind.
Do you think Willie has a spotted pony? He likes spotted ponies.
I think he has.
Then I'm not going to cry anymore. And I don't think you should.
I'm not going to, Thomas. You're right. I'm not going to. Come on, son, run out and play. I've got to go back and talk to your mother.
Yes, sir.
Mary, my dear, you must stop crying. You must.
How can I stop? My baby.
But it won't help.
How can you be so calm? You don't love him. If you loved him, you'd weep for
I
him.
do love him. But I've shed all the tears I mean to shed. I have faith in God. I have faith in his ways. I have faith that Willie is happy.
He's gone. We'll never see him again. They'll seal him in a coffin and pile the earth on top of him. He's gone! He's gone!
Stop it at once.
Is a mother not to be permitted to weep for her son?
But you've been weeping for hours. A mother must accept what comes from God's hand. No matter how cruel, no matter how much it seems to be without meaning, you must accept what comes, Mary. Or you will destroy yourself upon the rocks of your own emotions. Hold on to yourself. This is grief beyond endurance. I know that, but we must endure it. Your children need you. I need you. You must pull yourself together, Mary.
I know you're right. I'll try, Mr. President.
Now then, wash your face, Mother, and come downstairs, huh?
I'll never go into his room again. I'll close that door and never enter it again. It's the only way I can go on.
We'll go on together, my dear. We'll go on together.
Mr. President, I'm leaving now.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you.
I'll be here in the morning to help with any details.
I understand.
There's Thomas outside on the pony.
The pony is still here?
Yes.
I want that animal destroyed. I want it! Oh, no, I don't mean that. I don't mean it.
There are some sedative powders in this envelope. The instructions are on it. Now, I want you to take one immediately.
I will, Doctor. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. That pony, that accursed pony.
Giddy up! Giddy up, pony! Giddy up! Pa, wake up!
What is it?
Mr. President, it's the stables. They're on fire. The stables are on fire,
What
Mr. President.
stables?
Your slippers. Here, put on your slippers.
I've got them.
They're burning down! Hurry up, Pa!
Oh, how did this happen?
I don't know. They'll never be able to control that fire.
Oh, dear Lord, let me get there in time.
Stand back, Mr. President. The building may go. Mr. President, where are you going?
Get out of my way!
Don't go in there. Don't go in there.
Look at him. He's going right in the building.
He's out of his head. He's trying to kill himself. Go in here. Get him out. Get him out.
There he comes.
Look.
But he's leading the pony.
Why, he's all right. There's a little singed, but he's all right.
Are you all right?
Of course, my dear.
You went in that inferno to save that pony?
It was Willie's pony. He had to
I
do
had
it.
to do it. Willie loved that pony, and I suddenly realized I loved it too. That little pony was a world to one small boy, and that little pony means the world to the small boy's father, too.
Hey,
Yes, I was just in time. Thank heaven I was just in time. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Camille, important, immortal Lady of the Camellias. Many a star has gained fame in the role of the immortal Lady of the Camellias, and now tonight, Miss Joan Fontaine, brilliant screen actress, will lend her talents to the role of Camille. That's the play Theater Guild on the Air will present over most of these same ABC stations tonight. As Armand Duval, Camille's great love, you will hear Louis Jordan, popular French actor who has lately been seen on the American screen. Camille is one of the world's most beautiful love stories, and you will thrill to the performances of Joan Fontaine and Louis Jordan as the ill-fated lovers. So tonight, be on hand when curtain goes up on Theater Guild on the Air over most ABC stations. And now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Now, gentlemen, I think we are losing sight of one of the preliminary issues here. After all, even with a nation at war... Excuse me, gentlemen, that's my son's signal. Come in, Thomas.
Pa, I'm sorry to interrupt the cabinet meeting, but they're going to kill my turkey.
They're going to kill your turkey.
Well, I've taken care of it ever since it was sent you. We're friends now, Pa. Eating that turkey would be like eating you.
Well, I think we can clear this matter up very quickly. Tom, hand me the pen and the paper. Thank you. Has the turkey a name?
Edwin.
Edwin, I see. All right. The turkey, Edwin, is granted a stay of execution by order of the President, Abraham Lincoln. Yes, it was Abraham Lincoln who lost his young son and who was so grief-stricken those long years past in Washington. And when Lincoln himself had left his family just as unexpectedly to join that son, his family had all the words he had said for Willie to look back to for solace. Be sure to listen again next week for another story that happened at Washington. I am weary of the game, yet I don't know how I could live out of it. I don't love slight, neglect, contempt, disgrace, nor insult more than others.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
We'll bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at the men who have lived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., one of the most famous residences in the world. The men who live there are tenants with a 4-year lease, our presidents. A national election held once every 4 years makes a man a president. But what makes a president a man? Well, it's the little things he brings to his job. His habits, opinions, hobbies, his moods across the breakfast table.
there's a human side to the highest office in the land. And you'll find it in the story of Woodrow Wilson's old-fashioned typewriter and Teddy Roosevelt's Indian clubs. This sort of personal history reveals the man, and that's what our Mr. President series tries to present. And now, another chapter in little-known White House history. Today's story of Mr. President.
Here's a story that happened to the president a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was almost time for the president to leave for his cabinet meeting, but he sat slumped in a chair without moving. His wife watched him anxiously.
Dear, you really must go or you'll be late.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Is something wrong?
Not something, my dear, everything.
Well, now, don't be discouraged. You'll get things straightened out.
Every place I look is trouble. Trouble here at the Capitol, trouble in the surrounding states, trouble with the cabinet, trouble abroad.
Has anything new happened to the cabinet?
No, but it's certainly obvious that most of them have no use for me or my policies.
Then why don't you discharge them and appoint a new cabinet?
My dear, the former president found them good men. I'm sure the country as a whole would feel that I had no right to dismiss them. And perhaps I am the one at fault.
You're not at fault. The trouble with your cabinet is that instead of taking their instructions from you, they're taking them from someone else, and you know who as well as I.
I know, but I don't know what to do about it.
Well, surely a president has a right to a cabinet he can work with.
My dear, sometimes I think a president has no rights. And on top of everything else, this situation abroad has me nearly crazy. Neither France nor England has any respect for this country. Look at this last episode. France insists that we recall our representative. And then when we do recall him and send another man, they refuse to let him stay on French soil. They're going out of their way to be insulting.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I don't know. I suggested to the cabinet that we appoint 3 envoys to investigate the problem with France. But Walcott, the Secretary of the Treasury, seemed to feel that that would mean a complete break in the cabinet.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know seems to be the only answer I can make to any question lately. Well, I guess I'd better get to that cabinet meeting.
Will you be home afterwards?
No. Afterwards, I think I'll see what happens when you beard a lion in his den. Mr. Hamilton?
Well, this is a surprise, Mr. President. Come in, sit down.
I'm not here officially, and no one knows I've come.
I've been expecting to hear from you.
Oh, have you?
It was inevitable. However, it didn't occur to me that you would come to me.
I haven't come to you, Mr. Hamilton, not in the way you imply. I came because I wanted to find out if there was any possibility of peace between us.
There must be peace, Mr. President. I am head of your party. There must be perfect peace.
Oh, so now you've elected to call yourself head of the party.
I think you will find there is no doubt about my holding that position, Mr. President. And as head of the party, I expect to run the country.
You do?
Yes, through you.
Through me? Your impudence is astounding, sir.
This is the beginning of an era, Mr. President. An era of politics.
Politics?
Yes. In the future, political parties are going to elect the presidents in this country, and those parties are going to set the rules of the administration.
Well, Mr. Hamilton, I dare say if we are about to enter on an era of politics, the president can play them as well as anyone else. You know, we have fought on a good many issues, but never until today did I feel that you considered me a fool, Mr. Hamilton.
Why do you say that, sir?
Do you seriously think that you're going to run my administration?
Mr. President, you wanted to send 3 envoys to France. And you wanted to ask Congress to increase the size of the Army and the Navy. The Cabinet opposed your wish. Do you still want to do it?
Yes, why?
Perhaps I can persuade the Cabinet to change their minds.
Can you?
Shall I?
Yes. I should very much like to see if you can.
President, after further reflection, the Cabinet is in accord with your former suggestion about sending 3 envoys to France, and recommends, too, that you ask Congress to increase the size of the Army and of the Navy. We also suggest that a federal property tax be imposed to pay for these increases.
Mr. President, is that you chopping wood?
Don't tell anyone.
We have plenty of wood.
I know, but I wanted to do some thinking.
Who are you mad at?
No, you could tell I was mad, huh?
Well, it doesn't take a very bright woman to look at the way you've splintered that log and know you're mad.
Oh, it's the cabinet, the cabinet. I'm determined to keep my temper with them and try to work the situation out.
I wouldn't trust Pickering, Walcott, and McHenry as far as I could throw them.
Well, they've always been known as honest men. I suppose they have a right to listen to Mr. Hamilton if they believe he's right. It angers me that they do, but at the same time, I know it's their right. And if I dismiss them, I may be starting a very dangerous precedent. Well, we'll see what happens in the next few months.
You're looking tired, dear. You're working too hard.
I am tired, but one of your dinners will do wonders for me, my dear.
These were the years we were going to sit by the fire and dream. Remember? These were the years when you were to retire. We were going to watch our children and our grandchildren and the country grow and develop. And just look at us.
You know, you're prettier today than the day I married you.
Oh, get along with you now.
Have you ever been sorry?
That I married you?
Mm-hmm.
Not 1 hour of one single day. They've been rich years.
Yes, but not in dollars.
In the things that dollars can't buy. In adventure, companionship, in love. In the things we've lost and suffered over together. In the things we've laughed over and remembered. In the dreams we've dreamed for the joy of dreaming.
You know, someday we will have that fire. We'll sit there and watch the sun go down behind the rim of the hill. And the cabinets and the troubles with France and England and politics will all be in the past. And the only things we will talk about will be the weather and the stars and each other. How does that sound to you?
Unspeakably dull.
Oh, good. This woman, is there no pleasing you?
There is, but that's not the way to do it. Come on in now. It's almost dinner time.
Do you know the word we received from France today?
No.
Well, they've declared that all Americans caught serving on British ships are to be considered pirates.
No.
Yes.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to prepare for war and do everything I can to keep the peace. The first thing that has to be done is to appoint the envoys we want to send to France. Gentlemen of the Cabinet, I would suggest that the envoys appointed to France be General Pinckney, John Marshall, and Elbridge Gerry.
Mr. President, Gary's not a good party member.
Well, gentlemen, I believe that one member of the group should be appointed from the opposition.
Mr. President, this is an important situation that should be trusted only to loyal members of the party.
After all, we have no influence over Gary. Quite the contrary.
This situation is not the responsibility of the opposition, but of the party in power. Why, we wouldn't know where we stood for a moment with Gary.
Very well, gentlemen. Who would you suggest that I recommend to Congress in place of Mr. Gerry?
I would suggest Francis Dana.
Ah, yes. Choice. You couldn't get a better man.
Very well, gentlemen. I shall recommend Mr. Dana.
Why did you give in on Mr. Gerry, dear?
Because right now I want to do all I can to get along with the cabinet. I don't want to appear arbitrary.
Well, they certainly appear arbitrary.
Well, that's all right, as long as I don't appear that way. Besides, I had a feeling I would get my way anyhow. Francis Dana declined the appointment, and I was sure he would, and so... So I reappointed Gerry anyhow.
You know, if I were that cabinet, I'd watch you mighty carefully from now on.
Well, they aren't watching me very closely at all. I believe they think I'm licked. They think I'm eating out of their hands.
Well, one of the best ways I can think of to lose a hand is to let you eat out of it. When does the commission sail for France?
Very shortly.
Do you think Talleyrand will receive them?
Well, he's pretty tricky. It's hard to say.
Did Congress pass the federal tax to pay for the increases in the Army and the Navy?
Yes, they did.
Wonder how the people are going to like that.
Well, the cabinet thought it was a good idea.
I know, but what about the people?
I imagine the people will let us know how they feel about it in very short order.
Oh, dear, I wish we could go to Quincy for a few weeks. You need a rest.
Well, we'll see the commission off to France, and We'll see what develops. Maybe one of these years we will get that vacation.
It's a beautiful afternoon for a walk, isn't it? It's so quiet it seems almost like whimsy. Let's pretend we're on a vacation.
All right, we're miles away from Philadelphia, and, well, we didn't get very far with that. What's the matter? What is it?
Mr. President. Oh, thank heavens I found you. Good afternoon, Madam President.
Hello, Mr. Wilker.
What's happened?
Insurrection in Pennsylvania. Guns, regiments, John Freeze.
What?
Now, wait a minute, Walcott. Wait a minute. Slow down. Catch your breath.
A man named John Freeze is leading a rebellion against the government.
Against the government?
Well, against the new federal property tax.
Oh!
Freeze and his rebels say if any tax collectors come into Pennsylvania, they're going to shoot their legs off.
Oh, my.
Well.
Yes. But that isn't the worst that's happening, Mr. President.
No?
No. The women are in this, too.
What?
Any tax assessor who knocks on any front door in Pennsylvania is liable to get a bucket of boiling water dumped on his head by the lady of the house.
Oh, my.
Yes, they're all keeping the kettles boiling just in case. Several federal men have been treated already.
A hot water war, eh?
Oh, can you imagine? Boiling water, Mr. President. We've got to take steps immediately.
All right, I'll call a cabinet meeting.
Well, I took the liberty of calling one already, sir.
Oh, you did?
Yes, the gentlemen will be assembled by 3 o'clock.
Very well, I'll be there. Gentlemen, I want an order sent out telling the people of Pennsylvania they must submit to the laws. And I want General McPherson and a force of cavalry and militia to proceed to Pennsylvania immediately. I want this rebellion brought to an end at once. And I want John Freeze arrested.
It's late, Mr. President.
Yes, I know.
Has something else happened?
They captured John Freeze. He's been brought here for trial.
Well, that's what you wanted.
No, but you have to have order in the land.
I know.
And yet there is sympathy in my heart for John Freeze. He's being tried for treason, but I don't believe he's a traitor. This country is going through a spell of growing pains. There's bound to be belchings and disorders if all the laws don't digest properly. It takes time.
Well, I'm sure you'll arrive at what's right to do about it.
Well, we must have order in the land. There's no question about that.
Is there any word from the commission that went to France?
Yes, a dispatch today. Talleyrand has refused to receive our envoys unless they pay heavy bribes to the French officials. He also wants America to make a large loan to France.
What are you going to do?
I've done it. I've sent a message to Congress saying the mission to France has failed. And I've asked that we speed our preparations for war. Oh, my dear, I don't want war. I don't want war at home with the John Freezes. I don't want war abroad. That's all I see before me. It's all I see before me.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Today, there's a dangerous killer on the rampage throughout the country. The killer's name is tuberculosis, better known as TB. However, the picture is not as bleak as it looks. Although TB causes more deaths among persons between 15 and 34 than any other disease, it is steadily being eliminated by public action. Scientific knowledge of the causes of tuberculosis and its methods of prevention has now made it possible to battle this menace. The most important method of prevention is the mass chest X-ray. If individuals take the necessary steps to detect and treat this disease, TB can be wiped out. That's why those ill with TB must be found. So protect your own health, as well as your family's, by having your chest X-rayed immediately. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, a few years ago. The president sent Congress the dispatches of the envoys telling of their demands for money. The letters were published, and the country's anger blazed to warlike glow. Marshall and Pinckney returned from Europe completely discouraged. Gary remained in what seemed to be a vain hope. The president, desperately desiring to keep the peace, walked the tense, worried months.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Hamilton.
The Federalist Party considers war with France the only course that can be honorably followed.
I don't want war, Mr. Hamilton.
How long do you expect this country to go on taking the insults it has been taking?
I can ignore insults very easily, when I know I'm saving lives by ignoring them.
An attitude like that could lose this country for us.
Mr. Hamilton, you forget that I know something of wars myself. Our minister at The Hague, Mr. Vance Murray, is keeping me informed of events in France. And so far, they are playing just as much of a waiting game as we are. I don't think Talleyrand wants war.
Well, he's liable to have one on his hands whether he wants one or not.
Mr. Hamilton, I do not intend to be dictated to by you. You were not elected to the office of president, and you're not responsible to the people. I am. I am responsible not only for what I do, but I'm sorry to say I am responsible for what you do. There will be no war with France, Mr. Hamilton, if I can prevent it.
Mr. President, the commanding general of the army sent you my name along with Pinckney and Knox to be one of his general officers. May I ask if you have removed my name from the list?
No, I have not. I sent the list to the Senate for confirmation just as I received it from the general.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But I still say, Mr. Hamilton, there will be no war with France.
Well, chopping wood again. My goodness, you've practically demolished a whole tree. What on earth has the cabinet done to you today?
How did you know it was the cabinet again?
Well, I've learned to recognize the symptoms. If you don't get a change of cabinet soon, we aren't going to have a tree left on the grounds. What happened?
Well, 2 of my cabinet members persuaded the general to give Mr. Hamilton first place on his staff of officers, against my recommendations.
I thought you passed the general's recommendation for Mr. Hamilton for the staff.
I did, but not for first place. No, that was my cabinet's idea, and there's nothing I can do about it now. The general has a right to choose his staff, but I must say this is a great triumph for Mr. Hamilton.
Oh, I came out to tell you it's time for you to leave for your cabinet meeting.
No, is it? Well, I'd better hurry. This is an important one. I have to tell them what I've decided about John Freeze.
Was he sentenced?
Yes. The word just came. John Freeze has been sentenced to death for treason. Gentlemen of the cabinet, I intend to pardon John Freeze.
What? Why, you can't mean that, Mr. President. Why, John Freeze is a convicted traitor.
I don't agree with you, Mr. McHenry.
But the man led a rebellion in Pennsylvania.
Yes, with a feather in his cap and his fife and drum corps wearing red, white, and blue cockades. Red, white, and blue, gentlemen, the colors of their country.
It was a rebellion no matter what colors they were wearing.
They marched as Americans in protest against attacks. If you'll recall, as Americans, we too once staged a rebellion in Boston Harbor in protest to attacks.
That was an entirely different matter.
Do you mean to say, Mr. President, that Americans have the right to fight the tax collectors?
No, I do not. But this government is very new. We have to get our people used to the taxes and other things that go with government. It's our job to turn men like John Freeze into citizens. Gentlemen, let's not kill a good man because he didn't agree with a law we passed. Let's teach him why the law was necessary and get him on our side. I'm sure you must be able to see my point.
The man must die.
I don't agree with that at all.
Well, gentlemen of the cabinet, I'm sorry you don't agree with me. But John Freeze is going to be pardoned whether you agree or not. My dear, where are you? Where are you?
I'm in here.
Oh, I have news from France.
From Talleyrand?
Yes, the message came through Mr. Van Murray's at The Hague. He enclosed an official note from Talleyrand saying that if we would send a minister to France to straighten out the difficulties between our two countries, we would be received with all the respect due our country.
Oh, that's wonderful. Then there's hope for peace.
And Mr. Gary has arrived back in this country with very much the same thoughts.
Are you going to call a cabinet meeting?
No. I've had numerous cabinet meetings on just the possibility of this taking place. My cabinet is completely under the domination of Mr. Hamilton. And Mr. Hamilton wants war. So I'm going to sidestep the cabinet completely. I'm going to send a message to the Senate announcing the appointment of a new minister to France.
Without consulting anyone?
Without consulting anyone.
Good for you. Who are you going to appoint?
Vance Murray. He seems to have the best contacts in France. I'm going to send a committee with him, but I won't announce that. I'll just send the Senate word of the appointment, and then we will hear from Mr. Hamilton and the cabinet.
Why, this is the most outrageous action that has ever been permitted in this country. How dare the president appoint a minister without consulting his cabinet?
It's absolutely unbelievable. Why, Mr. Hamilton would have conquered France. The president has ruined all chance of war.
The president's ruined the federal party. Why, our whole policy has been war with France. And now he's going to force peace on the country. It's betrayal, that's what it is, betrayal.
And the newspapers. Have you read the newspapers?
I certainly
The
have.
newspapers are all in favor of the president's act. There's nothing Mr. Hamilton or even Congress can do in the face of public opinion. We have got to have peace whether we want it or not.
Well, he certainly let his cabinet down. No matter how you look at it, he certainly let his cabinet down.
Mr. McHenry, I thought I might as well discuss this matter with you first, as taking the matter in alphabetical order, you come ahead of Mr. Pickering.
Yes, Mr. President?
As you know, the former president appointed you to my cabinet.
That's quite correct, sir.
This is a somewhat painful duty that I had hoped to avoid, but I've come to the conclusion that I cannot avoid it. To put it bluntly, Mr. McHenry, you and certain other members of my cabinet have repeatedly opposed my policies. You have constantly kept Mr. Hamilton informed of everything that went on in the cabinet meetings. I find I can no longer put up with these actions, and I must ask for your resignations at once.
You shall have my resignation in the morning, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Pickering, but I must ask for your resignation.
I will not resign, sir. I refuse to go voluntarily.
Very well, Mr. Pickering. Then consider yourself dismissed.
I heard the wood chopping, and I thought you were at it again.
No. I was just watching the hired man do it. You know, it's a good feeling not to have to do it yourself.
You don't think you'll be doing any more wood chopping?
No, I hope not. The situation is settled with France. I've made the new appointments to my cabinet, and Mr. Hamilton has become very quiet. I don't think there'll be a war now. No, my dear, I hope that I won't be doing any more wood chopping for the balance of my administration. I even think you and I might find time to spend a few weeks in Quincy. You know, it's kind of nice to be president when the smoke of battle clears away. Well, I'm sure you figured out by now who the president was when all that happened, because it really did happen, you know. And you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Remember John Steinbeck's memorable drama of Mice and Men? That's the outstanding dramatic treat in store for you tonight when the curtain goes up on Theater Guild on the Air. And as the stars, you'll hear Burgess Meredith and June Havoc. Adapted by Steinbeck from his novel of the same name, Of Mice and Men tells the story of two migratory farm workers who dream of owning their own ranch. They manage to save enough money for the ranch when disaster overtakes them in the guise of a woman. Burgess Meredith will reenact the role of George, and Miss Havoc will be heard as the woman who brings chaos into his life. That's tonight, when Theater Guild will present Of Mice and Men over most of these same ABC stations. So be sure to listen. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
earth is all this wood chopping?
Oh, hello, Mother.
Now, dear, we're thinking.
I'm very fond of these trees in Quincy. Couldn't you and John Quincy choose some other form of thinking?
My dear, you've been the wife of a president. How would you like to be the mother of one as well?
Well, I would naturally be very proud.
Well, John Quincy is going to remain in this country now, and I think he's going to have a very sound political career. He's a real chip off the old block.
Oh, I wish you'd keep your mind off chips and trees.
Being president is a mighty big dream, Father.
Well, you're your father's son, John. You can do it. And someday I should be very proud to say I'm the mother of President John Quincy Adams and the wife of President John Adams.
Yes, it was John Adams who had such trouble with the cabinet appointed by George Washington, and who wrote years later, "I desire no other inscription over my gravestone than here lies John Adams, who took upon himself the responsibility of the peace with France in the year 1800. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and can currently be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical, Take Me Out to the Ball Game, starring Frank Sinatra, Esther Williams, and Gene Kelly. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by William T. Johnson. Today's story by Gene Holloway was based on incidents in the life of President John Adams.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Men's hearts wait upon us. Men's lives hang in the balance. Men's hopes call upon us to say what we will do. I summon all honest men, all patriotic, all forward-looking men to my side. God helping me, I will not fail them, if they will but counsel and sustain me.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Edward Arnold as the man in the White House. Many years ago, the president sat in a ladder-backed, cane-bottomed chair and read reports written by young men whose wages he paid out of his own pocket. No telephones plagued him. He could come and go as he pleased. Take a swim in the Potomac or perhaps ride in the woods around Washington. Today, the president sits in an air-conditioned office surrounded by telephones, dictating into a wire recorder. If he wants to walk, he must stay inside the black iron bars enclosing the White House grounds. From the ladder-backed chair to air conditioning, from then to now, many presidents have lived in the White House, men of differing personalities, tempers, and talents. Our Mr. President's job is to play them all, and he's done it. Edward Arnold has become the man in the White House. On the street and stores, he's greeted with, "Hello, Mr. President. We like the show. We know you'll like it, too." And so here is Edward Arnold in today's story of Mr. President.
My friends, in response to hundreds of your kind letters, we are going to repeat today the story of a man and an ideal. There is success in it, and there is failure. But the failure was not the man's, for he didn't fail the world. The world failed him. He was a great president, but more than that, he was a great citizen of America and of the world. Listen closely to this story that happened in Washington a few years ago and see if you can tell who the president was. A long war had ended, and the nation was jubilant.
Mr. President.
Yes, it's you, Chief.
It's time to start the Congress.
Listen to those people. Look at their faces. How wonderful is the reflected light of peace in the faces of a populace.
Yes, it's a great occasion.
May God help me. May God help all men everywhere to keep this world at peace. You know what I'm going to say to Congress today?
Why, that the war is over?
Yes, but I'm also going to say that bitterness must be forgotten, that the conquered must be treated with humanity, that to conquer with arms is to make only a temporary conquest. To conquer the world by earning its esteem is to make a permanent conquest.
Mr. President, as a member of your cabinet, I must protest. You'll jeopardize your entire political future. Well, read the letters that are coming in from all over the country.
Yes, I have been reading them.
Well, the people are saying that we ought to keep our armies marching right to their capital. That we ought to cripple the enemy to the point where they'd never be able to start anything with us again.
I know what the letters say. But I must make the people see that it is not enough just to win a war. You must win the peace as well. And the peace is won with understanding and compassion. Enemies or not, they are still human. They have lain their loved ones to rest and wept over them. Their girls have cried like ours. Their mothers, too, have closed the door on rooms that will never again hear the sound of the son's voice. They, too, have prayed for peace.
You're asking for mercy for a country that has murdered millions of our blood?
I ask for mercy for us as well as them. I ask mercy for sons still in their cradles and girls yet unborn. We told our sons if they died, the world would be made safe for the ones that followed them. I didn't intend to break faith with the dead. And if we take too much from the enemy, he must of necessity rise and fight us again. I intend to say that in Paris.
Paris? You intend to say that in Paris? Well, you can't be thinking of leaving the country, Mr. President. No president has ever done a thing like that.
Each term of office brings its own problems. Each man must make his own decisions about breaking precedents. I'm going to Paris to the peace conference. I shall meet with the representatives of other nations, and I shall ask them to establish a League of Nations where the problems of the world can be solved around a conference table instead of on a battlefield. Oh, come in. Oh, hello, Doctor. Come in, come in.
Mm-hmm. Just about what I expected. Have you any idea at all what time it is?
No. What time is it?
Almost dawn.
Really? Oh, what on earth are you doing up?
Looking out for you, or trying to. You land tomorrow, you know. You said that you were going to get a good night's sleep.
Well, I had a lot on my mind.
Mr. President, as your physician, I must warn you that you are going to have to get more rest, or I can't be responsible for the consequences. Now, I want you to get to bed.
See here, you're addressing the President of the United States.
Don't try pulling your rank on me, Mr. President. Bed is the place for you.
All right, Doctor, all right. I'll be good. I'll rest when I get to Paris.
I'll bet you will.
Monsieur le Président, the people of France consider it a pleasure and an honor to receive you.
Thank you, Monsieur Clemenceau. I consider it a pleasure and an honor to be here.
Already in Paris for the conference are the representative of 27 nations. And next week you will meet them. Signor Orlando have already arrived from Italy, and Monsieur David Lloyd George will be here from London any day now.
I should like to meet them both before the conference for a preliminary discussion, if I may.
That can be arranged. Perhaps in the meantime, you would like to visit the battlefield where your countrymen fought so bravely.
No. No, I don't want to visit the battlefields until after the conference. I don't want to be swayed by emotion. I know, no matter what my resolves, that I would find it very difficult to stand on those battlefields and then attempt to deal fairly with that country.
Monsieur le Président, you and I are at odds on this question. I don't believe that generosity will secure the peace that we have fought so hard to win.
And what security do you believe in, Monsieur Clemenceau?
Military power, and only military power.
I see. Well, I shall do my best to change your mind.
France is an old nation, Monsieur le Président. If you will forgive me, much older than yours. We have learned through the century that the cannon speak louder than the human voice.
But this is a new century, Monsieur Clemenceau, and this is a smaller world. And this is a civilization that can destroy itself if it keeps on fighting.
Men have always fought, Monsieur le Président. They always will.
I don't believe that. Do you intend to go along with me on the League of Nations idea?
I do not believe it is a practical idea, Mr. President.
But you are not completely opposed to it?
No. We are not completely opposed to it.
Well, then, perhaps I can convince you.
You represent a large and powerful nation, Monsieur le Président. Perhaps you can.
Read about the peace conference. Extra. French press claims United States president blocking the security of France. Extra. Extra. Peace conference moving slowly. Italian press claims Italy being cheated by America. Extra. Small nations complaining about trend of peace conference. Extra. Disposal of German colonies taken up tomorrow. Extra.
Gentlemen, I hold to my original statement about the colonies as is laid forth in the 5th point of my 14 points.
But the people of France are entitled to reparation. We need colonies.
Germany has no longer any right to colonies. England has proved that she understands how to govern territorial possessions.
Italy has need of colonies. Why is it that over and over Italy is being ignored in these discussions?
Italy is not being ignored, nor is France or England or any of the others. But the thing to determine is what the people in the colonies want and what all the peoples of the world favor. If there is to be peace among men, you can't cut up nations and territories and give them to any other country that happens to hold the upper hand.
You fight for hard bargains, Mr. President.
I fight for fair bargains.
Mr. President, I tell you, you've got to get some rest.
Oh, I'll rest later, Doctor. Look at this article from tonight's papers. It's headed, France's claims. Oh, is there no end to the claims of France and the claims of the rest of the world?
Stop worrying about the world and worry about yourself for a change. Now go home, sit out in the sun, sleep, eat, act like a human being.
Oh, the territorial demands of all the European nations are beyond reason.
Go home. Forget about it.
Well, maybe I will go home.
What?
Yes. That sounds like a good idea. I would like some sun, some sleep.
I am going to take your temperature right now.
Yes, I think I'll order the Secretary of the Navy to prepare to sail for home.
Monsieur le Président, is it true that you are leaving for America?
Well, I have ordered the ship made ready, Monsieur Clemenceau.
Is it, as I've been inferred, because you consider my country and the others too high in our territorial demand?
Monsieur Clemenceau, my patience is at an end. There seems to be nothing to be gained from further discussion. Everyone is thinking about the good of themselves. No one is considering the good of the world.
Monsieur le Président, you must not leave the conference. There will be a reduction in territorial demand.
Thank you, Monsieur Clemenceau.
You are a hard man to deny and to fit, Monsieur the President. We are practical men, a little tired, more than a little cynical. And I am afraid, naturally, we are trying to make the best possible bargain for our own country. And then you come among us with your eyes on a vision. Since we have not seen this vision, it is difficult for us to share your enthusiasm.
Well, I wish you could see it, Monsieur Clemenceau. If the powers were allowed to annex all the helpless countries and colonies in the world, then that would immediately discredit any League of Nations that was set up, because people would say we divided up the world and then set up the League for selfish purposes to back that up.
You really believe this dream of yours will come to pass?
I do believe it.
My friend, I have fought with you on many points. Perhaps I shall fight with you on many more before this conference is concluded. But I respect you, and I like you. I have never met a man before with so much faith in humanity. I hope, I pray, that you live to see that faith justified. Monsieur le Président, France will support you in your demand for a League of Nations.
Well, Mr. President, finally our labors are over, eh?
Yes, finally.
Tomorrow we go to the Great Hall of the Trianon Palace here in Versailles. This will be an historic moment.
Yes, the ceremony is all arranged. The delegates of the 27 nations will stand, and the 6 members of the enemy delegation will march in and take seats at a table facing Monsieur Clemenceau.
And you will hand them the book containing the peace treaty, and they will study it. No one will ever fully realize the labor and discussion and achievements and disappointments it represents.
No one is completely happy with it. It is a compromise for everyone.
Germany will say the terms are harsh.
The Italians have already withdrawn, believe the terms are not severe enough. And France is disappointed. I know that.
It is not that so much, Monsieur le Président. It is that the League offers a means by which Germany may get out of the terms imposed.
No, not necessarily. It merely means that there is a court to which they can make an appeal. But making it and getting what they ask for are two different things. They can't do better than the nations of the world want them to do.
You are not completely satisfied, are you, Mr. President?
No, because some of the terms I have had to accept are in opposition to what I believe. But I can at least go back to my country with a great gift. The League of Nations has been agreed by the European powers. There is hope now of a lasting peace for all mankind.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Once upon a time, there lived an old man in a beautiful ivory tower. From it, he viewed the many wars mankind waged. The old man watched in peacetime, too, when neighbor warred against neighbor in a country called America. There, man did not use powerful weapons. He used subtle poisons called intolerance, bias, and prejudice. When man was affected by them, he hated his neighbor who was of different race, color, or creed. The old man wished he could have done something about it, but he was locked in his ivory tower of thought. Have you locked your mind in an ivory tower? Are you doing anything to rid your community of these poisonous enemies of hate and prejudice against people of different religion and color? Starting now, work in your own town, in your own community, to help make a united America. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed who the president was when all this happened, because it really did happen, you know. The president returned to America with the lines of his long struggle etched on his face. But he returned proudly, bearing a dream set down in glowing, hopeful words, signed by the nations of the world. He asked the Senate to ratify the treaty, and words came blazing back at him.
By entering the League, we will be bound in the sordid, cunning, secret, and crafty designs of European and Asiatic governments. The country's blood and its bone would be commandeered for all time. Why, gentlemen, if we ratify this, our military forces could be called abroad at any time. This calls for discussion, and mighty serious discussion.
President, I just left a Senate meeting. The Senate is not going to ratify your treaty.
So, it took 16 weeks in Paris to draft that covenant. So far, the Senate has taken 36 weeks in debating whether it should be ratified.
They've drafted a set of reservations to be added to the treaty.
Yeah. And I suppose the reservations all serve to nullify the treaty.
I'm afraid they do, Mr. President.
That's too bad. The president literally almost killed himself in Paris by working for that treaty.
I know, Doctor. You can see it in his eyes.
Oh, stop it, both of you. Stop it. I can still show you two a few tricks. Oh, Doctor, how would you feel about taking another trip?
Oh, no. You are not going on any trips. You're going to stay right here.
Why?
Go take a look in your mirror. You'll see why.
Oh, nonsense. I probably just need a new tonic.
Where would you be thinking of taking a trip to?
Oh, maybe a tour of the United States.
A tour? You mean a speaking tour?
I believe if I can make the people understand what the League is all about, that they will bring sufficient pressure to bear on the Senate to get that treaty ratified.
Mr. President, if I told you that taking this trip at this time in your state of health might mean your life, would you still insist on going?
Yes.
Well, all right then. I'll go pack my bags.
Mr. President, if you do this, your opponents will speak wherever you do and try to undermine you. They've discussed just this possibility.
Let them try. I have confidence in the people. All I ask is a chance to speak to them. My friends, if I were to state what seems to me the central idea of this treaty, it would be this. Nations do not consist of their governments, but consist of their people. And never has that leading idea been put forth in any international congress that I ever heard of. I want to call your attention to the central machinery of the League of Nations. If any member of that league or any nation not a member refuses to submit the question at issue either to arbitration or to discussion by the Council, there ensues automatically an absolute economic boycott. There will be no trade with that nation by any member of the League. There will be no interchange of communication by post or telegraph. There will be no travel to or from that nation. Its borders will be closed. It will be hermetically sealed by the united action of the most powerful nations in the world. Some gentlemen say it is not our business to take care of the world. No, but it is our business to prevent war. And if we don't take care of the weak nations of the world, there will be a war. I would like to get together with the boys who fought in the war. And I would stand up before them and say, boys, I told you before you went across the seas that this was a war against wars. And I did my best to fulfill the promise. But I am obliged to come to you in mortification and shame and say I have not been able to fulfill the promise. You are betrayed. You fought for something you didn't get. And there will come sometime another struggle in which not a few 100,000 fine men from America will have to die, but as many millions as are necessary to accomplish the final freedom of the peoples of the world.
How do you feel?
Oh, good night's sleep will put me right up on top again.
You've covered half the nation. Now, isn't that enough?
They're with me, too, aren't they? The ones that have heard me, aren't they?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But you're one man. You can't speak in every city in the country.
Oh, Doctor, it takes time. It takes time, and time grows short. Time grows short.
Let's go home.
No. Not quite yet. Don't think I'm not grateful to you, Doctor. I know all that you've done for me.
It isn't what I've done. Worrying about you is making an old man of me.
Oh, don't worry. I'm fine.
Let's stop someplace and rest a few weeks. This trip gets more and more dangerous for you every day.
It was more and more dangerous in France as the boys got closer to the front lines, but they went on. They went right on towards the danger. It was the only way to win a war.
Okay, Mr. President, I haven't any answer to that. Here's a headline that might interest you. The Denver Post.
President captures Denver. Denver thunders approval and unalterable support for the chief executive. You see, all I had to do was go to the people. It can't all have been for nothing. The war, the dead, the struggle with Clemenceau, and the rest in Paris. I won't let it have been for nothing.
Where's the next stop?
Pueblo, Colorado. Doctor!
What is it?
It's the president. Hurry, he's had a stroke.
Wait, my case. I was afraid of that. I'll go to him. You tell the conductor to take this train straight back to Washington.
Well, Doctor?
Now, stay quiet. Don't try to move about.
Oh, good night's sleep will fix me up again.
You're going to have it. I've ordered the train back to Washington.
Are you under the impression that you're the President of the United States?
Nope. Just acting for the President.
Oh, it's too bad. It's too bad. I wanted to reach more of the people.
You reached millions, and all the ones that you reached will talk to others. You'll get your League of Nations, Mr. President.
Oh, I'm afraid not in my lifetime, Doctor. No, not in my time. But in God's time, it will come. The day will come when the nations of the world will sit around a conference table and wars will be a thing of the obsolete past. For it is written, they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more, and none shall make them afraid. For the mouth of the Lord of hosts has spoken it. Well, I'm sure you figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. Because it really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
You'll be first with the facts when you hear Drew Pearson on the air every Sunday evening over most of these same ABC stations. Yes, Pearson's the commentator who often beats the headlines when he predicts things to come in the news each week. Broadcasting from the center of political action, Pearson also brings you fascinating and provocative inside Washington items. When he goes on the air from the Capitol, you know you're hearing the inside version of the news, the factual highlights that lie behind the headlines. And so for predictions and inside stories of the news, listen in when Drew Pearson is heard this evening and every Sunday evening for most ABC stations. Night and day, we keep you up on the latest news, so keep your dial turned the ABC way. And now here again is Edward Arnold.
Into the station, Mr. President.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
You think you can manage?
Oh, yes, I can walk through the station.
You know, Mr. President, someday all of those millions who heard your words on this tour will be able to say, as Clemenceau said in France, once I saw the light of a vision on a man's face, and I heard the notes of prophecy in a man's voice, and that man was the 29th President of the United States and the father of the League of Nations, Woodrow Wilson.
Be with us again next week, won't you? Because next week we're going to deviate slightly from the usual Mr. President series to bring you a story that we feel is particularly appropriate to the July 4th weekend. Gene Holloway's well-known version of the Edward Everett Hale classic, The Man Without a Country. Thank you and goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Edward My Son, starring Spencer Tracy and Deborah Carr. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Joe Graham. This story was based on incidents in the life of President Woodrow Wilson. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting story of...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Edward Arnold. Today we are changing from our regular Mr. President program for 1 week only to bring you a great American classic that seems particularly appropriate for the 4th of July week. A special dramatization of Edward Everett Hale's immortal story, The Man Without a Country.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold, and written by Gene Holloway. Today, Edward Arnold will not be heard as Mr. President, but will act as the narrator of The Man Without a Country, a story which has always had a special significance and which seems to have an even deeper meaning this July of 1949. And so, in just a moment, today's story of Mr. President.
Our drama for today will begin in just a moment. It will be a specially selected drama appropriate for our Independence Day anniversary. Here in America, as we celebrate Independence Day, we are reminded again that our concept of the president as a federal executive is unique in the history of world politics. When our Constitution was framed, many Americans thought president was just another word for king. In fact, some of the titles suggested as appropriate for the new head of state were Your Majesty the President, Your Mightiness, or Your Excellency. But Washington chose president, meaning the one who presides. Edward Arnold, whose brilliant portrayal of Mr. President has earned him the respect of millions of our citizens, makes it his goal to reveal our presidents as individuals capable of doubt, faith, and anger. In just a moment, you'll hear from Edward Arnold. See if you can name the president who was presumably in office when this story began.
You are about to hear the story of a man and his country. The story itself is fiction, for Philip Nolan was created as a symbol by Edward Everett Hale. But the background of history and events are all real. And we will ask you if you can tell from them who was presumably president when the story began and when Philip Nolan received his strange sentence. The clues are all in the story. Listen.
Order in the court. Order in the court. The attorney for the state will kindly continue.
Mr. Nolan, is it not true that you were part of a conspiracy to destroy the government of the United States?
No, that is not true. That is not true, I tell you.
Do you dare to deny your friendship with Aaron Burr?
No, I don't deny that. But I do deny all your accusations of treason.
Lieutenant Nolan, Aaron Burr has shown himself to be an enemy of the United States government. As an American officer, your country's enemies are your enemies. By your association with Aaron Burr, you betrayed the uniform you wear, the flag you follow, the country you profess to serve. That is true, is it not, Mr. Nolan?
No, it is not true. It is not true.
Do you still dare to defend your association with Aaron Burr?
I don't think it needs defending. I only talk to that man.
You don't think it needs defending. Huh. You need say no more, Lieutenant Nolan. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Philip Nolan, rise and face the court. Philip Nolan, is there anything you wish to say to show that you have always been faithful to the United States?
The United States? Damn the United States! I wish I may never hear of the United States again!
Who was that man? Who would dare utter such treason? Come over closer to the radio, America. I want to tell you a story about you and your growing. This is not a story of a national hero, but of Philip Nolan, who severed a bond before he knew its value. Listen to the story of the man without a country. Think back, way back to the 1800s. Remember? You were still an adolescent then. You were proud of being a nation of 17 states. And you were beginning to speak grandly of adding Michigan, Indiana, and Mississippi and becoming 20. A zealous Virginian was in the White House. And down in the South was a man named Aaron Burr and a man named Philip Nolan. They say now that history has sifted the facts and weighed the evidence, they say Philip Nolan was as fine as any officer in the Western Division. Oh, he was a little more hot-headed than some, or a little swifter to anger than others, and a little too quick sometimes about getting his 2 cents of opinion in. But he was not alone in this. There were many dashing young gallants like him, as ready to die for a kiss as a flag. And Philip Nolan might have gone to his final sleep among the vine-covered homes of the dead in Orleans as quietly as any of them, had not a star crossed his path one night.
Mr. Nolan, I am Aaron Burr. I am told you are a young man of remarkable promise. I should like to talk with you about your future.
Why, thank you, sir. I hardly know what to say. Thank you very much.
A star comes that way sometimes, sudden, blinding, dazzling. Aaron Burr came as a disguised conqueror. Rumor had it that there was an army behind him and an empire before. But that first day in Orleans, though Philip Nolan wasn't to know it for a long time yet, he became the man without a country. It was only a step from Aaron Burr's side to a trial for treason.
The United States versus Philip Nolan.
He was bewildered, deeply hurt, embittered. Above all else, he was young, and an older man would have checked his anger. A traitor would have been wise enough to hide his feelings. But Philip Nolan was neither a wise man nor a traitor. A moment's silence, and then those words that were to echo forever in his life.
I wish I may never hear of the United States again.
I wish I may never hear of the United States again. I wish I may never hear of the United States again. I wish I may never hear of the United States again. I wish I may never hear of the United States again. I wish I may never hear.
The words filled the courtroom, shivered against the walls. No one spoke. No word fell to combat those other words. Half the officers in the room had served through the Revolution. They had seen Washington at Valley Forge. They had seen Paul Revere, Patrick Henry, Tom Jefferson. They had starved and frozen through a bitter winter to keep a tattered flag flying its defiance so that one day a people could say, "This is my country." The judge and the jury rose and left the court without a word. No one else stirred. Someone in the back of the room sighed. Someone else coughed. That was all. 15 minutes went by like 15 years before the judge returned.
Prisoner, hear the sentence of the court. The court decides, subject to the approval of the president, that you shall have your wish. You will never hear the name of the United States again.
It was the fall of 1807. It would be 1863 before he heard her name again. The leaves would grow red in Maryland soon. They would be piled along the Potomac for burning. Their smoke would spiral into lace against the November skies. They would be tapping the trees for maple sugar in the Vermont woods. And the New England housewives would gather in their spiced kitchens to prepare the Thanksgiving puddings. The Cape Cod fishermen would go out into the misty dawn for their nets. And the harvest would be a bright promise on the Indiana hillside. The Blue Ridge and the Alleghenies and the Rockies would pull the snow up over their shoulders and settle down for the winter. And the Mississippi would go slipping on through the heart of America. There would be hearth fires and Christmas trees. There would be dances, there would be church services, and wedding ceremonials, and baptismals. But not for Philip Nolan. His was the sea and the bitterness of salt on his lips, and no port at evenings. And in one sudden heart-stabbing moment, Philip Nolan knew what he had lost.
Sir, you will receive from Lieutenant Neal the person of Philip Nolan, later lieutenant in the United States Army. You will take the prisoner on board your ship and keep him there with such precautions as shall prevent his escape. You will provide him with such quarters, rations, and clothing as would be proper for an officer of his late rank. But under no circumstances is he ever to hear of his country or to see any information regarding it.
And so, Philip Nolan walked the decks of the Seven Seas and thought about America. But he never asked about her. He talked to his shipmates about the weather, about the sea, about all things but home. In foreign ports, where he was rarely permitted to go ashore, he filled his days with reading. But in the books and papers given him, there was no mention of America. For him, she was only a dream that had ceased existing. He was a ghost among his companions, drifting from port to port, listening to a word that filled his heart, that reached him in the wind, that sighed from the rigging, that the waves whispered through the midnight. One word: America.
I can't stand thinking anymore. Oh, God, let me stop remembering.
I wish I may never hear of the United States again. I wish I may never hear of the United States again. The court decides, subject to the approval of the President, that you shall have your wish.
No! No, no!
He was imprisoned by voices, trapped within the confines of his own terrible statement. And the voices he heard all sounded alike: Aaron Burr, the prosecuting attorney, and the judge. He was the prisoner of those voices, and would be forever. The men on board the ship were kind enough on Sunday afternoons, when they sat on deck smoking and chatting. They invited Nolan to join them. He had a pleasant voice, and sometimes they asked him to read to them. But one day, the reading sessions came to an abrupt end.
Here, Nolan. Let's have something out of this.
The Lay of the Last Minstrel. Walter Scott.
It's a new book the captain sent down. He says there's some nice stuff in it.
Well, let's have a look at it. Breathes there the man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, "This is my own, my native land," whose heart hath ne'er within him burned as home his footsteps he hath turned from wandering on a foreign strand. If such there breathe, go mark him well. For him no minstrel raptures swell. High though his titles, proud his name, boundless his wealth his wish can claim, despite these titles, power and pelf, the rich, concentred all in self. Someone else finish it. I've something to attend to below.
In In just a moment, we'll return to today's special story, The Man Without a Country, on Mr. President.
We Americans are aware of the fact that millions of people in Europe are living on an inadequate diet. That we are is shown by the tremendous amount of relief and gift packages sent to Europe last year by private individuals. $215 million worth, not including care packages. And care packages are the most efficient way of sending help to individuals or groups. You see, CARE works on a non-profit basis, enabling you to send more for the least. CARE furnishes a variety of packages, one that contains enough food to feed a baby for the first 3 months of life, another with all-wool herringbone, sufficient to make a full suit for an adult man. And for $5.50, its thrift package, CARE also delivers desperately needed food staples. And so if you want to send a package containing the most for the least, be sure to order through CARE. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Philip Nolan could never find peace. Ships docked, set sail, men went home on leave. He watched in wordless agony. He thought of candlelight on warm, gracious tables, of gardens where a man could crumble the rich soil in his fingers, of linens whipping on clotheslines and the friendly smells of kitchens. He thought of moonlight on hair that was soft as silk to the touch, of eyes liquid in the starlight, of lips velvet smooth and ripe for kissing. He thought of arms opened wide to gather in the returning sailor, and one special voice that would say, "Welcome home." He thought of perfume and music and the rustle of silk. He was young, and there was a fierce hunger in him. And then one night in the Mediterranean Sea, some ladies were invited aboard for a ship's ball. All that was young in Philip Nolan died that night.
Anne Emery.
Why, Philip Nolan. This is a surprise.
Let's have some of the American.
It's been a
dance.
long time, Anne.
Yes, it has, Philip. A very long time. You're looking splendid, Philip. The sea evidently agrees with you.
I'd forgotten how lovely you are.
You must have forgotten many things.
Let's go out on deck a moment.
Very well, Philip.
It's almost impossible to believe, finding you way out here.
I'm on my way home. I've been visiting France.
I tried to see you before I left. They wouldn't let me see anyone.
I understand. I was very busy at the time, anyhow. I was married soon after you left.
Married?
Yes, of course. Hadn't you heard? I have a little boy now.
A little boy. You must be very happy.
I am.
There are a lot of things that I'd like to say to you that I'll never say. You understand, don't you?
I understand.
It's so strange. We should meet again way out here. I can't get over it. I'd never even dared to hope to see you again.
I'm a little sorry we did meet. I had forgotten you. It was better that way.
I loved you very much. I loved you and I lost you. Everything else I loved in one mad moment. Oh, my dear.
I think we should get back to the dance.
Yes. Of course. And would you tell me just one thing? What do you hear from home?
Home, Mr. Nolan? I thought you were the man who never wanted to hear of home again.
I beg your pardon. Good night, Anne.
Philip Nolan knew in that moment how alone he was. One man with only the sea for the rest of his life, and one nameless port at the end of it. The days became weeks, the weeks years that marched across his forehead and left him old. His eyes were deep pools of loneliness, and his heart completely empty. And no one knew until the day he died how deep his hurt had gone. No one knew until that day when they entered his room for the first time and found it a shrine to America. The stars and stripes were draped around a picture of Washington, and he had painted a majestic eagle with its foot clasping the whole globe. At the foot of his bed was a great map of the United States, drawn from memory.
Here, Captain, you see that I have a country.
Yes, Nolan, I see. How do you feel? Is there anything I can do for you?
Do? Yes. Yes, indeed, there's something you can do for me. Captain, I'm dying. I'll never see my country again. There's not a man on this ship or in all the United States that loves her as I do. Would you tell me about America?
Tell you about America? How can I begin to tell you about America?
He had left America in 1807. It was 1863. War had come and gone in 1812, and Francis Scott Key had sat on a British battleship and written a national anthem. Jackson had taken the Florida Territory. A new flag had been raised in Washington with 13 alternate stripes and 20 stars. 9 presidents had been in the White House. The Monroe Doctrine had been born, the cornerstone of American foreign policy.
The continents of the Western Hemisphere are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any of the European powers.
The United States had begun to gather themselves into a nation.
It is not the states, but the people of the nation who have made the Union. It is, sir, the people's Constitution, the people's government, made for the people, answerable to the people.
Tell him about America. Tell him about Peter Cooper's steam locomotive, the Tom Thumb, drawing its first train of cars over 23 miles of B&O Railroad. Tell him about America. Andrew Jackson had moved the Indians west of the Mississippi. Arkansas, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa had joined the nation. The Battle of the Alamo had been fought in Texas, gold discovered in California, and a new nation now spanned 2 oceans. The South and the North were deep in their quarrel over slavery, and in the White House was the president whose words were the voice of the new nation.
A house divided against itself cannot stand. I do not expect the house to fall,